Chapter 1 System Awakening, Bugatti is a starting reward. Xin Feng dragged his exhausted body on the way home, the bustling city behind him and the emptiness ahead. He had just worked overtime until 10 p.m., but he couldn't even afford a taxi, so he could only use his monthly pass to squeeze into the bus. When will I be able to get through this? Xin Feng looked down at his phone. There was only 72 yuan left, and there were still 10 days before salary was paid. At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Then, Xin Feng felt a light flash overhead, followed by a loud boom. The entire world came to a standstill at this moment. His ears seemed to be filled with cotton, with only a buzzing sound echoing. Xin Feng's vision went dark, and he lost control of his body. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself still standing there, and everything around him had returned to normal. What happened just now? He touched his head to make sure he was not injured. However, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The Shinhouse system has been successfully bound. Newbie reward, 1 limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Mission, use this Bugatti to pick up a stranger. Reward, 5 million in cash. Xin Feng stood there in a daze, his eyes blank. His first reaction was that the lightning had damaged his brain. What the hell? System? Bugatti? Are you kidding me? Xin Feng shook his head, trying to sober himself up. At this moment, a dazzling headlight lit up from the darkness. He turned his head and found a streamlined sports car parked not far away, like a cheetah in the dark, exuding a low-key and luxurious atmosphere. Xin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. He walked over quickly and looked at the car carefully. Bugatti Veyron? Xin Feng recognized the supercar, a limited edition model sold for a whopping 30 million yuan. He had never dreamed of being so close to such a car, let alone owning one. However, the system's voice sounded again, interrupting his thoughts. Host, please carry out the mission immediately. Use the Bugatti to pick up a stranger. Complete the mission within 24 hours. Is it really that good? Xin Feng hesitantly reached out his hand and touched the surface of the car. The cool and smooth texture made him feel incredibly real. It must be fake. He pinched his arm hard, grimacing in pain. Just when he was doubting his life, the car door suddenly opened automatically, the ambient light inside the car lit up, and the Bugatti logo on the steering wheel shone brightly. Xin Feng took a deep breath and bravely got in. The start button flickered softly, and he pressed it lightly, and the low roar of the engine instantly resounded around him. It's really mine? Xin Feng was completely dumbfounded. The system gave the answer in due time. Vehicle ownership has been bound to the host. Legal procedures are complete, use with confidence. Friendly reminder, it is forbidden to sell or transfer the vehicle when the mission is not completed. After a brief moment of shock, Xin Feng finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He tentatively stepped on the accelerator, and the car instantly shot out like an arrow. Oh my god! He was almost thrown away by the impact of the seat and hurriedly grabbed the steering wheel. The Bugatti Veyron's performance should not be underestimated. In just a few seconds, it left everything behind. Xin Feng felt the speed and passion brought by the sports car, and a huge wave of emotion was set off in his heart. This is real, not a dream. Xin Feng shouted with laughter. Soon, he calmed down and began to think about the system's task content. Pick up a stranger in a Bugatti, sounds simple, but the question is, where do I find this stranger? He looked around and found a bus stop not far away. A slim girl was waiting for the bus with a lot of bags. She was wearing a simple white dress and her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She looked fresh and clean. Xin Feng slowly drove over, lowered the window, and smiled what he thought was a handsome smile. Miss, do you need a ride? The girl looked up, and when she saw the Bugatti Veyron logo, a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Is this a Bugatti Veyron? She asked tentatively. Yes, I'll give you a ride if it's convenient for you. Xin Feng tried his best to act natural, but he was very nervous inside. The girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay, thank you. She opened the car door and carefully sat in the passenger seat. The luxurious interior made her eyes widen, and her fingers couldn't help but touch the leather seat. Is this really your car? The girl asked, her voice full of doubt. Xin Feng smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he gently stepped on the accelerator. The roar of the sports car made the girl scream. It's so fast. Oh my god, it feels like I'm flying. Xin Feng looked at her excited expression and felt secretly proud in his heart. showing off your wealth is really a sense of accomplishment. 10 minutes later, Jin Feng parked the car at an intersection. The girl was still immersed in the high-speed experience and was reluctant to get out of the car. "Thank you for giving me a ride. This is truly the most luxurious car I have ever ridden in my life," the girl said with a smile. "It's okay. See you someday." Jin Feng waved his hand and watched her leave. He muttered to himself, "The mission should be completed, right?" Sure enough, the system's voice sounded the next second. Ding! Mission completed, 5 million cash reward has been distributed to the system account. Please continue to work hard and reach the pinnacle of life. Jin Feng opened the hidden screen in the car and saw that the account balance had gone from 0 to 5 million. He pinched his thigh hard, and after confirming that he was not dreaming, he couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha! I'm rich!" He gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling the road ahead suddenly brighter. The future, for him, was no longer a monotonous working-class life, but a broad road to wealth and success. Chapter 2, Bugatti goes on sale, showing off wealth for the first time in life. The morning sun shone on the windowsill. When Jin Feng woke up, his eyes were much brighter than before. He took out his cell phone, opened the system interface, looked at the 5 million balance, and couldn't help but smile. "System, your reward is too generous." Jin Feng murmured, "Now that I have a luxury car, I should experience it today." He picked up the Bugatti key, quickly washed up, and went downstairs. When he saw the Bugatti Veyron parked quietly downstairs, he felt a sense of accomplishment. From today on, life will be different. The Bugatti slowly drove out of the residential complex, its deep engine roar instantly attracting everyone's attention. Several elderly men who were exercising stopped and stared in amazement at the luxury car. "Hey, how much does this car cost? It's probably worth tens of millions. How can we actually see a car like this in our small place? This young man is quite remarkable. He looks quite ordinary, but he actually drives a Bugatti." Jin Feng listened to the discussions of passers-by, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He slowly stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti instantly accelerated, turning into a dark shadow and heading towards the city center. Arriving in the city, Jin Feng parked his car beside a busy street. He rolled down the window and quietly felt the gazes of passers-by. This is a Bugatti Veyron, right? Oh my god, I've only seen this kind of car in videos. The owner must be very rich. Quickly take a picture and post it on social media, this kind of scene is not common. Jin Feng pretended to be nonchalant as he leaned back in his seat, but in reality, he was beaming with joy. For the first time, he felt the awe-inspiring power of a luxury car, as if he were standing at the center of the world. Showing off your wealth is really addictive. Jin Feng parked his car next to a street food stall. He used to eat here often, but back then he could only order a bowl of the cheapest fried noodles. Today, he drove a Bugatti. "Hey young man, your car is amazing," the boss said in surprise while cooking. "You're probably the only one like this in our little place, right?" "It's just for driving, it's mainly for transportation," Jin Feng replied casually, pretending to be indifferent. Soon, passers-by gathered around, holding up their mobile phones to take pictures and discussing the price of this top luxury car and the identity of its owner. "Driving a Bugatti and eating fried noodles, is this guy here to experience life? This kind of car costs at least tens of millions. I can't afford it even if I save my whole life." After Jin Feng finished his fried noodles, he generously paid double the price. The boss thanked him repeatedly. "Young man, you are such a generous customer. I wish you great fortune." Jin Feng smiled slightly, got into the car and left, leaving passers-by staring at Bugatti's back for a long time. Jin Feng returned to the car and was about to go for another drive when the system prompt sounded suddenly. System prompt: host completes today's consumption task, reward, account balance increases by 200,000. Jin Feng felt even happier upon hearing the notification. He clicked on the system interface and saw that his balance had indeed increased to 5.2 million. So this is a daily task. Simple and easy, and you can show off your wealth at the same time. Jin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "System, I'll definitely do this job." He turned on the navigation and began looking for the next target. Just as he was about to leave the city, a modified Porsche quietly followed him. The Porsche's window rolled down, and a young man with dyed yellow hair poked his head out and shouted to Jin Feng, "Brother, this car is great. How about we have a competition?" Jin Feng glanced at him calmly and said with a smile, "Are you sure you want to compete?" "Of course. No matter how good a car is, it still depends on the skills. You don't dare, do you? Huang Mao asked provocatively. Xin Feng smiled slightly. Okay, let's play it. The red light countdown ended, Xin Feng lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti rushed out like lightning in an instant, leaving the Porsche behind without a trace after a few seconds. Huang Mao looked at the Bugatti going away, his face livid, and he muttered, "This car, how can this car be so fast?" Xin Feng stopped at the next intersection, rolled down the window, and said to the yellow-haired man calmly, "A car is a means of transportation, but strength is not something to brag about." After that, he accelerated and left again, leaving the yellow-haired man with a look of regret. After returning home, Xin Feng sat on the sofa, thinking back on today's show-off wealth trip, feeling extremely happy. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! New mission triggered, purchase a second top-tier luxury car. Completion reward, luxury car modification service worth 3 million. After seeing the task, Xin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. It seems that the road to showing off wealth has just begun. What car should I choose next? He picked up his phone and began browsing information about top luxury cars, his heart full of anticipation for the future. Chapter 3, From Bugatti to Ferrari, Luxury Cars Upgrade Again. The morning sun shone into Xin Feng's room. He opened the system interface and found that a new task had been refreshed. System task, purchase a second top-tier luxury car. Completion reward, luxury car modification service worth 3 million. Task description, the task time limit is 48 hours, please complete it as soon as possible. Xin Feng looked at the task prompt and became excited. A second luxury car? Looks like my luxury car fleet is about to start. He quickly got up, washed, changed into clean casual clothes, took the Bugatti key, and drove to the top luxury car 4S store in the city with great anticipation. Xin Feng drove the Bugatti slowly into the parking lot of the luxury car 4S store. The low engine sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Oh my god, a Bugatti Veyron. Not everyone gets to see this car. The owner of the car looks quite young. Could he be some rich second-generation kid? Look, he's getting off the bus. Xin Feng felt the gazes of his surroundings, a faint smile on his face. As soon as he entered the exhibition hall, a sales manager hurriedly came up to him. Welcome, sir. Anyone who can drive a Bugatti must be our most distinguished guest. How can I help you? The manager's face was full of smiles and his tone was enthusiastic. Xin Feng nodded and said casually, "Look at the Ferrari and Lamborghini, and recommend the best models you have." A hint of excitement flashed in the manager's eyes, and he quickly took Xin Feng to the center of the exhibition hall. In the center of the exhibition hall, two top luxury cars were parked quietly, a fiery red Ferrari F8 Tributo and a blue Lamborghini Huracan Evo. The manager pointed at the Ferrari and said, "Sir, this Ferrari F8 is one of the most popular supercars currently. It costs 3.5 million yuan and can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.9 seconds. It has an excellent driving feel." Then, he pointed to Lamborghini. This Lamborghini Huracan Evo is priced at 4 million yuan. Its design is more inclined towards track performance and its appearance is very aggressive. It is definitely the choice with the highest rate of turning heads. Xin Feng walked around the two cars and made a decision in his mind. I want both cars. He said it calmly, but the salespeople around him were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. You said, all of them? The manager was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Okay, sir, I'll arrange the procedures for you right away. The car purchase procedures were completed quickly, and Xin Feng paid directly by credit card. The entire transaction process was clean and efficient. Oh my god, he really bought two cars, which cost 7 or 8 million. This is the real super rich. Buying a car is just like buying groceries. Customers like this are truly the god of wealth for 4S dealerships. The salespeople and customers around cast envious glances at him, and some even took out their cell phones to secretly take photos. Xin Feng just smiled slightly and said calmly, "Send the car to the address I specified and provide good service." The manager nodded repeatedly, his tone full of respect. "Sir, don't worry, we will arrange the best fleet to deliver the car to you." In order to increase the effect of showing off his wealth, Xin Feng formed a fleet of Ferraris and Lamborghinis, with special drivers arranged by the 4S store and Bugatti leading the way in the front. A small convoy of 3 luxury cars slowly drove through the main road of the city, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Oh my god, what's this? Bugatti, Ferrari, and Lamborghini all on the scene. The total value of this fleet must be over 100 million, right? That's shocking. Take a picture and post it on social media. I want to experience the life of the rich. Listening to these discussions, Xin Feng sat in the Bugatti, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This feeling of being the center of attention made him feel that he was no longer the ordinary worker he used to be. This is life. Xin Feng sighed in his heart. After returning to the residence, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed, reward unlocked, luxury car modification service worth 3 million, activated. Note, the modification service includes body painting, interior customization, and performance optimization. Please select the vehicle for modification. Luxury car modification? Xin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. Bugatti, Ferrari, or Lamborghini? Looks like I have to choose carefully. He opened the system interface and checked the detailed modification options, and found that each modification was extremely luxurious, and even the vehicle could be inlaid with diamonds. With this modification reward, my luxury car will definitely be the most dazzling in the city. Xin Feng couldn't help laughing. Just as Xin Feng was studying the modification plan, his cell phone rang. It was a message from his neighbor Lin Wanner. Xin Feng, I heard you bought 2 more luxury cars today. You're really being high profile. Xin Feng smiled and replied, I've been busy with tasks lately, so I can't help showing off my wealth. Lin Wanner quickly replied, take me to see it next time, and let's talk about your mission. Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this message. He knew that Lin Wanner had always been aloof, and the fact that she had taken the initiative to extend such an invitation meant that she had already developed an interest in him. It seems that there is not only wealth but also other surprises on the road to showing off wealth. Xin Feng thought. Just as he was immersed in the joy of the luxury car, the system prompt sounded again. New mission trigger, hold a luxury car show and attract at least 500 spectators. Completion reward, a private racetrack worth 20 million. A luxury car show? That's a good mission. Xin Feng clicked on the mission details, a confident smile on his face. Looks like it's time to let more people see my fleet. Chapter 4, Luxury Car Modification to Create a Town Focus. The morning sun shone through the window. Xin Feng felt extremely happy as he looked at the luxury car modification rewards that had just been unlocked in the system interface. Modification reward description: the host can choose any luxury car for customization and upgrade, including exterior paint, luxury interior, performance optimization, etc. The modification costs are fully borne by the system, and the total amount does not exceed 3 million. Xin Feng browsed through the modification options and found each one extremely attractive. Modify the Bugatti and make it the most dazzling car in the venue? Or upgrade the Lamborghini and make it run faster? Xin Feng held his chin and thought for a while, and finally decided, start with the Bugatti. After some inquiries, Xin Feng contacted a top luxury car modification center in the city, which specializes in providing customized services for high-end customers. As soon as the Bugatti car keys were handed to the other party, the person in charge asked in surprise. Sir, how would you like to modify your Bugatti? Appearance, interior, or performance? Xin Feng took out his phone and showed them the modification options provided by the system. He said calmly, select all. The head of the modification center took a deep breath and then said respectfully, Sir, please rest assured. We will definitely make your car the most unique in the city. 1. Appearance painting. The metallic black plus gold stripe design, paired with a diamond inlaid logo, makes Bugatti shine brightly in the sun. 2. Luxurious interior. The seats are made of hand-stitched Italian leather, the roof is decorated with starry lighting effects, and the car is equipped with a high-end wine cabinet and smart display. 3. Performance optimization. The engine has been tuned to improve acceleration performance, shortening the 0 to 100 km/h sprint to 2.4 seconds. The braking system has also been upgraded to ensure more stable driving. After this car is modified, it will probably be the top car in the entire town and even the entire city. Xin Feng looked at the modification plan and nodded with satisfaction. A week later, the head of the modification center personally delivered the Bugatti to Xin Feng's residence. When the cover of the car was slowly removed, everyone present was amazed. In the sunlight, the Bugatti Veyron's black and gold paintwork resembles a noble cheetah, radiating a kingly aura. The diamond logo shimmers in the sunlight, while the luxurious interior is truly breathtaking. Sir, this is definitely the most unique Bugatti in the city. The person in charge of the modification center said sincerely. Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction, very good, then it depends on how many people's attention it can attract. Xin Feng decided to give his upgraded Bugatti a debut. He drove the newly renovated Bugatti slowly down the town's main road. As soon as he got on the road, the entire street erupted in excitement. Holy crap! How did this Bugatti get even more handsome? The paint is so bright. I heard he spent millions on modifications, and the car logo is even inlaid with diamonds. This is the Bugatti king of our town, the super rich man. People on the roadside took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and some even started live broadcasts, attracting a large number of netizens to watch. Who is the owner of this modified Bugatti Veyron? The small town's wealthy man has once again sparked heated discussion across the internet. We are both human beings, so why can he drive this kind of car? Xin Feng felt the attention of the entire crowd, and a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. He murmured to himself, with this Bugatti, my position in this small town is now completely secure. As Xin Feng was enjoying the cruise, he noticed several high-end cars parked on the roadside, their owners also paying attention to his Bugatti. Although these cars could not compare with the Bugatti, they were obviously also luxury cars rarely seen in the town. Xin Feng parked the car and walked over, smiling and saying, "Are you also car lovers?" One of the well-dressed middle-aged men smiled and said, "Brother, this car is yours? It's beautifully modified. I'm Li Wei, and I'm considered a car enthusiast in this town." Another young man nearby also spoke up, "I'm Zhang Qi. I didn't expect there was a car as amazing as a Bugatti in this town. When you showed off your car, none of us dared to drive it." Xin Feng smiled and said, "Why don't we find an opportunity to organize some activities together to liven things up?" Li Wei's eyes lit up. "It just so happens that there's a car party in the town in a few days. We can team up and go together. It will definitely be cool." "Okay, let's go together then." Xin Feng nodded, already having a new plan in mind. That night, the system's voice sounded in Xin Feng's mind. Ding! New mission triggered, attend a small-town car party and attract at least 2,000 people with your luxury car fleet. Completion reward, use of a private racetrack worth 5 million. Car party? We want to attract 2,000 people? Xin Feng raised a confident smile. This is too easy for my team. He picked up his phone and began planning the details of the party. At the same time, he contacted Li Wei and Zhang Qi, preparing to make a splash at the party. Chapter 5, The Rise of the Small Town Team and the Beginning of the Party. Early in the morning, Xin Feng sat in the living room, carefully browsing the new tasks released by the system. Mission objective, attend a small-town car party and attract at least 2,000 people with a fleet of luxury cars. Completion reward, use of a private racetrack worth 5 million. Task time limit, complete within 72 hours. Xin Feng smiled slightly, 2,000 people watching? This is not a difficult task. He opened his address book and contacted Li Wei and Zhang Qi, whom he had just met. You two, I heard there's a car party in town. How about we go together? Li Wei immediately responded, of course we'll go. With you leading the team in a Bugatti, our team will definitely be the center of attention at this gathering. Zhang Qi also agreed, no problem. Although my Audi R8 is not as good as Bugatti, it can still be used for a show. Okay, then on the day of the party, we will make some big noise to let everyone know how powerful the small town team is. After Xin Feng finished speaking, he began to think about how to attract the most attention. 3 days later, on the day of the party. The gathering place was the town's largest open square, which was surrounded by various vehicles. Most of them were ordinary cars, but there were also a few high-end luxury cars that attracted attention. Just as everyone was talking around a few Porsches, a low and rich engine sound broke the noise in the square. Buzz. A Bugatti Veyron drove into the square first, its black and gold paintwork dazzling in the sun, followed closely by a red Ferrari F8 and a blue Lamborghini Huracan. A small convoy of 3 luxury cars slowly drove into the square and instantly became the focus of the audience. Oh my god! Bugatti, Ferrari, Lamborghini, what kind of amazing lineup is this? That Bugatti logo looks like it's inlaid with diamonds? That's too extravagant. Quickly take a picture of this, you don't see this kind of scene once a year. Xin Feng sat in the Bugatti, watching the gradually gathering attention around him, a smile on his face. He knew that this gathering was already halfway to success. After getting off the car, Li Wei and Zhang Qi also got out of their respective luxury cars. They stood beside Xin Feng, feeling both excited and proud. Brother Xin, thanks to your Bugatti today, our team is probably the strongest in the whole field. Li Wei said in a low voice. Of course. Zhang Qi added with a smile, "Look at those Porsche owners. They were so proud just now, but now they dare not speak." Xin Feng glanced around and noticed that many people were shooting videos with their mobile phones, and several internet anchors were broadcasting live. "Now that we are here, we need to let more people know about our existence." Xin Feng smiled slightly and turned to walk towards the host of the square. "Drift show?" The host asked in surprise after hearing Xin Feng's suggestion. "You mean a live drift show with a Bugatti?" "That's right, and there are 3 luxury cars together." Xin Feng said confidently, "I checked the venue, it's safe enough. Just give us 10 minutes, and I guarantee that the audience will remember this party." The host was obviously moved by this proposal and quickly arranged for people to vacate the venue. Soon, 3 luxury cars slowly drove into the center of the field. Under Xin Feng's command, the Bugatti took the lead, and the Ferrari and Lamborghini flanked from either side, and the 3 cars began a dazzling drifting show. The roar of the engine, the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground, and the cool smoke effects instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. "This is so cool. 3 luxury cars drifting together, the visual impact is so strong. Shoot it and post it on TikTok, this video will definitely go viral. This party is really worth it. It's the first time I've seen such a high-end luxury car team." 10 minutes later, 3 luxury cars slowly stopped and the audience burst into warm applause and cheers. As the crowd of onlookers continued to grow, Xin Feng heard the system's notification tone. Ding! Mission completed. The number of on-site spectators reached over 2,000. The reward of using the private track worth 5 million has been unlocked. Reward description: the private racetrack is located in the suburbs of this city, equipped with top-level track design and racing services, and can be freely used by the host and luxury teams. A private racetrack? Xin Feng felt excited. It seems my luxury car has found a more suitable stage. After the party, Xin Feng's Bugatti and luxury car fleet became the hottest topics of the evening. Videos of him and his fleet quickly went viral on various social media platforms. Bugatti drift is so shocking. The small-town racing king. The top luxury car team swept the party. When will we have a private racetrack here? Seeing these comments, Xin Feng's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that this was just the beginning of his journey of showing off his wealth, and there would be more shocking scenes in the future. The day after the party, Xin Feng received a call from Lin Wanner. "I heard that your drifting performance yesterday was amazing." Lin Wanner's voice was still a little cold, but there was a hint of curiosity in her words. "It's okay, just for entertainment," Xin Feng said casually. "A friend of mine is organizing a cocktail party this weekend, and many business people will be coming. Are you interested in going with us?" Lin Wanner asked. "Cocktail party?" Xin Feng was slightly stunned, then agreed with a smile. "Okay, I just want to meet these people." After hanging up the phone, Xin Feng felt a faint sense of anticipation. He knew that connecting with higher-level people was an important step in showing off one's wealth, and this cocktail party might be a good opportunity. Chapter 6: Entering High Society for the First Time, Showing Off Wealth and Opportunities Coexist. Early in the morning, Xin Feng turned on his phone and saw a message from Lin Wanner. "There's a cocktail party on the rooftop of the Grand Hyatt Hotel at 8 o'clock tonight. Many business celebrities will be attending. Remember to dress formally. It seems this cocktail party is not simple." Xin Feng's heart moved, and then he replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely be there." Although the other party's words were still cold, Xin Feng could feel that after her performance over this period of time, Lin Wanner's attitude towards him had changed. "Since it's a cocktail party, I have to look stylish." He picked up the car keys and prepared to pick out a suitable suit. He also decided to drive a modified Bugatti to the party, showing off his wealthy attitude. In the evening, the rooftop of the Grand Hyatt Hotel was ablaze with lights, and luxury cars gathered. Maseratis and Porsches slowly drove into the parking lot, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, a low engine sound was heard, and a Bugatti painted in black and gold slowly drove in. The diamond logo sparkled under the lights, and it instantly became the focus of the audience. "Fuck, why is this Bugatti so luxurious? Diamond car logo, how much does this modification cost? Who is this big guy? When did this kind of person appear in the car circle of our town?" Everyone stopped and stared at the car. When Xin Feng, wearing a well-tailored suit, stepped out of the car, the whole scene was silent for a few seconds. "It seems that my presence has a good effect." Xin Feng smiled indifferently, handed the car keys to the parking attendant, and walked into the hotel calmly. In the reception hall, elegant people were in fine attire, and the air was filled with the clinking of glasses. Lynn Warner, dressed in a black gown, stood elegantly among the group, becoming the center of attention. Sheen Fong walked over and greeted him with a smile. "Boss Lin, you are so charming today." Lynn Warner glanced at him, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "Today is not the time to joke around. There are many people here who are difficult to deal with." Sheen Fong shrugged. "It's okay, I just need to be myself." Lynn Warner was about to say something when a slightly provocative voice interrupted her. "This is the legendary Bugatti owner, right?" Sheen Fong turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a blue suit walking towards him with a glass of wine in his hand and a faint smile on his face. "I'm Zhao Qiming, the head of the Zhao Group." The man in the blue suit stretched out his hand, his tone slightly arrogant. Sheen Fong shook his hand and responded calmly. "Sheen Fong, a freelancer in a small town." Zhao Qiming chuckled and glanced at Sheen Fong. "Freelancer? How interesting. This is the first time I've seen a freelancer driving a Bugatti." When the people around heard this, they all smiled meaningfully. Obviously, Zhao Qiming meant that he didn't believe Sheen Fong had real financial resources. Sheen Fong smiled calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. "Mr. Zhao, you're joking. Sometimes your career isn't important. What's important is whether you have the ability to enjoy life." Zhao Qiming was slightly startled, then he laughed out loud. "Well said. Then we must have a good chat tonight." When the dinner reached its climax, a small charity auction was arranged at the reception, and many business leaders made donations. The first lot to be auctioned was a famous calligraphy and painting, with a starting price of 200,000 yuan. Zhao Qiming was the first to bid, 300,000 yuan. The others hesitated for a while and then began to raise the price. Sheen Fong stood aside, holding a wine glass. He had initially shown little interest in this kind of auction. But when the price reached 500,000, he suddenly raised his hand and said, 800,000. The whole audience was in an uproar. "This kid, why is he so ruthless? Just now I thought he was just an ordinary guy showing off his car, but now I don't understand." Zhao Qiming glanced at Sheen Fong, smiled faintly, and raised the price, 1 million. Sheen Feng's eyes were calm as he raised his hand again, 1.5 million. The whole scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Zhao Qiming, waiting for him to raise the price again. Zhao Qiming frowned, and finally put down the number plate in his hand, smiling slightly. "Mr. Qin is indeed a young and promising man. You can take this painting." The host struck the gavel, announcing the auction was complete. Sheen Fong stepped forward, paid, and then handed the painting to a nearby staff member. "Donate it to the charity foundation. It's my humble token of appreciation." This action made everyone in the audience look at Sheen Fong with admiration. This young man is not only rich, but also knows how to behave. No wonder he drives a Bugatti, he seems to be quite capable. After the dinner, Sheen Fong drove out of the hotel. Just as he was on his way home, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed. Attend a high-class cocktail party for the first time and become the center of attention. Reward: exclusive insurance coverage for a luxury car worth 2 million. Reward description: exclusive luxury car insurance covers vehicle accidents, natural disasters and modification losses, fully protecting the host's assets. This system is really thoughtful. Sheen Fong couldn't help but smile. With this insurance, my Bugatti and other luxury cars can rest assured. After returning to his residence, Sheen Fong was about to rest when he received a text message from an unfamiliar number. "Young man, you're playing it too high. Don't think you can rest easy just because you beat me once." Sheen Fong frowned, vaguely guessing that it was sent by Zhao Qiming. "It seems that this circle is not as simple as I thought." He gripped the phone tightly, a cold look flashing in his eyes. "But no one can stop me from showing off my wealth." Chapter 7: The competition in the upper class, showing its edge for the first time. The next morning, Sheen Fong woke up and was about to check the system interface when his phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. "Mr. Qin, right? I'm Mr. Zhang, who I met at the cocktail party yesterday. I heard you drive a Bugatti Veyron. Would you like to meet and chat sometime?" After hanging up the phone, Sheen Fong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It seems that luxury cars are not only a tool for showing off wealth, but also the key to the upper class. In the following hours, he received several similar calls from people who knew or noticed him at the party and wanted to establish contact with him. Interesting, the rules of the upper class are really simple and straightforward. Sheen Fong muttered and decided to select a few people to meet and see what opportunities these new relationships would bring. In the afternoon, Xin Feng drove his Bugatti to a high-end cafe to meet Mr. Wang, an entrepreneur who had attended the cocktail party yesterday. When Mr. Wang saw Xin Feng, he shook his hand enthusiastically. "Mr. Qin, you are young and promising. Your performance yesterday was really impressive." Xin Feng smiled slightly. "Mr. Wang, thank you for the compliment. I just happened to be interested, so I participated in the auction." When the two were chatting happily, a slightly sarcastic voice suddenly interrupted them. "Young man, I heard that you were the talk of the town at the party yesterday?" Xin Feng looked up and saw Zhao Qiming. He was holding a cup of coffee and had a half smile on his face. "Mr. Zhao." Xin Feng greeted calmly, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Zhao Qiming sat down slowly, his eyes filled with a hint of provocation. Yesterday's performance was indeed good, but in this industry, you can't just rely on a Bugatti to gain a foothold. Noticing the tension, Mr. Wang quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. "Two young men, we're all friends. Let's collaborate more often if we have the chance." Zhao Qiming didn't respond, but sneered, "Since you like showing off your cars, why don't we have a team showdown to see whose car is more powerful?" Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Team showdown? How does it work?" Zhao Qiming gently stirred his coffee. "It's simple. In 2 days, I'll gather my team for a race at the racetrack on the outskirts of the city. Your Bugatti is nice, but I'd like to see what other cars you can come up with." Xin Feng smiled calmly. "Okay, see you in 2 days." As soon as I got home, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! New mission triggered: participate in the suburban team showdown and win the race with an absolute advantage. Completion reward: a global limited edition luxury car Pagani Huayra worth 30 million. Task deadline: complete within 48 hours. Seeing the mission reward, Xin Feng was excited. A Pagani Huayra is the ultimate dream for car fans. "Zhao Qiming, this time I'm not only going to beat you, but I'm going to beat you beautifully." He immediately picked up his phone and contacted Li Wei and Zhang Qi. "There's a team showdown in 2 days. Are you interested in participating?" Li Wei on the other end of the phone said excitedly, "Duel? Interesting, count me in." Zhang Qi also readily agreed. "Brother Qin, we must crush them this time." The next morning, Xin Feng brought the team to his private track and began to prepare for the race. 3 luxury cars, Bugatti, Ferrari and Lamborghini, were parked quietly on the runway, their bodies shining in the sun. "Brother Qin, this duel is a good opportunity for us to make a name for ourselves. We must win." Li Wei rubbed his hands, obviously looking forward to the game. Xin Feng nodded, his eyes firm. Zhao Qiming has a wide network of contacts, and his team should be pretty good. However, we only need to do one thing: win beautifully. He then arranged for the technical team to adjust the fleet to ensure that each car was in optimal condition. 2 days later, at the suburban racetrack, Zhao Qiming's motorcade had arrived first, with 5 luxury cars lined up in a row, including a McLaren, a Porsche 911 and a top-of-the-line modified Audi RS7. The lineup should not be underestimated. Seeing Xin Feng's convoy approaching, Zhao Qiming sneered, "It seems your lineup is just so-so." After Xin Feng got out of the car, he said lightly, "The result of the game is the most important thing. Mr. Zhao, there's no need to jump to conclusions too quickly. The competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is a straight-line acceleration race, and the second round is a drift showdown on a complex track." At the starting line, Bugatti and McLaren stood side by side, and the roar of their engines shook the entire audience. As the starting gun sounded, Bugatti rushed out like an arrow, leaving McLaren far behind in a few seconds. "Oh my God! This Bugatti is so fast. McLaren is no match at all." At the end of the first round, Xin Feng's Bugatti won the championship without any suspense. The second round was even more intense, with Zhao Qiming's team taking the lead with their skillful operation. However, Xin Feng's Ferrari and Lamborghini showed amazing handling performance on the track. When the last car crossed the finish line, the result was no longer in doubt. Xin Feng's team won the race with absolute advantage. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause. Zhao Qiming's face turned pale. He snorted coldly and turned away. After the game, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed, reward unlocked, the world's limited edition luxury car Pagani Huayra, registered to the host. Reward description: the vehicle has been parked in the system-designated garage. Please retrieve it as soon as possible. Xin Feng looked at the task interface, feeling satisfied. Zhao Qiming, this is just the beginning. Next, you'll see more reasons for me to be high profile. Chapter 8, Limited Edition Luxury Cars Arrived, Showing Off Wealth Enters a New Stage. The next morning, Qin Feng arrived at the luxury car garage designated by the system. As soon as he entered the garage, a limited edition Pagani Huayra was parked quietly under the lights, like a meticulously crafted work of art. The car is painted in silver gray metallic, with elegant and flowing lines, and the scissor doors create a unique sense of technology. The interior seats are made of hand-stitched red and black leather, exuding luxury. System prompt: the host has successfully obtained the Pagani Huayra, a limited edition car with only 100 units produced. The vehicle's performance has been optimized, and the driving experience will far exceed that of ordinary models. Qin Feng walked around the car, gently touching every detail of the body, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. The system's move is indeed generous. This car is a true symbol of super rich. He opened the car door and got in the driver's seat. The moment he started the engine, a low and powerful roar filled the entire garage. With this car, I'm afraid no one can compete with me in the car circle of this town. Qin Feng raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng drove the Pagani onto the main road in the city. Even in a town full of luxury cars, the appearance of the Pagani Huayra still caused a huge sensation. What kind of car is this? A Pagani? One of those limited edition ones? Oh my god, this car must be worth more than 30 million. The owner is the same wealthy man who drove the Bugatti before. Has the wealthy circle in this town become so complicated? Passers-by around took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and even the owners of other luxury cars parked nearby couldn't help but cast envious glances. To further attract attention, Qin Feng drove the car to an open square and parked it right in the middle. After he got out of the car, the crowd of onlookers immediately surrounded him. Brother, is this car really worth 30 million? Car owner, what do you do? How come you have so many luxury cars? Can you take a video? I want to post it on WeChat Moments. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Take a picture, this car is meant to be shared. Soon, Pagani's photos and videos were posted on the town's popular social media platform, triggering tens of thousands of reposts and discussions in just a few hours. In the evening, when Qin Feng parked his car back in the garage, he received a call from Li Wei. Brother Qin, you drove a new car today? Pagani Huayra? This is a limited edition car in the world. Li Wei's tone was full of excitement and envy. Qin Feng responded with a smile. Why, you don't dare to play anymore? How dare I not play? We have to go and see cars like this. I just heard that Zhao Qiming is also going to have a luxury car party and has invited quite a few people. Do you want to go and have a look? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Zhao Qiming's party? Interesting, then I must go and join in the fun. 3 days later, Zhao Qiming's luxury car party officially began at the town's largest open-air racetrack. The venue was filled with all kinds of high-end luxury cars, including Ferraris, McLarens, and Porsches, and the owners stood in groups of 3 or 5 to chat. Boss Zhao's fleet is truly extraordinary. This gathering is much larger than the last one. I heard he even invited a few online anchors to live stream it. I think it's going to be a big hit. Who's the focus this time? It should be Mr. Zhao's McLaren P1, a limited edition supercar worth tens of millions. Zhao Qiming, wearing a neat suit, stood beside his car with a confident smile on his face. He knew that this gathering was a good opportunity for him to establish his influence in the automotive industry. Just as he was talking to someone, a familiar roar of an engine came from the distance. Buzz buzz. Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw a silver-gray Pagani Huayra slowly driving into the venue. The strong visual impact instantly overwhelmed all other vehicles. Oh shit! It's a Pagani Huayra! A limited edition. Isn't this car rarer than the McLaren P1? Who's the owner? It's Qin Feng, the wealthy Bugatti owner. Zhao Qiming's smile froze instantly, his eyes fixed on Pagani, his expression gloomy and uncertain. After Qin Feng got off the car, the crowd quickly gathered around him. His aura completely suppressed Zhao Qiming's presence. Brother Qin, once you show this car, everyone in the audience will be silent. Li Wei squeezed into the crowd and said excitedly. Qin Feng smiled and said, I just came to join in the fun at Mr. Zhao's party. I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. The people around him were talking about it. Zhao Qiming suppressed his dissatisfaction and walked forward, forcing a smile. Mr. Qin, your car is indeed very good. However, the luxury car is just an appetizer. The main theme of the party is to see the driving skills. I wonder if you are interested in showing it off. Driving skills? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Of course, no problem. But Mr. Zhao has to accompany me, otherwise it won't be lively enough. Zhao Qiming's eyes darkened, and he finally nodded in agreement, then let everyone see who was the real king of the car circle. Just before the game started, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! New mission triggered, win the race at Zhao Qiming's luxury car party with a Pagani Huayra. Completion reward, top-tier garage expansion service worth 20 million. Task time limit, complete within 3 hours. Expand the garage? It seems that my luxury car fleet will be further expanded. Qin Feng felt excited and immediately sat in the driver's seat of Pagani, ready for the race. Chapter 9, Driving Skills Showdown, King of the Circle. Zhao Qiming's luxury car party was completely ignited by Qin Feng's arrival, and everyone was looking forward to the upcoming driving skills showdown. The racetrack was already packed with spectators, their mobile phones and cameras all pointed at the two top luxury cars in the center of the venue, the Pagani Huayra and the McLaren P1. This showdown is sure to be exciting. One is a limited edition Pagani, and the other is Mr. Zhao's modified McLaren P1. Who do you think will win? I think Pagani is more handsome, but McLaren may have better performance. How's Qin Feng's driving skills? I've never heard of him participating in a competition before. While everyone was talking, Qin Feng and Zhao Qiming got into their respective cars. The sound of the racing car engines began to roar, and the tension in the air quickly rose. The host picked up the microphone and announced the rules of the competition. The competition is divided into 2 rounds, straight-line acceleration race and slalom drift race. The winner is the one with the highest total score in each round, and the loser must acknowledge the other as the leader of the circle on the spot. Hearing the words car circle leader, Zhao Qiming sneered, Qin Feng, this is not a competition that can be won with just a luxury car. I hope you won't let me down. Qin Feng responded calmly, Boss Zhao, after the game, I hope you can still laugh. 2 luxury cars stopped at the starting line and the referee raised the flag to count down. 3, 2, 1. The moment the flag dropped, the McLaren and Pagani rushed out almost simultaneously, the 2 cars moving like 2 streaks of lightning on the track, their speed so fast that it was dazzling. The McLaren P1 took the lead for a while thanks to its extremely strong acceleration performance, but in the middle stage, Pagani quickly caught up with its system-optimized power output, and finally crossed the finish line first with a slight advantage. The scene suddenly erupted in warm cheers. Too strong. Pagani actually overtook us. This car's performance is outrageous, you can't tell it's a street-class car. Qin Feng won the first round. Zhao Qiming's face was clearly dismal after he got out of the car. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, the speed race is just a warm-up. Slalom drifting is the real test of your skills. The second round of slalom drifting is more spectacular. The track is full of obstacles, requiring drivers to accurately control the vehicle's trajectory while driving at high speed and complete continuous drifting actions. Zhao Qiming was the first to take the stage. His McLaren sped along the track. Every turn and drift was extremely smooth. The arc swung out by the rear end of the car even caused exclamations from the onlookers. Boss Zhao's skills are really strong, they are indeed professional level. This drift arc is so perfect, McLaren is really amazing. Qin Feng is under a lot of pressure. After completing the slalom, Zhao Qiming got out of the car, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at Qin Feng with a provocative smile. Do you think you still have a chance of winning this round? Qin Feng walked towards the Pagani calmly, touched the car body gently, and then sat in the driver's seat. The outcome depends on the end. When the Pagani rushed onto the track, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Its silver-gray body shone in the sun, and the flames spewing from the rear of the car looked like a roaring beast. At the first corner, Pagani drifted through at almost the maximum speed. The curve of the rear of the car was as precise as a curve drawn by a brush, without any mistakes at all. At the second corner, Qin Feng once again demonstrated the powerful performance of Pagani. When drifting, the rear end of the car was only a few centimeters away from the obstacle, but it never touched it. At the last corner, he simply did a 360-degree drift, and after passing the finish line steadily, the engine emitted a deafening roar. The whole audience suddenly boiled over. Holy crap! 360-degree drift, this technique is amazing. This is no longer something an ordinary driver can do. Qin Feng is too strong. Zhao Qiming is no match for him. He's definitely going to lose this fight. The referee raised the microphone and announced, after 2 rounds of combined scoring, the final winner is Xin Feng. The crowd immediately erupted in applause and cheers. Zhao Qiming's face was extremely grim, and he clenched his fists, looking very unwilling. Mr. Zhao, the results of the competition are out. I wonder if you accept the title of leader of the racing circle. Xin Feng walked over, his tone calm, but with a hint of provocation. Zhao Qiming gritted his teeth and finally squeezed out a sentence. Mr. Qin's strength is indeed extraordinary. This time I admit defeat. Thank you. Xin Feng smiled slightly, turned around and waved to the audience, and the scene was instantly filled with cheers. After returning to the car, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed, reward unlocked, top-level garage expansion service worth 20 million. Note, garage expansion has begun, including a high-end vehicle display area, a constant temperature storage environment, and racing simulation facilities, and is expected to be completed within a week. Xin Feng looked at the system interface, his heart filled with anticipation. With this garage, my luxury car fleet can be further expanded. That night, when Xin Feng was about to rest, he received an anonymous text message on his phone. Young man, you did win the competition, but in this world, the competition is just the beginning. You may not win the next battle. Seeing the text message, Xin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Zhao Qiming, I'm here to accompany you anytime. Chapter 10, Luxury Car Expansion Plan and Unexpected Business Opportunities. A week later, Xin Feng's top-level garage expansion was finally completed. When he walked into the garage, the scene before him amazed him. The new garage is divided into 3 levels. The basement level is the vehicle storage area, equipped with a constant temperature and humidity control system to ensure that each vehicle is kept in optimal condition. The first floor above ground is the luxury car display area, where each car has its own dedicated booth equipped with spotlights and information screens detailing the vehicle's performance and history. The second floor is a leisure and entertainment area, which includes a racing simulator, lounge and private meeting area, just like a top private club. The most stunning thing was the rotating display stand in the center of the garage, currently housing Xin Feng's newly acquired Bugatti Huayra. The spotlight shone on the car, reflecting a dazzling light that was hard to look away from. This place is simply a paradise tailor-made for luxury car lovers. Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The system prompt sounded. Expansion completed, the garage can now accommodate 30 luxury cars, and the expansion costs have been paid in full. 30 cars? Looks like I have to speed up and fill these positions. Xin Feng said to himself with a smile, then opened the system interface to check the next task. Ding! New mission triggered, invest in a promising local company, complete initial control, and become the largest shareholder. Completion reward, a private helicopter worth 5 million. Task time limit, complete within 10 days. Xin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly after seeing the task, investment holding? Is the system going to let me advance from showing off my wealth to capital operation? He knew that this mission was different from simple consumption in the past. Investment in holding required vision and judgment, and the returns were more far-reaching. A private helicopter? This reward is very tempting, but the investment project must be selected carefully. He thought to himself. Xin Feng sat in the reception area on the second floor of the garage and began to screen local companies using the investment analysis tools provided by the system. After some research, he targeted 3 companies. 1. A high-end restaurant chain brand, specializing in high-end Chinese and Western cuisine, with huge expansion potential. 2. A new energy vehicle startup company with independently developed battery technology, but with problems with its funding chain. 3. A luxury car modification studio, focusing on the top customer market, which is in line with his luxury car circle. High-end catering is stable, and new energy vehicles have a bright future, but luxury car modification is more in line with my current situation. Xin Feng weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and finally decided to give priority to inspecting luxury car modification studios. The next day, Xin Feng drove his Ferrari to a luxury car modification studio in the city. The studio was small, but the several modified luxury cars parked at the door were eye-catching enough. As he walked into the store, a young man in work clothes came up to him and said, "Welcome, sir. How can I help you?" "I'm not here to modify the car. I want to talk to your boss," Xin Feng said lightly. The young man was stunned for a moment, then quickly invited the boss, a sturdy man in his 30s, out. He was obviously a little surprised by Xin Feng's arrival, but still warmly invited him to sit down. "I am the owner of this store, Zhou Peng. May I ask who you are?" Zhou Peng asked. "Xin Feng, I want to know about the operation of your studio." Qin Feng said directly. Zhou Peng was a little confused about Qin Feng's intentions at first, but as the communication deepened, he gradually let down his guard. Through Zhou Peng's introduction, Qin Feng learned that this studio specializes in luxury car modifications, and its clients are mostly local wealthy people, and some even come from surrounding cities. However, due to limited operating funds, their expansion plans have been delayed. Our team has the technology and creativity, but lacks financial support, Zhou Peng said with a wry smile. Right now, we can only take routine orders, which is a waste of potential. Qin Feng smiled slightly. If I am willing to invest and let you expand your scale, what are the conditions? Zhou Peng's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly calmed down. If you are willing to become a major shareholder, I can release 60% of the shares, provided that you can support us in building a larger factory and purchasing more high-end equipment. Okay, let's discuss the specific investment amount and cooperation model in detail. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, having already made a decision in his heart. After returning home, Qin Feng used the business analysis tools provided by the system to conduct a detailed assessment of the investment's potential. The results showed that if the studio successfully expanded, its revenue would increase more than fivefold over the next 3 years. It seems that this investment is a sure win. He decisively started the funding and completed the equity acquisition agreement through a professional team. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed. The host has successfully invested in and acquired a controlling stake in a luxury car modification studio, becoming the largest shareholder. Reward: a private helicopter worth 5 million has been registered to the host. Reward description: the private helicopter has been parked at the suburban airport and can be picked up and used at any time. A private helicopter? Now I have one more way to show off my wealth. Qin Feng sighed with a smile. I guess I need to find an opportunity to make good use of it. A few days later, the equity transfer of the modification studio was officially completed. Zhou Peng invited Qin Feng to attend their expansion plan press conference, hoping to use this opportunity to promote the new cooperation. On the day of the press conference, the scene was decorated extremely luxuriously. Qin Feng's Bugatti and Ferrari were parked at the entrance as the treasures of the store, attracting countless eyes. However, just as the press conference was going smoothly, a strange man suddenly appeared and said provocatively, "A modification studio? It's just a small workshop to make a little money. Mr. Qin, this kind of investment is a bit cheap for you, isn't it?" Qin Feng looked up at the other person, who was Zhao Qiming. "Mr. Zhao, it seems that you are very interested in our plan. Would you like to consider joining?" Qin Feng smiled indifferently, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Zhao Qiming snorted coldly. "I will let you know that this kind of small project is not enough to gain a foothold in the upper-class circle." After saying that, he turned and left, but Qin Feng could see the unwillingness in his expression. "Zhao Qiming, you can play however you want. From now on, it will be my stage alone." Qin Feng's eyes were firm, and he already had a plan for the next step in his mind. Chapter 11: The First Battle of the Modification Studio and Zhao Qiming's Conspiracy. After Qin Feng acquired a controlling stake in the modification studio, he personally participated in the team's planning. To enhance the studio's brand influence, he decided to focus his first effort on a large-scale luxury car show. Zhou Peng reported confidently, "Boss Qin, we have contacted several local luxury car clubs, and they are all willing to participate in this event. With the addition of your luxury car fleet, this event will definitely attract enough attention." Qin Feng nodded, then asked, "Have the equipment and technology been improved?" This time, the modified car must be done to perfection, otherwise it won't create a shocking effect. Several modified cars are already being produced in the factory. They all use top-notch parts and will definitely be eye-catching. Zhou Peng replied. Qin Feng said with satisfaction, "Very good, then we will fully prepare for this exhibition. This is the studio's first tough battle, and we must win." Meanwhile, Zhao Qiming was quite disdainful of Qin Feng's modification studio, but he also didn't want to see it gain a foothold in the luxury car industry. He gathered his team and planned to create some surprises during the exhibition. Although Qin Feng has several luxury cars, he doesn't understand the rules of this circle at all. Since he wants to use modified cars to open up the market, we will make his first battle his last. Zhao Qiming said with a sneer. "Mr. Zhao, what do you mean?" asked a subordinate. "The biggest fear with modified cars is technical errors. If we let him make any mistakes during the demonstration, his studio's reputation will be ruined." Zhao Qiming's eyes were cold. "Remember, do it cleanly and don't leave any handles." 2 weeks later, the luxury car show was held as scheduled. This time, the event was held in the city's largest commercial center square, attracting countless luxury car enthusiasts and internet celebrities. Xin Feng's fleet of cars was the center of attention at the exhibition. His Bugatti, Pagani, and Ferrari were parked on 3 separate stands, while the 3 custom-made cars from his modification studio were located in the center. These modified cars look really cool. I heard they're all built with top-notch parts. This studio is quite powerful. Xin Feng came well prepared this time. Look, that modified Lamborghini has dynamic lighting effects on its body. It's amazing. The crowd's reaction filled Xin Feng with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that this event had initially achieved its intended effect. Just when the modified car display was halfway through, a Lamborghini suddenly emitted thick smoke and then the engine stopped running. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. What's wrong with this car? Isn't it said to be a top-level modification? It's so embarrassing that something went wrong on the spot. It seems the studio has overhyped itself. Zhou Peng and his team members' faces changed drastically, and they hurried forward to check the situation. However, no matter how they checked, the problem seemed to be beyond their control. Mr. Qin, the engine control module of this car seems to have been tampered with. Zhou Peng said in a low voice, his expression full of anxiety. Xin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he whispered, "Control the situation first and don't let the crowd get out of control. I'll take care of the rest." Xin Feng walked up to the booth, picked up the microphone, and said calmly, "Everyone, I'm very sorry that there were some problems with this modified car during the display. But please rest assured that this is a technical adjustment issue within our studio and is definitely not a product quality issue." He pointed to the 2 modified cars next to him and continued, "If you have any questions about our modification technology, you can come and experience it at any time. I am willing to accept any questions from you." Afterwards, he invited several audience members to sit in the modified car and personally demonstrated the performance of the vehicle to them. After a detailed explanation and test, the audience's attitude gradually changed. This technique is really good. It might just have been an accident. Xin Feng's attitude is quite sincere. This event is worth watching. The performance of the modified cars is indeed very strong. The one just now might be an exception. After the event, Xin Feng tasked Zhou Peng with thoroughly investigating the cause of the Lamborghini's malfunction. The technical team quickly uncovered crucial evidence: the engine modules program had been tampered with, clearly an act of sabotage. It was Zhao Qiming who did it. Xin Feng sneered, "In this circle, he wants to use this method to suppress me. He underestimates me." Zhou Peng asked, "Boss Qin, do you want to call the police?" "No rush." Xin Feng shook his head. He definitely won't do this kind of thing himself, and the evidence may not point to him. But I will let him know the price of provoking me. That night, the system's prompt sounded in Xin Feng's mind. Ding! Mission completed. The luxury car showcase was successfully held, and the modification studio has initially opened up the market. Reward: a gift package of top-tier luxury car modification parts worth 5 million has been sent to the studio account. Xin Feng opened the system interface and saw that the accessories gift package list contained many top-level accessories and exclusive modification tools. These resources would undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength of the studio. This reward from the system comes just in time. With these resources, it's my turn to take the initiative. Xin Feng already had a plan in mind. A few days later, Xin Feng received an invitation letter from Zhao Qiming. "Mr. Qin, there's a luxury car auction next week. I heard you've been doing quite well in the modified car world recently. How about coming and seeing what the real luxury car world is like?" Xin Feng put down the invitation with a cold smile. "Zhao Qiming, are you afraid that your defeat is not complete enough? Since you have taken the initiative to come to me, then I will accompany you to the end." Chapter 12: Luxury Car Auction. A week later, Xin Feng packed up and prepared to go to the luxury car auction that Zhao Qiming had invited him to. The auction would be held on the top floor of the city's most luxurious 5-star hotel, bringing together top luxury car collectors and enthusiasts from across the country. Xin Feng opened the system interface and checked the current assets and tasks. He knew that Zhao Qiming's invitation was not just a gesture of goodwill, but was likely hiding a greater conspiracy. System prompt. New task triggered: participate in a luxury car auction and bid for at least one top luxury car. Completion reward: a customized private license plate worth 8 million. Customized license plate? Xin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. This thing is a symbol of status. It seems that going to the auction is not in vain. He changed into a well-tailored black custom suit, walked to the center of the garage in shiny leather shoes, and chose the most eye-catching Pagani Huayra as his travel vehicle. Since we want to play, let them see what real display means. Xin Feng said to himself, starting the engine and driving towards the auction venue. When Xin Feng's Pagani drove into the hotel parking lot, it immediately caused a commotion. Isn't this Xin Feng's car? Pagani Huayra, a global limited edition. Why is he here? I heard he recently opened a modification studio. This auction will be exciting. Zhao Qiming is also here. Inside the hall, the lights were bright and the atmosphere elegant. Dozens of models of top luxury cars were displayed on the stands, each accompanied by detailed auction information. These included limited edition Ferraris, vintage Lamborghinis, and Bugatti special editions worth tens of millions. As soon as Xin Feng entered the venue, he attracted a lot of attention. Some business people took the initiative to greet him, saying, "Mr. Qin, I've heard of your great name for a long time. It's an honor to meet you today. Zhao Qiming has helped me gain a lot of connections." Xin Feng responded with a smile, and took the opportunity to expand his social circle. Not far away, Zhao Qiming was talking in a low voice with several business friends. When he saw Xin Feng, he took the initiative to walk over with a meaningful smile on his face. "Mr. Qin, I didn't expect you to be interested in luxury car auctions." Xin Feng responded calmly, "Since Mr. Zhao has invited me so kindly, I naturally have to come and see it for myself." Zhao Qiming feigned surprise and said, "Today's auction isn't cheap. Many cars have starting prices exceeding 10 million. If Mr. Qin is interested, he should seize the opportunity." Xin Feng looked at Zhao Qiming's expression and knew that he was trying to humiliate him through this auction. He smiled slightly and said, "Then it depends on whether I have a car I like." Zhao Qiming sneered and whispered to the people around him, "Just wait, he definitely won't dare to do it." The auction officially began, and the first car was a limited edition Ferrari Enzo with a starting price of 12 million. As soon as the host announced the price, several bidders raised their placards, 13 million, 14 million. Zhao Qiming took the initiative and shouted directly, 15 million. After he made the bid, many people in the venue gave up the competition, but Xin Feng raised his number plate and said calmly, 16 million. The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone turned their eyes to Xin Feng. Xin Feng is really brave. This is a bidding worth tens of millions. Isn't he trying to get into a fight with Zhao Qiming? Now we're going to have a good show. Zhao Qiming's face darkened and he raised the price to 17 million. Xin Feng raised his hand again without hesitation, 18 million. Zhao Qiming gritted his teeth and didn't raise the price any further. He knew that the market price of this car was around 19 million, and it was no longer worthwhile to raise the price any further. The host banged the gavel, 18 million, done. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Ferrari Enzo. Xin Feng calmly walked forward and signed the bidding agreement, causing an uproar in the audience. During a break in the auction, Zhao Qiming stepped aside and whispered to his assistant, "Contact those sellers and ask them to raise the prices of a few more cars. I want to see how long Xin Feng can hold out." The assistant nodded and left, and soon pulled several auction item sellers into Zhao Qiming's plan. Meanwhile, Xin Feng was leisurely drinking red wine in the backstage lounge. He had already noticed Zhao Qiming's actions, but he didn't take them seriously. "Zhao Qiming, your methods are too low level." Xin Feng smiled indifferently, and already had a plan in mind. As the auction was coming to an end, the finale item finally appeared, the Bugatti Chiron Per Sport Special Edition, with a starting price of 30 million. The design of this car is inspired by Bugatti's racing culture. Only 20 units will be produced. It is a coveted collectible for car fans around the world, the host introduced excitedly. As soon as the bidding began, the price soared, 32 million, 35 million, 38 million. Zhao Qiming sneered and raised his number plate, 40 million. The whole audience was in an uproar. This price was beyond the affordability of most bidders. However, Xin Feng slowly raised the number plate, 41 million. Zhao Qiming frowned immediately and said in a deep voice, 45 million. Xin Feng continued to raise the price without hesitation, 46 million. Zhao Qiming's face became increasingly ugly. He knew that raising the price any further would be too risky, so he had no choice but to give up. The host announced, 46 million, done. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for winning the Bugatti Special Edition. The audience burst into warm applause again, and Xin Feng won the most important item with an overwhelming advantage. After the auction ended, the system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Mission completed. Bid on at least one top-tier luxury car. Reward, customized private license plate worth 8 million, activated. Reward description, the license plate is a unique number that can be bound to any luxury car to enhance the property of showing off wealth. This brand adds the final touch to my fleet of luxury cars. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. After the auction, Zhao Qiming left with a gloomy expression. His plan had not only failed to suppress Qin Feng, but had made him the center of attention. The assistant asked tentatively, "Mr. Zhao, what should we do next?" Zhao Qiming snorted coldly, "This auction is just the beginning. In the next one, I will make sure he can't turn over at all." After returning home, Qin Feng opened the system interface and a new task prompt appeared. New mission trigger, hold a private exhibition of top luxury cars, attracting at least 100 wealthy individuals. Completion reward, a sea view villa worth 50 million. Seeing the task content, Qin Feng smiled, "Sea view villa? This time I'm going for something bigger." Chapter 13, Luxurious Planning of Luxury Car Exhibition. Qin Feng sat in the rest area of the garage, looking through the task interface that the system had just released. Task requirements, hold a private exhibition of top luxury cars and attract at least 100 wealthy people to participate. Completion reward, a sea view villa worth 50 million. Task deadline, complete within 15 days. Sea view villa, this reward from the system is really generous. Qin Feng clicked on the task page and quickly formed a preliminary plan for the exhibition in his mind. He opened the address book and dialed Li Wei. "Li Wei, do you have time recently? I'm planning to hold a private exhibition of luxury cars and I need your help in contacting some people." Li Wei on the other end of the phone said excitedly, "Exhibition? That's a big deal. Don't worry, I know a lot of friends in the luxury car world, and they'll definitely be happy to come and show their support. There's one more condition," Qin Feng added, "this exhibition must be high-end enough, and participants must own at least one top-of-the-line luxury car." "No problem, I'll arrange it right away." Li Wei agreed confidently. To ensure the success of the exhibition, Qin Feng decided to choose the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the city center as the venue. The hotel has a spacious banquet hall and a separate open-air parking lot, which is very suitable for hosting such a high-profile event. He came to the hotel in person to discuss cooperation matters with the general manager. "Mr. Qin, we're very happy to support your exhibition," the general manager said with a smile. "But this event is quite high-profile. Do you need us to provide additional security and media support?" Qin Feng nodded. "Security must be tight to ensure the safety of all participating vehicles. As for the media, this exhibition is mainly aimed at private circles, so it's better to maintain a certain sense of mystery." "I understand. I will arrange for someone to meet your needs throughout the process." The general manager made the decision on the spot, and the venue problem was successfully resolved. The core of the exhibition is luxury cars, and the vehicles on display must be top-notch and rare enough to attract the target audience. Qin Feng brought Zhou Peng to the modification studio and personally supervised the final adjustment of several modified cars. "The dynamic lighting system on this Lamborghini works great. We'll need to tweak the smoothness of the color switching. The Ferrari's body decals need to be replaced with a completely new design to highlight the custom feel. After some fine-tuning, the modified car's charm has been further enhanced, making it one of the highlights of the exhibition." In addition, Qin Feng also plans to put his Pagani Huayra, Bugatti Veyron and Ferrari F8 on the booth as the highlights of the show. With these cars, the exhibition will definitely be full of highlights. Qin Feng said confidently. With Li Wei's help, invitations to the exhibition were sent to people in the luxury car circles in the local area and surrounding cities. The invitations were designed in black and gold, and came with detailed information about the exhibition and photos of Qin Feng's luxury cars. Each one was full of luxury. Soon, the invitation letter caused heated discussions among wealthy circles. "Qin Feng is holding a luxury car exhibition? This is going to be quite a big deal. I heard the exhibition has very high requirements. No one can enter without a luxury car. This is an event for the top circle. I've seen his Bugatti and Pagani, they're truly stunning. I must go and see them this time." The number of invitations quickly exceeded 100, and even some luxury car enthusiasts from other places contacted us to express their willingness to participate in the exhibition. "Brother Qin, your exhibition is going to be a huge hit," Li Wei said excitedly. "My phone is almost flooded with requests for registration these past few days. Very good, but there is one thing to note. Xin Feng said calmly, make sure everyone meets the requirements for participating in the exhibition. Those who come must have a certain status. At the same time, Zhao Qiming also learned about Qin Feng's luxury car exhibition. He said to his assistant with a gloomy expression, this guy is really good at creating gimmicks. He even tried private exhibitions. The assistant asked cautiously, Mr. Zhao, should we go? Zhao Qiming sneered, of course I'll go, but not to show my support. I'll make his exhibition a laughingstock. Afterwards, he contacted several professional car reviewers and internet anchors, planning to create public opinion on the day of the exhibition to damage the image of Qin Feng's event. Since he likes to be high profile, I will make him pay the price. A cold look flashed in Zhao Qiming's eyes. On the day of the exhibition, the open-air parking lot outside the hotel was filled with various luxury cars, including Bugatti, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, etc., each of which was worth a lot of money. Exhibitors, dressed in luxurious gowns, gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to mingle and socialize. Among them were entrepreneurs, investors, and core members of luxury car clubs, representing almost the entire upper-class circle of the region. The standard of this exhibition is too high, not everyone can participate. Look at that Pagani Huayra, it makes my blood boil just by looking at it. Xin Feng has made a big move this time. I think his reputation in the car industry is going to be well known. Xin Feng stood in the center of the exhibition area, receiving countless people's gazes and praise. He knew that this exhibition had been a preliminary success. When the exhibition was in full swing, a live streamer walked into the venue with several professional car reviewers. They pointed at the modified cars and even pointed out a few problems in public. The modification of this car is indeed good, but the details are not perfect enough. Although the dynamic lighting system looks good, it is prone to malfunction in actual use. This kind of modification is still far from the level of the top modification factories. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Can such a common modification be called top tier? It's just an exaggeration, the actual level is not good enough. Disappointed. It seems the capabilities of the modification studio are overestimated. Zhou Peng was so angry that his face turned pale. These people obviously came with a purpose. Mr. Qin, do you want to kick them out? Xin Feng smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, don't worry, since they want to find fault, let them see our true strength. Xin Feng walked up to the booth, picked up the microphone, and spoke to the audience, everyone, thank you for your comments and feedback, but I believe that some things are invisible, for example, the performance of this Pagani Huayra. After saying that, he got into the Pagani, started the engine, and performed an extreme performance demonstration on the spot: rapid sprinting, precise drifting, and sudden braking. Every action was flawless. The roar of the engine shook the entire audience. The audience stared at the Pagani on the track, and the comments in the live broadcast room were also flooded. Fuck, this technique is amazing. The performance of this car is simply unbeatable, there is nothing to criticize. The modification studio is very strong. I am really impressed this time. The internet anchors and car reviewers were completely speechless, and Zhao Qiming's plan failed. After the event ends, the system prompt sound will sound. Ding. Mission completed. Host a private exhibition of top luxury cars, attracting hundreds of wealthy individuals. Reward, a sea view villa worth 50 million, registered to the host. Seeing the reward information, Xin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhao Qiming, I've won completely this time. Now, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Chapter 14, The Stunning Appearance of the Sea View Villa. After completing the luxury car exhibition, Xin Feng couldn't wait to check the details of the Sea View Villa that the system had rewarded him. The system interface displayed a set of photos and the address. The villa was located on a hillside facing the sea, away from the city, with a wide view. Xin Feng drove to his destination. When the Pagani drove into the gate of the villa along the winding mountain road, he was amazed by the scene before him. The villa features a modern design with large exterior walls of floor-to-ceiling glass, allowing for full use of natural light. Facing the villa is an infinity pool lined with tropical plants, creating a private oasis. Standing by the swimming pool, you can overlook the entire bay and hear the sound of waves hitting the rocks clearly. System tip: the Seaview Villa is officially unlocked, including the following facilities. 1. 800 square meters main building, 6 suites, each with private balcony and sea view. 2. The rooftop terrace is equipped with a panoramic glass bar and a private barbecue area. 3. The underground private garage can accommodate 10 luxury cars and is equipped with an elevator directly connected to the living room. 4. Private dock, suitable for yachts and small boats. This is the standard of top-level living. Xin Feng stood on the terrace, breathing the fresh sea breeze, feeling deeply moved. In the next few days, Xin Feng began to familiarize himself with the functions of the villa and invited some friends to visit. Li Wei was the first to arrive, and he was stunned the moment he entered. "Brother Qin, this villa is simply heaven. Living here, what else is there to pursue in life?" Zhang Qi also said, "This environment is amazing. When are you going to hold a party to open everyone's eyes?" Xin Feng smiled and replied, "There must be a party, but before that, I have some things to arrange." He plans to use this Sea View Villa as a new social platform to further expand his network and influence by hosting high-end gatherings, private dinners, and other events. At the same time, Zhao Qiming also learned the news that Qin Feng had obtained the Sea View Villa. He secretly hated Qin Feng and thought that everything Qin Feng did was to steal his limelight. Qin Feng has now become the focus of the entire luxury car circle. If he is allowed to continue to develop, I'm afraid even the upper-class circle will be invaded by him. Zhao Qiming said to his assistant. The assistant asked, "Mr. Zhao, what should we do next?" Zhao Qiming smiled coldly. The luxury car world is his home turf, but real estate is not. He just got the villa, I want to see if he can handle the troubles that come. He immediately contacted some friends in the real estate circle and planned to create some movement around Qin Feng's Sea View Villa. In order to further expand his influence, Qin Feng decided to hold a luxurious sea view party and invite local celebrities, wealthy people, and core members of the luxury car circle to attend. The theme of the party was ultimate luxury. Qin Feng specially exchanged a batch of high-end wines and top-notch meals from the system, and also invited a professional planning team to arrange it. An exquisite lighting system has been set up by the pool, a private bar has been arranged on the terrace, and multiple interactive areas have been set up in the villa, including a luxury car display area, a top-grade cigar tasting area, and live music performances. This party isn't just about showing off my wealth, it's also a brand new social venture, Qin Feng muttered to himself. I need to let more people know that I'm not just a member of the car world, but also the center of the entire upper-class world. On the night of the party, the villa was brightly lit inside and out, celebrities attended in their best attire, and luxury cars filled the private garage and external parking lot. By the swimming pool, several wealthy people in the luxury car circle were chatting with glasses of wine, discussing Qin Feng's recent rise. Qin Feng is really amazing. He can make such a big fuss at such a young age. His Sea View Villa is so enviable. The environment is simply a paradise on earth. I heard he has bigger plans next, and he probably won't stop at the luxury car industry. On the terrace, Qin Feng was chatting and laughing with several entrepreneurs. He knew that these people had different identities and backgrounds, but as long as they seized the opportunity, they could bring him more resources and cooperation. When the party was in full swing, a strange man suddenly broke into the villa. He was dressed in a suit, but his face was a bit unfriendly. You are Qin Feng, right? The man said coldly. I am Zhang Hai, the owner of the villa next door. I have something I want to discuss with you. Qin Feng frowned slightly and asked calmly, Mr. Zhang, is there anything that can't be discussed tomorrow? Tonight is a private party, and it seems inappropriate for you to come uninvited. Zhang Hai sneered, come here uninvited? The noise from your party has seriously affected our surrounding environment. As a neighbor, I have the right to protest to you. Qin Feng chuckled. Mr. Zhang, the party has professional soundproofing measures, so the noise impact should be within a reasonable range. If you have any objections, you can directly report it to the property management. Property? Zhang Hai snorted coldly. I want to remind you that the property management company in this area is owned by our family. I'm looking for you. He said this and turned to leave, but Qin Feng realized that there might be other hidden secrets behind this matter. After the party ends, the system prompt sounds. Task trigger, maintain a stable environment in the Sea View Villa and resolve potential neighborhood disputes. Completion reward, private yacht berthing rights and renovation services worth 20 million. Seeing the task prompt, Qin Feng said softly, so it's this Mr. Zhang? It seems that his appearance is not accidental. Qin Feng already had a plan in mind. He knew that maintaining the status of the villa was not only for the mission rewards, but also to maintain his foundation in the upper-class circle. Zhang Hai, you are a pawn sent by Zhao Qiming, right? Then I will let you know the price of going against me. Chapter 15 Zhang Hai's relentless pressure in Qin Feng's plan. At night in the seaside villa, moonlight shimmered across the pool, creating a shimmering effect. Sheen Fong stood on the terrace, a gentle breeze blowing, and the waves lapping against the rocks, like a murmur of music. However, the crisis hidden beneath this tranquility kept his mind restless. Zhang Hai's sudden appearance and subsequent friendly visit seemed to be a coincidence, but in fact there was obviously another purpose behind it. The property is his family's property. It seems his backers are in this area. Sheen Fong held a glass of red wine, frowning slightly. What exactly does he want? The next morning, Sheen Fong had just finished a renovation meeting with the designer when the doorbell rang. He opened the door and saw Zhang Hai reappear, carrying 2 bottles of expensive wine and a perfectly composed smile on his face. Mr. Sheen, excuse me for interrupting you. We had a pleasant chat last time, and I have some new ideas I'd like to discuss with you. Sheen Fong smiled calmly. Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. Now that you are here, please come in and sit down. The two of them came to the living room, and while Zhang Hai was chatting, he mentioned the property and renovation matters intentionally or unintentionally. Mr. Sheen, your villa is indeed a highlight of this area. However, the property management recently reported that your renovation may have a certain impact on the surrounding area. As you know, as the management of this property, our Zhang family also has the responsibility to maintain the overall environment. Sheen Fong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Hai pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said, It's not a big problem. Some neighbors have complained that your renovations might affect the landscape and privacy. I figured since we're neighbors, we could resolve these minor issues privately. Solve it privately? Sheen Fong put down the teacup in his hand and looked directly at Zhang Hai. Why don't you just tell me, Mr. Zhang, how do you want to solve it? Zhang Hai smiled. Mr. Sheen is indeed straightforward. Since you mentioned it, I'll be frank. Our Zhang family is planning a new project. If you are willing to invest and cooperate, it will not only solve the renovation problem, but also double your investment returns. Sheen Fong remained impassive, but deep down he had already seen through Zhang Hai's tactics. This was clearly a scheme of blackmail under the guise of cooperation. Mr. Shang's project sounds good, but I still say that investment requires time to consider. Sheen Fong said calmly. Seeing this, Zhang Hai said no more and stood up to say goodbye, but before leaving, he left a meaningful message. Mr. Sheen, I hope you can give me a response as soon as possible regarding the property management and the neighbors. After all, harmony brings wealth. Watching Zhang Hai leave, Sheen Fong sneered, Zhang Hai, you are really pressing me step by step. However, I am not that easy to be controlled by you. That afternoon, Li Wei handed a detailed report to Sheen Fong. Brother Sheen, Zhang Hai is indeed using his position as a property manager to put pressure on you. His family's funding chain is indeed in trouble, especially with that coastal villa project, which has been suspended for half a year. Half a year of suspension? Sheen Fong pondered. No wonder he came to me so anxiously. It seems he wants to make some money from me to fill the hole. There's another thing, Li Wei continued. Zhang Hai has recently contacted a lot of media outlets and internet celebrities to try to create some negative public opinion about you, especially regarding your villa renovation, claiming that it will affect the local environment. Sheen Fong frowned slightly. Public opinion war? Interesting. He has a good plan. Sure enough, in the next few days, some negative news about the Seaview Villa began to appear on the internet. A top-tier villa renovation project is suspected of violating regulations and damaging the landscape. Luxury home renovations spark neighborhood conflicts. Is this a display of wealth or selfishness? The noise in high-end villa areas is disturbing residents, and the rich don't follow the rules? Although these messages did not directly name anyone, judging from the descriptions and pictures, they were clearly alluding to Sheen Fong. Li Wei called hurriedly, Brother Sheen, this news has begun to attract attention. Do you want to do a PR directly? Sheen Fong sneered, no hurry, they want to use public opinion to pressure me, so I will let them have some fun first. Sheen Fong contacted several real estate tycoons and conducted a deeper investigation into Zhang Group's coastal projects. He soon discovered some key issues. 1. Broken capital chain. Zhang Group's coastal villa project has been sued by several contractors due to overdue construction payments. 2. Property management loopholes. The Zhang family's property management company has a mediocre reputation in the area and has even been the subject of multiple complaints due to service issues. 3. Project approval flaws. There are problems with some key approval procedures for coastal villa projects, and they may face a stop work order at any time. After mastering this information, Sheen Fong already had a direction for counterattack in mind. Zhang Hai, don't you want to force me with pressure? Then let your project feel the pressure first. Xin Feng said in a low voice. A few days later, an article quietly appeared on the internet. The property management of a certain high-end villa complex is in disarray. Does it have a future? The coastal villa project has been suspended for half a year. The reasons behind it deserve deep thought. The article detailed Zhang Group's financial crisis and property management issues, and included photos of the project's suspension. The news immediately garnered online attention. So it's the Zhang Group's problem. How dare they pick on others? The property management is not good enough, but they still force the owner to renovate? This Zhang family is really hypocritical. Now, Mr. Qin's renovation project is on the right track, while the property management is on the wrong track. Public opinion quickly reversed, the negative news against Qin Feng was covered up, and the Zhang Group became the target of public criticism. That night, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed, resolve neighborhood disputes and maintain the long-term stability of the villa. Reward, private yacht berthing rights worth 20 million and a full set of dock facility upgrades. Xin Feng looked at the system interface and saw the photos of the upgraded dock, feeling full of satisfaction. Zhang Hai, you lost this game, but the game has just begun. Chapter 16 Qin Feng's counterattack. Since the last suggestive counterattack against Zhang Hai, the property management has not obstructed us for a few days and the renovation of the villa is progressing smoothly. However, Qin Feng knew that Zhang Hai's concession was only superficial. A man like him would never give up so easily. On this day, Qin Feng was inspecting the progress of the renovation in the villa. Li Wei hurried over and handed him a new piece of information. Brother Qin, Zhang Hai hasn't been targeting you lately, but he's turned his attention to other areas. He's trying to manipulate public opinion to portray you as a wealthy individual who's destroying regional harmony, and is using this incident to pressure the property management company in an effort to expand his control. Public opinion? Qin Feng took the document and flipped through it, a cold smile on his face. It seems he is planning to make a fuss behind the scenes. Li Wei nodded. He's still trying to raise funds, but it doesn't seem to be going well. Some people inside have already questioned his management. Funding. I'm afraid he's almost out of money to gamble with. Qin Feng shook his head and said, since he wants to play with public opinion, then let's play along. I want to see how long he can hold out. Meanwhile, the villa renovation project is nearing completion. The newly added viewing terrace and double-tiered infinity pool are the crowning touches of the villa. The terrace's invisible lighting system makes the entire villa dazzling at night, like a pearl on the bay. More importantly, the expansion of the private dock has also been successfully completed. The newly added berths can easily accommodate 2 medium-sized yachts and provide more options for future marine activities. Once the yacht arrives, this will be my new base for showing off my wealth. Qin Feng stood on the terrace, looking at the endless sea, his heart full of anticipation. That day, Qin Feng received a call from an old friend, Gaozhen, a big shot in the real estate circle. Brother Qin, have you heard about the Zhang Group's recent project? Their coastal villa development has come to a complete standstill. I have some ideas that I'd like to discuss with you. Coastal project? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Tell me about your plan. Their project is actually in a good location, but Zhang Hai made a mess of it. If we can take over part of the development rights through appropriate channels and resume operations, the profits will still be considerable, said Gaozhen. Qin Feng smiled and said, you see it clearly. Zhang Hai is under great internal pressure right now, and his team has long been unable to hold on. The opportunity is indeed good. Are you interested in working together? Gaozhen asked. Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied, of course. However, let him be anxious for a while. The value of the project will become lower with his failure. If we take action later, the cost will be lower. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai struggled to save the group from crisis. He not only had to deal with internal doubts, but also had to secure external financing to fill the project's funding gap. Mr. Zhang, it is very difficult to raise funds this time. The market's trust in us has decreased. The financial director said worriedly at the meeting. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, hold on. If this project fails, I'll lose my position. He then called several partners hoping to get financial support, but was politely rejected without exception. Zhang Hai, I want to see how long you can hold on. Qin Feng learned about Zhang Hai's predicament through channels, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In order to advance the plan faster, Qin Feng decided to put pressure on the Zhang Group through external resources. He contacted several construction companies that had cooperative relationships with the Zhang Group and suggested that they take joint action to address the overdue payments. As long as they can't bear the pressure, the splitting or transfer of the project will become the only option, Qin Feng said to Li Wei. At the same time, he spread news in the real estate circle through his own channels, implying instability within the Zhang Group in order to reduce the market's trust in them. As Qin Feng's plan gradually took shape, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. New mission trigger: take over the development rights for a portion of Zhang's coastal project and ensure its smooth launch. Completion reward: purchase rights for a fleet of customized luxury cars worth 80 million. Seeing the content of the task, Qin Feng smiled slightly. Zhang Hai, your project is my reward. Let's wait and see who has the last laugh. A few days later, news came from the Zhang Group that some plots of land in their coastal project would be put up for sale to repay part of the debt. Brother Qin, the opportunity has arrived. Gaoshan called immediately. According to the current price, it's totally worth it for us to take it over. Arrange the follow-up. I want to make sure that I can start the project immediately after taking over. I can't drag it on like Zhang Hai did. Qin Feng said calmly. Gaoshan nodded. No problem, I will ask the team to prepare a plan. As the Zhang Group gradually lost control, Qin Feng's plan to take over the project gradually progressed. At this time, the renovation of his sea view villa was complete, and the private dock and yacht were about to become the important layout of the next stage. The value of the villa has been maximized. Now, it's time to expand my influence. Qin Feng looked out the window with a firm gaze. Chapter 17: Layout in Daily Life. As the Zhang Group gradually lost control, Qin Feng's plan to take over the project gradually progressed. At this time, the renovation of his sea view villa was complete, and the private dock and yacht were about to become the important layout of the next stage. The value of the villa has been maximized. Now, it's time to expand my influence. Qin Feng looked out the window with a firm gaze. After breakfast, Qin Feng received a message from Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was a former college classmate of Qin Feng's who had recently relocated to a nearby city for work. After reconnecting, the two had grown close. Qin Feng, I'm on vacation today. Can you take me to visit your villa? I heard you've been very busy lately. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Qin Feng looked at the message, his lips curled up slightly, and he immediately replied, You're welcome anytime, I'll pick you up later. Half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived at Lin Wanner's residence in a Bugatti Veyron. She was standing by the roadside, dressed in a simple, fresh dress, waiting for him. Seeing the Bugatti, she couldn't help but exclaim, Your car is so cool. Even cooler than the photos I saw before. Qin Feng got out of the car and said with a smile, If you like it, come and try it. Lin Wanner carefully got into the car, feeling the luxurious design of the interior, and sighed repeatedly, Qin Feng, you live such a carefree life. After returning to the villa, Lin Wanner was so shocked by the scene before her that she was speechless. Is this where you live? She stood by the infinity pool, looking at everything in front of her, her eyes full of amazement. Qin Feng smiled and said, It's just an ordinary living environment. It may not be as challenging as your job. Ordinary? Lin Wanner couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this ordinary? This is clearly paradise on earth. Qin Feng smiled and invited her to sit on the terrace. The butler brought her a specially made iced drink. The two chatted about interesting things in college while enjoying the sea view. Qin Feng, sometimes I really feel that you have changed. Lin Wanner suddenly said. Changed? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. What changed? You used to be so low-key, but now you're becoming more and more confident. She whispered with a complicated look in her eyes. Qin Feng smiled softly, maybe it's because I know what I want. Sometimes in life you need to seize opportunities. You should have this experience too. Lin Wanner nodded thoughtfully. While Qin Feng and Lin Wanner were chatting, Zhang Hai was not idle. He tried to increase public pressure on Qin Feng through some external media, and at the same time, he wanted to promote the sale of some shares in the coastal project to alleviate financial pressure. If we can destroy Qin Feng's image, there may be a chance to save the situation, Zhang Hai said coldly to his men. However, he didn't know that Qin Feng had already anticipated his movements and was prepared to deal with them. That night, after Qin Feng sent Lin Wanner away, the system suddenly rang. Ding! Mission update: further develop the Zhang Group's coastal projects and facilitate the splitting and transfer of its shares to maximize subsequent profits. Completion reward: membership of a high-end overseas club worth 100 million renminbi, including exclusive resources in multiple countries. Xin Feng clicked on the task interface, and after carefully browsing it, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Overseas high-end club? It seems that the system is helping me expand my international social circle. He picked up his phone and called Gaozhen. Brother Gao, we can start working on Shanghai's coastal project. I received news that they may hold an emergency meeting on project transfer next week. I have already prepared a bidding team. Gaozhen responded. Very good, this time we must take the core land, and the subsequent dividends and profits will not disappoint you. Xin Feng said. At night, Xin Feng stood on the terrace, the sea breeze blew by, and his eyes were cast towards the bay in the distance. Shanghai, every step you take is in my plan. I hope you can still smile when we meet next time. He muttered to himself, with a glint of determination in his eyes. Chapter 18, Confrontation in the Real Estate Bureau. A few days later, the Zhang Group officially announced that it would hold an emergency meeting regarding its coastal projects. This news garnered widespread attention in the real estate industry, particularly the planned transfer of some key plots of land, which became a focal point for major real estate companies. After receiving the news, Xin Feng and Gaozhen immediately began preparing their bidding plan. They knew very well that this meeting was not only a business opportunity, but also a redistribution of influence within the Zhang Group. On the day of the meeting, the venue was decorated in a solemn yet simple manner. A large projection screen displayed detailed blueprints of the coastal project. Even before the meeting began, the venue was already filled with representatives from major real estate companies. Brother Qin, Shanghai's goal today is very clear, which is to use the transfer of part of the land in exchange for emergency funds. Gaozhen said in a low voice. Xin Feng smiled slightly. This is our opportunity. The more anxious he is, the less leverage he has. Gaozhen nodded. However, we still have to be careful of the traps he might set. After all, he holds the initiative. Not long after, Shanghai stepped onto the podium in a well-tailored suit, with his usual smile on his face, but a hint of anxiety lingered in his eyes. Welcome everyone to today's meeting. The coastal project is an important development plan of the Zhang Group in recent years. It has a superior location and huge future potential. However, due to some reasons, we have decided to open up the development rights of some core plots. You are welcome to express your intention to cooperate. Shanghai said. His tone was calm, even a touch confident, but the real estate representatives in the audience had their own thoughts. Xin Feng saw the hidden guilt in Shanghai's expression. He knew very well that Shanghai's desperate fight could not cover up the fact that his capital chain was broken. Shanghai then introduced the transfer conditions of the core land, including the cooperation period, development goals, and profit sharing. However, the careful Xin Feng found that these conditions seemed attractive, but they concealed many traps. The cooperation period is only 3 years, which is obviously not enough. Xin Feng whispered to Gaozhen. Furthermore, he asked for a priority share of the development profits, which means that the risk lies entirely with the partner. Gaozhen nodded. That's right. This is a way for him to escape. If we sign the contract according to his terms, we'll be helping him fill the hole. During the free question session, Xin Feng stood up and said calmly, Mr. Zhang, the potential of this project is undeniable, but I have a question. The cooperation period is only 3 years, but the planning objectives of the land seem to extend far beyond this time. Is it possible to extend the cooperation period? Shanghai was slightly taken aback after hearing this. He obviously hadn't expected Xin Feng to point this out directly. He smiled and said, Mr. Qin's question is very professional, but at the moment we are considering advancing the project as quickly as possible. The 3-year deadline is based on our overall plan and I believe it is reasonable. Xin Feng smiled faintly. Mr. Zhang's explanation makes sense, but if the cooperation period can be appropriately extended, perhaps more capable partners will be attracted. After all, a project like this requires steady progress. Shanghai's smile became forced, but he remained polite. Mr. Qin's suggestions are very valuable. We will consider them in subsequent discussions. The other representatives in the audience all turned their eyes to Xin Feng. It was obvious that his question made Shanghai feel a little passive. When the official bidding began, an unfamiliar real estate company suddenly made an extremely attractive offer. The company's background was unclear, but the conditions were very generous, almost tailor-made for the Zhang Group. Who is this company? Xin Feng asked Gaozhen with a frown. I haven't heard of it. I guess it was someone secretly arranged by Zhang Hai to raise the price. Gao Zhen guessed. Qin Feng nodded and immediately decided to adjust his strategy. He knew very well that if this company took over the core land, the operation of future projects would become more complicated. Finally, after several rounds of bidding, Qin Feng and Gao Zhen successfully secured the best piece of land. This land not only had an excellent location but also had the potential for independent development. Although Zhang Hai maintained the fairness of the meeting on the surface, he was clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. After the meeting, Qin Feng returned to the villa, and the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding! Mission completed, successfully participated in the development of the core land for Zhang Group's coastal project. Reward, purchase rights for a fleet of customized luxury cars worth 80 million. Qin Feng opened the system interface and saw that the fleet list included many global limited edition luxury cars, such as customized Lamborghini, Pagani Huayra, Bugatti Chiron, etc., and his heart was full of anticipation. This harvest is more valuable than I imagined, Qin Feng said softly. A few days later, Zhang Hai suddenly contacted Qin Feng and invited him to dinner. Mr. Qin, would you be so kind as to have dinner with me? I have some ideas about cooperation on coastal projects and would like to discuss them with you privately. Zhang Hai spoke calmly on the phone. Qin Feng accepted the invitation, but he was already on guard against Zhang Hai's intentions. During dinner, Zhang Hai acted extremely friendly, constantly testing Qin Feng's plans and trying to find out his true plan for the project. However, Qin Feng remained silent and only chatted about some irrelevant topics. Mr. Qin, I am very much looking forward to our cooperation on this project. Zhang Hai raised his glass with a complicated look. Qin Feng smiled gently, it's a pleasure to work with you. However, Mr. Zhang, I hope everything goes well for you in the future. This sentence made Zhang Hai's hand tremble slightly. He looked at Qin Feng with confusion and uneasiness in his eyes, but he couldn't continue asking. After returning to the villa, Qin Feng decided to take a short vacation. He contacted Lin Wanner, and the two spent a relaxing afternoon together on the yacht. The sea breeze blew on her face and the sun shone on the deck. Lin Wanner, wearing a casual dress, sat on a lounge chair on the deck, looking relaxed. Qin Feng, your life now is really enviable. Lin Wanner sighed. Envy? Qin Feng chuckled. These are just the results, but the real fun is the process. Lin Wanner turned to look at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Qin Feng, what exactly do you want? Qin Feng looked towards the distant sea and said firmly, what I want is the freedom to control everything. Chapter 19, The Ultimate Consumption. Qin Feng stood on the terrace of his sea view villa, overlooking the infinity pool and private dock. He had one thing in mind, hosting a unique and luxurious banquet. The system task clearly states that we need to attract more high-end people to achieve sales targets. It would be better to combine the display of coastal projects with luxury villa banquets, which can not only show off wealth but also attract more resources. Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and he already had an idea in his mind. He called the housekeeper and said, arrange a top banquet planning team. I need a luxurious and unique theme party. The butler immediately began making arrangements, and a top-notch banquet team quickly arrived at the villa to work with Qin Feng on a plan. Qin Feng decided to set the party theme as Night of Light and Shadow, creating a visual and sensory feast through light shows, yacht displays, and art installations. The planner said excitedly, Mr. Qin, this idea is very novel. We will invite famous artists and lighting designers to participate in the layout. It will definitely become the focus of the whole city. In addition, the drinks and food must be top-notch. Qin Feng added, tell the chef team that the dishes must be impeccable. The planner nodded and said, don't worry, we will make sure every guest feels at home. During the banquet preparations, Qin Feng made a lavish purchase every day. He personally selected each luxury car for display and even ordered a limited edition Ferrari worth tens of millions of yuan as a surprise highlight of the banquet. At the same time, he prepared a gift worth 100,000 yuan for each invited guest, including brand-name perfumes, customized watches and limited edition artworks. Even the souvenirs at this kind of party are enough to make people jealous. Mr. Qin really knows how to spend money. The planning team discussed privately. Even some friends in the wealthy circle, after hearing the news, took the initiative to express to Qin Feng their hope to be invited. On this day, the organizers brought in a special guest, the renowned hostess Song Qingyan. Not only does she have stunning looks, she's also a go-to host for high-end parties, capable of bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Mr. Qin, nice to meet you. I'm Song Qingyan. She was wearing a proper professional suit and her tone was gentle but with a bit of confidence. Xin Feng gestured for her to sit down, then said, "I've heard of Miss Song's fame. The parties you host have received rave reviews. I hope you can liven up the atmosphere of this night of light and shadow." Song Qingyan smiled slightly. "Mr. Qin is too polite. It is my honor to host such a top-notch party. I will design the process according to the effect you want." The two discussed the rhythm and details of the banquet in detail. Xin Feng was satisfied with Song Qingyan's professional attitude. Her charming smile from time to time also made the entire meeting relaxed and enjoyable. 3 days later, the night of lights arrived as planned. The oceanfront villa was ablaze with lights, an exquisite art installation hung suspended in the center of the infinity pool, and the yachts at the private dock were adorned with dazzling lights. Invited guests arrived one after another, and the parking lot was filled with various luxury cars, including Bugatti, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari. The scene was like a car show. The beauties entered in dresses, and the whole banquet was filled with luxury and charm. Song Qingyan appeared in a silver dress and quickly attracted everyone's attention with her smooth and elegant opening remarks. "Dear guests, welcome to the night of light and shadow. This is not only a top-notch visual feast, but also an unforgettable night carefully prepared by Mr. Qin for everyone." She raised her glass and said with a smile, "Let us enjoy this feast together." Xin Feng stood aside, raised his glass in greeting, and said with a smile, "I hope everyone can enjoy every minute of tonight." Halfway through the banquet, Xin Feng's surprise event arrived. A limited edition Ferrari, worth tens of millions, slowly drove into the venue, its body outlined in captivating lights, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This is the Ferrari FXXK Evo, only 50 units were produced worldwide. Song Qingyan stood next to the car and introduced the unique features of this car to the guests. "It's really shocking to see this car on such an occasion. Mr. Qin's handwriting is truly admirable. Tonight's banquet is worth the price of admission." The guests gathered around the Ferrari to take photos and praised Xin Feng's generosity. After the banquet, Song Qingyan came to thank Xin Feng. "Mr. Qin, today's party is perfect. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Xin Feng smiled slightly. "I should be the one to thank you for creating such a perfect atmosphere." Song Qingyan looked at the calm Xin Feng in front of her with a bit of admiration in her eyes. "Mr. Qin, I wonder if you are interested in working together again? I think that with a top party like yours, there will definitely be more exciting opportunities in the future." Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. "There will definitely be cooperation, but next time it may not be a party, maybe it will be something more interesting." The two smiled at each other. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. After the banquet, Xin Feng opened the system interface, and the system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed. Expand influence through a lavish banquet and complete promotion of the coastal project. Reward, a private island vacation package worth 30 million. Private island vacation package? Xin Feng smiled. It seems the next stage for showing off my wealth is ready. The next morning, Xin Feng had a rare moment of leisure. He sat on the terrace, drinking the coffee prepared by the housekeeper and thinking about his next plan. Song Qingyan's cooperation is a good entry point. If she is included in future projects, it will bring more highlights. Xin Feng secretly calculated. At this moment, Lin Wanner sent a message. "Xin Feng, I heard that your party last night was amazing. Can I go to your villa to take a look?" Xin Feng replied with a smile, "You are welcome anytime, come this afternoon." Chapter 20, New Luxury Car and Unexpected Provocation. Early in the morning, Xin Feng was still enjoying breakfast leisurely when the villa manager suddenly walked into the restaurant with a hint of excitement in his tone. "Mr. Qin, your new luxury car has arrived. The driver outside is unloading it." "A new car?" Xin Feng raised his eyebrows and put down his coffee. "Let's go take a look." He stood up and walked out of the villa, only to see a limited edition Bugatti Divo quietly parked in the center of the courtyard. The car was a black and silver two-tone car, with a streamlined design that was extremely luxurious, and the red embellishments in the details added a touch of publicity. "This is a Bugatti Divo, limited to 40 units worldwide," the driver said respectfully. "You are the first person in China to get one." Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then opened the car door, gently touched the steering wheel, and felt the touch of the top-quality material. "Nice car," he said softly, a smile on his face. "Today is a good time to test its performance." Just as Xin Feng was about to go for a drive, his cell phone rang. The name displayed on the screen was Lin Wanner. "Xin Feng, I'm on vacation today. Can you take me out to play?" Lin Warner's tone was full of anticipation on the other end of the phone. Xin Feng smiled and said, "It just so happens that I just got a new car. Get ready and I'll pick you up." Half an hour later, Xin Feng drove a Bugatti Divo to Lin Warner's building. She came out in a fresh dress, and when she saw the car, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and said, "Oh my god, this car is so cool. Come in and try it." Xin Feng opened the car door with a relaxed tone. Lin Warner carefully got into the passenger seat and marveled at the interior. "Xin Feng, you live such a luxurious life. It's so stressful hanging out with you." Xin Feng chuckled, "Just relax when you play with me. Next, I will show you a different speed." The two drove to a famous driveway near the city, where wealthy people and supercar enthusiasts often gather. As soon as they stopped the car, people gathered around and pointed at the Bugatti Divo. "Isn't this the first Divo in China? Someone actually got one. This car is so cool. The owner must be a big shot. Look at the price, at least tens of millions." Lin Warner sat in the car and couldn't help laughing when she heard these discussions. "Xin Feng, I feel that your car has its own appeal. Do you like it?" Xin Feng looked at her and asked softly. "Of course I like it. But I can't even think about this car," Lin Warner said with a smile. As the two were chatting and laughing, a red Ferrari 812 suddenly stopped beside them. The owner was a young man wearing a floral shirt and sunglasses. He looked at Xin Feng's Bugatti with envy in his eyes. "Brother, the car is nice," the man said with a hint of contempt, "but a good car is nothing, the key is the skill. Do you dare to have a race?" Xin Feng leaned against the car door and glanced at him calmly. "Are you sure?" "Why, you don't dare," the man deliberately challenged. "I just modified this car, and its performance is comparable to a supercar." The people around immediately started to cheer. "Let's have a competition. Let's see who has the better skills." Xin Feng sneered, got into the driver's seat, opened the door, and looked at Lin Warner. "Hold on tight. Today I'll show you what true speed is." Lin Warner fastened her seatbelt nervously. "Xin Feng, don't take any risks. Don't worry, it will be over soon." Xin Feng's tone was full of confidence. The race started. Xin Feng and Ferrari stood side by side, and with a command, the two cars rushed out at the same time. Initially, Ferrari gained some advantages thanks to its lightweight modifications, but soon, Bugatti's powerful performance was revealed. When accelerating on the straight, the Bugatti Divo almost crushed the Ferrari, gradually widening the gap. When he reached the bend, Xin Feng stepped on the brakes and easily completed a difficult drift. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. The spectators around him couldn't help but exclaim, "This drifting technique is amazing." In contrast, the Ferrari slowed down significantly when turning, and even staggered a little, and was completely left behind by Xin Feng. In the end, the Bugatti Divo completed the race with perfect performance, and the audience burst into warm applause. "Brother, is this what you call performance that's not inferior to a supercar?" After getting out of the car, Xin Feng glanced at the Ferrari owner nonchalantly. The man's face turned red, but he couldn't say a word and drove away in shame. Lin Warner, sitting in the passenger seat, said excitedly, "Xin Feng, your performance just now was absolutely amazing. I guess that person won't dare to act so arrogantly again." Xin Feng smiled and said, "People like this should be made to understand how big the gap is." After the game, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed. Use the Bugatti Divo to defeat your opponent and complete the street stunt mission. Reward, private luxury car modification service worth 20 million. Seeing the reward, Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Modification service? It seems that my garage will be even more exciting in the future. He looked at Lin Warner and said with a smile, "Where do you want to go next?" "Whatever, you arrange it." Lin Warner's face was full of anticipation. Chapter 21: Modified New Cars and Luxury Shopping Experience. After the street race, Xin Feng returned to the villa and sat on the terrace to check the system reward details. Reward description: private luxury car modification service, including customization plans from the world's top car manufacturers, can modify or create multiple limited edition models at no additional cost. Modified car? That's a good reward. Xin Feng murmured, "In that case, let's try something different." He immediately contacted a top international luxury car modification company and sent them his specific requirements for the Bugatti Divo. "I need a luminous coating, a more futuristic lighting configuration, an intelligent AI voice control system in the interior, and dedicated storage space for drinks." The other party quickly replied, "Mr. Xin, your request is very special, but we will definitely make it happen for you." Please wait a few days and we will send a team to provide personal service. While waiting for the modification, Sheen Fong was not idle. Lin Wanner called and suggested going shopping together. Sheen Fong, last time you said you would accompany me to buy clothes, don't forget it. Lin Wanner said mischievously. Sheen Fong smiled and said, then I'll let you pick whatever you want today. Just tell me what you want to buy. The two of them arrived at the city center's top luxury goods mall. As soon as they entered, the waiter was attracted by Sheen Feng's temperament and the confidence in his every move, and immediately came to greet him warmly. Sir, what can I do for you? A young waitress asked with a smile. Take her to see the latest clothes and pick out the most expensive ones. Sheen Fong pointed at Lin Wanner with a calm tone. Lin Wanner was a little embarrassed. Sheen Fong, there's no need to be so exaggerated, right? Try it, and buy it if you like it. Don't worry about the price. Sheen Fong patted her shoulder. Lin Wanner was taken to the VIP area and began trying on new dresses. Each dress was extremely exquisitely designed, but the price was even more jaw-dropping. While Lin Wanner was trying on clothes, several voices came from the other side of the VIP area. A woman in gorgeous clothes was talking to the man next to her. Master Wang, I've had my eye on this skirt for a long time. Just buy it for me. The man glanced at the price, frowned, and said, 500,000 for a dress? That's too expensive. Let's choose something else. The woman was a little dissatisfied. Didn't you say you were rich? You can't bear to spend money on a skirt like this? As she spoke, Lin Wanner came out wearing a dress she had just tried on. The dress was simple and elegant, but with a strong sense of design, which made her temperament even more fresh and refined. The woman standing in the distance immediately noticed Lin Wanner's dress, and her expression changed slightly. The dress she tried on seems to be more expensive than the one I like. The man took one look and couldn't help but sigh, this girl has a really good temperament. She looks better than you in these clothes. The woman's expression changed instantly, and her voice rose a few degrees. So what? Just because you look good, can you afford it? Mr. Wang, if you're not willing to spend money, she may not be able to buy it either. After hearing this, Sheen Fong slowly walked over to Lin Wanner and glanced at the salesperson. How much is this set? The salesperson smiled slightly and said, Sir, this dress costs 850,000 yuan and is a limited edition worldwide. I've packed it up. Sheen Fong said casually, then looked at Lin Wanner. If you have anything else you like, continue to choose. These words instantly made the woman's face turn pale, and the shopping guides around her also looked at her in surprise. The man just now saw this scene and coughed awkwardly. Brother, this set is not cheap, are you really willing to spend it? Sheen Fong glanced at him calmly. 850,000 is considered money? This kind of clothes is just her daily wear. Lin Wanner couldn't help but chuckle and tugged at Sheen Feng's sleeve. Sheen Fong, don't be like this, it's too exaggerated. Seeing this, the woman said unwillingly, what's so great about buying a few clothes to show off your wealth? If you really have money, you can just buy the whole store. Sheen Fong smiled slightly and turned to look at the shopping guide. Can we reserve the whole place? I don't want to be disturbed today. The salesperson was stunned, then nodded quickly. Of course, sir. I'll arrange it right away. These words instantly caused other guests in the VIP area to talk about it. Booking the entire place? That's too much. Who is this man? Why is he so generous? Compared to him, that young Master Wang just now is simply a joke. The woman was completely speechless and hurried away with the man beside her. Just as Sheen Fong and Lin Wanner finished shopping, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Mission completed. Demonstrate absolute superiority through consumption and achieve the show wealth mission. Reward, customized private luxury jewelry worth 30 million. Sheen Fong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Customized jewelry service? That's not bad, I can pick something for you. He looked at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was slightly stunned. Pick out jewelry for me? That's too extravagant. Your temperament doesn't need to be hidden. Sheen Fong said calmly, next, I'll take you to a more interesting place. After leaving the mall, the two returned to the villa. Lin Wanner put on her newly bought dress and stood in front of the French window, looking particularly charming. Sheen Fong, you really don't have to treat me like this. I have never thought about these things. Lin Wanner said in a low voice. Sheen Fong smiled slightly. As long as you like it, don't think too much about the rest. Lin Wanner looked at him, a mixture of emotions welling up in her. This man's strength and composure made her feel somewhat inscrutable, yet filled with a sense of security. Chapter 22 Jewelry Customization. Xin Feng was looking forward to the system's reward of a customized luxury jewelry service. Shortly after returning from the mall, he received a call from a top global jewelry brand. "Hello, Mr. Chen, we are the Vanity Luxe Jewelry Customization Team. You have been selected as a VIP member." An elegant female voice came from the other end of the phone. "We will provide you with the world's most unique jewelry design services, including private customization and invitations to top jewelry auctions." Personalized customization? Xin Feng asked with interest. To what extent can it be achieved? Any design you can imagine, even custom-made or cutting solutions. The other party's tone was full of confidence. "We can arrange for a team of designers to come to your home to serve you." "Interesting, let's arrange a time." Xin Feng smiled slightly and hung up the phone. 2 days later, Irene, the chief designer of Vanity Luxe Jewelry, arrived with her team at Xin Feng's Ocean View Villa. Dressed in a sophisticated suit, Irene was clearly an expert in this field. She gracefully greeted Xin Feng. "Mr. Chen, I heard you like unique things. We will definitely not disappoint you this time." Irene took out several rare gem samples and placed them on the table. The sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the gems, and each one emitted a charming glow. "This is the top-quality mineral our team has collected, including purple star diamonds and rare blue diamonds. You can choose the material and we will design a plan based on your needs." Lin Wanner stood aside, looking at these dazzling gems, and said a little embarrassedly, "Xin Feng, this is too exaggerated." Xin Feng gently pulled her hand and said, "What I picked today is for you. Since you think it's exaggerated, let's make it even more exaggerated." Irene smiled slightly. "Mr. Chen, what kind of design would you like? It could be a necklace, earrings, a ring, or a more unique work of art." Xin Feng turned to look at Lin Wanner. "What style do you like?" Lin Wanner shook her head in a panic. I don't understand these things." "You decide for yourself. Then design a complete jewelry set based on her temperament." Xin Feng said, "Elegant and exquisite, but absolutely unique." Irene nodded. "Okay, I'll give this set of jewelry a unique theme. The design process is expected to take a week, and then it will be delivered to you." After the jewelry team left, Lin Wanner was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. Just then, her phone rang. It was a voice message from her friend Lu Ying. "Wanner, you've been doing well recently. I heard that some rich man took you to a top luxury store? And you even bought a limited edition dress?" There was a hint of sourness in her tone. "Nothing, just a friend helped me pick out some clothes." Lin Wanner answered simply. "Friend? Ha, I heard he was picked up and dropped off in a Bugatti. It seems this friend is special to you." Lu Ying said in a stern tone, "But I just met a wealthy friend a few days ago. He drives a Rolls-Royce. I'll introduce him to you someday." Lin Wanner sensed Lu Ying's intention to show off and felt somewhat displeased, but before she could speak, Xin Feng had already taken the phone. "Let her pick a time. I happen to have a spare Rolls-Royce here, so why not see whose fleet is more luxurious?" Xin Feng's tone was calm, but every word he said revealed endless confidence. Lu Ying on the other end of the phone was stunned, and then her tone became obviously humble. Mr. Chen, I was just joking, I didn't mean anything else." After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Xin Feng, aren't you being too direct?" Xin Feng smiled slightly. "Some people, if they are not direct, they will never know how big the gap is." A week later, the Vanity Luxe team delivered the finished product to the villa as promised. It was a set of Ocean Star-themed jewelry, including a necklace, earrings, and a ring. Each piece was inlaid with uniquely cut blue diamonds. The design was inspired by the curves of the waves, creating a sense of elegance and power. Lin Wanner looked at the jewels, her eyes filled with shock. "Xin Feng, this is so beautiful. But can I really wear it?" "Wear it if you like it. It's just for you." Xin Feng picked up the necklace and put it on her personally. The sunlight shines on Lin Wanner, and the jewelry blends with her temperament, making her look like a goddess walking out of a painting. Irene stood aside and couldn't help but praise, "Mr. Chen, your vision and this lady's temperament are a perfect match. This set of jewelry is the most successful one our team has ever designed." Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "Thank you. I really can't imagine that I can have all of this." Xin Feng held her hand and said in a relaxed tone, "In the future, you will have more and better things." At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Mission completed. Complete jewelry customization and showcase the ultimate in luxury living. Reward, a 50 million renminbi luxury home experience package including exclusive private services. Xin Feng looked at the system interface, his lips curled up slightly. Luxury house experience package? It seems that next, there will be another place to play. Lin Wanner, wearing jewelry, stood in front of the French window and said with emotion, Xin Feng, I really don't know how to thank you. What you have done is incredible. You don't need to thank me, just remember that your happiness is my goal. Xin Feng said softly. His eyes cast towards the distant sea, and he had already begun to think about how to use this system reward to bring more luxurious experiences and excitement. Chapter 23 Top Luxury Home Experience. After completing the jewelry customization task, the system reward, the world's top luxury home experience package, was finally arranged. This time, Xin Feng would travel to a top-tier luxury home on a private island in the Maldives. Not only did the home boast stunning ocean views, but it also came equipped with a dedicated butler, private chef, and luxurious entertainment facilities. System tip: a private jet has been arranged for you to travel to the Maldives and stay in a luxury villa on a private island. During this experience, you can receive additional rewards by completing related show-off-your-wealth tasks. Private island? Not bad, this should be interesting. Xin Feng chuckled and began to prepare for the itinerary. Xin Feng decided to take Lin Wanner with him. After the call was connected, Lin Wanner seemed a little surprised. A private island in the Maldives? Xin Feng, this isn't too extravagant? You should get used to this kind of life. Xin Feng said softly, you don't need to pack too much. Everything will be there when you get there. Lin Wanner smiled helplessly and agreed, okay, then I'll take advantage of you. The next day, a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom took Xin Feng and Lin Wanner to the private airport. A private jet painted in gold was parked quietly on the runway, appearing exceptionally luxurious. Is this our means of transportation? Lin Wanner couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the plane in front of her. It's just for use on the road. Xin Feng's tone was flat, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. After boarding the plane, Lin Wanner was stunned by the luxurious interior. The spacious cabin was covered with top-quality wool carpet, each seat was a custom-made leather sofa, and the table was filled with expensive champagne and delicious food. Mr. Qin, the flight time is 6 hours. Please feel free to tell me if you need any service. The flight attendant said politely. Xin Feng nodded slightly, poured a glass of champagne and handed it to Lin Wanner. Try it, this kind of life has just begun. Lin Wanner took the champagne and whispered, Xin Feng, your life is like a dream. After arriving in the Maldives, a luxury yacht took Xin Feng and Lin Wanner to a private island. The island was surrounded by clear waters, the beach was as fine as powder, and the mansion was located in the center of the island. The mansion's design is brimming with modern flair, with glass walls showcasing the ocean view. The pool extends directly to the beach, seemingly blending seamlessly with the ocean. A personal butler is already waiting at the door. Welcome, Mr. Qin. All amenities are ready to serve you. The interior of the mansion is even more stunning. The huge living room is decorated with top-notch artworks, the wine cellar is stocked with precious red wines from around the world, and the bedroom ceiling is decorated with custom starry skylights. This place is so dreamy. Lin Wanner stood by the swimming pool, excited like a child. Xin Feng smiled and said, if you like it, play for a few more days. The system prompt sounded again. Mission Trigger, host a top-tier island party, attract at least 50 guests, and showcase the unique charm of the island's luxury homes. Completion reward, a world-class yacht worth 100 million with a private cinema and swimming pool. Top-notch party? It seems the system is getting better and better at playing. Xin Feng muttered to himself, then called the housekeeper, prepare for the party. I'll send you the guest list and supply list later. In just 2 days, the mansion was transformed into the most dazzling party venue. Lighting installations surrounded the pool, a private DJ booth and open-air bar were set up on the beach, and a yacht was docked at the pier as an exclusive VIP area. On the evening of the party, celebrities, wealthy people, and artists from all over the world arrived at the private island. Each guest arrived on their own yacht, and the moment they set foot on the island, they were shocked by the luxurious decoration in front of them. Mr. Qin, this is simply paradise. A wealthy European man raised his glass and said enthusiastically. Xin Feng smiled slightly and clinked his glasses gently. I hope everyone will have a great time tonight. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a red dress walked into the venue, causing quite a stir. She was the world-renowned supermodel Su Weiwei, one of the invited guests. Mr. Qin, I've always heard of your name, and today I finally have the chance to meet you. Su Weiwei walked up to Qin Feng, with a hint of curiosity in her tone. "Welcome, I hope everything here satisfies you." Qin Feng said calmly, but his eyes were looking at her calmly. Su Weiwei chuckled, "With your strength and taste, it's hard for me to be dissatisfied." When the party reached its climax, a man who claimed to be a rich second generation suddenly walked to the center of the stage and said loudly, "Mr. Qin, this party is indeed great, but true luxury is not this superficial effort." The guests around stopped talking and looked at Qin Feng, and the atmosphere instantly became quiet. Qin Feng stepped forward and said calmly, "Oh? Then in your opinion, what is true luxury?" The man pointed to the yachts at the dock and said, "If it were me, I would at least use a top-notch yacht to entertain VIPs instead of these standard party arrangements." Qin Feng sneered, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Over at the dock, start the light show." Seconds later, the entire island's night sky was illuminated by lights, and accompanied by passionate music, a private yacht worth hundreds of millions of dollars slowly sailed into the venue. The yacht was equipped with not only a private swimming pool and an open-air cinema, but also a helicopter parked on the deck. The man was speechless for a moment, while the guests around him applauded. "Mr. Qin, this is the real luxury life." After the party ends, the system prompts again. Mission completed, successfully hosted a top-tier island party. Reward, a world-class yacht worth 100 million has been unlocked and can be used at any time. Qin Feng looked at the system interface, a smile on his face. "It seems that the next trip will be more interesting." Lin Wana walked up to him and whispered, "Qin Feng, you're truly amazing. I don't even know how to describe today's party." Qin Feng turned his head to look at her and said softly, "This is just the beginning, you will see more in the future." Chapter 24 Luxury Yacht Trip. After the party, the system rewarded the top-tier yacht to the private island dock. Named Wings of the Sea King, the yacht was 70 meters long, with 3 decks and a private swimming pool, open-air cinema, luxury bar, and helipad, making it a mobile palace on the sea. The butler stood at the dock and reported to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, the yacht is fully prepared and can go out to sea at any time." Qin Feng walked to the front of the yacht, stroked the streamlined hull, and raised a smile. Sure enough, the system's rewards never disappoint. Lin Wanner stood nearby and exclaimed in amazement, "Qin Feng, is this the legendary top-tier yacht? It's like a floating castle. Since you like it, come on up and take a look." Qin Feng waved his hand and was the first to board the yacht. After entering the yacht, Lin Wanner was completely shocked by the interior decoration. Each deck was extremely exquisitely designed, especially the open bar on the top floor, which could enjoy the most beautiful starry sky at night. "This swimming pool is so huge." Lin Wanner pointed at the infinity pool in the middle of the deck and couldn't help but sigh. "The water temperature here can be adjusted automatically, and there is an LED lighting system on the bottom, which makes it more beautiful at night," explained the exclusive waiter on the yacht. Qin Feng casually picked up a bottle of wine, sat on the sofa, looked at Lin Wanner's excited face, and said with a smile, "If you think the swimming pool is not special enough, I will take you to the private cinema later. It's more interesting there." "Private cinema?" Lin Wanner's eyes widened. "There's a cinema on this ship?" "Of course, otherwise how can it be worthy of the word top?" Qin Feng said. That evening, the yacht set sail from the private island and headed towards the wider sea. The yacht's voyage attracted a lot of attention. Many tourists along the way took pictures of this giant luxury yacht with their mobile phones. Some even posted them directly on social media, which quickly sparked heated discussions. "Whose yacht is this? This is too much. Look at the shape, it's worth at least hundreds of millions. This is the waters near the Maldives. Anyone who can drive a yacht like this is definitely not an ordinary person." Qin Feng sat on the deck, feeling the sea breeze and browsing the discussions on social media, a smile on his face. It seems that this show of wealth is quite effective. While the yacht was sailing, Su Weiwei suddenly sent a message. "Mr. Qin, I heard your yacht has set sail. I happen to be nearby. I wonder if I could have the honor of sailing with you." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, then replied, "Of course you're welcome. Send me your location and I'll send a boat to pick you up." A few hours later, Su Weiwei boarded the Wings of Neptune on a small yacht. She was dressed in casual clothes, which was completely different from her party look last night, but she was still full of charm. "Mr. Qin, this yacht is truly luxurious." Su Weiwei looked around, a hint of envy in her tone. "You really know how to enjoy life. Since you're here, just treat it as a vacation and relax." Qin Feng said with a smile. Su Weiwei smiled, walked to the bar on the deck, sat down, and started chatting with Lin Wanner. Although the two had different styles, they quickly found common topics and the atmosphere was very harmonious. When the yacht was anchored in a famous resort bay, many tourists and yachts gathered around it. Just as everyone was admiring the luxury of the Wings of the Sea King, a luxurious yacht with exaggerated decorations approached, and a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses stood on it. Isn't this the Wings of Poseidon that's been all the rage online lately? But even a top-tier yacht isn't much more than this. The man in sunglasses exclaimed loudly, his tone full of disdain. The people around him looked sideways, and someone recognized him. This is Mr. Fong. His yacht seems to be worth a lot of money. The man in sunglasses walked to the edge of the deck and raised his voice to Qin Fong. Brother, the yacht is nice, but I wonder how you are doing in the water sports? Do you dare to compete? Qin Fong raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, how do we compare? The man in sunglasses proudly pointed to the motorboat on the sea and said, easy. Let's ride the motorboat around the bay and see who can do it in the shortest time. The people around immediately started to cheer. Let's have a competition. Let's see who is more powerful. Qin Fong smiled calmly. Since you want to play, then I will accompany you to the end. He changed into his gear and boarded the yacht's exclusive motorboat, a custom-made model that not only looked impressive but also boasted top-tier speed performance. The race began, and Qin Fong and the man in sunglasses rushed into the sea at the same time. At first, the man in sunglasses had a slight advantage in motorboat performance, but soon, Qin Fong gradually widened the gap with his superb driving skills. Faced with complex waves, Qin Fong easily completed multiple difficult turns and even made an extreme jump at a critical point, triggering screams from tourists on the shore. In the end, Qin Fong returned to the starting point first with an absolute advantage, while the man in sunglasses almost capsized due to an operational error and was in a miserable state. Is this what you call having fun? Qin Fong got off the motorboat, his tone calm but full of sarcasm. The people around him immediately burst into warm applause, and someone shouted directly, "This is the real boss." After the game ended, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed. Overwhelm your opponent with a top-tier yacht and impressive maritime skills. Reward: exclusive marine activity facilities worth 50 million. Qin Fong looked at the system interface and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that we can hold a larger sea party next time. That night, Qin Fong stood on the deck, looking at the quiet sea, and began to think about his next plan. Lin Wanner walked up to him and asked softly, Qin Fong, have you been planning something? Life is a game, and I'm just enjoying the process. Qin Fong said lightly, you will see more excitement. Lin Wanner smiled slightly, her eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 25: Yacht Party and Mysterious Visitors. After completing the motorboat race, Qin Fong was even more satisfied with the powerful functions of the yacht. He decided to use the new facilities rewarded by the system to hold an even grander sea party. System prompt: mission trigger, host a yacht party with the theme of luxury and adventure and attract 100 top guests. Reward: a design for a private sea villa worth 150 million. A private villa on the sea? That's great. Qin Fong smiled softly. Since it's a theme party, let's plan a truly unforgettable carnival. He then contacted the yacht team to transform the luxury yacht into a party venue integrating entertainment, catering and performances. 1. Bar area on the deck, equipped with world-class bartenders and providing limited edition liquors. 2. Central swimming pool performance, stunt performers and underwater light show are arranged in the swimming pool. 3. Open-air DJ stage, invite internationally renowned DJs to bring electronic music carnival. 4. Sea Adventure Zone, provide guests with water paragliding, diving and motorboat racing experiences. On the day of the party, the Neptune Wings was anchored in a beautiful private bay. The sky was blue, the sun was shining on the sea, and the venue was decorated like a dream. The guests arrived one after another, each of them coming by private yacht or helicopter, wearing the most gorgeous clothes. Obviously all of them were from the upper class of society. Lin Wanner, dressed in a long white dress, stood on the deck, attracting a lot of attention. Su Weiwei, meanwhile, changed into a sexy dress and chatted with the people around her while holding a bottle of champagne. Mr. Qin, the venue layout for this party is absolutely perfect. Su Weiwei walked over to Qin Fong and said softly, I believe tonight's theme will become the focus of everyone's discussion. As long as everyone has a good time. Qin Fong smiled and raised his glass. Just as the party was reaching its climax, a black luxury yacht approached the Neptune's wing. The owner of the yacht was a middle-aged man in a neat suit. He walked straight onto the deck with several followers. I have heard of Mr. Qin's name for a long time. I hope you can forgive me for my intrusion today. The man said with a smile, but there was a hint of aggression in his tone. Qin Fong smiled slightly. Who are you? I'm Zhao Xiaohua, and I specialize in overseas trade. I heard that Mr. Qin's yacht has been showing off on the sea recently, so I couldn't help but come over to see it. Zhao Xiaohua glanced at the guests around him, as if intending to provoke him. Mr. Zhao, if you are interested, you are welcome to participate. Xin Feng said in a flat tone, not caring about the other party's attitude. Zhao Xiaohua smiled slightly. Since we are here, why not try something exciting? I heard that Mr. Qin is good at water sports. I wonder if he dares to have another competition. When the guests heard this, they all started to cheer. Let's have a competition. Let's see who is the real king of the sea. Zhao Xiaohua proposed a challenging competition, using a water paraglider to fly over 3 buoys on the sea. The fastest person to complete the task would win. Paragliding requires a high sense of balance and skill, and the slightest mistake could result in falling into the water. Mr. Qin, what's the matter? Zhao Xiaohua asked provocatively. Xin Feng smiled slightly. Since Mr. Zhao is so interested, then I will naturally accompany you. At the start of the competition, the two took off almost simultaneously, their paragliders moving at high speed in the sea breeze. Zhao Xiaohua's performance was not bad, crossing 2 buoys in a row, but his movements were obviously a bit clumsy, and his speed gradually slowed down. Xin Feng seemed to be at ease, operating the paraglider as smoothly as an artist. Not only did he quickly cross the buoys, he also completed a stunning aerial flip at the last buoy, which aroused cheers from the audience. Brilliant! This technique is unmatched. Mr. Qin is indeed worthy of being the king of the sea. Zhao Xiaohua climbed onto the motorboat awkwardly after falling into the water. His face looked grim, but he had to force out an awkward smile. Mr. Qin, I admire you. Your reputation is well deserved. Xin Feng smiled lightly. Mr. Zhao, technology is not a temporary show-off, but a habit. After the game ended, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Mission completed. Host a luxurious yacht party and suppress the provocateur. Reward: the design of a private sea villa worth 150 million has been unlocked. Private sea villa? Xin Feng clicked on the system interface and saw the design, his eyes flashing with excitement. This villa not only has a unique ocean theme, but can also be directly connected to the yacht, making it a perfect tool for showing off wealth. It seems that the next plan will be more interesting, Xin Feng said in a low voice. After the party, Lin Wanner sat on the deck, quietly looking at the sea in the distance. Xin Feng came over and draped a thin blanket over her. How was your fun today? Xin Feng asked softly. Lin Wanner turned to look at him and smiled slightly. I'm very happy, but I always feel that you have many bigger plans hidden. Life is like this. You always have to keep some surprises. Xin Feng said, but you just need to enjoy it. Lin Wanner lowered her head and chuckled softly, her eyes full of tenderness. Being with you, every day is indeed like an adventure. Chapter 26, Building a Sea Villa. After the yacht party, Xin Feng began to build the private sea villa that the system had awarded him. According to the design provided by the system, the villa would be built in a private waters approximately 10 kilometers from the main island of the Maldives, covering an area of nearly 5,000 square meters and supported entirely by a floating platform. System tips: the construction period of the villa is 2 weeks. Once completed, it will be equipped with top-level living facilities and private entertainment functions. The construction speed is quite fast. Xin Feng checked the design and said with satisfaction, since it is a show of wealth, it must be done to the extreme. This sea villa not only has a private swimming pool and open-air cinema, but also includes an underwater room, which can directly watch the underwater world through the glass wall. In addition, the floating platform outside the villa can also park luxury yachts and helicopters. While waiting for the construction of the villa, Xin Feng still lived a luxurious and fulfilling life. Early in the morning, he sat in the open-air bar on the top floor of the yacht, and the butler served him a cup of special Blue Mountain coffee. Mr. Qin, does today's itinerary need to be adjusted? The butler asked in a low voice. No need, let's proceed as planned. Xin Feng answered casually while looking through the thank you messages sent by the guests last night. Lin Wanner walked out of the room, wearing a simple vacation outfit and looking relaxed. Xin Feng, where are we going today? I'll take you to experience diving and see the sea villa under construction, Xin Feng said with a smile. The yacht docked in a clear, shallow area. Lin Wanner donned her diving gear and followed her instructor underwater. When she first saw the vibrant corals and schools of tropical fish, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Xin Feng, it's so beautiful here. It's like a dream, Lin Wanner said excitedly through the underwater intercom. Sheen Fong observed the surrounding environment while silently thinking about how to integrate these natural resources into the villa's entertainment activities in the future. After the dive, Lin Wana returned to the yacht and excitedly took Qin Feng's hand. "Thank you for bringing me here. I feel like I can't live without this kind of life anymore." Qin Feng chuckled, "Then get used to it, there will be more interesting places next." That night, when Qin Feng checked his mobile phone, he found that his yacht and party photos had been posted on social media in large quantities, and even appeared in some well-known luxury lifestyle feature reports. Who owns the world's top yacht? The luxurious scene of the Maldives private party was exposed. These articles quickly attracted a lot of attention, with many positive comments, but some also questioned, is this just a show of wealth or just some kind of show? It seems that some people are starting to feel unhappy. Qin Feng looked at the comments section and smiled indifferently. The butler came over and reported, "Mr. Qin, the media coverage has indeed attracted considerable attention. Several luxury brands even hope to cooperate with you and borrow your yacht for brand display." "Reject them," Qin Feng said coldly, "my things only serve me." The butler nodded and left. Just as Qin Feng was planning how to deal with public opinion, the system issued another task. New mission: after the sea villa is completed, hold an opening party, attract at least 200 guests, and showcase the villa's unique charm. Completion reward: a private helicopter and flight rights worth 200 million. A 200 million reward? Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. It seems the system also knows that my presence will only get bigger and bigger. The next day, Su Weiwei took the initiative to contact Qin Feng, hoping to participate in the opening party of the sea villa. "Mr. Qin, I heard that your villa is about to be completed. I would like to host the opening party for you and invite some internationally renowned model teams to help out." Su Weiwei's tone was full of anticipation. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Okay, your idea is very good. However, this party must not only be luxurious, but also unique." "I understand. I will definitely make this party the focus of the whole world," Su Weiwei answered confidently. In order to make the party more eye-catching, Qin Feng decided to add more innovative elements. 1. Water light show: hundreds of light installations create a starry sky effect on the sea, echoing the ocean theme of the villa. 2. Theme party: guests are required to dress according to the theme of different areas, such as underwater adventure, ocean fantasy, etc. 3. Immersive interaction: provide virtual reality equipment to allow guests to experience the shock of the underwater world. When Lin Wana heard these plans, her face was filled with surprise. "Qin Feng, isn't the scale of this party a little too big? How can there be a big deal when it comes to showing off wealth?" Qin Feng chuckled. "As long as the scene is shocking enough, no one will forget this day." When the villa construction entered the final stage, the construction team suddenly reported, "Mr. Qin, we have found several rare minerals near the seabed foundation. We may need your personal confirmation to deal with them." Qin Feng went to the scene to check in person and found that these minerals turned out to be extremely rare deep-sea blue diamonds, whose value even exceeded the villa itself. "These minerals are an unexpected surprise," Qin Feng said calmly. "If we dig them out and use them as part of the villa decoration, the effect will be even better." The construction manager nodded in understanding and immediately arranged for a professional team to collect the data. When the blue diamond was successfully transported back to the villa, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Special reward triggered: complete the blue diamond collection mission. Reward: customized deep-sea blue diamond jewelry set worth 100 million. This reward is the icing on the cake. Qin Feng picked up a blue diamond and said with a smile, "It's perfect. Let's keep it as a surprise for the party." Chapter 27: The Sea Villa is completed. After 2 weeks of intense construction, the private sea villa awarded by the system was finally completed. This villa is like a palace floating on the sea, with a modern architectural design that blends perfectly with the surrounding ocean scenery. Qin Feng stood on the deck of the yacht, admiring the wonders of the sea before him. The main body of the villa is made of glass, like a gem embedded in the sea. The facilities inside the villa are even more luxurious to the extreme. Underwater room: through the panoramic glass, you can directly view the seabed scenery and even interact with the swimming fish. Infinity pool: the design connected to the sea surface makes it seem as if it has merged into one with the sea. Private cinema: a custom-built underwater IMAX theater equipped with a top-of-the-line sound system. Helipad: convenient for long-distance travel or receiving VIPs at any time. Sure enough, this is the real luxury. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Lin Wana stood beside him, her eyes filled with wonder. Xinfeng, this place really is like a dream. How did you come up with the idea of building such a special place? When it comes to showing off your wealth, you have to do it in a way that others wouldn't even dare to think about, Xinfeng said casually. Today's opening party will make everyone remember this villa. To complete the system's mission, Xinfeng decided to host an opening party larger than ever before. Themed Ocean Miracle, the party invited guests including the world's richest people, celebrities, and representatives from the luxury goods industry. System prompt: the current confirmed number of guests is 250, and the mission goal has been achieved. Please continue to ensure the uniqueness and influence of the party. Preparations for the party were extremely busy, and Xinfeng personally supervised every detail. 1. Light show. Hundreds of underwater lights are installed in the sea outside the villa, presenting a magnificent sea of stars at night. 2. Luxurious dining. 3 Michelin 3-star chefs are specially invited to customize exclusive menus for each guest. 3. Underwater interaction. Diving equipment is provided so that guests can go underwater to appreciate the villa's exterior and blue diamond decorations. 4. Special session. The deep-sea blue diamonds collected from the villa's waters will be displayed and designed into a set of jewelry as the grand prize for the party raffle. That evening, guests arrived one after another by yacht and helicopter. The sea villa looked particularly dazzling in the afterglow of the setting sun, like a pearl floating on the sea. Mr. Chin's villa is amazing. I have never seen such a unique design, exclaimed the president of a European luxury brand. The scale of this party is simply unimaginable. I heard that even blue diamonds were used as decorations, asked another wealthy person. Xinfeng stood at the entrance of the villa, wearing a well-tailored white suit, and greeted every guest with a smile. His calmness and confidence made everyone feel an aura that was hard to ignore. Soon after, Su Weiwei appeared in a dark blue evening gown that perfectly matched the theme of Ocean Miracle. She walked up to Xinfeng, raised a glass of champagne, and said softly, "Mr. Qin, every detail of this party is astounding. Your outfit today is very appropriate." Xinfeng smiled slightly. "I'll leave the hosting part to you later." Su Weiwei nodded confidently. "Don't worry, I will definitely make the atmosphere tonight reach its peak." Halfway through the party, a guest suddenly issued a challenge. "Mr. Qin, your villa is indeed unparalleled, but I heard that your jewelry collection is not top-notch. I wonder if the blue diamonds on display this time can really amaze us." The guests around were in an uproar and turned their eyes to Xinfeng. It seems that someone is not convinced. Su Weiwei laughed softly. Xinfeng looked calm as he picked up the microphone and said, "Since some people are questioning this, please move to the underwater viewing area. I will show you what true top-level technology is." The guests followed him into the underwater room. When the lights came on, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The entire room was inlaid with deep-sea blue diamonds. The crystal-clear diamonds emitted a charming glow under the light, blending perfectly with the ocean view outside the window. "This is real art. It's so shocking. This isn't just a decoration, it's a true art treasure." The provocative guest was speechless and could only nod with a wry smile. "Mr. Qin's taste is indeed extraordinary. I was overthinking it." Xinfeng smiled calmly. "Anything, as long as it is top-notch enough, will make all doubts meaningless." As the party draws to a close, a system notification sounds. Mission completed. Successfully held the opening party for the Sea Villa. Reward: a private helicopter worth 200 million and flight route rights have been unlocked. Xinfeng opened the system interface and saw the detailed configuration of the helicopter. Not only was its appearance streamlined and beautiful, but its interior was also extremely luxurious, equipped with a private meeting room, bar, and massage chairs. "This helicopter is a good tool," Xinfeng whispered to himself. After the party, Lin Wanner and Su Weiwei stood together on the villa terrace, admiring the starry night sky. Xinfeng came over with a glass of red wine and asked with a smile, "How was your day?" Lin Wanner smiled and said, "Xinfeng, I finally understand the true meaning of a luxurious life." "What is it?" Xinfeng asked. "It's an enjoyment beyond imagination," Lin Wanner said. Su Weiwei gently raised her glass and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, tonight's party has become a global hot topic. I'm sure more people will want to know you next. I never need them to understand." Xinfeng said softly, "I just need them to remember." Chapter 28: Private Helicopter. The day after the opening party at the Sea Villa, Xinfeng's system reward, a private helicopter, arrived. Named the Sky Wing, it was a limited edition, only one in the world. When the helicopter landed on the villa's helipad, everyone around was shocked by its design. The helicopter's exterior features a streamlined metal design, all silver white with dark blue starry sky patterns. The interior is even more luxurious. Independent bar, equipped with limited edition fine wines from around the world and private bartenders. Massage seats, automatically adjust angle and strength according to the passenger's physical condition. Panoramic sunroof, allows passengers to enjoy the beautiful scenery at any time during the flight. Private cinema, can be used for projected movie viewing to meet entertainment needs. Xin Feng boarded the helicopter, opened the wine cabinet casually, picked up a bottle of 1982 Lafite, poured a glass, shook it gently, and looked out the window. This is how life should be, he whispered to himself. Lin Wanner followed him onto the helicopter and was completely stunned. Xin Feng, this helicopter is too big. I thought the villa I saw yesterday was the limit. If you like, take a ride a few more times. Xin Feng smiled faintly. Next, I'll take you to experience the luxurious life in the sky. Is it really possible? Lin Wanner was excited and a little bit unbelieving. Xin Feng motioned for her to sit down, then told the pilot to take off. The helicopter slowly ascended, and through the panoramic skylight, a magnificent view of the sea and sky met. Lin Wanner leaned back in the chair, feeling the built-in massage function, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is even more comfortable than a five-star hotel." Soon after, the flight attendant brought over an exquisite dessert. "Ms. Lin, this is a mousse cake specially customized according to your preferences. Please enjoy it." Lin Wanner took a bite and exclaimed in surprise, "This tastes amazing. Every detail here is designed for the ultimate experience." Xin Feng said softly, "Next, we will fly over several famous islands and try out the Sky Restaurant." During the helicopter flight, Xin Feng arranged a special dinner in the air. On an uninhabited island near the Maldives, the helicopter hovered over an aerial platform connected by cables, which was decorated with luxurious dining tables and lights. "Xin Feng, this is so romantic." Lin Wanner looked at everything in front of her, her face full of surprise. "Isn't the meaning of life to enjoy everything?" Xin Feng smiled slightly and took her hand as he walked towards the dining table. On the sky platform, the chef personally prepared a fusion of Asian and European cuisine for the two of them, paired with premium wine and dessert. During dinner, the sun slowly set, dyeing the clouds in the sky a golden red. The entire scene was as beautiful as a painting. Just as Xin Feng and Lin Wanner were enjoying dinner, the system suddenly prompted. "Warning, your luxurious lifestyle in the Maldives has caused dissatisfaction among some people and may lead to new provocations. Please remain vigilant." Xin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled softly. "There are quite a few people who are dissatisfied, but no matter what their intentions are, I will not give in." Sure enough, not long after, a luxury yacht entered the waters near the uninhabited island. On the yacht stood a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, accompanied by several attendants. "Mr. Qin, I came here this time to see how special your helicopter is." The man raised the loudspeaker and said loudly. Xin Feng stood on the aerial platform and said calmly, "If you want to see my stuff, there's no need to go through so much trouble. But whether you can accept the result is the key. If you're willing to have a match, the loser needs to admit that he's not worthy of showing off," the man said provocatively. The guests around heard the news and rushed over to watch. The man proposed a helicopter driving competition, passing through prescribed aerial obstacles and completing the flight route in the shortest time. Xin Feng casually handed over the wine glass and said calmly, "Since you are so interested, I will play with you." After the competition started, the man's helicopter took off first. He had obviously received professional training and his movements were very skillful, which attracted a lot of people's admiration. But when Xin Feng's sky wing took off, everyone was stunned. This helicopter was not only faster, but also had a much more flexible turning ability than ordinary aircraft. In particular, during a difficult sharp turn, Xin Feng completed a perfect 360-degree rotation, which drew cheers from the audience. This is truly top-notch technology. How can he achieve such perfect control? In the end, Xin Feng finished the race with absolute advantage, while the men's helicopter had to stop at the last obstacle due to a mistake. The man looked grim, but he had to admit, "Mr. Qin, your helicopter is truly unmatched." "I'm convinced." Xin Feng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. Facts always speak louder than words." After the game, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission completed. Demonstrate luxury with a private helicopter. Reward, global top flight membership service worth 100 million including unlimited private jet use. The system is getting better and better at understanding how to play. Xin Feng looked at the reward interface and nodded with satisfaction. Back on the helicopter, Lin Wanner leaned back in her seat, her face brimming with satisfaction. Xin Feng, I finally understand why you're always so confident. It's because you truly have the capital to be confident. Capital is meant to make life better, not to be wasted. Xin Feng said, next, there are more interesting places to take you. Is there any place more interesting than this? Lin Wanner asked in surprise. You'll find out, just wait. Xin Feng smiled mysteriously. Chapter 29, Top Flight Services and Island Adventures. After completing the helicopter mission, Xin Feng was awarded the world's top flight membership service. This service not only covers unlimited use of private jets, but also provides exclusive airport access and VIP lounges around the world, and even a flight steward and flight team are on standby at all times. System prompt: you have unlocked the benefits of global flight membership and can arrange a private jet to any destination at any time. This reward is interesting. Xin Feng clicked on the system interface and saw a list of various luxury aircraft options, including supersonic private jets and business jets. It seems like I should think about the next place to show off my wealth, Xin Feng said to himself. After some thought, Xin Feng decided to use the reward to embark on a new adventure. He chose an uninhabited island in the South Pacific, which was not only beautiful but also known as the Eye of Paradise for its pristine ecology. When Lin Wanner heard this plan, her eyes lit up with excitement. Xin Feng, are you really planning to take me to an uninhabited island? This is so romantic. What's more important than romance is uniqueness, Xin Feng said with a smile, only places that no one dares to think of are worth showing off. That day, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner boarded a state-of-the-art supersonic private jet. This aircraft, known as the King of the Sky, boasted a sleek exterior and breathtakingly luxurious interior. Separate bedroom, equipped with panoramic windows, you can enjoy the beautiful view from your bed. Private gym, stay in top shape even at 10,000 meters. Top-notch dining, chefs prepare meals on site, providing Michelin-level meals. During the flight attendant brought a special dessert and said with a smile, Mr. Chin, this dessert is designed based on the characteristics of the South Pacific. I hope you like it. Xin Feng took a bite and nodded, saying, not bad. Tell the chef to keep the quality of the next meal to this level. Lin Wanner sat next to him, leaning against the panoramic window, looking at the endless sea of clouds, and said with emotion, Xin Feng, every time I travel with you, I feel like my life is like a dream. This is not a dream, it's just a daily routine that you should get used to, Xin Feng said softly. After the plane landed, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner took a helicopter to the uninhabited island. The island was surrounded by turquoise waters, with white sand beaches and dense tropical rainforests, like a paradise on Earth. As soon as she set foot on the island, Lin Wanner couldn't help but exclaim, this place is so beautiful. There's absolutely no sign of it being developed. This is indeed a treasure land. Xin Feng looked around and nodded, saying, next, we will create an adventure of our own here. Although it was an uninhabited island, Xin Feng had already arranged everything. Following his instructions, a professional team quickly built luxury camping facilities on the island. 1. Luxury tents, each tent is equipped with air conditioning, sofas, and viewing windows, comparable to a 5-star hotel. 2. Outdoor cinema, use high-tech equipment to project blockbuster movies on the beach. 3. Exclusive restaurant, the team provides freshly grilled seafood and tropical fruit drinks at any time. When night falls, the entire island is decorated with lights like a dream, bonfires are lit on the beach, and the sound of waves is intertwined with soft music. Lin Wanner sat by the campfire, eating freshly grilled lobster, and said with a smile, Xin Feng, I never thought that camping could be so luxurious. Luxury is just the basics. Xin Feng picked up a glass of wine and said calmly, next, you will see something more interesting. Just as the two were enjoying their time together, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the distance. A black helicopter landed on the beach, and several men in suits and ties stepped out. One of them was Zhao Xiaohua, the provocateur Xin Feng had encountered in the Maldives. Mr. Chin, it seems you do have a unique definition of luxury camping, Zhao Xiaohua said with a smile. But, I wonder if you're willing to accept some new challenges? Xin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, what challenge? It's said that this island has an extremely complex coral reef area, and few people dare to dive there. Zhao Xiaohua said with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chin would like to give it a try. When Lin Wanner heard this, she looked at Xin Feng with some concern. Xin Feng, is this too dangerous? Xin Feng just smiled faintly, since someone wants to play, then I will naturally accompany you. Zhao Xiaohua's team prepared some diving equipment and led a group of people to the coral reef area. The waters here are complex and if you are not careful, you may be caught in the undercurrent or even hit the sharp corals. After the competition started, Zhao Xiaohua was very confident. His diving skills were indeed good, but he clearly lacked control over the terrain and almost hit the coral several times. Qin Feng seemed to be at ease. Not only did he pass through each dangerous area quickly, he also took the initiative to stop and observe the rare creatures hidden in the coral reefs. The whole process was like an elegant underwater adventure. In the end, Qin Feng completed the challenge first, while Zhao Xiaohua was forced to withdraw due to exhaustion. "Mr. Qin, you are indeed more skilled than others," Zhao Xiaohua said with admiration. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Technology is not a tool to show off, but a way to enjoy life. After the game, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed. Complete the uninhabited island luxury challenge. Reward, a 200 million renminbi marine biology research center available for investment or private customization. Research center? Qin Feng raised a smile. It seems the system is preparing more interesting things for me. After returning to the beach, Lin Wanner snuggled up to Qin Feng and asked softly, "Qin Feng, you always know what to do next." "Why?" Qin Feng looked at the sea in the distance and said softly, "Because I know that every step of life should be lived to the fullest." Chapter 30 Marine Research Center. After completing the diving challenge on the uninhabited island, the Marine Biology Research Center, a system reward, is officially unlocked. This private marine facility, valued at $200 million, is nestled deep in the South Pacific. The main structure exudes a uniquely futuristic, technological feel, resembling a spaceship floating on the surface. The research center is not only fully functional, but also incorporates top-notch luxury design. Underwater laboratory allows for observation of marine life and seamlessly integrates with the surrounding ecological environment. Sightseeing and rest area, admire the wonders of the underwater world through the 360-degree panoramic glass wall. Luxury suite, for researchers or special guests, comparable to a 5-star hotel. Undersea restaurant, equipped with a team of top chefs, it serves rare deep-sea delicacies. System prompt, you have obtained ownership of the Ocean Research Center. Complete related development tasks to receive additional rewards. Qin Feng looked at the system interface, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Ocean research? It seems that we can dig up some more interesting content. The next day, Qin Feng took Lin Wanner on a special helicopter and headed to the Ocean Research Center. When the research center appeared before her eyes, Lin Wanner covered her mouth in shock. "This is the research center? This is too dreamy." This is not only a research center, but also the starting point of another luxurious enjoyment. Qin Feng smiled slightly and led her into the main building. Outside the glass wall of the underwater sightseeing area, colorful fish swim around, and occasionally you can see huge sea turtles and elegant manta rays passing by, as if you were in a fantasy underwater world. This place is like a fairy tale. Lin Wanner leaned against the glass wall, her eyes full of surprise. "If you like, you can come here anytime in the future," Qin Feng said, "but today, we're not just here to see the scenery." The head of the research center introduced the full functions of the facility to Qin Feng and proposed a unique idea. "Mr. Qin, the space here can be used to host a luxurious deep-sea themed party and invite celebrities from all walks of life to come and experience it." Qin Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Deep-sea party? That's a good idea, we can arrange it." Qin Feng then issued instructions to the team, requiring them to complete the entire party setup within a week. 1. Underwater stage. Through holographic projection technology, an ocean-themed light show was presented in the underwater area. 2. Floating restaurant. Build an exclusive dining area on the sea surface to provide deep-sea specialty food. 3. VIP diving experience. Professional diving equipment will be arranged for guests to explore the seabed. 4. Rare creatures display. Display the world's top marine biological specimens and research results to increase the sense of technology and uniqueness of the party. During the preparations for the party, Qin Feng's research center attracted widespread attention. Media reports claimed it was one of the world's most luxurious marine facilities, and many wealthy individuals even attempted to purchase tickets to attend the party. Meanwhile, a competitor, European super-rich Wilson Kate, publicly provoked a provocative statement: "A luxury research center? It's just meaningless show-off. I want to see how this place can surpass my deep-sea hotel." After seeing the news, Lin Wanner asked Qin Feng with some concern, "This person seems to be very famous. Is his deep-sea hotel also very powerful?" "Fame isn't important, results are." Qin Feng said calmly, "Since he wants to compete, I'll let him understand what true luxury is." On the day of the party, celebrities from around the world gathered at the research center, and private jets and yachts filled the nearby waters. The interior of the research center was transformed into a dreamlike deep-sea world through lighting and decoration, with every detail awe-inspiring. "This place is simply beyond words," exclaimed the CEO of an American technology company. "Mr. Chen's work is truly extraordinary." The highlight of the party was a deep-sea creature exhibition hosted by Chen Feng himself. He invited guests to enter the underwater viewing area to view a virtual deep-sea ecological scene generated by the system, even simulating the living conditions of deep-sea giants. "Is this true?" Wilson Kate was also present, his face full of shock. Chen Feng chuckled and said, "There's no need to distinguish true from false. Just remember this shocking feeling." At the end of the party, Wilson tried to save face by posing a bold challenge. "Mr. Chen, your research center is indeed luxurious, but I wonder if it has any practical scientific value. We can have a competition to see who can attract more investors." Chen Feng looked at the other party and said calmly, "Attracting investment? There's no need to compete for this kind of thing, because I don't need external financial support." Afterwards, he activated a core function of the Research Center Global Online Display, and displayed the center's research data and ecological protection achievements to all guests present through holographic projection. "These data have been certified by more than a dozen international organizations," Chen Feng said calmly. "This isn't pure luxury, but a commitment to the future of the ocean." Wilson was speechless, and the guests around him applauded. "Mr. Chen's vision and pattern are admirable." After the party ends, the system prompt sounds. "Mission completed. Host a deep-sea party to showcase the unique value of the Ocean Research Center. Reward, ownership of a world-class private island worth $300 million. "A private island?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Looks like there's going to be a bigger scene next." At night, Lin Wanner sat in the observation area of the research center, quietly watching the fish outside, and said softly, "Chen Feng, you always manage to do things that others dare not even think of." "If it's only something that others can think of, then what's the point?" Chen Feng walked over to her and smiled slightly. "Next, I'll take you to see a bigger world." Chapter 31, Surprises on the Private Island. After completing the deep-sea party mission, the private island awarded by the system quickly became Chen Feng's next target. Located in the Caribbean Sea, the island covers an area of over 20 square kilometers and is surrounded by the sea. It has a rare ecological environment and beautiful natural scenery. System prompt: you have obtained permanent ownership of Golden Reef Island. The island comes with development rights and independent legal exemptions. The system interface shows detailed information about the island. Golden Beach, kilometers of pure natural sandy beach, suitable for high-end beach parties and private events. Coral Sea, the sea surrounding the island is rich in coral reefs and is a paradise for diving enthusiasts. Tropical rainforest, the center of the island is covered with dense rainforest, which contains natural waterfalls and rare flora and fauna. Exclusive marina and airport, can accommodate top yachts and private jets. This place is very suitable for creating an ultimate luxurious paradise for showing off wealth. Chen Feng looked at the detailed data provided by the system and nodded with satisfaction. The next day, Chen Feng took Lin Wanner on a private plane to Golden Reef Island. When the plane landed at the island's exclusive airport, the beautiful scenery before her completely shocked Lin Wanner. "Is this your new reward?" Lin Wanner looked at the azure waters and the fine sand and couldn't help but sigh. "This place is so dreamy. This will be our private paradise in the future." Chen Feng smiled slightly. "I'll show you around first, and then we'll plan the next development plan." The two boarded a tour bus and toured the entire island along the ring road. Lin Wanner was particularly intrigued by the natural waterfall in the center of the island. "This is a paradise. It would be perfect if we could build a villa here." "The villa is just the foundation, there will be more surprises next," Chen Feng said. Returning to the temporary command center in the center of the island, Chen Feng convened the development team and put forward his development concept. 1. Beach Club, create a top-notch club on the Golden Beach that integrates entertainment, dining, and marine activities. 2. Rainforest Resort, preserve the original ecology of the rainforest while building luxurious holiday villas hidden among the treetops. 3. Ocean Exploration Center, integrating with the previous Ocean Research Center, a facility will be open for guests to explore the deep sea. 4. Top Casino, build an international luxury casino at the foot of the mountain on the west side of the island to attract high-end customers. After hearing this, the team expressed their amazement. "Mr. Chen, this plan is truly magnificent. Golden Reef Island will surely become a luxury destination that attracts worldwide attention." Remember, this place must not only be luxurious, but also become something that others want to imitate but cannot surpass. Xin Feng said in a firm tone. Just as the development plan was in full swing, the system suddenly issued a warning. Warning, a competitor is planning a similar project in the Caribbean and is trying to steal market attention. Not long after, Xin Feng's team received a video message in which a wealthy American man calling himself Michael Rod announced that he was building an ultra-luxury resort on another island in the Caribbean. Golden Reef Island? I heard that Mr. Qin is also working on a similar project, but I believe our resort will be completed earlier and attract more top customers. Michael said provocatively in the video. It seems some people are getting impatient. Xin Feng said with a smile after reading it, since he wants to compete, let's put some pressure on him. Faced with Michael's provocation, Xin Feng decided to fight back with faster speed and more stunning design. He immediately contacted a team of top architectural designers around the world and adjusted and optimized his development plan. 1. Upgrade of the beach club. Add a movable floating pool that can float on the sea and is equipped with a 360-degree panoramic bar. 2. Highlights of the Rainforest Resort. Each villa is equipped with a private waterfall and natural hot spring, creating the concept of living in harmony with nature. 3. Deep Sea Restaurant. Build a fully transparent restaurant on the seabed, allowing guests to enjoy delicious food while appreciating marine life. 4. Uniqueness of the top casino. Introducing the world's only water casino, where guests can gamble while riding on a yacht. Michael Rod is just a rich imitator, but he will never catch up with the real original creator. Xin Feng sneered. As the development of Golden Reef Island continued to advance, Michael also accelerated the promotion of his project, even frequently mocking Xin Feng on social media. I heard that Golden Reef Island is luxurious? But true luxury is determined by strength, not speed. Facing the other party's provocation, Xin Feng chose to keep a low profile, but his team carried out a comprehensive marketing layout behind the scenes. 1. Global Premiere Experience Event. Invite top celebrities and media to experience the unfinished part of Golden Reef Island in advance and gain advanced exposure. 2. Deep Sea Live Broadcast. Showcasing the island as ocean wonders and unique facilities through global live broadcasts, sparking widespread discussion. 3. Limited membership system. A strict invitation system is implemented for visits to Golden Reef Island, and only the world's top wealthy people are allowed to participate, further enhancing the mystery and exclusivity. A few days later, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed. Launch the luxury development plan for Golden Reef Island and successfully deal with the provocation of competitors. Reward: membership to the world's top ocean club worth 400 million. Ocean Club? Xin Feng opened the reward interface and found that this qualification allowed him to enjoy exclusive services in any sea area in the world, including luxury yachts, deep sea adventures, and even private submarines. The system is getting better and better at playing. Xin Feng smiled. It looks like there's a lot to look forward to this time. At night, Lin Wanner stood on the beach of Golden Reef Island, quietly looking at the starry sky in the distance. Xin Feng, do you really intend to turn this place into a place that cannot be surpassed in the whole world? She asked. It's not just a plan, but I will definitely do it. Xin Feng walked up to her and said firmly, every step forward will be bigger, further, and more interesting. Chapter 32, First Experience of Golden Reef Island. The development of Golden Reef Island has been completed at an incredible pace, and Xin Feng's luxurious plans are beginning to bear fruit. Core facilities such as the Beach Club, Rainforest Resort, and Deep Sea Restaurant have already opened for trial operation to the first group of invited guests, including the world's wealthiest individuals, celebrities, and representatives from the luxury industry. On the first day of the trial operation, the entire island was filled with luxury and romance. Guests said that the facilities and services of Golden Reef Island had exceeded their imagination. Mr. Qin, the design of this floating swimming pool is so wonderful. The lighting effect at night is like being in a dream, exclaimed a European nobleman. This is a truly high-end experience, another Hollywood star said while savoring the rare seafood at the Deep Sea Restaurant. Michael's resort is a joke compared to this. Lin Wanner stood at the edge of the floating pool, wearing a long white beach dress, her face filled with unconcealed excitement. She looked at the busy and orderly staff, then glanced at the guests in the distance, her face filled with a proud smile. Xin Feng, everything here is simply too perfect. Lin Wanner took Xin Feng's hand, her eyes full of anticipation. You've truly made it a world wonder. This is just the beginning. Xin Feng smiled slightly. Next, you will see more miracles. Just as the trial operation of Golden Reef Island was going smoothly, the island's steward brought in unexpected news. Mr. Qin, Mr. Michael Rhodes has arrived, and he insists on seeing you. Xin Feng raised his head and said calmly, "Let him in and see what tricks he wants to play this time." Not long after, Michael Rhodes walked into the reception hall of Golden Reef Island with several followers. He was wearing an expensive suit and a fake smile on his face, but his tone was full of provocation. "Mr. Chen, I have to admit that your island is quite interesting." Michael looked around and said disdainfully, "However, these designs are a bit too ostentatious. True luxury should be low-key and meaningful." Xin Feng smiled slightly, sat on the sofa, and said calmly, "Low-key? Michael, your resort hasn't even officially opened yet, but you're busy showing off in the media. Don't you think that's a bit contradictory?" Michael's face changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. "Showing off is to attract customers, not just a performance. I came here today to invite Mr. Chen to compete with me to see whose island project is more attractive." "Competition?" Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. "How?" Michael smiled and said, "We'll invite the world's richest and most famous people to the party, and the winner will be determined by the media reviews and customer response that night." "How do you think?" Xin Feng smiled lightly, his tone full of disdain. "Are you sure you want to compete with me in this? Then it's as you wish." In response to Michael's provocation, Xin Feng decided to hold an unprecedented grand party to showcase all the highlights of Golden Reef Island. 1. Light and fireworks show. Holographic lighting and fireworks installations are arranged on the beach to create a three-dimensional ocean starry sky. 2. Island-wide interactive experiences. Guests can choose to participate in rainforest adventures, deep-sea diving, or floating pool parties, each with dedicated butler service. 3. Top celebrities support. The world's most influential celebrities have been invited, including Hollywood stars, international sports champions, and founders of luxury brands. 4. Art auction. A private auction was specially arranged, with items including rare blue diamonds and top-notch artworks, which brought the party to a climax. This party is not only to respond to the provocation, but also to make Golden Reef Island a global benchmark of luxury. Xin Feng said to the team. During the preparations for the party, the system released a new task. Mission Trigger: host an ultimate extravagant party that surpasses Michael Lord's, ensuring media coverage surpasses your opponent. Completion reward: distributorship rights for a world-class luxury product worth 500 million. 500 million for the agency rights? Xin Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled. "It seems the system is forcing me to make the event bigger." On the evening of the party, the lights of Golden Reef Island were dazzling, like a fairy tale world. Guests arrived one after another by helicopter and yacht. Michael also showed up to observe Xin Feng's performance. "Mr. Chen, this party looks good, but I don't know if it can really exceed expectations," Michael said casually. Xin Feng smiled calmly. "Don't worry, every detail of today will exceed your imagination." As night falls, the party officially begins. Light show: the entire beach is covered in holographic lights, with stars, waves, and fireworks interweaving into a magnificent picture. Deep sea restaurant: guests can savor exquisite cuisine prepared by Michelin chefs underwater while admiring the marine life swimming around them. Art auction: when a rare blue diamond was sold at a sky-high price, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Michael's face gradually became ugly, because he knew that the scale of this party was completely beyond his imagination. The next day, major media outlets around the world reported on the grand party at Golden Reef Island. Fortune: Xin Feng's Golden Reef Island party redefines luxury. Fashion Weekly: this is not just a party, but also a feast of culture and wealth. The world's richest, Michael Lord's resort pales in comparison to Gold Reef. When Michael saw these reports, he was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground, but he was unable to refute it. After the party ends, the system prompt sounds. Mission completed: host the ultimate luxury party and successfully crush your competitors. Reward: unlock the agency rights for the world's top luxury goods worth 500 million. Luxury goods agency rights? Xin Feng chuckled. Looks like we can expand our display of wealth globally. Chapter 33: Luxury Goods Agency. After completing the Golden Reef Island Ultimate Party, Xin Feng officially unlocked the system-rewarded agency rights for the world's top luxury goods. This was not only an impressive business resource, but also a new starting point for showing off his wealth. System prompt: you have obtained the global agency rights for the following top brands, covering jewelry, fashion, watches, luxury cars and private customization services. Brands listed in the system include Star Jewelry, a top global jewelry brand, famous for its rare minerals and unique designs. Emperor Phoenix Fashion, a top international high-end brand, only available for custom orders by aristocrats and top wealthy individuals. Skywatches, a high-end watch brand known for its ultra-complex mechanical craftsmanship and global limited editions. Grandmaster Automobile focuses on creating limited edition luxury cars, each of which is a work of art. These brands themselves are symbols of status. Xin Feng said softly, "From now on, I will become synonymous with them." When Xin Feng told Lin Wanner about this reward, she was surprised and puzzled. "Xin Feng, you already have so many resources, why do you still need the agency rights for these brands?" "This isn't a necessity, but part of the rules of the game," Xin Feng said calmly. "When you control these top resources, everyone will revolve around you." Lin Wanner nodded thoughtfully. "That does sound interesting. So, how do you plan to utilize these resources next?" Xin Feng smiled slightly. "Starting from the world, I will build my own empire showing off my wealth." In order to maximize the use of these resources, Xin Feng decided to plan a global tour plan to promote these top brands to the world and further expand his own influence. 1. Top Jewelry Exhibition. A VIP-only jewelry exhibition in Paris will feature rare blue diamonds that have never been seen before. 2. Luxury Fashion Show. During Milan Fashion Week, the private customs series of Emperor Phoenix Fashion was launched, which is only available to the 10 richest customers in the world. 3. Supercar Launch. A limited edition sports car launch event for Grandeur Motors was held in the Dubai desert, with each car priced at over 100 million yuan. 4. Watch Appreciation Event. A private Sky Dome Watches Appreciation event will be held in Switzerland, inviting watch collectors and top tycoons from around the world. Every occasion must become the focus of global attention, Xin Feng told the team. At the same time, these brands must be closely associated with my name, so that the world knows that Top Luxury is my label. Just as Xin Feng was busy preparing for his global tour, Michael Roeder's provocation resurfaced. This time, he openly mocked Xin Feng in a media interview. "It's not difficult to control the agency rights of several brands, but the real luxury is to create an independent brand. Xin Feng is just showing off by wearing the halo of these brands." These words quickly attracted public attention, and some people began to question whether Xin Feng really had enough strength or simply relied on system resources. Lin Wanner was a little angry after seeing the news. "Xin Feng, this guy is so annoying. He always tries to provoke you. He's just comforting himself." Xin Feng sneered, "However, I will make him understand that when it comes to luxury goods, I am the one who makes the rules." The first tour exhibition was held in Paris. This was the global launch of Star Jewelry. The Blue Diamond series on display was called Heart of the Starry Sea. Each diamond was made of rare minerals provided by the system and was priceless. On the night of the exhibition, the world's top billionaires gathered in Paris. The entire venue was decorated as a brilliant starry sky, making people feel as if they were in the Milky Way. The cutting process of this blue diamond is a miracle. I've never seen such a luster. When the Heart of the Sea main diamond was displayed, the audience was amazed, and a buyer even offered €1 billion to buy it on the spot. Michael also appeared at the exhibition. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to belittle Xin Feng, but he was stunned after seeing the blue diamond. He couldn't help but whisper to his entourage, "Where does this ore come from? Why has our brand never seen it before?" The follower was speechless and could only shake his head in embarrassment. Xin Feng looked at Michael and smiled lightly. "Mr. Michael, this is what you call halo? It seems that you still have a long way to go in this field." After the exhibition, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed. Successfully hosted the first event of the world's top luxury goods exhibition. Reward, rare mineral mining rights worth 300 million. Rare ore? Xin Feng clicked on the reward details and found that this mining area was located in an undeveloped mountainous area in Africa and contained a large amount of top-grade blue diamond Oregon. "It seems that the system is paving the way for me again." Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction. As the exhibition tour progressed, Xin Feng began to conceive of a bigger show of wealth. 1. Private customized brand. Combine agency resources to create a top luxury brand named after yourself, integrating all resources into one. 2. Ultimate luxury experience. Launch the world's only $1 million a night suite experience on Golden Reef Island, breaking industry records with luxury and exclusivity. 3. Global resource integration. Utilize the ores and resources rewarded by the system to further expand your influence and make the luxury industry completely revolve around you. At night, Xin Feng stood on the rooftop terrace of a Parisian hotel, overlooking the city lights. He looked at Lin Wanner beside him and whispered, "Wanner, what do you think the meaning of top-tier luxury goods is? Is it a symbol of wealth?" Lin Wanner said after thinking for a while. "No, wealth alone is not enough." Xin Feng said calmly, "It should be a symbol of status, a height that others look up to." And my goal is to make this height become my symbol. Chapter 34 Top Fashion Show. Following the sensation caused by the Paris Jewelry Show, Jean Fong's global luxury tour plan came to its second stop, Milan, the fashion capital. The highlight of the event was the debut of the limited edition, custom-made collection by the Emperor Phoenix brand. Themed Starry Emperor Phoenix, the collection showcased haute couture gowns crafted specifically for the world's top clients. Each gown was crafted from rare materials provided by the system, and its design was inspired by the fusion of the starry sky, nature, and luxury. System tip: successfully hold a fashion show and make the brand an industry benchmark. Completion reward: private fashion studio resources worth 500 million. Jean Fong looked at the task, a smile on his face. From now on, the rules of the fashion industry will be determined by me. In order to match the theme of Starry Emperor Phoenix, the venue of the fashion show was designed as a starry palace. Holographic projection skyscreen makes the entire venue feel like being in the Milky Way. Crystal tea stage, made of transparent material, with lights and flowing water under the tea stage, creating a dreamy feeling. Customized chairs: each guest's chair was engraved with their name, and a limited edition gift bag containing brand samples and jewelry was placed in front of the seat. Lin Warner stood backstage and exclaimed, "Jean Fong, the layout of this show is simply a visual feast. I can't even imagine how shocking the actual effect will be." "You don't need to think about it, just watch it later." Jean Fong patted her shoulder gently, his eyes full of confidence. The fashion show that night attracted top figures in the global fashion industry, including CEOs of luxury brands, international supermodels, editors-in-chief of fashion magazines, and even the wives of some heads of state. "I heard that the Emperor Phoenix fashion collection is limited to 10 customers this time, and all designs are inspired by the customers' identities and status. This is true luxury. Just hearing the names is incredible." The guests were discussing the matter, and some were even preparing to place orders in advance. As the lights went out, a brilliant starry sky appeared on the holographic screen. Soft music slowly began to play, and a beam of light appeared in the center of the runway. The first model, wearing a dress with the theme of Galaxy Streamer, slowly walked onto the stage. The dress is made of starry sky silk provided by the system. The fabric emits flowing light under the light, as if a meteor is sliding across the night sky. "It's so beautiful. This isn't costume, this is art." As the models appeared one after another, each dress evoked awe in the audience. Some were inlaid with diamonds, shimmering like stars under the lights, while others were adorned with feathers and pearls, exuding luxury in their elegance. The finale gown was worn by international supermodel Su Weiwei. Her gown, themed the glory of the sun and the moon, featured gold embroidery on the hem and blue diamonds on the skirt, exuding a powerful aura. As the show drew to a close, Michael Lord reappeared. He feigned indifference and said to his attendants, "These dresses look good, but they're too ornate. True couture should focus on understated elegance and quality, not sheer luxury." These words caused an uproar among the guests around. Some people looked at Jean Fong, worried that he would be angered. However, Jean Fong just smiled slightly, picked up the microphone and said, "Mr. Michael, luxury is never about pleasing everyone, but about serving those at the top of the pyramid. If you don't understand, it's your problem." The whole audience burst into applause. Michael's face instantly became extremely ugly, but he was unable to refute. After the fashion show, the most anticipated private customization session began. Jean Fong announced that every dress in the Starry Emperor Phoenix series would be auctioned, and the highest bidder would win. When the first dress, Galaxy Streamer, was sold for 20 million euros, the audience burst into applause again. The finale, Sun and Moon Splendor, was sold for a whopping 100 million euros, setting a new record in global fashion history. This is not just a fashion show, but also a feast of wealth. The editor-in-chief of a fashion magazine exclaimed, "Emperor Phoenix fashion has elevated luxury to a whole new level." After the auction ends, the system prompt sounds. Mission completed, successfully held a top-tier fashion show, establishing the brand's position in the industry. Reward, private fashion studio resources worth 500 million renminbi unlocked. Private studio? Jean Fong checked the reward details and found that this studio was located in Paris and had the most advanced design equipment and a team of top designers from around the world. "It seems that from now on, I have the final say on the rules of the fashion industry," Jean Fong said softly. That evening's news was all over the news, with all media outlets covering the grand occasion of the Imperial Phoenix fashion show, yet no one mentioned Michael's provocation. Lin Warner smiled and said, "I guess Michael doesn't even have the energy to provoke me this time, right?" Jean Fong smiled calmly. "He doesn't need strength, because he will never be able to catch up." After returning to the hotel, Xin Feng began to think about his next move. He decided to use the fashion studio awarded by the system to create a luxury brand that was entirely his own, integrating top global resources and defining a new level of luxury. From today on, everyone must know that Xin Feng's name is the true benchmark of luxury, he said. Lin Wanner looked at him with admiration on her face. I believe you will do it, because you always make people see incredible miracles. Chapter 35 Private Studio Launch. After the Milan Fashion Show, Xin Feng officially received the private fashion studio awarded by the system. Located in a prime location in Paris, this studio covers an area of over 10,000 square meters and is equipped with the world's most advanced design and production equipment, as well as a team of top experts in the luxury industry. System tip: the private fashion studio has been unlocked and can now be used to build an independent luxury brand. Complete brand building related tasks to receive additional rewards. The interior design of the studio is avant-garde yet luxurious, and every detail reflects the ultimate craftsmanship. Creative Center, an entire floor of open space for the design team to freely unleash their creativity. Private Customization Area provides tailor-made services exclusively for top customers, equipped with the most advanced measuring and fitting equipment. Rare Materials Library: a large number of rare materials provided by the system are stored here, including blue diamond silk, starcy ore, etc. Xin Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the studio, overlooking the streets of Paris, and said softly, "From today on, this will become the center of global luxury goods." Lin Wanner followed Xin Feng around the studio, her eyes filled with wonder. "Xin Feng, this place is a designer's paradise. But are you really planning on starting your own brand?" "Of course." Xin Feng said calmly, "No matter how top-notch these agency brands are, they are just the halo of others. I need a name that is completely mine, a symbol that the whole world will look up to." "That sounds quite challenging." Lin Wanner pondered. "So where do you plan to start?" Xin Feng smiled slightly. "Start from the most difficult place, then you can do the best." Xin Feng gathered the core team of the studio and proposed a new luxury brand concept to them. 1. Brand name: the brand will be named Xin Feng, and its English name is QF, which symbolizes quality and future. 2. Core concept: integrate traditional and modern craftsmanship to create luxury products that are both timeless and innovative. 3. Product lines, covering 4 major areas: jewelry, fashion, watches, and luxury cars. Each piece will become a unique work of art. 4. Limited quantity strategy: all products are globally limited, with only 10 pieces produced in each series, each with a unique number and exclusive certification. This brand must not only become an industry benchmark, but also a symbol of wealth and status, Xin Feng said firmly. "Let everyone know that owning QF means owning the world." As Xin Feng's brand vision was gradually taking shape, Michael Lord spoke out again through the media. The value of a brand lies not only in its luxury but also in its ability to carry culture. Although Xin Feng excels at fashion shows, whether he can truly create a brand that will stand the test of time remains to be seen. Michael's remarks once again sparked heated public debate, and many people began to look forward to Xin Feng's next move. Lin Wanner was a little worried after seeing the news. "Xin Feng, this guy always seems to be staring at you and trying every way to belittle you." Xin Feng smiled calmly. "He is just comforting himself. Once my brand comes out, his voice will disappear completely." To make the QF brand a blockbuster, Xin Feng decided to hold a world-renowned launch event that would bring together all of the brand's product lines and showcase the ultimate in luxury in an unprecedented way. 1. Jewelry debut. With the theme of Light of the Starry Sea, the world's only blue diamond crown made of rare minerals from the system is displayed. 2. Fashion show. Launching the Eternal Stars series of dresses, each dress incorporates rare blue diamond silk and gold thread embroidery. 3. Luxury watch display. Launch of the Lord of Time limited edition watch series, equipped with the world's most complex mechanical craftsmanship. 4. Luxury car debut. The Starry supercar is on display. It is built with resources rewarded by the system. There is only one in the world and it is worth more than 500 million. This grand ceremony is not just a launch, but also the birth of a new rule, said Xin Feng. During the preparations for the grand ceremony, the system released a new task. Mission Trigger: host the QF brand launch ceremony and establish new rules for the global luxury industry. Completion reward: global luxury industry chain resource integration rights worth 1 billion. A 1 billion reward? Xin Feng smiled slightly. It seems the system is also looking forward to this grand ceremony. To ensure the success of the event, the studio's team of designers worked day and night, polishing every detail of each product to perfection and carefully considering every aspect of the display. Lin Wanner also joined the preparations. She was responsible for client invitations and media publicity to ensure that this grand ceremony would attract the world's top attention. Jin Feng, are you really confident that you can make everyone crazy about QF? Lin Wanner asked. It's not confidence, but fact. Jin Feng said calmly, because no one can refuse true luxury. With 3 days left until the grand opening ceremony, the entire studio entered the final sprint. Major media outlets also began reporting on Jin Feng's branding plans, and many people were full of anticipation for the QF brand. This will be a luxurious feast that subverts tradition. We'll have to wait and see whether Jin Feng's brand can truly change the rules of the industry. At the same time, Michael was also planning behind the scenes how to weaken the influence of QF. He even tried to win over some designers and suppliers, but was strongly rejected by Jin Feng's team. At night, Jin Feng stood on the terrace of his studio, overlooking the lights of Paris. His gaze was firm, as if he was examining the entire world. Luxury is not just a symbol of wealth, it's also an unparalleled level of luxury. Jin Feng said softly, starting with QF, I will show everyone what true luxury means. Lin Wanner stood beside him and whispered, Jin Feng, I believe you can do it, because you have never disappointed anyone. Jin Feng smiled slightly, not only will I not be disappointed, I will also never forget it. Chapter 36, QF Brand Launch Ceremony. After weeks of intense preparation, the QF brand's grand launch event finally kicked off in Paris. Held at one of Paris' most iconic locations, the Luxury Arts Center at the end of the Champs-Élysées, the event, themed Starry Night, perfectly blended luxury and art. The layout of the entire venue surpassed any previous luxury brand press conference. Giant holographic projection presents the core concept of the QF brand, the pinnacle of luxury, in three-dimensional form. Flowing red carpet, made of special materials, it will create a flowing light and shadow effect when guests walk. Starry Sky Dome, the dome in the venue is designed to look like a brilliant starry sky, which complements the brand logo QF. The event was attended by the world's top celebrities, luxury industry leaders, and fashion icons, along with international media and live streaming platforms, creating a truly star-studded scene. Lin Wanner, Jin Feng's special assistant and brand consultant, appeared on stage wearing a gown from the QF brand's Eternal Star collection. The pale gold dress accentuated her elegance and grace, instantly drawing countless glances. Who is this lady? She looks like a goddess who walked down from the stars. This is Lin Wanner, the chief consultant of the QF brand. I'm afraid only a top designer can create a dress like hers. Lin Wanner's confidence and elegance added a lot of color to the brand, and her image quickly became the focus of discussion in the audience. The ceremony officially began, the lights dimmed, and a holographic projection displayed the founding philosophy of the QF brand. Luxury is not only a status symbol, but also an art that transcends time. Accompanied by dynamic music, the 4 major product lines of the QF brand were unveiled one after another, and each link was breathtaking. 1. Jewelry Series, Light of the Sea of Stars. The world's only crown made of rare blue diamonds and star minerals shines brightly under the lights, which is breathtaking. The necklaces and earrings worn by the models are inspired by the Milky Way, and each piece exudes a unique charm. 2. Fashion Series, Eternal Star. Models walked the runway in gowns infused with blue diamond silk, the sheen on the hems resembling flowing galaxies. Each piece of fashion incorporates high-tech materials, making it both elegant and futuristic. 3. Watch Series, King of Time. The Lord of Time watch, limited to 10 pieces worldwide, made its debut, using ultra-complex mechanical technology provided by the system. Each watch symbolizes the art of time. 4. Luxury Car Series, Starry Supercar. The world's only starry supercar slowly drove into the venue. It adopts a streamlined design, is equipped with the latest power system, and is priced at $500 million. Michael Lord also appeared at the venue and tried to belittle the QF brand through criticism. Although these products look good, they are too flashy. Real luxury requires the accumulation of history and culture. Jin Feng smiled slightly after hearing this, walked onto the stage, and picked up the microphone. Mr. Michael, history and culture are indeed important, but the essence of luxury goods is to meet the unique needs of a small number of people. And every product I create far surpasses all other options on the market. Afterwards, Jin Feng invited the guests to try on fashion, jewelry, watches and supercars. Every participant expressed sincere admiration. This is true luxury. Michael's so-called culture is meaningless in the face of these works. Michael looked unhappy but was speechless and could only leave in embarrassment. The grand finale of the ceremony was the auction of the world's only blue diamond crown. This work is known as the Heart of the Sea of Stars and is the pinnacle of the QF jewelry series. The starting price was €100 million, and bidders quickly entered into fierce competition. In less than 10 minutes, the price soared to €500 million. In the end, the crown was sold for a whopping €800 million, setting a new global record for jewelry auctions. The scene was abuzz with excitement, and guests exclaimed, "The QF brand has surpassed everything." After the auction ends, the system prompt sounds. Mission completed, successfully held the QF brand launch ceremony, establishing new rules for the luxury industry. Reward, unlocked access to global luxury industry chain resource integration rights worth $1 billion. This reward includes the world's top production plants, logistics systems, and raw material supply chains. From then on, Xinfeng not only owned the brand, but also controlled the lifeblood of the entire industry. "This is the feeling of being in control," Xinfeng said softly. After the ceremony, Lin Wanner and Xinfeng stood on the terrace of the Champs-Élysées, overlooking the lights of Paris. "Xinfeng, today's ceremony was truly a success. You allowed everyone to see the power of QF. Lin Wanner's face was filled with pride. "This is just the first step." Xinfeng smiled slightly. "Next, we want to make QF a global synonym for luxury goods, so that when people mention luxury, they will only think of my name." Lin Wanner looked at him with admiration in her eyes. "I believe you can do it, because you always exceed everyone's expectations." Chapter 37: Mastering the Luxury Industry Chain. After receiving the system rewarded right to integrate resources from the global luxury industry chain, Xinfeng officially entered the core of the luxury industry. The system rewarded resources cover the entire upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry, including raw material supply, the world's top blue diamond mines, rare silk and precious metal supply channels. Production plants, high-end manufacturing facilities located in Switzerland, France, and Italy, dedicated to serving luxury brands. Logistics system, top-level global logistics network ensures that every product can be delivered to customers as quickly as possible. System tips: by integrating industry chain resources, you can further improve brand competitiveness. Completing tasks related to industry monopoly will receive additional rewards. Xinfeng stood in the high-rise conference room of his private fashion studio, overlooking the whole of Paris. His team was discussing how to use these resources to further expand the influence of the QF brand. "From today on, we are not just a brand, but the rule-makers for the entire industry," Xinfeng said calmly. "The lifeblood of all luxury brands will be in our hands." Xinfeng has developed a three-phase expansion plan for the QF brand. 1. Product diversification. Launch a private custom jewelry series, focusing on rare minerals and unique designs to attract top customers. Develop limited edition everyday luxury products, such as fine perfumes and leather goods, to broaden the brand's reach. 2. Market penetration. Open flagship stores in the world's top cities. Each flagship store is designed as a space that combines art and luxury, becoming a city landmark. Sign more top celebrities as brand ambassadors to strengthen brand influence. 3. Monopoly industry. Leverage system rewarded supply chain resources to exercise control over key raw materials in the luxury goods industry, ensuring that all competing brands rely on QFS channels. Launched the world's only VIP luxury membership system to further consolidate the brand's high-end positioning. Our goal is not to defeat our competitors, but to make it impossible for anyone to escape from us, Xinfeng said firmly. Although Xinfeng's plan filled the team with confidence, Lin Wanner privately expressed her concerns. "Xinfeng, while this expansion can quickly control the market, will it trigger a joint counterattack from other brands?" Xinfeng smiled slightly, his tone full of confidence. "Wanner, when all the resources are in our hands, their counterattack will only be digging their own graves." "Have you really thought about how to deal with everything?" Lin Wanner asked uneasily. "I never do anything I'm not sure of." Xinfeng patted her shoulder. "Just wait and see. I'll get them to come and ask for cooperation." Xinfeng's expansion plan had just begun when Michael Roeder attempted to create trouble behind the scenes. He used various means to try to influence the supply chain and market layout of the QF brand. Teaming up with competing brands, trying to block QF's flagship store location in the European market. Disrupt the supply chain, send people to contact some raw material suppliers to try to seize resources. Public opinion attack. The media claimed that the QF brand was too radical and lacked the elegance that luxury goods should have. These little actions made Lin Wanner very angry. "Michael is simply haunting us. Xinfeng, we can't just sit back and watch. His movements are nothing more than a desperate struggle." Xinfeng chuckled, "But since he's trying so hard, I'll give him some response to let him understand what the real gap is." In order to completely crush Michael's obstruction, Xin Feng decided to use a globally watched action to deter all competitors. 1. Global limited new product launch. Launched the QF brand S Peak series, where each piece is limited to one piece and only top wealthy individuals are invited to participate in the purchase, directly creating market topics. 2. Supply chain integration actions. Directly acquire some of the suppliers that Michael relies on for survival, exposing his brand to the crisis of resource shortage. 3. Brand co-branding strategy. Signed resource sharing agreements with other top luxury brands to integrate the industry's resources into the QF system, forcing Michael to become isolated and helpless. I want him to understand that every step he takes is to prepare for my future. Xin Feng sneered. For this press conference, Xin Feng chose the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Dubai, with the theme of unparalleled peak, and invited the world's top billionaires to attend. Jewelry series, the star crown made of rare blue diamonds is the only one in the world and is made of Starcy or provided by the system. Watch series, Time Aurora is equipped with the most complex mechanical technology, and the dial is cut from meteorite, which is of great collection value. Luxury car series, Star Speed is limited to 1 unit and is priced at 1 billion. Every detail represents the limit of technology. The atmosphere at the press conference was unprecedentedly enthusiastic, and all the limited edition new products were sold out in just a few minutes. The media attending the conference rushed to report on it, saying that this press conference redefined the pinnacle of the luxury industry. The day after Xin Feng's successful press conference, Michael's supply chain was disrupted. His brand had to postpone new product launches and was even unable to meet production requirements for existing orders. Why do all suppliers refuse to cooperate with us? Michael angrily asked his subordinates. Mr. Xin Feng has already taken control of most of the resources, and they are now all partners of QF. The subordinate answered tremblingly. Michael's face turned pale, and he finally realized that he had been completely isolated. After the press conference ended, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed, establish industry dominance through a global limited edition product launch and supply chain integration. Reward, a $1.5 billion global luxury brand investment fund. Investment fund? Xin Feng checked the reward details and found that the funds could be used to acquire other luxury brands or invest in related fields to further expand QF's influence. It seems that the rules of the luxury industry will be completely rewritten by me, Xin Feng said with a smile. At night, Lin Wanner stood on the terrace of a Dubai hotel, gazing at the city lights in the distance. She said with emotion, Xin Feng, you always prove with your actions that you can easily accomplish things that others think are impossible. This is just the beginning. Xin Feng stood beside her, his eyes determined. Next, I will make QF a synonym for luxury in everyone's heart. It's not just a brand, but a lifestyle. Chapter 38, Building a Global Luxury Goods Empire. After completing the global limited edition new product launch, Xin Feng received a system award worth $1.5 billion in global luxury brand investment funds. The arrival of this capital injected new momentum into his expansion plans. System tips: the Global Luxury Investment Fund can be used to acquire, integrate, or develop luxury brands and related industries, enhancing the QF brand's monopoly position in the global market. Xin Feng stood in the top-floor conference room of a 7-star hotel in Dubai, gathered the core team, and formulated a new investment strategy. 1. Target brand locking. Acquire some well-known luxury brands that have encountered development bottlenecks, incorporate them into QF's resource system, and reshape their market influence. Focus on investing in emerging high-end brands to gain future market share. 2. Deep integration of the industrial chain. Integrate upstream and downstream enterprises in the 4 major areas of jewelry, fashion, watches and luxury cars to ensure that all key links serve the QF brand. 3. Create a luxury experience center. Building QF luxury experience centers in top cities around the world is not only about product sales, but also a full-scale display of a lifestyle. We are not just acquiring brands, but building a complete luxury ecosystem, Xin Feng said, making every link a part of the QF empire. After the meeting, Lin Wanner approached Xin Feng and proposed her idea. Xin Feng, if we can combine luxury goods and modern technology, perhaps we can create a brand new consumer experience. For example, through virtual reality technology, customers can experience the uniqueness of the product in advance. Xin Feng nodded, his eyes full of appreciation. That's a good idea. We can add VR try-on, virtual jewelry customization and other activities to the experience center. This will give customers an unprecedented luxury experience. I believe such innovation will make QF more attractive, Lin Wanner said confidently. As the first step in establishing an investment fund, Xin Feng set his sights on a top Swiss watch brand, SkyTime, which is known for its complex mechanical craftsmanship but has fallen on hard times in recent years due to a lack of innovation. Xin Feng personally traveled to Switzerland and met with the board of directors of SkyTime. After a tense negotiation, he successfully acquired the brand for $1 billion and announced an impressive plan. Rename SkyTime to QF Sky, retaining its classic craftsmanship while introducing more future technology elements, such as the combination of smartwatches and traditional machinery. Launched a Star Traveler watch series with a global limited edition of 100 pieces. Each piece combines meteorite material and blue diamond decoration, and the price is as high as $50 million. The acquisition of SkyTime caused a huge stir in the industry. Many media outlets reported the news, saying that Xin Feng's actions were reshaping the landscape of the luxury goods industry. Xin Feng's ambition is not just to create a brand, but to take over the entire industry. The rebirth plan of SkyTime is exciting. What will be the next step for QF? At the same time, Michael Lord once again spoke out through the media. Xin Feng's actions may seem strong, but excessive acquisitions will only lead to the dispersion of resources and ultimately make it impossible to truly control these brands. Xin Feng did not respond to Michael's remarks, but instead responded with concrete actions. He announced an even more disruptive plan, the QF Global Luxury Membership System. 1. Membership Level Classification. Platinum member, enjoy priority purchasing rights for all QF product lines. Diamond members, receive QFS customized private services, including exclusive designs in jewelry, fashion, watches and other fields. Supreme members, not only do they have exclusive rights to all products, but they can also participate in QFS global luxury experience activities, such as private island parties, supercar test drives, etc. 2. Member-only products. Launch member-only products every quarter, which are only available for members to order, to further enhance the scarcity and exclusivity of the brand. This isn't just simple consumption, it's a status symbol, Xin Feng said. Those who become QF members will be at the pinnacle of luxury. To coincide with the launch of the membership system, Xin Feng announced the simultaneous launch of QF luxury experience centers in 4 cities: Paris, New York, Dubai, and Tokyo. These centers will not only be shopping venues, but also showcases of high-end lifestyles. Paris Center, blending art and fashion, it provides customers with exclusive services for customizing fashion and jewelry. New York Center, create the finest private watch workshop, allowing customers to personally participate in the design and production of watches. Dubai Center, a combination of luxury car displays and test drives, allowing customers to experience the perfect combination of speed and luxury. Tokyo Center, introducing virtual reality technology to allow customers to experience the combination of future technology and traditional luxury goods. These centers will become QF's core strongholds, where every customer will experience unparalleled luxury, said Xin Feng. Just as Xin Feng's plan was fully underway, the system prompt sounded again. Task trigger, complete the global promotion of the QF luxury membership system and create an industry monopoly model. Completion reward, ownership of a global luxury media network worth $2 billion. Luxury media network? Xin Feng clicked on the system details and found that this reward included the world's top fashion magazines, luxury e-commerce platforms and social media resources. It seems that the system is helping me complete a complete empire, Xin Feng said with a smile. At night, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner stood on the Champs-Élysées in Paris, with bright lights in the distance. Xin Feng, I've noticed that you always manage to make it impossible for anyone to catch up, Lin Wanner said with a smile. The upcoming membership system will definitely shock them, right? It's not shock, but submission. Xin Feng said calmly, yet confidently, from today on, the definition of luxury goods has only one name, and that is QF. Chapter 39, Unexpected Interesting Events in Luxurious Life. Xin Feng had just returned to the hotel from the planning meeting for the Luxury Experience Center in Paris when he heard the system prompt sound suddenly. Ding! Random mission triggered, help an ordinary person realize their wish for a luxurious day. Mission completion reward, a private winery worth $10 million. Xin Feng smiled and muttered to himself while sitting on the sofa, system, your mission is truly unique. But, ordinary people? Who could it be? The system did not reveal any further details, but instead prompted, the target will appear randomly in the nearby area. Xin Feng stood up and put on his coat, then turned to Lin Wanner and said, Wanner, let's go out for a walk. I'm a little curious about who will be the lucky winner today. Lin Wanner put down the documents in her hand and asked curiously, another system task? Is this a special challenge? Give an ordinary person a day of luxury experience. Xin Feng said in a relaxed tone. That sounds interesting. Lin Wanner smiled. I want to see what you'll do, too. The two of them were walking along the Champs-Élysées, enjoying the night view of Paris. At this moment, Xin Feng noticed a young man in a small street cafe, typing away on his laptop with his head down, a look of fatigue on his face. He pushed the door open, walked in, ordered a cup of coffee, and casually sat down next to the young man. Lin Wanner stood at the door and observed curiously. Hi, are you working hard? Xin Feng took the initiative to speak. The young man raised his head and glanced at Xin Feng, a little surprised, but quickly lowered his head and continued to work. Yes, I took on a lot of extra work to pay the rent at the end of the month. Xin Feng smiled slightly. Have you ever thought about it? If you were given a chance for one day, without having to worry about rent or overtime, how would you spend it? The young man smiled bitterly and said, if there is such an opportunity, I think I would just like to have a big meal and then have a good sleep. Is it that simple? Xin Feng asked. For me, this is already a luxury. The young man sighed. Xin Feng stood up and patted his shoulder. Let's go, I'll take you to have a real meal. The young man looked confused. Who are you? Someone who is willing to let you change your life for one day. Xin Feng said with a smile. Xin Feng brought the young man and Lin Wanner to one of Paris' top 3-star Michelin restaurants. This restaurant is famous for its unique artistic plating and rare ingredients, and usually requires reservations 3 months in advance. Here? It must cost a lot of money to have a meal here? The young man stood at the door, a little at a loss. Tonight, you don't have to worry about money, just enjoy yourself. Xin Feng said calmly. After entering the restaurant, the waiter saw Xin Feng's name and immediately arranged the best seat. The chef personally came to the table and recommended the special menu for that night. The young man looked at the exquisite dishes in front of him and couldn't help but say, these things look more expensive than my monthly salary. Don't worry, you don't have to think about this today. Xin Feng smiled, it's just an experience to let you know that there is another way of life in this world. Lin Wanner nodded aside, yes, sometimes if you look at life from a different perspective, you will find more interesting things. After dinner, Xin Feng took the young man to a private clothing store. This store usually only receives top-tier customers, and even the receptionist at the door is a bit indifferent. This place, can we go in? The young man looked at the luxurious decoration at the door and hesitated. Xin Feng smiled and said, just follow me. Walking into the store, the designers saw Xin Feng and immediately surrounded him. Mr. Xin, welcome. What can I order today? Xin Feng pointed at the young man and said, today, I want to customize a suit that best suits him. The young man waved his hands repeatedly. No, this is too expensive. I don't need it at all. Relax, this is an experience, not something you have to pay for. Xin Feng interrupted him. Besides, wearing the right clothes can make people more confident. Finally, under the guidance of the designer, the young man chose a dark blue suit with a classic cut. When he put on the suit, he was stunned by what he saw in the mirror. Is this me? The young man said in surprise. Clothes can change not only your appearance, but also your aura. Xin Feng said with a smile, you are more confident now than before. After a day of luxurious experience, the young man stood in the Parisian night and bowed deeply. Thank you, this day, I will probably never forget it for the rest of my life. Xin Feng patted his shoulder and said with a smile, life sometimes needs some changes. Remember, opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Just after the young man left, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed, grant an ordinary person a wish for a luxurious day. Reward, a private winery worth 10 million has been unlocked. A winery? Lin Wanner couldn't help but smile when she heard the reward. The system really knows how to choose a place. It seems that next time I can take you to taste the wine in my manor. Xin Feng said with a smile. After returning to the hotel, Lin Wanner suddenly said, Xin Feng, actually, when I saw you taking that young man to experience the luxurious life today, I thought you were quite interesting. Oh? Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. What's so interesting about it? You're clearly in the elite circle, yet you have so much patience for the lives of ordinary people, Lin Wanner said softly. Perhaps this is what makes you different from other wealthy people. Xin Feng smiled and said, everyone has his own path. My path may just allow some people to see a different scenery occasionally. Lin Wanner leaned back on the sofa, her eyes gentle. I think this is also what makes you attractive. Chapter 40, Surprises at the Winery. After completing the system's mission, Xin Feng acquired a private wine estate worth 10 million yuan. Located in the Bordeaux region of France, the estate covers hundreds of hectares and boasts not only top-tier vineyards but also a luxurious wine cellar and a French-style castle. System prompt: the winery has been unlocked. The manor houses priceless rare vintage red wines and can also be used to host high-end wine tastings or private parties. After seeing the detailed information of the manor, Xin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. It seems that the system has given us another good surprise this time. A manor? It even stores rare red wine? Lin Wanner's eyes lit up when she heard this. When can we go take a look? Since you're interested, let's set off tomorrow. Xin Feng chuckled, and by the way, try out just how special the wine the system rewarded you with is. The next day, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner took a private plane to Bordeaux. When they arrived at the manor, they couldn't help but sigh at the sight before them. The estate is surrounded by rolling vineyards, and the air is filled with a light fruity aroma. The French castle in the center is particularly dazzling in the sun, and the surrounding gardens are neatly manicured, like an oil painting. The manor steward came forward and said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, welcome to your manor. I am Matthew, the head of the manor, and it is my honor to serve you." Xin Feng nodded. "Take us on a tour, I want to see the characteristics of this place." Under Matthew's guidance, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner arrived at the core of the manor, the underground wine cellar. This cellar contained tens of thousands of bottles of red wine, many of which were rare vintages. "Mr. Qin, the most precious thing here is a batch of 1945 Lafite. There are 10 bottles in total, and each bottle is priceless," Matthew said, pointing to a special glass cabinet. Lin Wanner looked at the bottle of Lafite and couldn't help but sigh. "This is a true rarity. This is the first time I've seen such an expensive red wine." The value of red wine lies not only in its year, but also in the story behind it. Xin Feng picked up a bottle of 1945 Lafite and shook it gently. Through the luster of the wine, he seemed to see the precipitation of time. "How about opening a bottle and trying it?" Lin Wanner asked tentatively. Xin Feng smiled and said, "Of course, let's have a taste of history today." Inside the wine cellar, Xin Feng had the butler open a bottle of 1945 Lafite. The aroma was so rich and deep that even a layman like Lin Wanner could smell its unique flavor. The two sat in the wine tasting area of the wine cellar, holding their glasses and savoring the wine carefully. "This taste." Lin Wanner took a sip, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "It's much more complex than I imagined. There's an indescribable sense of layering." Xin Feng nodded. 1945 is a special year. This batch of wine not only bears witness to history, but also embodies the miracle of nature. After taking a few sips, Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed slightly. She said playfully, "Xin Feng, how about you hold a wine tasting party in the future? I'll be the host and introduce the stories of these wines." "You?" Xin Feng smiled. "Are you sure you don't want to learn more about red wine first? For example, what other details are behind this bottle of wine?" "Oh, it's just the year, origin, and craftsmanship." Lin Wanner waved her hand. "I learn quickly." Xin Feng shook his head and laughed. "It seems that you still have only a limited understanding of red wine. However, perhaps this is a good idea. Next time, we can hold a more relaxed wine tasting party and invite some friends to experience it." Just as the two were enjoying their wine, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! You have unlocked the manor's hidden resource, the private wine cellar. Complete the exploration mission to receive additional rewards. Secret room? Xin Feng put down his wine glass, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Led by Matthew, the two entered the depths of the wine cellar. Behind a heavy wooden door lay a secret chamber, which contained not only more rare red wines but also some ancient wine utensils and manuscripts recording the winemaking process. These manuscripts appear to be at least 100 years old, Matthew explained. They were left behind by the estate's earliest owners and contain many unique winemaking techniques. Xin Feng opened the system interface and found that these manuscripts could also unlock a unique reward, a high-end custom red wine series exclusive to the estate. System tips: unlock the custom winemaking process and brew unique wines according to customer needs. Complete the first brewing task and receive a global wine club membership system worth 50 million. It seems that this estate is far more valuable than I thought. Xin Feng smiled. Next, we can try to create a customized red wine under the QF brand. After leaving the wine cellar, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner took a walk in the garden of the manor. The breeze was blowing gently, and the whole garden was filled with the scent of grapes and flowers. Lin Wanner suddenly said, "Xin Feng, I think being a manor owner is pretty good. Growing grapes, drinking red wine, and living a very comfortable life. Do you like this kind of life? Sheen Fong asked. Of course I like it. Lin Wanner smiled. However, I don't have your ability to combine luxury goods with career. I only know how to enjoy it. Just enjoy yourself, and leave the career matters to me. Sheen Fong smiled calmly. You only need to be responsible for the experience. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder, her eyes gentle. Sheen Fong, sometimes I feel that being with you is like an unexpected surprise every day. Chapter 41, Brewing Exclusive Red Wine. The winemaking manuscript discovered in the manor's secret room sparked Sheen Feng's interest in red wine. The winemaking techniques described in the manuscript not only include traditional techniques but also incorporate many unique and innovative methods, making it a treasure trove in the winemaking world. Sheen Fong decided to incorporate these skills into the QF brand's luxury plan to create the world's only exclusive customized red wine series. If luxury goods are a symbol of status, then red wine should be synonymous with top-notch taste, Sheen Fong said. Every bottle of wine should be a unique work of art. Lin Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this. Sheen Fong, this sounds great. But how do you plan to do it? Brewing red wine is a long process. Now that we have the system, these time constraints are no longer a problem. Sheen Fong chuckled. The system can speed up the maturation process, allowing us to create the first batch of customized red wine as quickly as possible. Just as Sheen Fong was making his brewing plan, the system prompt sounded again. Task trigger: use estate resources to create the first batch of QF exclusive custom red wine. Objective: complete the brewing task of 100 bottles of limited edition custom red wine and launch it globally. Completion reward: Global Red Wine Club membership system worth 50 million. Sheen Fong clicked on the task details and found that the system provided many convenient options, such as precise control of fermentation time, optimized taste design, and customized exclusive wine bottle design. It seems that this time we can complete it easily, Sheen Fong said. Lin Wanner asked curiously, Sheen Fong, how do you plan to design these wines? Is it based on customer needs, or your own ideas? The first batch will be themed around art, and each bottle must have a unique soul, Sheen Fong replied. I want them to be not only enjoyable, but also a collectible. With the assistance of Butler Matthew in the system, Sheen Fong led the manor's winemaking team to start making the first batch of red wine. 1. Select raw materials. Using the estate's finest grapes, combined with the special recipe in the manuscript, and adding a small amount of rare ingredients provided by the system, the wine is fuller-bodied. 2. Customized fermentation. The system enables precise fermentation control mode, which can adjust the flavor according to the theme of each bottle of wine, such as floral notes, fruity notes, and more complex layering. 3. Artistic wine bottle design. The system provides a variety of design templates. Sheen Fong finally chose to use the starry sky, ocean, and nature as inspiration to design a unique bottle for each bottle of wine. This batch of red wine must not only taste unique, but also look irresistible, said Sheen Fong. Some interesting incidents also happened during the process of making red wine. Lin Wanner's help but harm. Lin Wanner took the initiative to join in the grape picking process, but because she couldn't tell the varieties of grapes apart, she almost picked the wrong whole basket. Wanner, this is about making red wine, not a fruit platter, Sheen Fong said helplessly. Lin Wanner stuck out her tongue. I just wanted to help, but I'd better leave this kind of professional matter to you guys. Sneak tasting in the wine cellar. While mixing the wine, one of the manor's kittens accidentally knocked over a small bottle filled with samples. Lin Wanner quickly righted the kitten and said with a smile, it seems it can't help but want to try your wine. After weeks of hard work, the first batch of 100 bottles of QF customized red wine has finally been brewed. Each bottle of red wine has been carefully designed to not only have a full body and rich taste, but also exude a unique aroma. Sheen Fong decided to hold a world-class wine tasting event in the manor, inviting leaders of the luxury industry, wine lovers, and celebrities from all walks of life to show them this new work. 1. Venue layout. The estate's gardens are decorated in a starry sky theme, inspired by the wine bottle design. A bottle of exclusive custom wine was placed in front of each guest's seat, along with an explanation of the inspiration behind the bottle's design. 2. Special exhibition. Sheen Fong will personally explain the winemaking process and design concept, demonstrating how to perfectly combine art and fine wine. 3. Wine auction. At the end of the wine tasting, a small auction was arranged and each bottle of wine would become a unique collector's item in the world. Just as the wine tasting was about to begin, Michael Roeder once again challenged the media. The value of red wine as a work of art lies in its historical accumulation, not in short-term commercial operations. Feng's red wine is, at best, a product of marketing and cannot stand the test of time. Hearing this, Lin Wanner stamped her feet in anger. Why is this guy always so sarcastic? His own brand isn't doing well, and yet he tries to belittle you. Let him talk. Feng smiled calmly. Tonight, he will understand what true luxury is. On the evening of the wine tasting, celebrities and top media from around the world gathered at the estate. As the lights came on, the first bottle of red wine slowly appeared. Its starry-themed bottle shone with a unique glow, and the wine reflected its deep colors through the glass. After tasting the food, the guests all exclaimed, "This wine has so many layers of flavor, every sip is like a journey of taste. This is the most unique red wine I have ever tasted. It has a completely different flavor profile from the traditional ones." At the auction that night, the first bottle of Starry Night was sold at a sky-high price of 5 million euros, and the rest of the red wine was quickly sold out. After the auction ends, the system prompt sounds. Mission completed, successfully created and released the first batch of QF customized red wine. Reward, Global Red Wine Club membership system unlocked. This membership system allows Feng to create an exclusive community of wine lovers, providing high-end customers with customized wine services and private wine tasting experiences around the world. It seems that red wine will become an important part of the QF brand. Feng said softly. After the wine tasting, Lin Wanner stood in the garden, looking at the night sky and sighing. Feng, every one of your ideas can become reality. It's really incredible. Reality is never a problem. As long as there is a system, everything is possible. Feng smiled. However, next time, maybe we should try a different approach and do something more relaxing and interesting. For example? Lin Wanner asked curiously. Feng looked towards the manor in the distance, his lips curled up. For example, let's hold a fun drinking game to see what everyone looks like after getting drunk. Chapter 42, Drinking Party. After receiving the Global Wine Club membership system as a system reward, Feng began to think about how to make wine not only a luxury product, but also a medium for social interaction. Red wine is not only a symbol of taste, but also a bridge for people to communicate and share stories, Feng said. So, instead of simply selling red wine, it's better to create a red wine social circle for top customers. Lin Wanner nodded after hearing this. So what are you going to do? Just open a club? It's not that simple. Feng smiled. In addition to the high-end membership-based wine tasting, I also want to try some more relaxed and interesting activities to let everyone experience a different kind of luxury. In order to launch the first event of the wine club, Feng decided to hold a wine party at the manor with the theme of relaxation and fun, inviting celebrities and wine lovers from all over the world to participate. 1. Fun games. Blind tasting challenge. Guests taste red wines of different years blindfolded and are asked to guess the variety and origin. Those who answer correctly will win a limited edition red wine. Drunk performance. Guests will improvise while slightly tipsy, providing laughter and unexpected talent displays. 2. Luxurious interactive area. Red wine fountain. A giant red wine fountain is set up in the center of the manor, and guests can directly drink wine using special wine glasses. Customized barrel graffiti. Blank barrels are provided, and guests can use a brush to paint their own creative designs as souvenirs of the club. 3. Mysterious rewards. The system has specially set up a hidden task. Randomly select a guest to customize a bottle of exclusive red wine for him/her, and reward him/her with a top vineyard in Italy. This party is not only about the wine, but also to make everyone redefine the definition of luxury, said Feng. As the assistant planner of the party, Lin Wanner was very busy. Is the wine for the blind tasting challenge ready? Has the concentration of the fountain's red wine been adjusted? She asked while checking. Butler Matthew smiled and replied, everything has been arranged according to your requirements. That's good. Lin Wanner breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Feng. However, I have a feeling you still have some hidden surprises that you haven't told me yet. Feng chuckled, of course there are surprises, but we won't know until the party starts. At night, the manor was decorated with dazzling lights, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Guests arrived one after another. Some familiar celebrities admired the manor's beauty and looked forward to the event. Mr. Qin always brings surprises to every event, and this time will definitely be no exception. I heard there's a red wine fountain. This is the first time I've seen one. After the party officially started, guests participated in fun activities. Blind tasting challenge. The guests took turns blindfolding themselves and tasting different red wines. Some were able to accurately identify the year and origin, while others made a joke, "Is this bottle of wine, juice?" which made the audience burst into laughter. Drunk performance. A European prince played the piano impromptu while slightly drunk, and another Hollywood star performed an impromptu dance, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Lynn Warner also participated in the blind tasting challenge. She took a sip of the wine confidently and said seriously, "This must be the 1982 Lafite." Sheen Fong smiled and revealed the answer. "Warner, you were drinking the 2015 vintage red wine that was just opened yesterday." Lynn Warner blushed immediately. "Sheen Fong, you actually made me look bad in front of everyone." "Making a fool of yourself? You are the cutest sommelier in the whole place." Sheen Fong chuckled. Lynn Warner was so angry that she punched him. "Just wait, I will definitely beat you next time." At the end of the party, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed. Successfully held the first wine club event. Random guest rewards have been generated. The system randomly selected an Italian artist from the guest list. Her wine barrel graffiti received enthusiastic applause from the audience. Sheen Fong immediately announced that he would customize a bottle of red wine for her, along with a gift from a top Italian vineyard. The painter said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Sheen, this will be the most precious gift in my life." At the same time, the system's additional reward information also popped up. Reward unlocked, top-tier vineyards in Tuscany, Italy, with rare grape cultivation techniques. Sheen Fong nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the first step of the Red Wine Club has been perfectly launched. After the party, Sheen Fong and Lynn Warner sat in the garden, enjoying the tranquility of the night. "Sheen Fong, today's party was so much fun. Everyone was so happy." Lynn Warner said softly, "You always make ordinary things extraordinary." Luxury is not just about the accumulation of money, but also the sublimation of emotions and experiences. Sheen Fong chuckled, "This is also the feeling I want the wine club to bring to everyone." Lynn Warner leaned on his shoulder, her eyes gentle. "Sheen Fong, with a manor owner like you, I think every day in the manor will be full of surprises." "Then wait for the fun next time." Sheen Fong whispered, "I promise it will be more exciting than today." Chapter 43, The Secret of the Tuscan Vineyards. After successfully hosting the first event of the wine club, Sheen Fong unlocked a top-tier Tuscan vineyard as a system reward. Located in the Tuscany region of Italy, the vineyard covers nearly 1,000 acres and is surrounded by rolling hills and vast olive groves. System tip: Tuscan vineyards boast a rare golden vine grape variety, perfect for brewing premium sweet white wine. This variety grows only in this one location, and controlling this resource means a global monopoly on the premium sweet wine market. Seeing this description, Sheen Fong smiled slightly. "The system is getting better and better at giving me surprises. With its rare varieties and the opportunity to monopolize the market, this vineyard is more valuable than I thought." "Sweet white wine?" Lynn Warner asked curiously. "I haven't tried this kind of wine yet." "Is it really that special?" Sheen Fong nodded. Sweet liquor itself is relatively rare, and the wine brewed with golden vine has an even more unique taste. It's said that taking a sip of this wine is like taking a sip of sunshine. To personally inspect the vineyard, Sheen Fong and Lynn Warner flew to Italy on a private jet. Upon arriving in Tuscany, they were captivated by the stunning scenery. The environment around the vineyard is like a paradise on earth, with green hills, golden sunshine, and villages dotted with red tiles and white walls in the distance, exuding a strong Italian style everywhere. Piero, the head of the estate, greeted them warmly. "Mr. Sheen, welcome to your Tuscan vineyard. This land breeds the most precious golden vine. I believe it will open your eyes." Piero led the two to the heart of the vineyard, where the rare golden vine grapes mentioned in the system were grown. Sunlight streamed down the vines, and the clusters of golden fruit shimmered in the breeze like crystal-clear gems. "These grapes are so beautiful." Lynn Warner couldn't help but reach out and touch one, feeling the smoothness and delicateness of the skin. The flesh of this grape contains a natural honey aroma. The sweet white wine brewed from it not only has a unique flavor, but also has extremely high collection value, Piero explained. Sheen Fong nodded. "It seems that the next step is to use these grapes to create a special sweet liquor belonging to the QF brand." While visiting the manor, Lynn Warner stumbled upon an abandoned stone cottage, its exterior walls covered in vines, giving it a quaint and mysterious feel. "Sheen Fong, this place looks very special. Let's go in and take a look." Lynn Warner pulled Sheen Fong and excitedly pushed open the wooden door of the cabin. Although the interior of the hut was covered in dust, a thick manuscript lay on the table in the middle. Sheen Fong flipped open the manuscript and found that it contained many records about the winemaking techniques of golden vine, even mentioning how to enhance the flavor of sweet liquor through a special fermentation method. System prompt: you have unlocked the exclusive Golden Vine winemaking skills. Complete the first batch of sweet liquor brewing tasks and receive additional rewards. Xin Feng chuckled. It seems that this time we are not only conducting an investigation, but also bringing back treasures. Just when Xin Feng decided to start the sweet liquor plan, the system issued a new task. Mission trigger: using resources from Tuscan vineyards, complete the brewing and release of the first batch of Golden Vine sweet liquor. Goal: limited to 100 bottles, complete global promotion. Reward: international sweet liquor market share worth 200 million. After hearing about the reward, Lin Wanner excitedly said, a market share of 200 million? This means the QF brand will reach new heights in the red wine industry. That's right. Xin Feng nodded. However, this time we are not only pursuing the perfect wine, but also want to make it a legend in the market. After returning to the manor, Xin Feng assembled the winemaking team and began producing the first batch of Golden Vine sweet liquor. 1. Grape picking. Each bunch of grapes is carefully selected by hand to ensure the perfect condition of the fruit. 2. Unique fermentation. Use the special process mentioned in the manuscript to accurately control the fermentation time to the optimal duration set by the system. 3. Bottle design. Xin Feng decided to use sunshine and nature as the theme and designed a golden bottle for the sweet liquor, inlaid with tiny crystals to show a rare texture. This is not just a bottle of wine, but a work of art, Xin Feng said with satisfaction. Xin Feng decided to hold the global launch of his sweet baijiu in a Tuscan vineyard. Themed The Taste of Sunshine, the event was attended by top wine critics, luxury industry leaders, and renowned collectors. 1. Venue layout. A transparent glass stage was built in the center of the vineyard, allowing guests to experience the charm of sweet white wine while enjoying the scenery. 2. Wine tasting. Guests will have their first taste of the Golden Vine sweet liquor, with Xin Feng personally explaining its production process and unique flavor. 3. Auction. The first batch of 100 bottles of sweet baijiu will be sold through auction. Each bottle comes with a unique certification and collection number. Before the press conference began, Michael Roeder once again made a statement through the media. The sweet liquor market has always been monopolized by traditional European brands. Xin Feng's new product may be novel, but whether it can truly open up the market is still unknown. Hearing this, Lin Wanner was indignant. Why is he always so sarcastic? Doesn't he know your strength? Xin Feng chuckled. Let him talk. The auction results later will make him shut up completely. That evening, the Tuscan vineyards were ablaze with lights as guests arrived one after another. During the wine tasting session, many wine critics praised the Golden Vine sweet white wine. This wine has a perfect balance of sweetness and acidity. The aroma of fruit, honey, and sunshine intertwined together, it is truly a taste adventure. During the auction, the first bottle of Golden Vine sweet white wine was sold at a sky-high price of 7 million euros, and the remaining red wines were also quickly sold, becoming the new favorite of collectors around the world. After the auction ended, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed, successfully brewed and released the first batch of Golden Vine sweet liquor. Reward, unlocked a share of the international sweet liquor market, worth 200 million. Xin Feng smiled and said, it seems that the QF brand has taken another big step forward. After the press conference, Lin Wanner took Xin Feng for a walk through the vineyard. A gentle breeze blew, and starlight filled the entire estate. Xin Feng, what excuse do you think Michael will find to provoke you? Lin Wanner teased. It doesn't matter. His provocation is meaningless. Xin Feng said calmly, next, I want to make the QF brand a synonym for luxury around the world. He is just a loser who is trying to catch up. Lin Wanner smiled slightly and leaned on his shoulder. No matter what you want to do, I support you. Chapter 44, Initial Layout of the Sweet Wine Club. After securing a share of the international sweet wine market, Xin Feng quickly launched his next plan. He decided to build a global luxury sweet wine club, centered around Golden Vine sweet baijiu, to further promote the QF brand into the high-end consumer market. The sweet liquor market has always been a niche segment in the luxury industry, but as long as we do our best, it can become a new fashion icon, Xin Feng said at the meeting. The club's initial plan. 1. Membership system. Every member must be invited to join, and membership symbolizes the pinnacle of taste and status. Provide customized sweet wine services, such as customizing unique and exclusive wines based on members' preferences. 2. Exclusive activities. For luxury dessert wine parties are held each year, inviting members to explore new releases and food pairings with premium dessert wines. Organize sweet wine lovers from all over the world to visit QFS vineyards and experience the entire winemaking process. 3. Limited release. The club launches a limited edition of sweet liquor every quarter. The bottles are designed in collaboration with artists, and each bottle is a work of art. We not only want to make sweet wine, but also make it a symbol of culture and art, Qin Feng added. In order to make the wines in the Sweet Wine Club more attractive, Qin Feng decided to cooperate with world-renowned artists to provide unique designs for the limited edition bottles. Partners: a French master glass engraver known for his intricate and exquisite carvings. An Italian modern artist who specializes in combining abstraction with natural elements. The two artists were very excited when they learned about the project and decided to participate wholeheartedly. The master glass engraver proposed incorporating images of Tuscan hills and sunshine into the bottle, while the modern artist wanted to express the fluidity of the wine through color and lines. This will be a perfect combination of art and fine wine, Qin Feng said with satisfaction. During the club planning process, Lin Wanner also offered her own idea. Qin Feng, we can add some fun activities, such as letting members personally participate in the blending of sweet wine. Maybe it will become a very popular experience. Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. This is indeed a good idea. The sense of participation can make members feel more at home in the club. Finally, Qin Feng added a private cocktail experience to the club's activities, allowing members to participate in the blending and design of liquor according to their own preferences. Just as Qin Feng was fully focused on developing the Sweet Wine Club, Michael Roeder once again spoke out through the media. Sweet liquor is only a niche category in the market and is destined to never become mainstream. Qin Feng seems to be thriving, but his path will only narrow. After seeing the news, Lin Wanner stamped her feet in anger. Qin Feng, this guy is so boring. What else can he do besides provoking others? Qin Feng smiled calmly. He has run out of tricks. Once the Sweet Wine Club is officially launched, he will naturally see the results. To celebrate the launch of the club, Qin Feng decided to hold a unique sweet wine art exhibition in Paris to showcase the unique charm of sweet liquor to the public. Event highlights: 1. The combination of sweet wine and art. Exhibit the first batch of limited edition sweet wines produced in collaboration with artists, with each bottle accompanied by a unique artistic description. Set up an interactive exhibition area where visitors can explore the inspiration for the wine bottle design through VR technology. 2. Wine tasting and food pairing. A Michelin chef was hired to design a tasting menu exclusively for sweet wines, allowing the audience to experience the perfect fusion of food and wine while tasting the wines. 3. Auction. The show will conclude with a sweet wine auction, with all proceeds going to support art and conservation projects. The Sweet Wine Art Exhibition attracted a lot of attention from the media and celebrities, and the scene on the day of the exhibition was extremely popular. A well-known art critic said, "This is the first time I have seen wine and art combined so perfectly. Every bottle of wine is a work of art." A Michelin-starred chef commented, "The combination of sweet wine and food has exceeded my expectations. The QF brand is leading a new dining culture." During the auction, the first bottle of limited edition wine was sold at a high price of €3 million, and the entire auction raised more than €20 million. After the auction ended, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed, successfully launched the Global Sweet Wine Club and completed the promotion of the first batch of limited edition wines. Reward, unlocked a share of the global luxury wine market, worth $500 million. A market share of $500 million? Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Qin Feng, Michael should be able to say nothing this time, right? Qin Feng smiled calmly. His words are never important. What's important is that we are ahead of him. After the event, Qin Feng and Lin Wanner relaxed in a Parisian dessert shop. Lin Wanner picked a piece of tiramisu and said as she ate, "Qin Feng, have you noticed that every time we do something, it becomes more and more interesting?" Really? Qin Feng smiled. Maybe it's due to the system, but it's more due to your optimism. Lin Wanner's lips curled up slightly. Then you should thank me a lot. After all, my suggestion has added a lot of points to your career, right? Of course. Qin Feng nodded in his serious tone. Your suggestion makes this club plan even more perfect. The two smiled at each other and spent a relaxing evening enjoying desserts and red wine. Chapter 45, Michael's Crisis and QF's Global Expansion. After the huge success of the Sweet Wine Club and Art Exhibition, QF's influence in the global luxury market further increased. However, Michael Lord's brand began to face difficulties. He tried to fight back by entering the traditional high-end wine market, but due to market shrinkage and rising costs, his new product plans were repeatedly shelved. At the same time, his supply chain was severely impacted by Qin Feng's industrial consolidation. "Sir, our supplier has refused to renew the contract with us, and insufficient inventory may affect next quarter's sales." Michael's assistant said anxiously. "This is impossible." Michael angrily threw down the documents. "Everyone is targeting me, especially Qin Feng. How did he take control of the market so quickly?" While Michael was busy dealing with the crisis, Qin Feng had his sights set on a bigger stage. He planned to build a global luxury wine center to integrate the sweet wine, red wine, and other alcoholic resources under the QF brand. Core concept of the center: 1. Category integration. Integrate all QF's liquor products into a systematic platform, including sweet liquor, premium red wine, limited edition whiskey, etc. 2. Upgraded member experience. Provide global private wine tasting services, such as personal customized wine cellar design, exclusive customized winemaking experience, VIP visits to the world's top vineyards and wineries. 3. Luxurious lifestyle. The wine center not only sells products, but also introduces wine culture, such as hosting global wine competitions and cultural salons, making QF synonymous with wine and lifestyle. This is not just about selling wine, but about redefining the rules of the luxury wine market, said Qin Feng. Lin Wanner was very interested in the new plan and offered to participate. Her proposal was to extend some of the center's functions to the digital realm, such as using VR technology to allow members to experience the wine cellar online and even try new releases in advance. In this way, members can feel the unique charm of QF even if they are not on site. Lin Wanner said excitedly. "That's indeed a good idea." Qin Feng nodded. "Your ideas always make our plans more unique." Qin Feng decided to launch a pilot project of luxury wine centers in 3 important cities: Paris, New York, and Tokyo. 1. Paris Center focuses on romance and art, deeply combining sweet liquor with French culture. 2. New York Center, integrating modern urban style, it provides exclusive wine services for high-end business people. 3. Tokyo Center emphasizes the collision of tradition and innovation, and introduces Japanese sake and whiskey culture. The location and design of these 3 centers have received widespread attention from the media, and many experts in the luxury industry have expressed their expectations. Faced with Qin Feng's global expansion plan, Michael had to adopt a more radical strategy. He called together a group of established companies in the traditional luxury goods industry and tried to curb Qin Feng's momentum by jointly boycotting QF. "As long as we join forces to fight in the supply chain and the market, Qin Feng will not be able to continue his expansion," Michael said at the meeting. However, most of these companies have chosen a cooperative model under Qin Feng's integration, and only a few reluctantly agreed to support Michael's plan. After learning of Michael's plan, Qin Feng did not rush to fight back, but instead completely blocked Michael's living space through more forceful means. 1. Supply chain monopoly. Qin Feng signed exclusive agreements directly with Michael's remaining suppliers, cutting off all his sources of raw materials. 2. Market penetration. QF brand's pricing strategy and new product promotion in Michael's traditional market made his brand lose its competitiveness. 3. Public opinion backlash. Qin Feng announced QF's global wine center plan through the media, shaping his brand into the future of the luxury industry. This series of actions directly paralyzed Michael's brand, and his new product launch conference even had to be cancelled due to lack of support. The Paris Center, the first project of the Global Wine Center, grandly opened on the Champs-Élysées. The venue was themed light and wine, incorporating elements of sweet liquor into the entire venue, creating a dreamy visual effect. Opening highlights. Private customization experience area, guests can participate in the blending of sweet liquor and design their own exclusive wine. Wine art exhibition, showcasing all limited edition wine products from the QF brand. Each bottle comes with an artistic description. Top auction, launched the world's only Golden Vine Sunset Sweet Liquor series, which was sold at a sky-high price of €15 million. The event attracted a large number of celebrities and media, becoming the most talked about luxury event in Paris that month. After the opening ceremony, the system prompt sounded. Mission completed, launched the Global Luxury Wine Center project. Reward, unlock global wine culture resources, worth $1 billion. Qin Feng checked the details and found that this reward included global wine cultural resources, such as top vineyards, rare wine collections, and opportunities to cooperate with industry experts. This time, we are not only the rule makers of the wine market, but also the disseminators of culture. Qin Feng said softly. After the event, Qin Feng took Lin Wanner for a stroll on the streets of Paris, each holding a mini sample bottle of sweet white wine. Qin Feng, what do you think Michael's expression will be when he sees our opening ceremony today? Lin Wanner asked with a smile. Anger, resentment, and helplessness. Xin Feng shrugged, but none of this matters to us anymore. Lin Wanner nodded, yes, the important thing is that we keep moving forward and do more interesting things. Xin Feng looked at her and smiled slightly. Next stop is New York. Then, I will let you see more exciting scenes. Chapter 46: An unexpected encounter on the cruise ship. After a busy few days, Xin Feng decided to take a few days off to relax. The system then issued a timely reward, a VIP invitation to the world's top luxury cruise ship, Heart of the Ocean, for him and Lin Wanner to enjoy a luxurious journey aboard. System tips: there is a mysterious mission hidden on the cruise ship. Please explore the unknown fun. Completion reward: exclusive private cruise ship design rights worth 200 million. Xin Feng took the invitation and said with a smile, it seems that this time is not just a relaxing time, there are more surprises waiting for us. Cruise? I haven't experienced life on a top-tier cruise ship yet. Lin Wanner's eyes were full of anticipation. I'm going to have a lot of fun this time. As the two boarded the ship, they were immediately captivated by the opulence. The entire ship resembled a palace on the sea, with the main lobby adorned with pure gold inlays and dazzling crystal chandeliers. There was also an infinity pool on deck, with the endless ocean as a backdrop. Mr. Qin, Ms. Lin, welcome aboard the Heart of the Ocean. Here are the keys to your royal suite. The butler handed over 2 carved gold keys and enthusiastically introduced the suite's facilities: a private swimming pool, a starry sky terrace, a customized bar, and an exclusive chef to serve them. This is too exaggerated. This is not a cruise ship, it's clearly a floating mansion. Lin Wanner sighed. Xin Feng smiled slightly. If this surprises you, then the next one may surprise you even more. 1. Pool Party Happy Hour. A pool party was held on the first night of the cruise, and both Xin Feng and Lin Wanner were invited to attend. At the party, guests in swimsuits laughed and chatted on the deck, and the music, lights, and sea breeze intertwined into a beautiful picture. After trying a specially made cocktail, Lin Wanner excitedly said, "This tastes so special, Xin Feng, you should try it too." Xin Feng took the wine glass, took a sip, and jokingly said, "Are you sure it's not because of the alcohol that makes you excited?" "No way." Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed slightly as she suddenly dove into the pool, splashing water all over the place. "Come down and play too." Xin Feng smiled, took off his coat, and jumped into the water. The two of them played in the swimming pool, attracting envious glances from the guests around them. The cruise ship's entertainment area also features a luxurious casino. Lin Wanner, curious about the gambling table, dragged Xin Feng inside. "Do you want to try your luck?" Lin Wanner said, pointing at the roulette table. "Are you sure you can beat me?" Xin Feng smiled and took out a stack of chips and bet on a number at random. The roulette wheel started to spin, and when the ball stopped, it was exactly the number Xin Feng had bet on. Lin Wanner's eyes widened. "You are so lucky." Xin Feng shrugged. "My luck has always been good, maybe it's the blessing of the system." The two of them had a lot of fun and unknowingly attracted a group of onlookers who all praised Xin Feng's good luck. Just as the two were enjoying their cruise life, the system issued a new task. Ding! Hidden mission triggered: help a stranger realize his wish on the cruise ship. Completion reward: exclusive private cruise ship design rights. Stranger? This system is really interesting. Xin Feng murmured, "It seems I need to observe the people around me more this time." That night, while Xin Feng and Lin Wanner were dining in the cruise ship's restaurant, they noticed a middle-aged man not far away. He was sitting alone in a corner, looking lonely and seemingly lost in thought. He might be the target of the mission. Xin Feng whispered to Lin Wanner, "Let's go and take a look." Xin Feng took the initiative to walk over and sat opposite the middle-aged man. "Sir, it seems that you seem to have something on your mind." The man raised his head, showing a hint of surprise. "You are?" "I'm just an ordinary person who likes to make friends." Xin Feng smiled slightly. "If it's convenient, why not tell me your story?" The man was silent for a moment, then said, "My name is Jonathan, and I'm a wine merchant. I came on this cruise to relax, but there's something I can't let go of." "What's the matter?" Xin Feng asked. Jonathan sighed. "The winery I run has recently run into trouble. A batch of top-quality red wines is unsaleable due to transportation issues, which has directly affected the company's capital chain." Hearing this, Xin Feng already had the answer in his mind. He smiled lightly. "Perhaps I can help you solve this problem." The next day, Xin Feng contacted his team and used the resources of the QF brand to quickly set up an online wine auction, pushing Jonathan's unsold wine to the global market through the membership system. On the day of the auction, the batch of red wine was sold out, which not only solved Jonathan's urgent need but also made his winery famous. "Mr. Chin, I really don't know how to thank you," Jonathan said excitedly. Xin Feng waved his hand. "No need to thank me, it's just a small favor." Mission completed. Help Jonathan solve the winery's dilemma. Reward unlocked. Exclusive private cruise ship design rights. The system showcased a new private cruise ship design that is full of luxury from the exterior to the interior. The cruise ship is equipped with a private swimming pool, a sea view cinema, and a dedicated helicopter pad. "It seems that we have to prepare for our own sea adventure next," Xin Feng said with a smile. After completing the mission, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner continued to enjoy their cruise life. Sunrise deck. Early in the morning, Xin Feng brought Lin Wanner to the deck and watched the sunrise from the sea level, and the golden sunlight spread across the entire sea. "Xin Feng, this kind of life is really wonderful." Lin Wanner sighed. "The good days are still to come." Xin Feng said softly, "From now on, I will let you live in such surprises every day." Chapter 47, The Development of a Private Cruise. After completing the cruise ship mission, the system unlocked Qin Feng's exclusive private cruise ship design. The cruise ship design document detailed this fantastic giant ship. Length, 300 meters, streamlined appearance, the hull is made of a combination of platinum and glass, shining brightly in the sun. Top deck, features an infinity pool with a transparent bottom overlooking the sea. Private theater, a huge IMAX theater with open air support and a top-notch sound system. Deluxe rooms, 50 private suites, each with a sea view balcony and smart home system. Exclusive helipad, provides helicopter takeoff and landing services, making it convenient for passengers to travel at any time. Innovative features, the vessel is equipped with an environmentally friendly power system to achieve zero emissions, and is also equipped with a diving cabin for diving to the seabed for exploration. Seeing the design, Lin Wanner couldn't help but sigh. "This isn't a cruise ship, it's clearly a mobile castle on the sea." "Xin Feng, this is a luxurious life tailor-made for you." Xin Feng smiled and nodded. "The system understands me so well." The system's rewards also included the opportunity to name the cruise ship. Lin Wanner suggested, "How about Poseidon's Wings? It captures the power of the ocean and symbolizes freedom and adventure." "That's right." Xin Feng agreed with her proposal. Poseidon's Wings will be our exclusive cruise ship from now on. To complete the cruise ship's construction as quickly as possible, Xin Feng contacted the world's top cruise ship manufacturers and mobilized resources awarded by the system. The entire construction process was accelerated by the system, and it was expected to be completed within 3 months. Xin Feng specially designed a unique area for Lin Wanner, the Starry Sky Terrace, a private space that belonged only to them. The terrace's top was covered in adjustable transparent glass, allowing for a direct view of the starry sky at night. It also featured a suspended lounge chair and a small bar. "When the time comes, we can drink here and watch the stars," Xin Feng said. Lin Wanner's eyes flashed with emotion. "You always make life so romantic." While waiting for the cruise ship to be built, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner decided to experience a cruise test. The system arranged a special route for them, departing from Nice in the south of France, crossing the Mediterranean, and finally arriving in Santorini, Greece. 1. Nice seaside charm. Before boarding the ship, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner enjoyed a lazy afternoon on the beach in Nice. Lin Wanner changed into a light beach dress and, stepping on the soft white sand, said excitedly, "Xin Feng, don't you think this place is like a fairy tale world?" "Yes, but this is just the beginning." Xin Feng looked at the cruise ship docked in the distance. "When you see the scenery on the sea, it will be even more amazing." 2. Exclusive services on the cruise ship. After boarding the ship, the cruise ship's private butler prepared a sumptuous seafood dinner for them. Lin Wanner took a bite of the handmade Italian noodles and couldn't help but exclaim, "The taste of these dishes is simply impeccable." Xin Feng smiled and said, "This is just a trial service. Once the Wings of Poseidon is completed, you will experience even more luxurious enjoyment." 3. Date under the stars. That night, the two of them enjoyed the sea breeze on the deck, with the endless starry sky and the sparkling sea in the distance. Lin Wanner leaned on Xin Feng's shoulder and whispered, "Xin Feng, sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming. Everything is so beautiful." Xin Feng gently embraced her. "This is not a dream, this is just our daily life." Just as the two were enjoying the seascape, the system sounded again. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Complete a grand cruise party in Santorini, Greece, attracting at least 100 celebrities. Completion reward, ownership of a private Mediterranean island worth 500 million. Private island? Xin Feng whispered, a smile on his face. It seems that the system wants me to own the entire ocean. After hearing this, Lin Wanner said excitedly, Xin Feng, an island. We can build a castle of our own there. Of course, now that we have a cruise ship, adding an island wouldn't make it complete. Xin Feng said, next, we have to prepare a sensational party. In order to complete the task, Xin Feng decided to hold a luxurious party with the theme of Blue and White Dream on the day the cruise ship arrived in Santorini. Party highlights. 1. Dream venue layout. The cruise ship deck is decorated in the blue and white style of Santorini, decorated with blue flowers and white tulle, creating a romantic atmosphere. 2. Luxurious menu. Hire a Michelin 3-star chef to create a Mediterranean-style meal, including fresh lobster, feta cheese salad, and traditional Greek desserts. 3. Special guests. Xin Feng invited celebrities from all walks of life around the world, including fashion icons, top artists, and well-known actors. 4. Cruise ship fireworks show. The final part of the party was a fireworks show. The entire cruise ship was lit up by fireworks, and from a distance it looked like a floating galaxy. On the day of the party, the cruise ship was packed with guests. Lin Wanner appeared on the deck in a blue and white dress, looking as elegant and charming as a sea goddess. Xin Feng, this party is so romantic. I can hardly believe it's an event on a cruise ship. Lin Wanner said softly. Romance is the foundation, luxury is the theme. Xin Feng smiled slightly. Tonight, we are the focus of the sea. The guests praised the luxury of the cruise ship and the creativity of the party, and the finale of the fireworks show brought the party to a climax. After the party ends, the system prompt sounds. Mission completed, successfully held a Santorini cruise party, reward, ownership of a private island in the Mediterranean has been unlocked. Located in the heart of the Aegean Sea in Greece, this island covers thousands of acres and has a beautiful coastline and undeveloped natural resources. After hearing the reward, Lin Wanner was overwhelmed with surprise. Xin Feng, we really own an island. I can't believe it. Xin Feng said softly, this is just the beginning. Next, we will make this island a world-famous holiday paradise. Chapter 48, First Visit to the Mediterranean Islands. After the cruise party, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner decided to personally visit the private island they had just acquired in the Mediterranean. Located in the heart of the Aegean Sea, the island was surrounded by turquoise waters, with sunshine shimmering on white sand beaches, a paradise. This island belongs to us from now on. Xin Feng leaned on the railing of the deck, looking at the island gradually emerging in the distance. Lin Wanner said excitedly, can we build a holiday estate there just for us? With a swimming pool, an open-air cinema, and a garden. Don't worry, Xin Feng interrupted her with a smile, when we get to the island, let's take a look at what it looks like first, then we can make plans. When the cruise ship docked, the beauty of the island took both of them breath away. White beach, the sand is fine and white, soft and comfortable to step on. Clear blue water, the water is so clear that you can even see the corals and fish underwater. Lush forest, the center of the island is covered with a large area of virgin forest, which is lush and green. This is a natural paradise. Lin Wanner walked onto the beach, opening her arms and feeling the sea breeze. I don't even want to go back. Xin Feng smiled and said, this is a private paradise built for us. Whether you come back or not depends on your mood. 1. An episode on the beach. Lin Wanner suggested writing her name on the beach. She took a branch and carefully wrote the 3 words Lin Wanner on the beach. Look, this is the mark I left. Lin Wanner pointed proudly at her masterpiece. Xin Feng smiled slightly, walked over and wrote the words Xin Feng next to her name, then took her hand and said, from now on, this island will also bear our mark. 2. Discovery of tropical fruits. At the edge of the island's forest, Lin Wanner discovered a grove of wild tropical fruits. She picked a yellow fruit and carefully tasted it. Sour and sweet, what a unique taste. Lin Wanner handed it to Xin Feng, try it too. Xin Feng took the fruit and took a bite. Not bad, the fruits here can become our exclusive meal in the future. 3. Surprises in the underwater world. Under the steward's arrangement, the two put on diving gear and dived into the seabed to explore. The underwater world was colorful, with schools of small fish swimming among the corals and seaweed swaying with the current. Xin Feng, look over there. Lin Wanner pointed to a coral reef where a huge sea turtle was hidden. Xin Feng pulled her closer and gently touched the turtle's shell. It seems that it is the master of this sea area. We are just passing by. Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh and said, now it has to learn to share, because we have become the masters here too. Back on the beach, Lin Wanner began planning her dream estate. Main Manor, located on the cliff facing the sea, it is designed with a full glass exterior so that you can enjoy the sea view at any time. Private swimming pool, built next to the main manor, it seamlessly connects to the sea, as if you can swim directly to the sea from the pool. Garden, filled with tropical flowers and designed in the shape of a maze, adding to the fun. Open-air cinema, an exclusive entertainment area on the beach, with white sails as the screen, where you can watch movies under the stars. You are simply designing a vacation kingdom. Xin Feng teased. Of course. I won't allow you to do this half-heartedly. Lin Wanner said, feigning anger. I'm going to make this the most romantic place in the world. Xin Feng patted her head gently. Don't worry, I will make every idea of yours come true. When the two were discussing the manor plan, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Mission triggered, build a world-class private island resort estate to attract celebrities from around the world. Completion reward, global private island development resources worth 1 billion. Xin Feng looked at the task description and smiled. It seems the system thinks your idea is good. This time the reward is actually global private island development resources. When Lin Wanner heard about the reward, she said excitedly, then let's get started. Once the manor is built, I'm going to invite all my friends to come here for vacation. No problem, I will definitely open your eyes this time. Xin Feng gently held her hand, his eyes full of determination. After a day of exploration, the two sat on the beach, watching the sunset slowly sink into the sea level, and the clouds on the horizon were dyed golden red. Xin Feng, thank you. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder and said softly. What are you thanking me for? Xin Feng looked down at her. Thank you for letting me experience these wonderful things, Lin Wanner chuckled. Ever since I met you, my life has been like entering a dream from which I will never wake up. Xin Feng smiled slightly and hugged her gently. As long as you are willing, this dream will never end. Chapter 49, The Construction of the Island Manor and Sweet Time. In order to build a world-class private resort, Xin Feng contacted a top international design team through the system. They come from the fields of architecture, landscape, and interior design, and each of them is well known in their respective industries. Architect Gerard, he has designed the world-famous Cliff Mansion. He advocates the integration of nature and architecture to create a feeling of hiding in nature. Landscape designer Alice, she specializes in ecological landscape design based on tropical plants. Her works are both beautiful and environmentally friendly. Interior designer Carlos, known for his balance between luxury and comfort, he has customized display spaces for many luxury brands. After the three of them gathered on the island, they began the preliminary planning of the manor. Mr. Qin, the island itself is like an uncut gem. Our mission is to magnify its beauty infinitely, Gerard said at the planning meeting. Xin Feng nodded. I wanted to meet the standards of luxury while allowing people to truly feel the tranquility and romance of nature. After several days of field investigation and repeated discussions, the team came up with a preliminary design plan. 1. Main Manor Area. Built on the highest point of the island, facing the sea, it adopts a full glass exterior design, allowing you to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the sea and sky from every corner. It features a luxurious master bedroom, library, living room, and private wine cellar. 2. Beach Villa. Independent villas distributed along the white sand beach, suitable for family and friends vacation. Each villa is equipped with a private swimming pool and open-air garden. 3. Tropical Garden and Maze. Using the island's tropical plants as the main feature, a maze garden is created to add interest and a sense of exploration. 4. Entertainment facilities. Includes an open-air cinema, clifftop pool, private dock, and underwater viewing chamber. 5. Ecological Protection Area. Preserve the island's pristine forests and coral reserves, establish an environmental research base, and balance luxury with environmental protection. Lin Wanner looked at the design and said excitedly, this is simply paradise. Xin Feng, can we really live in such a dreamy place? Xin Feng smiled and said, not only is this a place for us to stay, it will also be the best vacation spot for us and our friends in the future. 1. A small accident on the beach. On the day of the groundbreaking, Lin Wanner enthusiastically changed into her work clothes, expressing her desire to personally participate in digging the first foundation. However, as soon as she lifted her shovel, she was blinded by the sand that blew up in the sea breeze. Ah! Xin Feng, save me! Lin Wanner rushed towards him with her eyes closed. Xin Feng helplessly caught her and brushed the sand off her face. Wanner, you'd better sit and watch. Construction work is not suitable for you. Lin Wanner pouted, okay, then I'll be your supervisor. 2. Romantic surprise on the beach. In the evening, Xin Feng specially arranged a beach dinner. A white dining table was set on the soft sand, dotted with small string lights and candles, and in the distance, the waves gently lapped the shore. This is so romantic. Lin Wanner looked at the scene in front of her, stars twinkling in her eyes. Romance is a must, especially when I'm with you. Xin Feng smiled slightly and handed over a glass of champagne. Let's celebrate the wonderful life we are about to have. Lin Wanner took the champagne and clinked glasses gently. Let's celebrate our eternal happiness. After dinner, the system prompt sounded. Ding! New mission triggered. Host a top celebrity resort party after the manor is completed, attracting global attention. Completion reward, Global Resort Island Alliance resources worth 2 billion. Global Resort Island Alliance? Xin Feng murmured, it seems the system wants me to build my own resort empire. After hearing this, Lin Wanner couldn't help but say, Xin Feng, if you really build a vacation empire, I want to be the manager and live here every day. Xin Feng hugged her gently. Of course, this will be your exclusive kingdom then. During the construction period, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner's daily life was also full of fun. 1. Explore the secrets of the beach. Lin Wanner found a small conch on the beach. She picked it up excitedly and said to Xin Feng, did you know? If you put a conch to your ear, you can hear the sound of the ocean. Xin Feng took the conch with a smile, put it to his ear and listened for a while. What I hear is not the waves, but you chirping. Xin Feng. Lin Wanner rushed over, pretending to snatch the conch back, and the two of them laughed together. 2. Forest adventure. The two accidentally discovered a waterfall in the forest on the island. The water was so clear that you could see the bottom. Lin Wanner couldn't help but take off her shoes and walk into the water to play. Xin Feng, come down quickly, it's so cool here, she greeted with a smile. Xin Feng shook his head and smiled, you are more of an adventurer than me. After a busy day, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner lay on a lounge chair on the beach, with the vast starry sky above their heads. Lin Wanner pointed at the stars in the sky and asked, Xin Feng, do you think we will always be happy like this? Xin Feng held her hand and whispered, as long as you are here, this happiness will last forever. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder and closed her eyes, I believe you. Chapter 50 Island Construction. As the construction of the island estate progressed, the entire island began to glow with new vitality. From the morning, the construction team was busy between the beach and the forest, and Lin Wanner became a construction supervisor. She gets up early every day, takes the blueprints to inspect the construction progress, and occasionally gives water to the workers or makes some small suggestions. We need to plant more tropical flowers in the garden here and make the colors brighter. Lin Wanner said, pointing to a corner on the design drawing. Okay, Ms. Lin. The designer smiled. Xin Feng stood aside, looking at her serious expression, and couldn't help laughing. Wanner, are you trying to steal the designer's job? Lin Wanner glared at him, I'm thinking about our family, stop laughing at me. The island's first facility, a private infinity pool, was completed in just a few days. Built into the cliff face, its azure waters blending seamlessly with the ocean beyond, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Finally, I can enjoy myself. Lin Wanner changed into a refreshing blue and white swimsuit and couldn't wait to jump into the swimming pool, splashing water. Xin Feng stood by the swimming pool and said softly, Wanner, are you sure you want me to watch alone? Who told you not to come down and accompany me? Lin Wanner shouted mischievously, then suddenly raised a handful of water and splashed it directly at Xin Feng. Xin Feng smiled helplessly, took off his coat and jumped in. Since you don't want me to rest, then I can only accompany you to the end. In the swimming pool, the two of them played together, their laughter echoing in the sea breeze. 1. Secret hot springs in the forest. One morning, Lin Wanner stumbled upon a natural hot spring deep in the island's forest. Surrounded by rocks and surrounded by lush greenery, it resembled a hidden wonderland. Xin Feng. Come quickly, there is a hot spring here. Lin Wanner shouted excitedly. Xin Feng rushed over after hearing the sound, and smiled slightly after seeing the hot spring. It seems that this place can become our secret base. The two took off their shoes and soaked their feet in the hot spring, feeling the comfort brought by the warm current. Lin Wanner closed her eyes and said contentedly, this is true luxury. 2. Mini beach party. Lin Wanner suggested holding a mini party on the beach. She personally arranged small light strings and prepared a simple seafood barbecue. At night, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner sat on a carpet on the beach, with stars above their heads and a flickering bonfire in front of them. Xin Feng, I think days like this are the happiest. Lin Wanner said softly. Xin Feng handed her a bunch of grilled prawns and said with a smile, then we will do this often from now on. Just as life on the island was becoming more and more comfortable, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Hidden reward unlocked, advanced private island management system activated. Xinfeng opened the system interface and found a new function that could manage the island's facilities and resources in real time through the system, such as regulate the temperature and humidity on the island, control lighting, music, and other scene settings, provide options for rapid repair or expansion. This is simply a combination of modern technology and luxurious life. Xinfeng exclaimed. Lin Wanner came over to take a look and said excitedly, so from now on, can I just click and change the atmosphere of the island at any time? You can say that. Xinfeng smiled, but you have to be careful not to press it randomly. When the construction was nearing completion, Xinfeng decided to give Lin Wanner an unforgettable surprise. One night, he asked Lin Wanner to go to the beach alone. Xinfeng, why did you ask me to come here? Lin Wanner walked to the beach, only to find that the surroundings were dotted with twinkling lights, forming a romantic path leading to the beach. She walked along the lighted path to the end and saw Xinfeng standing on the beach with a ring in his hand. Wanner, my life has been different since we first met. Today, I want to ask you, are you willing to be mine forever? Xinfeng knelt on one knee and looked at her affectionately. Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment, tears welling in her eyes. Xinfeng, this is too sudden. I just want to tell you now that my future cannot be without you. Xinfeng said with a smile. Lin Wanner nodded and gently extended her hand. I do. Xinfeng put the ring on her hand, and the two hugged each other tightly, with the endless starry sky and the sound of waves behind them. Just as the two were immersed in happiness, the system prompt sounded again. Mission completed. Create a unique living experience on a private island. Reward, design rights for exclusive luxury recreational facilities on the private island. The design of system rewards includes private water park, island zipline, hot air balloon viewing platform. It seems that our lives will become more and more interesting. Xinfeng said with a smile. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder and whispered, Xinfeng, I feel like I'm the happiest person in the world. Chapter 51 Happy Times on the Island. After completing the proposal, Xinfeng decided to make full use of the system rewarded rights to design the exclusive luxury amusement facilities for the private island. He led his design team to plan a series of refreshing amusement rides on the island. 1. Private water park. Contains multiple slides, an artificial wave pool, and a water obstacle course floating on the sea. The center houses a huge Poseidon fountain that sprays rainbow like water mist every hour. 2. Zipline. Slide down 100 meters from the top of the island to the beach, overlooking the entire island and the surrounding seascape. 3. Hot air balloon observation deck. Build a hot air balloon base on the island so that tourists can take a hot air balloon ride, enjoy the beautiful scenery of the entire island, and even enjoy dinner in the air at sunset. 4. Secret underwater restaurant. Enter the seabed through a glass passage, and the restaurant is surrounded by marine life swimming around, making you feel like you are in the ocean world. These facilities will not only make our lives more interesting, but also attract future guests. Xinfeng said as he looked at the design drawings. Lin Wanner looked forward to it, especially the hot air balloon viewing and underwater restaurant. I can't wait to experience them. After the zipline was completed, Xinfeng and Lin Wanner became the first to experience it. Standing at the starting point, Lin Wanner was a little nervous. Xinfeng, is this really safe? Of course, all the equipment has been tested. Xinfeng smiled and patted her shoulder. But if you're scared, I can skate with you. Who said I was scared? Lin Wanner grabbed the handle of the zipline unconvinced and slid down with her eyes closed. The wind whistled past her ears. Lin Wanner slowly opened her eyes and saw the entire island and the blue sea in full view. She couldn't help but shout, Xinfeng, this is so cool. When Xinfeng reached the finish line, she excitedly rushed over and said, we must skate again. A few days later, the water park officially opened. Lin Wanner changed into her swimsuit and excitedly ran towards the slide. Xinfeng, do you dare to compete with me to see who can slide faster? Let's compete. Xinfeng accepted the challenge with a smile. The two of them started from the top of the slide at the same time. As they slid down quickly, Lin Wanner shouted, Xinfeng, I'm going to win. When they reached the bottom, Xinfeng arrived before her. He said proudly, it seems you still can't beat me. Lin Wanner pouted. That's not fair. You must have used some tricks. I'll give you some leeway next time. Xinfeng said with a smile. To give Lin Wanner a special surprise, Xin Feng arranged an exclusive dinner in an underwater restaurant. That night, the glass-domed restaurant was dotted with soft lights, and the surrounding marine life swam among them, creating a dreamlike scene. "This is simply a fairy tale world," Lin Wanner exclaimed. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, including freshly caught lobster, tuna sashimi, and desserts made with tropical fruits. Lin Wanner picked up a piece of cake and couldn't help but smile. "Xin Feng, I feel like every day is like a vacation for us. Isn't this our life?" Xin Feng said softly, "As long as you like it, days like this will never end." After dinner, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Hidden quest triggered, host an island carnival and attract at least 500 visitors. Completion reward, global private amusement park development resources worth 3 billion. Carnival? Xin Feng looked at the task description, his lips curled up slightly. It seems that the system wants me to turn this island into the center of joy in the Mediterranean. After hearing this, Lin Wanner's eyes were filled with excitement. "Xin Feng, if we really hold a carnival, I must design an amusement segment for myself." "No problem," Xin Feng said with a smile, "you will be the planner this time." While preparing for the carnival, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner's daily life was also full of joy. 1. Fun in a hot air balloon. When Lin Wanner rode a hot air balloon for the first time, she nervously grabbed Xin Feng's hand and asked, "Do you think this hot air balloon will suddenly fall?" "Don't worry, it won't," Xin Feng deliberately teased, "but if you really fall, I will hold you first." "Don't scare me." Lin Wanner smiled and patted him, then slowly relaxed and admired the sunset in the distance. 2. Bonfire party at night. Every night, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner would light a bonfire on the beach and sit around chatting or looking at the stars. Once, Lin Wanner suggested telling a ghost story. "Xin Feng, are you afraid of ghosts?" "I'm not afraid," Xin Feng said with a smile, "but if a ghost comes, I will let it join our party." Lin Wanner laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back. "You're such a joker." One evening, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner sat by the clifftop swimming pool, watching the sun slowly sink into the sea. Lin Wanner whispered, "Xin Feng, this island has become our home. I feel like every day in the future will be a happy one." Xin Feng hugged her and whispered, "As long as you are here, I will make every day better than today." Chapter 52 Island Carnival. The system-issued task required Xin Feng to organize a joyous carnival on the island, attracting at least 500 tourists. Lin Wanner enthusiastically took on the task of event planning. "Xin Feng, this time I must design a carnival that everyone will remember." "I believe you." Xin Feng chuckled, "But don't work too hard, this is just a small goal of ours." "Don't worry, I'm your planning director," Lin Wanner said confidently. Lin Wanner and the design team designed a series of activities and scenes around the theme of island adventure, balancing luxury and fun. 1. Beach party. During the day, the beach transforms into a huge entertainment area, including beach volleyball, surfing competitions, and sun yoga. Hold a light and music party in the evening, invite internationally renowned DJs to perform, and turn the beach into a sea of carnival. 2. Amusement facility experience area. Hot air balloons take off to enjoy the view, allowing visitors to overlook the beautiful scenery of the entire island. A water park slide competition where participants can win exclusive souvenirs. Zipline challenge, the brave person who records the fastest zipline will receive a mysterious prize. 3. Island exploration game. Set up a scavenger hunt in the tropical gardens where visitors can solve puzzles to find hidden prizes, such as limited edition island liqueur or personalized gifts. 4. Starry sky dinner. Set up an extra long banquet table on the beach with the starry sky as the backdrop, and provide each guest with top-notch food and red wine. 5. Fireworks show and sea performance. The event ended with a magnificent fireworks show, accompanied by wonderful performances by sea actors, bringing the carnival to a perfect end. 1. Artistic creations on the beach. When Lin Wanner was planning the layout of the venue on the beach, she had a sudden idea and used shells and sand to piece together a huge ocean pattern. "Xin Feng, look, do I have artistic talent?" Lin Wanner proudly displayed her work. Xin Feng nodded, "Not bad, but isn't the head of this big fish drawn a bit strange?" When Lin Wanner heard this, she immediately picked up her tools and said, "I'll make some changes." Just wait. 2. The first trial run of the water park. To test the slide's safety, Lin Wanner personally took the plunge, splashing water as she slid down, drawing laughter from the staff present. "Ms. Lin, you are the most dedicated tester we have ever seen," said a designer with a smile. Lin Wanner wiped the water off her face and replied with a smile, "Of course, this is the paradise I planned personally." In order to attract enough tourists, Xin Feng specially invited a group of celebrities and internationally renowned media, including fashion magazine editor, internationally renowned actors, social media influencers, world-class explorer. Every invited guest showed great anticipation for the carnival. The island itself is full of mystery, and it's so exciting to be able to participate in such an event, a fashion blogger posted on social media. The carnival was about to begin. Xin Feng and Lin Wanner sat on the beach, watching the workers complete the final arrangements. Xin Feng, do you think our carnival will be a success? Lin Wanner asked. Of course, Xin Feng patted her hand gently. You've put in so much effort, I believe it will become a legend. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder, her eyes soft. With you here, I feel that everything will be beautiful. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Bonus quest triggered. Collect 1,000 positive reviews from tourists during the carnival. Completion reward, global entertainment industry development resources worth 5 billion. Xin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that the system is also looking forward to our event this time. 5 billion? Lin Wanner's eyes widened when she heard the reward. Xin Feng, we have to work even harder this time. No problem, the rest of the time will be spent on our carnival. Xin Feng said confidently. As night fell, the lights on the beach gradually lit up, and the sea in the distance shimmered. Lin Wanner pointed at the stars in the sky and said, Xin Feng, I feel that this island is becoming more and more like a dream place. It's not only a place of dreams, it's also ours. Xin Feng whispered, no matter what happens, this place will witness our happiness. Lin Wanner nodded and gently held his hand. Then let's make this place a place that everyone yearns for. Chapter 53, The Grand Opening of the Island Adventure Carnival. The morning light shone across the azure sea, illuminating every corner of the island with golden sunlight. The staff were already busy, arranging the final details. The white sand beach was covered in vibrant lights, hot air balloons slowly ascended, and music played from the seaside stage. Lin Wanner, having changed into a fresh, ocean-inspired dress early in the morning, excitedly toured the various activity areas. Xin Feng, look, our carnival is starting to get lively. She pulled Xin Feng and pointed to a yacht approaching the dock in the distance, which was full of the first batch of tourists. Xin Feng smiled slightly and looked at Lin Wanner's shining eyes. Today is our first carnival, I believe it will be a success. A constant stream of tourists streamed onto the pier, each beaming with excitement. Some rushed eagerly to catch the hot air balloons, others were captivated by the music of the beach party, and families were already lining up at the water park. The island was filled with laughter and joy, a true sea of joy. The hot air balloon area was one of the most popular attractions at the carnival. Visitors lined up in long lines just to board the colorful hot air balloons and take in the panoramic views of the island. Lin Wanner personally served as a test pilot for the first group of visitors. As the hot air balloon slowly ascended, Lin Wanner stood in the basket, overlooking the entire island. The clear waters and lush forests complemented each other, and people walked on the white sand beach. Everything was as beautiful as a painting. Everyone remembered to take pictures, this is a unique angle. Lin Wanner shouted to the tourists through a loudspeaker, her laughter drifting far away on the wind. On the other side, the zipline area creates another kind of tense and exciting atmosphere. The zipline slides from the hillside of the island to the beach, and every tourist who slides shouts in the wind. Mom, I want to slide again. A child just slid to the bottom and excitedly pulled his mother's hand and jumped and shouted. Xin Feng stood at the end of the zipline, looking at every tourist sliding down with satisfaction. He smiled and said to Lin Wanner, it seems that the popularity of the zipline is even higher than we imagined. The treasure hunt in the garden maze is a special family-friendly attraction at the carnival, where visitors need to follow clues to find hidden treasures. This area has become a playground for children, filled with laughter. A boy found a small box at the end of the maze and opened it excitedly. It's a mini version of sweet white wine. Mom and Dad, we found treasure. Xin Feng, I think this project is especially suitable for family activities. Lin Wanner looked at the laughing children and said with emotion, look, they are having so much fun. Xin Feng nodded, yes, this is the effect we want. Everyone can find their own happiness here. Even more interesting is that a couple found a stone tablet with the words Happiness Island engraved on it deep in the maze. The girl smiled and said, does this mean that we will find happiness here? As night fell, the carnival entered its second climax. The long banquet table on the beach was carefully decorated, filled with exquisite tableware and candlesticks, and the waves lapping on the beach nearby made the whole scene like a dream. Each guest was seated, and on the table was a menu designed specifically for them: fresh lobster, freshly grilled steak, cocktails made with tropical fruits, and sweet white wine specially brewed on the island. Lynn Warner raised her glass and said to the guests, "Thank you all for coming to our carnival today. I hope this island and tonight's dinner will bring you wonderful memories." Her words were met with warm applause and cheers. Midway through the banquet, the band began playing lively music, and the visitors toasted and laughed under the stars. Sheen Fong stood beside Lynn Warner, watching the grand spectacle before him, and whispered, "Under the starry sky tonight, I think this is the most beautiful place in the world." Lynn Warner nodded, her eyes softening. "Yes, this is all really wonderful." After the dinner, the grand finale of the carnival, the fireworks show, finally began. When the first firework burst into the sky, all the tourists exclaimed in amazement. Over the next few minutes, colorful fireworks exploded into the sky, lighting up the entire night sky and highlighting the outline of the island. Tourists took out their phones to capture the moment, and some were even moved to tears. "This is simply a scene from a fairy tale," said a tourist excitedly. When the fireworks ended, a small boat decorated with lights suddenly appeared on the sea, and the actors on the boat began to perform a dance, which complemented the fireworks and brought the carnival atmosphere to a climax. As the fireworks show ended, the system prompt sounded on time. Mission completed, successfully held the island carnival, attracting over 500 visitors. Reward unlocked, global entertainment industry development resources worth $5 billion. The system's reward resources include entertainment project design teams, top amusement equipment suppliers, and international marketing platforms. After checking the rewards, Sheen Fong smiled and said to Lynn Warner, "It seems that our carnival is not only fun, but also opens up greater opportunities for us." Lynn Warner smiled and approached him. "Sheen Fong, I think no matter what the reward is, the greatest success of this carnival is that everyone left with a smile on their face." Sheen Fong nodded, his eyes firm. "This is just the beginning, we will do better next time." After the carnival ended, the island returned to tranquility. Lynn Warner and Sheen Fong sat on the beach, reminiscing about the day. "Sheen Fong, I feel really satisfied seeing so many people happy because of our efforts," Lynn Warner said softly. "This is our life, and it's also our responsibility." Sheen Fong held her hand. "In the future, we will let more people feel this happiness." Under the starry sky, their smiles were as bright as the night ocean. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Surprise After the Carnival. The afterglow of the carnival had yet to fade, but the island had regained its tranquility. Sunlight filtered through the coconut trees onto the beach, and occasionally a few seabirds could be heard circling and chirping in the distance. Lynn Warner had changed into a casual cotton and linen dress early in the morning, and she sat on a beach chair, a glass of juice in her arms, leisurely gazing out at the sea. "Sheen Fong, the fireworks last night were so beautiful. That picture is still in my mind," she said with a smile. Sheen Fong sat aside, flipping through a book, and said lazily, "There will be more scenes like this in the future. This island was born for happiness and beauty. Don't you think you should reward yourself?" Lynn Warner suddenly suggested, "Maybe take another tour of the island and discover more secrets." "Cruise?" Sheen Fong smiled. "Okay, then let's relax today and see if there are any other places worth exploring." The two changed into light clothes and walked along the path on the island into the depths of the forest. Although this forest had been deliberately preserved during previous development, it still hid many unknown corners. As they walked, Lynn Warner suddenly stopped and pointed to a faint stream of water ahead. "Sheen Fong, listen, there seems to be the sound of water over there." Following the sound, they found a hidden waterfall. Although the waterfall was not big, the surrounding rocks and vegetation decorated it like a landscape painting. Lynn Warner ran over excitedly, took off her shoes, and dipped her feet into the cool stream. "This water is so cool. We should turn this place into a secret base." Sheen Fong smiled slightly. "It seems that you have great expectations for every beautiful scene." "Of course." Lynn Warner scooped up a handful of water and playfully splashed it at Sheen Fong. "This is the treasure we found." After leaving the waterfall, Sheen Fong suggested walking along the seashore. Not far away, they found a rock cave. The entrance was covered by dense vegetation, and it was difficult to detect its existence without careful observation. "What's in here?" Lynn Warner held Sheen Fang's hand, her eyes full of anticipation. The two carefully entered the cave and discovered a hidden world inside. The cave walls were covered with crystalline minerals, emitting a faint blue glow in the weak light, and deep in the cave was a small pool of clear water. "Sheen Fong, this place is so dreamy," Lynn Warner exclaimed. "I never thought there was a place like this on the island." This place is indeed special, Xin Feng nodded. Perhaps we can preserve it as our private secret place. Lin Wanner suddenly pointed at a rock on the cave wall and said, "Look, does it look like a heart?" Xin Feng followed her finger and saw that the shape of the rock really did resemble a heart. He smiled and said, "This proves that we have come to the right place today." After their adventure, the two of them casually spread out a blanket on the beach and enjoyed a simple lunch. The food consisted of sandwiches and fresh juice prepared by the housekeeper, but Lin Wanner ate it with gusto. Have you noticed that no matter what you eat, as long as it's on the island, it always tastes especially good? Lin Wanner took a bite of the sandwich and said with a smile. Maybe it's because I'm in a good mood. Xin Feng picked up the juice and took a sip. When I'm in a good mood, the taste will naturally be better. The two chatted idly, ranging from the island's future plans to how to make every corner more interesting. Lin Wanner suddenly said, "Xin Feng, should we consider raising a few small animals? Like seabirds or turtles?" Xin Feng nodded. "That's a good idea. The island can indeed increase some biological diversity." Just as the two were chatting, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Mission triggered: create an exclusive island ecological paradise, collect 10 rare species, and protect their habitat. Completion reward: top global animal conservation resources and cooperation network. Xin Feng looked at the task content and thought, it seems that the system also wants us to make this island more vibrant. Ecological park? Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. That sounds great. We can let tourists get close to nature here, while also providing a safe home for these animals. Then let's start preparing. Xin Feng said with a smile, this mission should be very interesting. After returning to the manor, Xin Feng gathered the team and began to discuss how to build an island ecological park. First, they decided to plan out suitable environments for animals in different areas of the island, such as tropical rainforest area, suitable for habitat of birds and insects. Coastal protected areas, provide space for turtles and other marine life to lay eggs and live. Wetland ecological zone, introduces some gentle small animals such as flamingos and water birds. Lin Wanner also specifically suggested, we can invite some scientists and animal protection organizations to cooperate. This will not only increase professionalism, but also add more stories to our island. Xin Feng nodded, this mission is not only for the system reward, but also to make this island truly a vibrant paradise. At night, Lin Wanner lay on a lounge chair by the pool, looking at the stars in the night sky. She couldn't help but sigh, Xin Feng, don't you think our life now is like a fairy tale? Fairy tales have an ending, but our lives don't. Xin Feng sat next to her and whispered, as long as you are here, this happiness will continue. Then let's make this island a better place together. Lin Wanner reached out and gently held Xin Feng's hand, let's make this a place that everyone longs to visit. Xin Feng smiled and nodded, then let us get started and create more miracles. Chapter 55, Concept of Ecological Paradise. After the system mission was triggered, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner threw themselves into planning the ecological park. Their goal was to introduce 10 rare species to the island and create a unique habitat for them, turning it into a paradise where humans and nature could coexist. In order to make the idea more feasible, Xin Feng invited a group of animal protection experts and ecologists to the island to discuss how to achieve the mission goals while maintaining ecological balance. Mr. Qin, this island's environment is very suitable for developing ecological projects, said an ecologist. The coastal wetlands and forests, in particular, provide ideal habitats for many rare species. Then please help us. We hope this is not only a task, but also something that can bring positive significance. Xin Feng nodded. After several days of investigation and discussion, the planning map of the ecological park took shape. Tropical rainforest area. The area will become a paradise for birds, with plans to introduce several rare tropical birds, such as rainbow lorikeets and blue macaws, while also planting a large number of native plants to provide them with a natural food source. Wetland reserve. Flamingos and several rare water birds will be introduced around the wetland, and a small observation platform will be built to allow visitors to appreciate these elegant creatures. Coastal protected areas. Sea turtles will be the stars of the show, with nesting areas set up within the reserve while ensuring that visitor activities do not disturb their natural habits. Forest adventure area. The forest will be divided into open areas and protected areas, and there are plans to introduce several small mammals, such as lemurs and golden monkeys, to add vitality to the island. Lin Wanner looked at the design and said excitedly, this is fantastic. This island will become more vibrant. These areas can also allow tourists to better understand nature and enjoy different experiences, Xin Feng added. As the first step in the eco-park's development, the team decided to begin in the rainforest area and introduce rainbow lorikeets. These birds, with their vibrant plumage and lively personalities, offer both ornamental and educational value. We plan to introduce a group of rainbow lorikeets from a professional bird protection agency. These birds were originally part of an endangered conservation project and are now looking for suitable habitats, explained the zoologist. This coincides with our goal. Xin Feng said, we will provide them with the best environment. To create a comfortable home for the rainbow lorikeets, Lin Wanner personally participated in the design of the aviary. She wanted the aviary to be both interesting and natural, so she and her team designed a small building that combines a treehouse with an open flight area. This part can be designed as a transparent corridor, allowing tourists to observe their flight up close. Lin Wanner said, pointing to the design drawing. There is also this big tree. We can set up some small nests on the crown of the tree, allowing them to freely choose where to live. Xin Feng added. When the birdhouse was completed, Lin Wanner stood in front of it and said excitedly, do you think the parrots will like it? I think they will regard this place as paradise. Xin Feng said with a smile. A few days later, the first group of rainbow lorikeets were delivered to the island. These parrots seemed a little nervous when they were first placed in the aviary, but they quickly adapted to the environment and began to fly around freely, expressing their excitement with clear calls. Xin Feng, look at that parrot, its feathers are as beautiful as a rainbow. Lin Wanner pointed at a parrot standing on a branch, her eyes full of surprise. It seems to like you too. Xin Feng said with a smile, because the parrot was looking at Lin Wanner with curiosity. Zoologists explain, rainbow lorikeets naturally enjoy interacting with people, which makes them a very suitable species for ecological education. That very night after the rainbow lorikeet was successfully placed, the system prompt sounded. Mission progress, completed the introduction of the first rare species. Unlocked reward, exclusive design plan for the ecological observation area. Xin Feng opened the system and found that the newly unlocked reward was a design of an ecological observation area with hidden observation points, which would allow tourists to appreciate the lives of animals without disturbing them. This thing is very practical. Xin Feng said, we can build it in the rainforest area to help tourists better understand these creatures. Then let's get started. Lin Wanner said excitedly, I can't wait to see what it looks like when it's finished. During the construction of the ecological park, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner's daily life was also full of fun. 1. Parrots Raid. One day, Lin Wanner was walking in the rainforest when a playful rainbow parrot suddenly flew onto her shoulder and gently pecked her earring with its mouth. Xin Feng, look, this parrot likes me. Lin Wanner laughed and turned to look at Xin Feng. It seems they have fully adapted. Xin Feng said with a smile, do you want to take it home? No way. It should live freely here. Lin Wanner said as she gently put the parrot back on the branch. 2. Getting lost in the garden. To add vegetation to the wetland reserve, Lin Wanner personally participated in the planting of the garden, but she momentarily forgot the design of the maze garden and ended up getting lost. Xin Feng, help! I seem to be trapped in my own garden. Lin Wanner shouted through the intercom. Xin Feng couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Wait a minute, I'll come to rescue you. That evening, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner sat on the terrace of the main manor, discussing the next steps for the eco-park. In the distance, a flock of parrots had settled down, their occasional crisp calls blending seamlessly with the starry night. Xin Feng, I think we're doing something very meaningful, Lin Wanner said softly. These animals not only make the island more vibrant, but also allow us to appreciate the beauty of nature. Yes, this is the life I want. Xin Feng held her hand. Next, we will make this island even more unique. Chapter 56 Wetland Reserve. After completing the construction of the tropical rainforest area, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner turned their attention to the wetland reserve. The wetlands terrain is rich and diverse, and the surrounding water environment is very suitable for the habitat of some water birds, especially the elegant and rare species such as flamingos. The construction of the wetland reserve is not only for the mission, but also to make this area a vibrant ecological landscape, Lin Wanner said excitedly. We can let tourists experience the joy of living in harmony with nature here. Xin Feng nodded, then make it more perfect. The wetland must be beautiful, but also interesting. The planning of the wetland reserve needed to balance functionality and aesthetics. Xin Feng and his team decided to divide the wetland into several areas. Bird watching platform. A wooden platform built on the water allows visitors to stand on it and quietly observe flamingos and other water birds. Floating trail. Part of the wetland is designed as a floating wooden boardwalk, where visitors can walk on the water and experience an immersive feeling. Wetland Botanical Garden. The introduction of a large number of aquatic plants, such as water lilies, reeds, and water hyacinths, makes the wetland landscape more diverse and provides a habitat for birds. Popular Science Exhibition Area. A small exhibition hall is set up at the edge of the wetland to demonstrate the importance of wetland ecology and protection methods. Tourists can not only see the beautiful scenery, but also learn about wetlands. Lynn Warner looked at the design drawings with full of anticipation. After the wetland was established, ecologists recommended the introduction of flamingos as the wetland's star species. These graceful birds, known for their vibrant pink feathers and distinctive stance, are a perfect addition to the wetland. The introduction of flamingos requires special attention to their living environment, an expert warned. We need to ensure the purity of the water and grow their favorite foods, such as plankton and some aquatic plants. Don't worry, all these will be arranged. Xin Feng said, we will definitely provide them with the best conditions. A few days later, a group of flamingos were transported to the island and placed in the central area of the wetland, where they slowly adapted to their new environment. The day she first saw flamingos, Lynn Warner was as excited as a child. She stood on the birdwatching platform and watched these graceful pink creatures slowly walk through the water. Xin Feng, look! They really look like they are dancing. Lynn Warner shouted as she took out her camera to take pictures. The flamingos' graceful movements amazed everyone, as they alternately stood still and spread their wings, performing a natural ballet. They are the soul of the wetland, an ecologist said with emotion. With them, this area will become more lively. The introduction of flamingos not only adds color to the wetlands, but also brings many interesting things. 1. Lynn Warner's selfie incident. One day, Lynn Warner tried to get close to a flamingo to take a close-up selfie. As soon as she raised her phone, a playful flamingo suddenly stretched its neck and pecked her hat. Ah! Xin Feng, it's making trouble. Lynn Warner covered her hat with her hands and laughed. Xin Feng stood aside and said helplessly, maybe it thinks you are a new invader. 2. Challenges of the floating trail. The wetlands floating trail is incredibly popular with tourists, but Lynn Warner felt a bit uneasy the first time she stepped on it. Xin Feng, this trail moves. I can't stand. She clutched the handrail tightly. Relax, it's very stable. Xin Feng smiled and took her hand. Follow me, everything will be fine. Lynn Warner bit her lip and carefully followed Xin Feng along the trail. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I need to practice my courage a little more. After the wetland reserve was completed, Xin Feng decided to invite a group of ecologists and nature lovers to experience it. These professionals praised the wetland construction and were particularly surprised by the vitality brought by the flamingos. A well-known nature blogger posted on social media, "This may be the most beautiful wetland reserve I have ever seen. Flamingos live freely here, and the design of the entire area is very close to nature, making people feel the harmony between man and nature." The wetlands quickly became a major attraction on the island, attracting more tourists. On the evening of the wetland reserve's successful opening, the system prompt sounded again. Mission progress, completed the introduction of the second rare species. Unlocked reward, Wetland Ecological Management Intelligence System. Xin Feng checked the rewards and found that the system provided a set of intelligent management tools that can monitor the water quality, air quality, and flora and fauna conditions of the wetlands in real time, and optimize the ecological balance of the protected area through AI technology. This system is so advanced. Xin Feng said with emotion, with it, wetland maintenance will become much easier. Then let's use it and make the wetland a real ecological paradise. Lynn Warner said with a smile. After a busy day, Xin Feng and Lynn Warner sat on the bird-watching platform beside the wetland, with stars above their heads and the soft sound of water in their ears. Xin Feng, I think these flamingos are like the elves of the wetland. They make this place more full of vitality. Lynn Warner said softly. Yes, our goal is not just to complete the mission, but to make this island a miracle of man and nature. Xin Feng's eyes were firm. Lynn Warner leaned on his shoulder and said softly, with you here, this miracle will definitely come true. Chapter 57, The Return of the Turtles. After completing the construction of the tropical rainforest and wetlands, Xin Feng and Lynn Warner turned their attention to the coastal reserve. The island's coastline stretches for several kilometers, with fine white sand and clear water, making it an ideal environment for sea turtles to lay eggs. Sea turtles are an important part of the marine ecosystem. If we can let them settle here, the island's ecosystem will be more complete. Lin Wanner said as she flipped through the information. Then we will build a real home for them. Xin Feng nodded. Our goal this time is to make them feel safer here than in their hometown. Following the advice of ecologists, Xin Feng decided to set aside an exclusive area on the coast as a habitat for sea turtles. Beach spawning area. This area has been carefully protected, with the beach slope and sand quality optimized to ensure that turtles can easily dig sand holes to lay their eggs. Ocean purification system. A water purification system has been installed in the nearby waters to prevent garbage and pollutants from harming sea turtles and other marine life. Visitor viewing area. A wooden walkway has been set up away from the nesting area, allowing visitors to watch the turtles' natural activities without disturbing them. We not only need to protect their living environment, but also let more people understand their importance, said Xin Feng. After several weeks of preparation, the coastal sanctuary was officially completed. Ecologists decided to release a group of injured sea turtles that were unable to return to the sea. After rehabilitation, these turtles are now able to survive independently in their natural environment. As the first turtle slowly crawled towards the sea, Lin Wanner stood on the wooden walkway and said excitedly, Xin Feng, look, it seems very happy. Xin Feng smiled slightly, it knows its home. Soon after, more turtles crawled onto the beach and began to adapt to their new environment. Some even tried to dig holes in the sand to lay their eggs. To help tourists better understand the ecological value of sea turtles, Lin Wanner specially planned a Sea Turtle Guardian event, where she personally explained the living habits and migration stories of sea turtles to participants. Did you know? A female sea turtle will return to the beach where she was born to lay eggs every few years, even if that beach is thousands of kilometers away. Lin Wanner said. A little boy raised his hand and asked, how do they find the way? Scientists believe that sea turtles can navigate through the Earth's magnetic field, just like we use maps, Lin Wanner explained patiently. This activity not only allows tourists to better understand sea turtles, but also gives them a deeper understanding of ecological protection. 1. Lin Wanner's Turtle Dialogue. One day, Lin Wanner saw a sea turtle basking in the sun on the beach. She couldn't help but squat down and said to it, "Are you happy living here? Is there anything you are not satisfied with?" Xin Feng stood in the distance and couldn't help laughing when he saw the scene. "Wanner, do you want to make friends with it?" Lin Wanner turned her head and said seriously, "Who knows? Maybe it really can understand." 2. Sea turtles lay eggs at night. One night, Lin Wanner stumbled upon several female sea turtles digging holes on the beach to lay eggs. She gently pulled Xin Feng aside and whispered, "Look, they're working hard for the next generation." "Yes, this is the true continuation of life," Xin Feng responded in a low voice. The two stood silently in the distance, watching the turtle finish laying eggs and slowly crawl back into the sea. On the second day after the turtle egg laying activity went smoothly, the system prompt sounded again. Mission progress, completed the introduction of the third rare species. Unlocked reward, Marine Ecological Monitoring System. Xin Feng opened the system interface and found that this monitoring system can track the activities of marine life in real time, monitor changes in water quality, and issue early warnings to deal with potential ecological threats. This system is truly the island's ocean guardian, Xin Feng said. With it, we can better protect this sea area. This is also the greatest guarantee for those sea turtles, Lin Wanner added, their homes will always be safe. With the completion of the coastal protection area, more tourists and guests have been attracted to the island, some coming specifically to experience the Turtle Guardian activities, while others come to see the graceful figures of sea turtles in person. "This is the first time I've observed sea turtles so closely," one visitor exclaimed. "Although their movements are slow, they have a calming power." The head of a well-known environmental protection organization also said, "Mr. Qin and his team are not only protecting sea turtles, but also conveying a concept of respecting nature to the world." After a busy day, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner sat in lounge chairs on the beach, admiring the starry night sky. The sea in the distance shone silvery in the moonlight, and occasionally the sound of sea turtles swimming could be heard. "Xin Feng, I think what we are doing is not just a mission, but a respect for life," Lin Wanner said softly. "Yes, protecting these creatures is also protecting ourselves," Xin Feng said. "Besides, every time I see them, I feel very peaceful inside. This island is becoming more and more like our home." Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder. "Thank you, Xin Feng, for letting me become a part of this place." Xin Feng hugged her gently, his eyes firm. "As long as you are here, this will always be our home." Chapter 58, Mysterious Animals in the Forest Adventure Area. With the rainforest, wetland, and coastal protected areas gradually completed, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner set their sights on the primeval forest in the center of the island. This lush forest, full of natural and pristine atmosphere, became the next area of focus. The forest is the heart of the island. We can design it into an adventure area and introduce some small rare animals to make it full of vitality, Xin Feng said as he looked at the forest map. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. The adventure zone can increase the fun and provide a sense of freshness for those tourists who like adventure. In order to preserve the natural appearance of the forest adventure area while taking into account the visitor experience, the design team developed a detailed plan. 1. Treetop walkway. Wooden walkways are built high up in the forest, allowing visitors to overlook the entire forest from above while maintaining the integrity of the ground ecology. 2. Secret camp. Several hidden camping spots are set up for tourists to experience the tranquility and starry sky at night in the forest. 3. Natural interaction area. Introduce some small rare animals such as lemurs and golden monkeys and let them live freely, while planning interaction areas that will not disturb the animals. 4. Waterfall and stream adventures. There are several beautiful waterfalls and streams hidden in the forest, and the adventure zone will design a safe route for visitors to experience these natural wonders firsthand. These designs can not only allow tourists to feel the charm of the forest, but also protect the ecological environment here, Lin Wanner said with satisfaction. To make the forest more vibrant, the team decided to introduce 2 small primates, lemurs and golden monkeys. These lively and intelligent animals are a perfect fit for the atmosphere of the forest adventure zone. Lemurs and golden monkeys are curious by nature and have a certain interest in human activities, but we need to ensure their safety, the zoologist warned. We will strictly control the tourists' activity areas so that these little guys can live freely, said Xin Feng. A few days later, the first group of lemurs and golden monkeys were brought to the forest. They seemed a little wary when they first arrived, but they quickly adapted to the environment and began to jump between trees. One morning, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng came to the forest adventure area, wanting to see with their own eyes the living conditions of these new members. Xin Feng, look over there, Lin Wanner suddenly whispered, pointing to the branches of a large tree. A small lemur was lying on it, looking at them curiously with its bright eyes. It seems to be very interested in us. Xin Feng smiled and slowly approached, but kept a certain distance. The little lemur seemed to have no hostility towards the 2 people. It even boldly jumped onto a branch closer to them and grabbed the leaves with its little claws, as if to say, hello. Lin Wanner couldn't help but take out her phone to take a picture of the scene. They are so cute. I think tourists will love this place when they see them. The treetop walkway in the forest adventure area was also completed at the same time. It is a wooden corridor built high up that winds through the forest, providing visitors with a unique perspective overlooking the forest. To ensure safety, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner became the first group of testers. They walked along the trail, surrounded by dense treetops, and occasionally saw golden monkeys jumping between nearby trees. Xin Feng, I think this trail makes people feel like they are in nature. It's so beautiful, Lin Wanner exclaimed. It also allows tourists to see the real living conditions of animals, which cannot be experienced on the ground, said Xin Feng. When the 2 reached the end of the trail, they discovered that the design team had specially set up an observation deck with a wide view, allowing them to see the entire forest. To make the forest adventure area more interesting, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner decided to try camping in the forest at night. The forest at night is quieter than during the day, but it is full of mystery. The 2 lit a bonfire in the secret camp and listened to the chirping of insects and occasional animal calls around them. Xin Feng, don't you think this is like a scene from a fairy tale? Lin Wanner said while roasting marshmallows. Indeed, but this is a true fairy tale, Xin Feng replied with a smile. Just then, a slight rustling sound was heard not far away. The 2 looked in the direction of the sound and saw a golden monkey approaching the campfire cautiously. Is it attracted by the fire? Lin Wanner asked in a low voice. It's very likely, but don't disturb it, Xin Feng said softly. The golden monkey stopped not far from the camp, looked at them curiously for a while, and then disappeared into the darkness. It seems that the forest at night is more interesting than the day, Lin Wanner said with a smile. The next morning, the system prompt sounded. Mission progress, completed the introduction of the 4th rare species. Unlocked reward, Forest Ecological Intelligent Monitoring Network. The monitoring network rewarded by the system can track the activities of animals in the forest in real time, record the growth status of plants, and issue ecological warnings. This system is very practical. Xin Feng said, "We can use it to better protect the living environment of these little guys. With these technologies, the forest adventure area will definitely become more perfect." Lin Wanner agreed. Since its opening, the Forest Adventure Zone has attracted a large number of nature lovers and adventure seekers. They take photos on the treetop walkway, enjoy the tranquility of the night at the camping site, and some tourists are lucky enough to see lemurs and golden monkeys. "The experience here is amazing. I never thought I could be so close to nature," said a tourist excitedly. A well-known explorer even wrote on social media, "The forest adventure area on this island made me rediscover the relationship between man and nature. It was so shocking." At night, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner came to the observation deck again. The forest in the distance was quiet and mysterious under the moonlight. "Xin Feng, I feel like we're creating a miracle," Lin Wanner said softly. "Every area is brimming with life. This is just the beginning." Xin Feng smiled slightly. "In the future, we will create more possibilities. With you here, I believe everything will get better." Lin Wanner snuggled up to his shoulder and closed her eyes. Chapter 59, The Initial Formation of the Ecological Park. After a period of hard work, the construction of the tropical rainforest, wetlands, coastal reserve, and forest adventure zone is nearing completion. The entire island is brimming with unprecedented vitality. From the sky, the island resembles a green gem set in the blue ocean, each area exuding its own unique charm. "Xin Feng, I can't believe that this island was just an ordinary uninhabited island before." Lin Wanner stood on the observation deck, looking at the scenery in front of her, and couldn't help sighing. "Its transformation is due to the love and effort we poured into it," Xin Feng said. "This island is not just the completion of a mission, it is our dream." As the eco park gradually opens, more and more tourists come here, and their enthusiastic feedback makes the whole team feel a sense of accomplishment. A couple from Northern Europe said, "There is not only beautiful scenery here, but also a rare tranquility and harmony, which is rare in today's world." A mother with a child said, "It was the first time for my child to see so many flamingos and monkeys. He has fallen in love with the island." Some tourists even wrote on social media, "This island's ecological paradise is like a bridge connecting to nature, where everyone can find their own peace." The positive comments from tourists have made Xin Feng and Lin Wanner full of confidence in the future, and have also made them more determined to build this island into the most unique ecological miracle in the world. 1. Lemur's Theft Plan. One day, when Lin Wanner was preparing lunch at the camping site in the forest adventure area, a naughty lemur suddenly jumped behind her and tried to steal the fruit in her hand. "Xin Feng, come and help me. It's trying to steal my apple." Lin Wanner dodged while laughing. Xin Feng stood aside and couldn't help laughing. "It may think your apple looks particularly delicious." Finally, Lin Wanner relented and broke the apple in half, handing one half to the lemur. "Okay, I'll let you succeed this time." 2. Flamingo's Courtship Dance. One morning, while birdwatching in the wetlands, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng stumbled upon a flock of flamingos performing a courtship dance. Their wings spread gracefully, their feet moving briskly through the water like a dance performance. They really are like natural dancers. Lin Wanner held the camera and kept pressing the shutter. Nature is always full of miracles. Xin Feng sighed, "This kind of beauty can only be seen here." Just as the island's ecological paradise was beginning to take shape, the system suddenly issued a new task. Ding! Hidden Quest triggered, host a global ecological summit, inviting ecological protection organizations and celebrities from at least 20 countries to participate. Completion reward, a global top ecological technology and resource sharing network. Seeing the mission description, Lin Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. "Xin Feng, this mission sounds very challenging, but also very meaningful." Indeed, holding an ecological summit will not only increase the island's visibility, but also draw more attention to ecological protection, Xin Feng said. "This is not only a mission, but also an opportunity to spread our ideas." In order to accomplish this task, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner decided to hold the summit in the central area of the island, planning to invite world-renowned ecologists, heads of environmental protection organizations, and some public figures who are concerned about environmental issues. Summit highlights. 1. Ecological Tour. Each participant will be provided with a tour that provides an in-depth understanding of the island's ecosystem, including visits to the rainforest, wetland reserve, and forest adventure area. 2. Environmental Protection Forum. The summit will provide an open discussion platform for participants to share their country's ecological protection experiences and explore the possibility of global cooperation. 3. Technology Exhibition. showcase the ecological monitoring systems and environmental protection technologies used on the island, as well as cutting-edge technologies that may be used in the future. 4. Charity auction. A charity auction will be held on the last day of the summit, and all proceeds will be used for global ecological protection projects. This summit will not only let people see our achievements, but also make them realize the importance of ecological protection, said Qin Feng. One night, Qin Feng and Lin Wanner sat on the terrace of the main manor, with the night forest and the slightly glowing sea in the distance. Qin Feng, do you think we can really host such a global event? Lin Wanner asked with a hint of anticipation in her tone. Of course we can. We have accomplished many seemingly impossible things. Qin Feng smiled slightly. This time, we will not only make this island a benchmark, but also make it a role model. Lin Wanner nodded. Then I will fully support you. This summit must allow everyone to experience the beauty of this place. With you here, everything will go well. Qin Feng held her hand with a firm look in his eyes. After news of the summit preparations spread through various channels, it quickly attracted the attention of the international community. Several well-known environmental organizations and scientists expressed their willingness to participate, and global media began to report on the miracle of this island. Lin Wanner looked at a report about the island and said to Qin Feng with a smile, "It seems that our dream is being seen by more people." Qin Feng nodded. Next, let us continue to work hard to make this island a true miracle. Chapter 60 Global Ecological Summit. Since the news of the Global Ecological Summit broke, Qin Feng's private island has immediately become the focus of international media and the environmental protection community. Many well-known organizations and experts have expressed their desire to participate, and the island has been hailed as a miracle model of ecological protection. Lin Wanner sat in the main manor's conference room, excitedly flipping through media reports. Qin Feng, look! They call our island the pearl of global natural ecology. Qin Feng put down the documents in his hand and smiled slightly. What we are doing is not only a task, but also a responsibility. Since we have attracted so much attention, we must do our best for the upcoming summit. To make the summit creative and ecologically sound, the design team came up with several bold ideas. 1. Open main venue. The main venue of the summit is located in an open space in the tropical rainforest area, covered with a glass dome and surrounded by tropical plants, making participants feel as if they are in nature. 2. Beach Forum. With the beach as the backdrop, a temporary forum area was set up where participants could listen to lectures while feeling the sea breeze and sunshine. 3. Immersive Experience Hall. An interactive experience hall will be set up in the wetland reserve to showcase the island's ecological monitoring system and the protection stories of rare species. 4. Night camping activities. An overnight forest camping trip will be arranged during the summit, allowing participants to experience the charm of nature firsthand. Lin Wanner said excitedly, "These designs are not only creative, but also allow everyone to integrate into nature and feel our original intention. Indeed, our goal is to make this summit an unforgettable memory for them." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Qin Feng and his team began to confirm the invitation list, including internationally renowned environmental organizations, ecologists, technological innovators, and public figures. Environmental organizations, World Wildlife Fund WWF, Greenpeace, etc. Scientists, several experts in ecological protection and climate change. Public figures, actors, singers, and social activists who have an impact on environmental protection. Lin Wanner looked at the long list and said with emotion, "We have invited people from all over the world. This will be a truly global event. And their arrival can make the significance of this island more profound." Qin Feng said. To attract more attention, Qin Feng decided to release a documentary before the summit, showcasing the island's transformation from an uninhabited desert to an ecological paradise. The documentary will be broadcast simultaneously on social media and global streaming platforms. The filming process of the documentary was full of fun and touching. 1. The graceful posture of flamingos. The camera captured the flamingos dancing in the wetlands, their pink feathers gleaming in the sunlight, becoming one of the highlights of the documentary. 2. The leisurely life of sea turtles. The sight of turtles crawling slowly on the beach with the azure sea as the backdrop made the entire team feel peaceful and content. 3. Lemurs' playful interactions. In the camera, a lemur was holding a coconut, as if showing off its trophy, which made the photographer laugh. After the documentary was completed, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng watched the rough cut together. "It's so beautiful. When I saw these pictures, I felt like I was getting to know this island all over again," Lin Wanner said excitedly. This is just a part of our lives, but it can impress people all over the world. Xin Feng smiled slightly. I hope it can bring more attention to the summit. During the preparations for the summit, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner also experienced many interesting episodes. 1. Lemur's dream of stardom. During the documentary filming, a lemur seemed to love the camera so much that it jumped in front of it several times. Lin Wanner smiled and said, "Does it want to be a star? Maybe. It seems that it knows how to seize opportunities better than us." Xin Feng joked. 2. Tourists on the wetlands. After the summit's publicity was released, the wetland reserve suddenly welcomed a group of unexpected tourists. A group of migrating egrets stopped in the wetland and shared the beautiful waters with the flamingos. "This is the power of ecological restoration," Xin Feng said with emotion. "We are witnessing a miracle." Just as the preparations for the summit were nearing completion, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Hidden Quest triggered, successfully facilitate at least 3 global ecological cooperation projects during the summit. Completion reward, Global Ecological Industry Alliance Resources. After hearing the mission content, Lin Wanner said excitedly, "Xin Feng, this mission is not only challenging, but it can also truly promote ecological protection." Yes, this is not only a grand event, but also an opportunity to connect with the world. Xin Feng said, "We want to use this island to contribute to global ecological protection." On the eve of the summit, the island was already neatly arranged. Standing beneath the glass dome of the main venue, Lin Wanner gazed at the night forest and the twinkling stars, her heart filled with anticipation. "Xin Feng, are you nervous?" she turned around and asked. "A little, but more of it is anticipation." Xin Feng walked up to her and said with a smile, "This summit is our starting point and our commitment." Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "No matter what the result is, I'm proud of us." Chapter 61. A leisurely day on a peaceful island. In the early morning, soft sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Lin Wanner rubbed her eyes and lazily sat up in bed. Outside the window was a vast expanse of azure ocean, white sand beaches shimmering in the sun, and the faint cries of seabirds could be heard in the distance. "Xin Feng, why don't you get up?" Lin Wanner pushed Xin Feng, who was lying beside her. Xin Feng closed his eyes and said lazily, "I don't have any plans for today. Let me sleep a little longer." Lin Wanner pouted, "How can there be an island owner like you who won't even eat breakfast with me?" Hearing this, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh and got up. Okay, I'll have breakfast with you. After all, you are the hostess of the island." The two changed into casual home clothes and went to the balcony. The housekeeper had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast: fresh fruit salad, toast, seafood porridge, and a pot of steaming coffee. This kind of life is so comfortable, Lin Wanner sighed as she enjoyed her fruit salad. "I don't even want to leave here." Xin Feng took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, "This is our home, you don't need to leave." After breakfast, Lin Wanner suggested taking a walk in the forest exploration area. Xin Feng handed her a wide-brimmed hat and said, "The sun is strong in the forest, so wear a hat to avoid sunburn." The two walked slowly along the wooden trail, surrounded by lush tropical vegetation, and occasionally heard the sound of small animals jumping in the trees. "Xin Feng, look over there." Lin Wanner suddenly pointed to a big tree. A lemur was holding a fruit and staring at them curiously. "Does it think we are weird?" Lin Wanner whispered. "Maybe it thinks we are the tourists here." Xin Feng smiled, "After all, this is its home." The two continued walking forward, occasionally encountering a few birds flying overhead, or seeing small lizards crawling out from the grass on the roadside. Everything seemed full of vitality. At noon, the two returned to the main manor, where the butler had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up at the seafood pizza, charcoal grilled prawns, and ice juice. "Xin Feng, these dishes look amazing." Lin Wanner eagerly picked up a piece of pizza. "Eating these makes you forget the time. You are the queen here, so naturally you should enjoy the best," Xin Feng said with a smile. After lunch, Lin Wanner suggested a relaxing swim in the manor's infinity pool. In the sunshine, the pool's surface shimmered, seemingly merging with the distant sea. Lin Wanner changed into her swimsuit and jumped into the water, splashing everywhere. After swimming a circle in the water, she shouted to Xin Feng, who was standing on the shore, "Aren't you coming over? You play yours, and I'll just watch." Xin Feng sat by the swimming pool, looking at her lazily. "That won't do." Lin Wanner suddenly scooped up a handful of water and poured it directly at Xin Feng. Xin Feng smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Okay, since you insist on dragging me into the water, then I'll accompany you." After saying that, he also jumped into the swimming pool. In the swimming pool, the two of them played together, and their laughter echoed in the air. After resting for a while, Lin Wanner suggested taking a walk on the beach. The white sand was soft and delicate, and the sunlight reflected a faint glow on it. Xin Feng, can we pick up shells together? Lin Wanner squatted down and began to carefully look for treasures on the beach. Soon, she found a shell with a strange shape and showed it to Xin Feng happily. Look, does this look like a little heart? Xin Feng took a closer look, nodded, and said, it does look quite similar. Why don't you take it back as a souvenir? The two walked on the beach for a long time, until the afterglow of the setting sun filled the entire sea. Lin Wanner suddenly stopped, looked at the waves in the distance and said softly, Xin Feng, I feel very satisfied with a life like this every day. As long as you like, I will let such days last forever. Xin Feng took her hand with a gentle look. In the evening, the two enjoyed dinner on the open-air balcony. The housekeeper had specially prepared a candlelight dinner, and the table was filled with Lin Wanner's favorite dishes. The surroundings were dotted with small warm yellow lights, and in the distance was the boundless starry sky. Xin Feng, do you think we are too happy? Lin Wanner asked softly. Happiness is something we strive for ourselves. Xin Feng smiled slightly. Besides, with you here, happiness will be more complete. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa on the balcony, leaning against each other to look at the stars. Lin Wanner pointed to the brightest star in the night sky and said, Look, that star seems to be blinking. Maybe it is blessing us. Xin Feng said. I hope we can always be happy like this. Lin Wanner leaned on Xin Feng's shoulder, closed her eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Chapter 62, Little Surprises in Ordinary Life. The morning sun shone on the island garden, dewdrops glittered on the petals, and a gentle breeze blew gently, carrying the fragrance of flowers. Lin Wanner got up early and did some stretching exercises in the manor garden in light sportswear. Xin Feng stood on the balcony, holding a cup of coffee, leaning lazily on the railing as he looked at Lin Wanner. Getting up so early to exercise, it seems you slept well last night. Lin Wanner looked up at him and smiled slightly. This is called maintaining a healthy lifestyle. Unlike you, who stays in bed every day. I'm taking a deep rest, not staying in bed. Xin Feng said as he slowly walked downstairs and joined Lin Wanner's exercise. The two of them jogged around the garden. Lin Wanner asked as they ran, Xin Feng, do you have any plans for today? Or are you just going to relax like yesterday? Just be casual today, but not too casual either. Xin Feng said meaningfully. What do you mean? Lin Wanner looked at him puzzledly. You'll know in a moment. Xin Feng smiled mysteriously and kept the secret. When the two returned to the manor, the butler had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast: fresh bread, steaming milk, fragrant coffee, and a platter of tropical fruits. While eating fruit, Lin Wanner asked curiously, what exactly do you mean by not casually? Xin Feng put down the coffee cup in his hand and said softly, there are some new changes at the dock on the island. I want to take you to see it. New changes? Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. Isn't this another surprise from you? Follow me and you'll find out. Xin Feng smiled and kept the secret. After breakfast, Xin Feng drove Lin Wanner to the island's dock in an electric scooter. From a distance, she could see a brand new yacht parked at the dock, its sleek lines and its paint gleaming in the sun. Is this new? Lin Wanner asked in surprise. Xin Feng nodded. It arrived yesterday, and today is a good time to try out its performance. Lin Wanner walked over to the yacht and looked at it carefully. It looks very high-end. Is this your not casual? Of course, this yacht is not only fast, but also equipped with many luxurious facilities. You will definitely like it. Xin Feng said confidently. The two boarded the yacht, and Lin Wanner was stunned by the luxurious interior design: a spacious living room, a comfortable bedroom, an open deck, and a mini swimming pool. This is too luxurious. Lin Wanner couldn't help but sigh. This isn't a yacht, it's a villa on the sea. Xin Feng smiled and said, today we will use it to enjoy a day at sea. The yacht headed out to sea, and the two stood on the deck, feeling the oncoming sea breeze. In the distance, the sea and the sky merged into one, as if wrapping the entire world in a sea of blue. It's so beautiful here. Lin Wanner opened her arms, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Life like this is like a dream. Xin Feng stood beside her and said softly, this is not a dream, this is the reality we worked hard to create. The yacht sailed into a tranquil area of the sea, and Xin Feng suggested dropping anchor there for a rest. Lin Wanner excitedly changed into her swimsuit and eagerly jumped into the sea. Xin Feng, come down quickly, the water is so cool. Lin Wanner splashed in the sea and waved at him. Qin Feng shook his head, smiled helplessly and said, "It seems I can't be lazy today." After that, he also jumped into the water. The two played in the sea for a while, and Lin Wanner suddenly pointed to the distance and said, "Look, there's a group of dolphins over there." Qin Feng looked in the direction of her finger and saw several dolphins jumping out of the water and swimming happily. "They seem to be welcoming us," Lin Wanner said excitedly. "This is an extra surprise given to us by nature," Qin Feng said with a smile. In the evening, the aroma of food wafted over the yacht. It turned out that the chef on board had prepared a sumptuous dinner: a fresh seafood platter, creamy soup, grilled lobster, and a bottle of rare red wine. The two of them sat at the dining table on the deck. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the sea, dyeing the whole world with a warm golden color. "Qin Feng, this is what you mean by not casual, right?" Lin Wanner raised her glass and asked with a smile. "That's right, how can we treat a day like this casually?" Qin Feng clinked glasses with her and smiled slightly. After dinner, night fell and the sky was filled with stars. The two of them lay on the deck chairs and looked at the night sky quietly. "Qin Feng, I feel like I'm in a fairy tale," Lin Wanner said softly. "As long as you are here, the fairy tale will never end." Qin Feng held her hand with a gentle look. The yacht slowly sailed back to the dock. The lights on the island seemed particularly warm in the night. Lin Wanner leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder, closed her eyes and whispered, "Everything is perfect today." "Thank you, Qin Feng. You are my lucky star, giving me a reason to create these beautiful things," Qin Feng whispered. After returning to the manor, Lin Wanner fell asleep with a satisfied smile, while Qin Feng stood in front of the window, looking at the starry sky outside, silently thinking about more possibilities in the future. Chapter 63, Delicate Tenderness in Everyday Life. Lin Wanner woke up early in the morning and saw the sunlight flooding the entire garden outside the window. A small idea came to her mind. She put on an apron and quietly walked into the kitchen of the manor to prepare a special breakfast for Qin Feng. "I'm going to make breakfast myself today." Lin Wanner took out flour, milk, and eggs, opened the baking book, and began to learn how to make pancakes. "Wanner, you're up so early, what are you doing?" Qin Feng's voice suddenly came from the kitchen door. He was wearing pajamas, leaning against the doorframe, feeling a little sleepy. "Don't come over. This is a surprise." Lin Wanner turned around and said angrily, "If you come any closer, I won't take care of you." Qin Feng smiled and raised his hands. Okay, I won't disturb you, but can I wait to eat?" "Just wait and eat." Lin Wanner focused on stirring the batter again. Her movements were a little clumsy, but her eyes were full of seriousness. After a busy period, the sweet pancakes were finally ready. Lin Wanner walked to the dining table with the plates in hand. "Qin Feng, try my cooking." Qin Feng picked up a muffin, dipped it in honey and took a bite, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to cook it so delicious." "Really?" Lin Wanner happily sat down and took a bite herself. "Wow, I didn't know I was so talented." "It seems that breakfast can be left to you from now on," Qin Feng teased. "You wish. I only do it occasionally, don't count on me too much." Lin Wanner rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile. After breakfast, Lin Wanner suggested doing some gardening in the manor's garden, which was filled with a variety of tropical plants and had several small vegetable plots specially reserved. "Qin Feng, I want to plant some tomatoes today." Lin Wanner squatted beside the mud, holding a small shovel and turning the soil carefully. "You still want to grow vegetables? Don't we always have a housekeeper here to prepare fresh ingredients?" Qin Feng asked curiously. "That's different," Lin Wanner said without looking up. "Growing it yourself gives me a sense of accomplishment, and I want to experience life." Qin Feng sat aside, watching her working diligently, and couldn't help but say, "You look like a professional gardener." "Of course. Come and help me move these seedlings over here." Lin Wanner pointed to the tomato seedlings nearby. Qin Feng reluctantly took the shovel and started working with her. They chatted while planting vegetables, and before they knew it, the whole vegetable patch had been renovated. "Once these tomatoes grow, we can make our own tomato sauce," Lin Wanner said with anticipation. "Okay, you cook and I'll help you eat," Qin Feng said with a smile. After finishing her gardening, Lin Wanner suggested a picnic on the beach. She prepared a large basket filled with sandwiches, fruit salad, and fresh coconuts. On the beach, Lin Wanner spread out a large picnic blanket, and the two of them sat on it, facing the sea, enjoying the quiet afternoon. Xin Feng, tell me, if you continue to live here, will you get bored one day? Lin Wanner suddenly asked. No. Xin Feng looked at her with a firm tone, as long as you are here, even the most ordinary life will become interesting. Lin Wanner smiled slightly, you are becoming more and more talkative. The two of them were eating sandwiches and chatting about interesting things on the island. Suddenly, they heard the calls of a few seabirds in the distance, as they flew low over the sea, bringing a hint of movement. These seabirds look so relaxed, Lin Wanner exclaimed. All they have to do every day is fly and forage. It's simple and free. Have you ever thought about such a life? Xin Feng asked. Sometimes I think simplicity is good, but sometimes I want to pursue something different. Lin Wanner leaned against him and said softly, maybe it's because of you that I'm not afraid of a monotonous life. Xin Feng raised his hand and rubbed her head, then just rely on me without worry. After returning to the manor, Lin Wanner suddenly had an idea and turned on the piano in the manor and began to play a melodious song. So you can play the piano? Xin Feng sat on the sofa and listened to her performance. I learned a little bit when I was a kid, but I haven't practiced in a long time. Lin Wanner looked up at him. Do you want to try it? Xin Feng shook his head, I'm not very good at art, but I can appreciate it. Lin Wanner smiled and continued playing. The sound of the piano echoed in the living room of the manor, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility. That night, Lin Wanner suggested watching a movie on the manor's terrace. Xin Feng asked the butler to prepare a projector and comfortable chairs, and played a classic love movie. The two of them lay on the lounge chairs on the terrace, with the starry sky above their heads and the dialogue from the movie and the sound of waves in the distance in their ears. Xin Feng, have you ever thought that we will continue to live like this in the future? Lin Wanner asked softly. Of course I have thought about it. Xin Feng held her hand, and I will make this peace and happiness last. Then let's work hard together. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder, her eyes full of anticipation. After the movie ended, the two returned to the room. Lin Wanner leaned against the head of the bed, flipping through a book, while Xin Feng sat beside her, sorting out some daily affairs. Xin Feng, I feel like today is particularly fulfilling. Lin Wanner closed the book and said softly. Every day is so fulfilling, which means we live a happy life. Xin Feng replied with a smile. After turning off the lights, only faint moonlight remained in the room. Lin Wanner leaned in Xin Feng's arms and fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Chapter 64, A Little Adventure. In the early morning, Lin Wanner opened her eyes and looked at the bright sunshine outside the window. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. She turned excitedly and looked at Xin Feng, who was still sleeping. Xin Feng, let's go explore some places on the island we haven't been to before. Xin Feng opened his eyes drowsily, his tone lazy. What's the new idea? Don't you like staying in the manor every day? That was in the past. Now I want a change of pace. Lin Wanner took his hand, not wanting to be refused. Didn't you say there were a few unexplored forests on the island? Let's go there today. Xin Feng sat up helplessly and rubbed his forehead. Okay, I'll accompany you, but I'm not responsible for catching bugs. Don't worry, with you here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Wanner said with a smile. After breakfast, they changed into light outdoor clothing, with Lin Wanner even donning a wide-brimmed hat. Xin Feng grabbed a backpack filled with water, snacks, and first aid supplies. Of course you have to be well prepared for an adventure. Lin Wanner looked at his backpack and nodded with satisfaction. Xin Feng teased, are you sure you're going on an adventure, not a picnic? Lin Wanner smiled and said, isn't the point of adventure to find fun places and enjoy them? The two took an off-road vehicle and drove along the path into the depths of the forest. This area was rarely visited by people, and the dense trees and vines made it look mysterious and attractive. After entering the forest, Lin Wanner looked around like a curious child. The air here is so fresh. It feels completely different, she said happily, taking a deep breath. Of course. There are not many people disturbing here, and the ecological environment is well preserved. Xin Feng explained. After walking for a while, Lin Wanner suddenly stopped and pointed at the ground not far away. Look, what is that? Xin Feng followed her finger and saw a cluster of brightly colored flowers. These flowers were blue-purple and emitted a faint fragrance. This is a wild orchid, quite rare. Xin Feng said. I didn't know there were such beautiful flowers. Lin Wanner squatted down carefully and took a few photos with her phone. When we get back, I'm going to plant some in the garden. Don't destroy the ecology. Xin Feng reminded her with a smile. Continuing forward, the two found a natural stream. The water was crystal clear, and the rocks at the bottom were covered with a thin layer of moss. The trees along the stream were reflected in the water, like a painting. Lin Wanner took off her shoes and stepped into the cool stream, saying excitedly, "Xinfeng, come down too. This water is so comfortable." Xinfeng sat on the shore, watching her having fun, and said helplessly, "You play first, I'll be in charge of watching the bag." While they were having fun, they accidentally strayed from their planned route. Lin Wanner looked at the unfamiliar scene and panicked, "Xinfeng, are we lost?" "Don't be nervous, this is just a part of the forest, just go back." Xinfeng comforted. The two walked back along a small path and unexpectedly found a large open space. In the center of the open space stood a tall banyan tree with tangled roots that looked to be hundreds of years old. This seems to be the secret base of the forest. Lin Wanner ran over excitedly and circled around the banyan tree. Xinfeng walked forward, patted the trunk, and said with emotion, "Such a large banyan tree is indeed rare. It seems that we have stumbled upon a good place by accident." Lin Wanner suggested they rest here for a while. They sat under a banyan tree and took out some water and snacks from their backpacks. As they ate and took in the beautiful scenery, Lin Wanner exclaimed, "That's the joy of adventure. There are always unexpected discoveries." On the way back, Lin Wanner suddenly stopped, pointed ahead, and whispered, "Xinfeng, what is that?" Following her gaze, she saw a fawn standing in the bushes in the distance, watching them curiously. The fawn's eyes were clear and bright, with a hint of vigilance, but it didn't run away immediately. "These are wild deer on the island. Few people can see them," Xinfeng said in a low voice. Lin Wanner carefully took out her phone and captured this beautiful scene. "It doesn't seem that scared of us. Maybe he thinks we are not a threat," Xinfeng said. The fawn stayed for a while, then turned and ran into the depths of the forest, leaving the two men standing there, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. "Today was full of surprises," Lin Wanner exclaimed. "I think this day is even more exciting than I imagined." After returning to the manor, Lin Wanner suggested lighting a bonfire in the garden as a celebration ceremony for today's adventure. Xinfeng agreed to her request and asked the housekeeper to prepare firewood and barbecue. As night fell, a bonfire was lit, and the dancing flames reflected on their faces. Lin Wanner sat by the bonfire, holding a skewer of freshly grilled meat, and said proudly, "Xinfeng, I grilled this myself. Come and try it." Xinfeng took a bite and nodded, "Not bad, it's an improvement over your muffin this morning." "Of course." Lin Wanner smiled proudly. The two of them were grilling and chatting about the day's interesting events. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. The night sky was dotted with stars, and occasionally the sound of waves could be heard in the distance. After returning to the room, Lin Wanner sat on the bed and looked through the photo she had taken today, smiling happily from time to time. "Xinfeng, look at this photo of the deer, it looks like a scene from a fairy tale." Xinfeng leaned against the headboard and said softly, "This island has always been our fairy tale world." Lin Wanner closed her phone, leaned on his shoulder, and said softly, "Thank you for making every day so happy." Xinfeng hugged her gently, his eyes gentle. "With you, happiness is complete." Chapter 65: An unexpected visitor to the island. In the early morning, sunlight poured into the room through the curtains. Lin Wanner opened her eyes lazily, looked at the blue sea outside the window, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "Xinfeng, what are you planning to do today?" She turned around and looked at Xinfeng, who was still sleeping beside her. "Let's take a nap first." Xinfeng closed his eyes, a smile on his face. "Why are you thinking about what to do today so early?" Lin Wanner pinched his arm in dissatisfaction. "You can't always be so lazy, right? We should go see how the vegetables are growing." Hearing this, Xinfeng finally opened his eyes and sat up lazily. "Okay, since you are so enthusiastic, I will accompany you to inspect the fields." After a quick breakfast, the two of them headed towards the small vegetable patch in the garden. Lin Wanner squatted beside the patch and pointed at a tomato plant with surprise, saying, "Xinfeng, look. These tomatoes are already bearing fruit." Xinfeng also squatted down, looked carefully at these small green fruits, nodded and said, "It seems that your gardening plan is very successful. You can pick them and taste them in a few days." Lin Wanner's face was full of pride. "When the time comes, I will make you a bowl of tomato and egg noodles and let you see my cooking skills." "Okay, I'll wait and see," Xinfeng said with a smile, "but don't pick the tomatoes too early, otherwise they will be ruined before they are ripe." Lin Wanner glared at him and said, "Don't worry, I'll wait until they're fully ripe before picking them." The two of them worked in the vegetable patch for a while, watering the tomato seedlings, loosening the soil, and checking on the growth of other plants. Watching the plants she had planted grow, Lin Wanner felt a sense of accomplishment. Shortly after returning to the manor, the housekeeper came over and reported, "Mr. Chin, Miss Lin, a yacht has docked at the pier. They said someone is here to visit you." "Visitor?" Lin Wanner was a little surprised. "Who would come all the way to see us?" Chin Feng put down the cup in his hand and thought, maybe it's an old friend. "I'll go and take a look." The two arrived at the dock and found a luxurious-looking yacht docked there. A familiar figure was standing on the deck. It was Qin Feng's old classmate, the well-known technology entrepreneur Li Chuan. "Qin Feng, I haven't seen you for a few years. You live such a luxurious life." Li Chuan got off the yacht and stretched out his hand with a smile. "You're not bad either. You even bring a yacht with you when you go out." Qin Feng shook his hand and said with a smile, "Why did you suddenly think of coming to my place?" "I've heard you built an eco-park on the island. I happened to be free this time, so I came to take a look." Li Chuan looked at Lin Wanner beside him and smiled slightly. "This must be my sister-in-law, right?" Lin Wanner smiled and nodded. "Hello, welcome to our home." After being taken to the manor, Li Chuan praised everything there. "Qin Feng, your place is so beautiful. Living here, it feels like a vacation every day. You'll get used to it after living here for a long time." Qin Feng said with a smile, "But you've come at the perfect time. Let me treat you well today." At lunch, the housekeeper prepared a sumptuous seafood feast, and Lin Wanner even prepared a fruit salad herself. As Li Chuan ate, he sighed, "This is a true enjoyment. I'm so busy every day, I don't have the leisure time for this kind of leisure. You can come a few more times to relax," Lin Wanner said with a smile. Li Chuan nodded, "Looks like I have to consider semi-retirement and learn from you to enjoy life." After lunch, Qin Feng suggested taking Li Chuan out to sea. The two boarded a yacht and headed towards the sea. "Qin Feng, you're really creative with this eco-park." Li Chuan leaned on the railing of the yacht, looking at the island in the distance and said, "But this thing must have a lot of investment, right?" "There is investment, but the meaning is even greater," Qin Feng said. "We do this not just to make life comfortable, but also to leave more beautiful things in the world." Li Chuan nodded, "Your vision is indeed bigger than mine. I think about how to make money every day, but compared to you, my vision seems a lot smaller. Everyone has their own pursuits." Qin Feng smiled slightly, "But if you are interested, you can join our project and do something meaningful together." Li Chuan pondered for a while, then smiled and said, "I can consider it. After all, I should also think more about the next generation." In the evening, the three of them sat on the terrace of the manor, enjoying the sea breeze and drinking red wine. Lin Wanner talked about the interesting things that happened in the vegetable garden during the day, which made Li Chuan laugh. "I didn't expect you guys to be so down to earth that you even grow vegetables." Li Chuan said with emotion, "It seems I need to learn more. Growing vegetables is a pleasure. Watching the plants grow little by little gives me a sense of accomplishment," said Lin Wanner. "You can try it when you have time. I will give you a piece of land later," Qin Feng said with a smile. Li Chuan nodded, "Then I won't be polite. When I have time, I will definitely come and plant 2 tomatoes." As the night deepened, the three of them were still chatting away. Li Chuan said he would stay on the island for a few more days to experience life there. After seeing Li Chuan off, Lin Wanner returned to her room, leaned against the bed, looked through the photos from the day, and suddenly said, "Qin Feng, do you think we're too happy living like this? Happiness is earned through our hard work." Qin Feng hugged her and spoke gently, "Besides, our happiness has just begun." Lin Wanner smiled, leaned in his arms and closed her eyes, her heart filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Chapter 66, Leisurely Discussion on Cooperation on the Island. Sunlight streamed into the room through the thin curtains. Lin Wanner rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up in bed. She walked to the window and opened it. The sea breeze, with a hint of coolness, blew in her face. In the distance, waves crashed against the beach, and a few seabirds circled in the sky, chirping crisply. "Qin Feng, why aren't you getting up yet?" She turned to look at Qin Feng, who was still lying on the bed. "Let me sleep for another 5 minutes." Qin Feng turned over, his voice lazily revealing a hint of laziness. Lin Wanner smiled, walked to the bed and nudged him, "If you sleep any longer, you'll miss breakfast. I asked the housekeeper to prepare your favorite steak and fried eggs." Hearing the word steak, Qin Feng finally sat up and rubbed his messy hair. "Okay, you are awesome." Breakfast was ready on the terrace of the manor, and the table was filled with tempting food: perfectly grilled steak, freshly baked bread, freshly squeezed orange juice, and a colorful fruit platter. Lin Wanner cut a piece of steak and said proudly, "How is it? Isn't this steak particularly delicious?" Xin Feng took a bite and nodded, "Not bad, more tender than before. It seems that you have been cooperating well with the housekeeper recently." "Of course," Lin Wanner said with a smile, "I chose the ingredients myself." The two of them ate breakfast while chatting about today's plans. "Do we have any plans for today?" Lin Wanner asked. "Actually, there's nothing special planned, but we can just walk around and take in the scenery on the island," Xin Feng said. "We've been staying in the manor a lot lately, so it's time to stretch our legs." "Okay, then let's go for a walk on the beach," Lin Wanner suggested. After breakfast, the two changed into light clothes and strolled along the beach. The sun shone on the white sand, and the sand beneath their feet was soft and warm. The waves gently lapped the shore, making a soothing sound. Lin Wanner lowered her head and looked for shells on the beach, occasionally picking up one or two with strange shapes and putting them in her small basket. "Xin Feng, look at this shell. Does it look like a small ice cream?" Lin Wanner asked with a smile, holding up a shell. Xin Feng took it, looked at it, nodded and said, "It does look similar. But you can only look at this ice cream, not eat it." "Of course." Lin Wanner smiled proudly and put the shells into the basket. "We can use these shells as decorations when we get home." The two walked along the beach for a long time until they saw a little turtle slowly crawling from the beach into the sea. "Look, this little guy is so cute." Lin Wanner squatted down and observed the little turtle carefully. "It must have just hatched and is now preparing to return to the sea." Xin Feng said, "This is its first adventure. I hope it can grow up safely." Lin Wanner whispered, watching the little turtle slowly crawl into the sea and disappear in the waves. After returning to the manor, Lin Wanner suggested drinking coffee on the terrace. She personally brewed a pot of hand-poured coffee for the two of them and paired it with a plate of exquisite pastries. "The weather is so nice today." Lin Wanner leaned back in her chair, holding a cup of coffee, looking at the sea and sky meeting in the distance. "This kind of life really makes people feel happy." Xin Feng took a sip of coffee and nodded. "But I still have to go back to the city occasionally to experience the hustle and bustle of life," Lin Wanner said. "Otherwise, staying on the island all the time won't make it too quiet." "That's true," Xin Feng said. "In a few days, I'll take you to the city for a stroll and buy some things." "Great," Lin Wanner said happily, "then I'll have to make a shopping list in advance." In the evening, Xin Feng suggested going to the tennis court at the manor to play tennis. The two changed into sportswear and went to the court with rackets. Lin Wanner smiled and said, "I must win a game with you today." "Just based on your elementary school student level?" Xin Feng teased. "Don't underestimate me. I've practiced it before," Lin Wanner said, unconvinced. After the match began, Lin Wanner played very seriously, but her skills were still far behind Xin Feng's. Xin Feng easily caught several of her serves and quickly returned them. "Xin Feng, could you please go easy on me?" Lin Wanner complained. "Okay, I'll give you 3 balls," Xin Feng said with a smile. With Xin Feng's letting go, Lin Wanner finally won a round and jumped up excitedly, "I won." "Xin Feng, are you convinced?" Okay, I surrender." Xin Feng smiled helplessly and shook his head. In the evening, while the two were enjoying dinner on the terrace, Lin Wanner suddenly said, "Xin Feng, should we add some more leisure facilities to the island? Like an open-air cinema?" "Open-air cinema? That's a good idea." Xin Feng said, "Where do you want to build it?" "It's right next to the beach. It must be romantic to watch a movie at night while feeling the sea breeze," Lin Wanner said with a look of longing. "Okay, then let's do as you think," Xin Feng said with a smile. "I'll have someone plan it tomorrow." "You keep your word," Lin Wanner said happily. Xin Feng raised his glass and clinked it with hers. "Of course, I'll keep my word." After returning to the room, Lin Wanner leaned on the bed and looked through the photos on her phone with a satisfied smile on her lips. "Xin Feng, do you think our life is too happy?" Lin Wanner asked softly. "Happiness is something we create through hard work." Xin Feng looked at her with a gentle tone. "Besides, this happiness is complete only with you." Lin Wanner smiled, leaned in his arms, closed her eyes, and gradually fell asleep in the quiet night. Chapter 67 Leisurely Daily Life. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the living room through the curtains of the manor. Lin Wanner stretched, walked to the dining table, and looked at the prepared breakfast with satisfaction in her eyes. "Xin Feng, come and have breakfast," Lin Wanner shouted. Xin Feng came down from upstairs, wearing casual home clothes, and yawned. Why did you call me so early today? Didn't you promise to accompany me to choose a seat for the open-air cinema today? Lin Wanner said with a smile. You remember it very clearly. Xin Feng smiled helplessly and sat down at the table. Breakfast was simple: fried eggs, milk, freshly baked bread, and a plate of colorful fruit salad. As Lin Wanner ate, she excitedly said, Last night I was thinking about making the open-air cinema a little more unique. Maybe we could decorate it with shell lights and hang hammocks by the coconut trees. Xin Feng listened to her idea and nodded, saying, Okay, all of these can be added in. Let's go to the beach and choose a spot today. After breakfast, they changed into light clothes, took straw hats and water bottles, and headed to the beach. The beach was exceptionally quiet in the early morning, with only a few seabirds flying by, and the sand was slightly warmed by the sun. I think this place is nice. Lin Wanner pointed to a corner of the beach, which was close to a coconut grove. The sand was fine and there was a natural rock barrier behind it. It's really good. The rocks can block the wind, and the coconut grove can add some tropical atmosphere. Xin Feng nodded. Then let's go here. Lin Wanner said happily. We can put some cushions and hammocks nearby so tourists can watch the stars directly from here. Xin Feng took out his phone and took a few photos, marking the locations. I'll have the team come over to take measurements and start designing as soon as possible. Lin Wanner clapped her hands in satisfaction. Great! We can still hold a movie party here later. After returning to the manor, the housekeeper had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. Lin Wanner suggested eating on the terrace, enjoying the sea breeze while enjoying the food. Xin Feng, I think we should try to do some interesting activities. For example, invite the residents of the island to participate in some interactive games? Lin Wanner suddenly said. You mean like community activities? Xin Feng asked. Yes, for example, we can have sand sculpture competitions and barbecue parties together, Lin Wanner said. This will also help everyone better integrate into the island. Xin Feng nodded. That's a good idea. When the open-air cinema is built, we can hold a movie night with that as the theme. Well, then we can let everyone choose their favorite movie and vote on what to play. Lin Wanner said with a smile. After lunch, the two decided to walk around the island. As they passed a bamboo forest, Lin Wanner suddenly stopped and said, Xin Feng, look, there seems to be a natural hot spring here. Xin Feng followed her gaze and saw a clear pool of water deep in the bamboo forest, with a faint warm steam rising from the water. How come we haven't discovered this place before? Lin Wanner ran over excitedly and tested the water temperature with her hand. It's so warm. We can turn this into a natural hot spring area. Xin Feng also walked over and said with emotion, It seems that this island still has many surprises. I will arrange for people to come and explore and see the water quality. If it is possible, it can indeed be developed into a hot spring. The environment here is so good. Even if it's not developed, it's a pleasure to just take a bath here. Lin Wanner said. Then do you want to try it now? Xin Feng asked with a smile. No, let's wait until the renovation is complete. Lin Wanner waved her hand. Then you have to come along. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xin Feng said. That evening, Lin Wanner suggested a small barbecue dinner in the garden. Xin Feng had the housekeeper prepare the grill and ingredients, and together they grilled meat and vegetables. Xin Feng, I marinated these chicken wings myself, please try them. Lin Wanner handed him a bunch of grilled chicken wings. Xin Feng took a bite and nodded. It tastes good, much better than what you made before. Of course, I have secretly learned a lot of recipes recently. Lin Wanner said proudly. The two of them ate barbecue in the garden at night while chatting about interesting things in life. The night sky was dotted with stars and the breeze was blowing gently. The whole atmosphere was warm and romantic. Xin Feng, I think this kind of life is really happy. Lin Wanner leaned back in her chair and said softly. With you here, this kind of happiness is complete. Xin Feng held her hand and smiled slightly. In the evening, the two returned to the room. Lin Wanner leaned on the bed and flipped through the photos taken today, smiling with satisfaction from time to time. Xin Feng, when the open-air cinema is built, we can invite our friends to come over and play. What do you think? Lin Wanner asked. Sure, we can even hold a small film festival then, Xin Feng said, so that everyone can enjoy the beauty of this island together. Okay, then I'll start preparing. Lin Wanner said with a smile. Xin Feng looked at her carefully, planning, his heart filled with tenderness. As long as it is what you want to do, I will support you. The manor gradually became quiet at night, with only the sound of waves and gentle wind accompanying the two as they fell asleep. Chapter 68, Open-Air Cinema and Natural Hot Springs. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the manor's study. Xin Feng sat at his desk, looking at the preliminary design drawings for the open-air cinema. Next to him was a steaming cup of coffee, while Lin Wanner, beside him, kept drawing circles with a pen. We can put a few more hammocks here so that we can watch movies more comfortably at night, Lin Wanner said, pointing to the beach area on the drawing. There's no problem with the hammock, but are you sure it won't be too casual? Xin Feng asked with a smile. This is called casual beauty, do you understand? Lin Wanner put down her pen and said seriously. Xin Feng shook his head and smiled helplessly. Okay, what you said makes sense. Then let's do as you think. I'll have someone fill in these details later. Also, the light can't be too bright. It should be a soft warm yellow color, preferably a solar-powered shell light. Lin Wanner continued. Okay, Ms. Female Designer, I will listen to you. Xin Feng raised his hands in surrender. After breakfast, the two went to the beach to check on the progress of the open-air cinema. Several workers had already begun leveling the sand in preparation for paving the ground and installing equipment. Mr. Qin, the foundation leveling work here is expected to be completed tomorrow. A worker reported to Xin Feng. Very good. Next, you must pay attention to the stable installation of the lights and screens, especially the position of the screen, to ensure that it is not affected by the sea breeze. Xin Feng instructed seriously. Lin Wanner held up the design and gestured on the beach. A hammock can be placed between the coconut trees, which will provide natural shade. That's a good idea. Xin Feng nodded in agreement. Seeing the construction progressing smoothly, Lin Wanner couldn't help but hold Xin Feng's hand and said, when the cinema is built, we will hold a huge movie night and invite all the residents of the island to watch it together. No problem. You can choose the movie and I will be responsible for the arrangements. Xin Feng agreed with a smile. At noon, Lin Wanner suggested going to the natural hot spring they had discovered yesterday to test the water temperature. Xin Feng brought a simple set of bathing equipment, and the two of them walked through the bamboo forest to the hidden hot spring pool. The hot spring pool is surrounded by dense bamboo forests. The water is crystal clear and emits a faint heat. The whole environment is quiet and beautiful. Lin Wanner couldn't wait to take off her shoes and dip her feet into the water, immediately exclaiming, "It feels so good. The water temperature is just right. It seems this is indeed a nice place." Xin Feng also took off his shoes, rolled up his trouser legs, and put his feet in the hot spring. The water is very clean. It must be coming from an underground spring. We can turn this into a private hot spring area in the future, Lin Wanner said with anticipation. It will definitely be very pleasant to soak in the hot springs and drink tea here. Your idea is good. I'll ask someone to come and investigate. Xin Feng said. The two sat by the pool, soaking their feet while watching the bamboo forest swaying in the wind, and occasionally hearing a few birds singing. Xin Feng, I think this island holds many surprises, Lin Wanner said softly. Every time I discover a new place, life becomes more interesting. This is also why I like this place. Xin Feng said with a smile, it always gives people a sense of freshness and satisfaction. After returning to the manor, Lin Wanner began to carefully compile a shopping list for her return to the city. She sat in her study, pen and paper in hand, absorbed in her writing. Xin Feng, next time we go to the city, we must buy new tableware. I think our current ones are a bit monotonous. Lin Wanner said. You can buy whatever you want. I never refuse to spend money. Xin Feng said with a smile. Also, I want to buy some new clothes. This time I want to pick out a few more summer dresses. Lin Wanner continued writing. No problem, buy more clothes. It would be a waste to leave such a big dressing room empty. Xin Feng said. By the way, should we buy some small gifts for the residents on the island? I always feel that they help a lot in our activities. Lin Wanner suddenly suggested. That's fine. We can pick out some practical gifts together later. Xin Feng said. Lin Wanner nodded. After finishing the list, she said with satisfaction, okay, next time I go back to the city, I'll buy all of these. In the evening, the housekeeper specially prepared a romantic dinner on the terrace. Candles were lit on the table, and flowers were placed beside it, and the air was filled with a light floral fragrance. Lin Wanna raised her glass and smiled slightly. Jean Fong, I think this kind of life is really perfect. It becomes perfect because of you. Jean Fong raised his glass and clinked it with hers. The two chatted for a long time under the starry sky, talking about everything from new plans on the island to future travel arrangements. The atmosphere was warm and romantic. After returning to the room, Lin Wanner leaned on the bed and looked through the photos she had taken today. She smiled and said, Jean Fong, I feel like our life is like a movie. There are new plots every day. But you are the director of this movie. Jean Fong hugged her and said softly, whatever plot you want, I will help you realize it. Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Then I will continue to direct well and strive to film the most beautiful life. The manor gradually became quiet at night, with only the sound of waves outside the window echoing softly. The two of them slowly fell asleep in this tranquility. Chapter 69, Preparing for the Trip. In the early morning, the sun shone on the manor garden, and the sound of birdsong could be heard from afar. Lin Wanner sat at the dining table, holding the shopping list she had written yesterday, her expression serious. Jean Fong, look, I have listed all these things and made a simple arrangement for the travel plan. She handed the list to Jean Fong. Jean Fong took it and glanced at it, then said with a smile, you listed it in great detail, even noting which stores have discounts. Lin Wanner smiled complacently, of course, this is called careful budgeting. Although we are not short of money, we still have to save a little. Okay, then let's follow your plan. Jean Fong nodded. But since we have to go back to the city, why not stay a few more days and see if there is anything else we need to purchase? Sure. Lin Wanner said excitedly, I just want to try out some of those newly opened internet-famous restaurants. After breakfast, Lin Wanner began to pack her luggage while Jean Fong went to arrange the details of the trip. Mr. Jean, how long do you and Miss Lin plan to stay in the city this time? The butler asked respectfully. About 3 to 5 days. Jean Fong said, please help us book a quiet and comfortable hotel, preferably close to a shopping mall. I understand. I will make the best arrangements. The butler nodded. Jean Fong turned back to the room and saw Lin Wanner sitting on the carpet, putting several sets of clothes together for comparison. Jean Fong, what do you think of this dress? Is it suitable for shopping? She asked, holding up a light blue dress. It looks pretty good. Jean Fong answered casually. Lin Wanner curled her lips, you always say it looks good, it's too perfunctory. Because you look good in anything you wear. Jean Fong walked over and touched her hair. Don't worry too much. You can attract everyone's attention no matter what you wear. You're good at talking. Lin Wanner smiled with satisfaction and put the skirt into the suitcase. After unpacking, Lin Wanner suggested taking a walk on the beach. The refreshing sea breeze made people feel relaxed and happy. Jean Fong, when I return to the city this time, I also want to buy some gifts for the residents on the island. Lin Wanner said as she walked on the beach. You're very thoughtful. Jean Fong said, give them something practical, like small appliances or daily necessities. They will probably like it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Lin Wanner nodded. Also, I want to buy some beautiful decorations to make our open-air cinema more atmospheric. Sure, buy what you like. Jean Fong said with a smile, you are responsible for the decoration, and I will pay for it. If I had known it was so easy to follow you, I wouldn't have had to worry so much. Lin Wanner joked. In the evening, the two returned to the manor. Lin Wanner sat on the terrace, a glass of juice in her hand, quietly looking at the sea in the distance. The setting sun dyed the sky golden red, and the waves gently lapped the beach. The whole scene was as beautiful as a painting. Jean Fong, do you think we should record this trip? Lin Wanner suddenly said, take some photos or videos as a souvenir. That's fine. Jean Fong said, you'll be in charge of the photography, and I'll be your exclusive model. Then don't be lazy at the last minute, Lin Wanner said with a smile. I'll shoot a series of themed photos and post them on social media. Okay, I will cooperate. Jean Fong agreed. In the evening, the two enjoyed an exquisite candlelight dinner in the garden. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, the surroundings were lit with warm yellow lights, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of flowers. Jean Fong, do you think our life is too dreamy? Lin Wanner asked softly. If it's a dream, it's what we worked hard to create. Jean Fong said, as long as you like it, I will keep doing this. Lin Wanner smiled, raised her glass and clinked it with his, then let's continue to create more beauty. After dinner, the two sat on the lounge chairs on the terrace and talked about their next travel plans. Xin Feng, what do you most want to do in the city? Lin Wanner asked. I'll go shopping, eat, and just walk around with you. Xin Feng said with a smile, actually, as long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where we go. You're so sweet. Lin Wanner said with a smile, but you're right, the most important thing is to be together. Then enjoy this city trip tomorrow. Xin Feng said, no matter how much you buy, I will move it back home for you. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder, her eyes gentle. Thank you, Xin Feng. Saying thank you is too awkward. Xin Feng said softly, don't be so polite next time. The manner was quiet and warm at night. The two leaned against each other, looking forward to tomorrow's journey. Chapter 70 Return to the City. In the early morning, just as the sun rose, Xin Feng and Lin Wanner's luggage was already loaded onto the yacht. The butler and island staff stood at the dock to see them off. As Lin Wanner boarded the boat, she said, although my trip to the city won't be long, I'm already missing it. Don't worry, we will be back soon after we finish shopping. Xin Feng comforted her with a smile. The yacht slowly pulled away from the dock, the azure waters stirring up white foam at the stern. Lin Wanner stood on the deck, looking back at the receding island, a trace of reluctance on her face. Xin Feng, do you think we will buy too much this time and fill up the yacht? She asked half-jokingly. As long as you are happy, it's no problem to fill 2 yachts. Xin Feng said easily. After the yacht docked, a pre-arranged luxury car was waiting at the dock. As soon as Lin Wanner got in, she exclaimed, I haven't seen such a bustling city in a long time. It's completely different from the tranquility of the island. Outside the car window, tall buildings are lined up one after another, the streets are crowded with cars and pedestrians coming and going, and the whole city seems very lively. I have already booked a hotel. It is the newest 5-star hotel in the city center, very close to the shopping mall. Xin Feng said. That's so thoughtful. Lin Wanner said with a smile, then let's start by shopping today, shall we? You are the commander-in-chief, I will listen to you. Xin Feng agreed with a smile. The two soon arrived at a luxurious shopping mall. It was home to a collection of top global brands, selling everything from fashion to jewelry. Lin Wanner looked at the dazzling array of merchandise, her eyes filled with excitement. Xin Feng, let me go look at some clothes first. She pulled Xin Feng into a high-end fashion store. The clerk recognized Xin Feng immediately and greeted him warmly, Mr. Xin, welcome. Here are our latest season's new products, please feel free to take your pick. Lin Wanner tried on a light pink dress and turned to ask Xin Feng, how is it? Does it look good? Xin Feng took a serious look at it, nodded, and said, it looks very beautiful, as if it was designed specifically for you. This one then. Lin Wanner said happily, pick out a few more in different styles. Xin Feng smiled slightly and told the clerk, pack up everything she likes. After visiting the fashion store, the two went to the jewelry store. Lin Wanner was attracted by a diamond necklace. She tried it on and the diamond sparkled under the light. Do you like it? Xin Feng asked. Of course I like it, but... Lin Wanner hesitated. No buts, just buy it if you like it. Xin Feng said simply. Okay then. Lin Wanner couldn't help but smile. It's so nice to go shopping with you. By noon, Lin Wanner was already feeling a bit tired, so the two of them went to a high-end restaurant in the shopping mall for lunch. The restaurant's decor was elegant and warm, and the windows overlooked the entire city. Xin Feng, this restaurant has a very high reputation. I heard that their lobster pasta is particularly delicious. Lin Wanner said as she flipped through the menu. Then order one and try it. Xin Feng said, and add a few snacks you like. Soon, the waiter brought out one exquisite dish after another. Lin Wanner took a bite of the lobster pasta and her eyes immediately lit up with surprise, it's really delicious. Come and try it. Xin Feng took a bite and nodded, saying, it's really good. Next time, we can invite their chef to the island to prepare a feast. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Lin Wanner said with a smile. After lunch, Lin Wanner suggested picking out some gifts for the residents on the island. I think it's more practical to give small appliances as gifts, such as juicers, rice cookers, etc. Lin Wanner said. Then it's up to you. Xin Feng said, but we'll buy a few more and try to cater to every household. The two went to a large electrical appliance store and bought dozens of home appliances in one go, which stunned the store clerks. Mr. Xin, since you bought so much, we can arrange for it to be delivered directly to your door, said the clerk. Send it directly to the dock and arrange it on my yacht. Xin Feng said lightly. After Lin Wanner finished choosing the gifts, she couldn't help but buy some decorations and knickknacks. These can be used to decorate the open-air cinema. The atmosphere will be even better. You are responsible for the arrangement, there will definitely be no problem. Xin Feng said with a smile. After shopping, the two returned to the hotel. Lin Wanner couldn't wait to try on the clothes she bought, and she loved every piece of it. Xin Feng, this purchase is so worth it. Lin Wanner said excitedly, I think we can go to a few more stores tomorrow. Whatever you like. Xin Feng said with a smile, anyway, we still have space on our yacht. For dinner, the two went to the hotel's top-floor restaurant and enjoyed a romantic candlelight dinner. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire city's night view was unobstructed. Xin Feng, I think this city trip is really great. Lin Wanner raised her glass, her eyes full of happiness. As long as you feel good, it's worth it. Xin Feng gently touched her wine glass and smiled. After returning to the hotel room, Lin Wanner leaned on the sofa and looked through today's photos, laughing from time to time. Xin Feng, look at this picture. Isn't it very elegant? She handed the phone to Xin Feng. You have a natural temperament. Xin Feng looked at her with a gentle tone. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder and said softly, thank you for spending such a happy day with me. Life is so interesting with you here. Xin Feng hugged her and whispered. The city lights were bright at night, and the two of them snuggled together, their hearts filled with satisfaction and happiness. Chapter 71, A Leisurely Two-Day Trip in the City. Early in the morning, Lin Wanner opened her eyes and looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel at the busy streets and bustling pedestrians outside, feeling a long-lost urban vitality. Xin Feng, get up quickly, we still have a lot of places to go today. Lin Wanner patted Xin Feng beside her excitedly. Xin Feng rubbed his eyes and said lazily, are you sure we didn't walk around enough yesterday? My legs are almost broken from walking. Then you can rest in the car for a while. Lin Wanner had already stood up and changed her clothes. She said with a smile, my goal today is to try a few popular restaurants and then go to the home furnishing store to see if there are any special decorations. Xin Feng smiled helplessly, well, since the commander-in-chief has given the order, what else can I say? The first stop was a popular online restaurant known for its creative desserts. The restaurant's decor was full of fairy tale style, with colorful illustrations covering the walls and cute cartoon-style seats. Lin Wanner ordered a dreamy rainbow cake and a strawberry milkshake, then took several photos with her phone. This is so beautiful. I can't bear to eat it at all. Is this why you came to this internet-famous restaurant? Xin Feng teased. Taking photos is more important than eating. Of course. Lin Wanner said with a smile, but things that look good usually taste good too. After taking a bite of the cake, Lin Wanner nodded with satisfaction, it really didn't disappoint me, it tastes great too. Xin Feng picked up a piece and tasted it, then nodded and said, it's really good, sweet but not greasy. After lunch, the two went to a home furnishing store famous for its creative decorations. The store displayed a variety of unique home furnishings and decorations, each of which was exquisitely designed and full of artistic sense. Lin Wanner spotted several shell-shaped wall lamps on one wall and immediately said excitedly, Xin Feng, these would be perfect for an open-air cinema. Xin Feng took a closer look, nodded, and said, it's really good. I'll buy a few and try them back. Then, Lin Wanner selected some handmade rugs, ceramic vases, and a few abstract paintings. These can be used to decorate the lounge area for the beach party. It will definitely create a great atmosphere. Xin Feng looked at her happily shopping and couldn't help laughing. Are you going to move the entire store back to the island? If possible, I really want to do that. Lin Wanner said with a smile, the things here are so beautiful. The two of them went around and bought a lot of things. Even the store clerk was surprised at their generosity. On the way back to the hotel, Lin Wanner stumbled upon a street art performance. A painter was painting with spray paint, and soon he had completed a futuristic cityscape. Xin Feng, this artist has a very unique style. I want to buy one of his works, said Lin Wanner. Buy it if you like it. Xin Feng said readily. The two of them picked out a colorful abstract painting, and Lin Wanner said with satisfaction, this painting will definitely be suitable for hanging on the terrace on the island. When the painter heard that they were from a private island, he exclaimed, your life must be very romantic. Lin Wanner smiled and replied, it's indeed very romantic, but occasionally returning to the city can also give you a different kind of beauty. Dinner was arranged in the city's tallest revolving restaurant. The night view outside the window was unobstructed. The whole city was brightly lit and looked particularly charming. Lin Wanner looked out the window and said with emotion, "Although the bustling city is beautiful, I still prefer the tranquility of the island. So we just need to come back occasionally and visit, and we don't have to stay too long." Xin Feng said with a smile. "Yes, but I'm really happy to be back this time. I bought a lot of things I like." Lin Wanner raised her glass. "Thank you for coming with me. As long as you are happy, I think it's worth it." Xin Feng gently touched her wine glass and said with a smile. After returning to the hotel, Lin Wanner sat on the sofa and looked through today's shopping list. "Xin Feng, can our yacht accommodate all these things?" "Don't worry, the yacht's capacity is larger than you think," Xin Feng said. "That's good." Lin Wanner breathed a sigh of relief. Bringing these things back to the island will definitely make our lives more interesting. "Yes, but next time we go back to the city, I will ask you to buy less," Xin Feng joked. "Next time? Who said I won't buy more next time?" Lin Wanner pouted. "You promised to let me do whatever I want." Xin Feng smiled helplessly. "Okay, as long as you like it, I support it." Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder and said softly, "It's great to have you here." The city gradually quieted down at night, with only the neon lights outside the windows still flashing. The two snuggled together, enjoying a moment of tranquility and warmth. Chapter 72, Lost. The sweet sequel to the internet celebrity restaurant. After leaving the internet-famous restaurant, Lin Wanner looked through the photos she had just taken with great interest. This restaurant really lives up to its reputation. The photos alone are worth the price of admission. You think it tastes good because you took pictures, right? Xin Feng teased with a smile. Lin Wanner nodded and said seriously, "Of course. If we don't post our delicious food on WeChat Moments, who would know we were here?" Okay, I'll take you to the next stop after you finish sending it." Xin Feng looked at her lovingly. After posting on her moments, Lin Wanner excitedly said, "Next, let's go to the largest accessories section in the shopping mall. I heard the things there are super beautiful." The two entered the accessories area of the shopping mall. This area is huge and each area has a unique theme, ranging from European retro to Japanese simplicity. "Xin Feng, this place is simply paradise." Lin Wanner's eyes lit up, and she took Xin Feng's hand and quickly shuttled between the shops. The first shop she visited was a Nordic-style jewelry store. Lin Wanner immediately fell in love with a hand-carved wooden lamp. "This lamp would definitely look great in my study on the island," she said, picking it up and motioning for the clerk to pack it up. Then she picked out some ceramic tea sets at the Japanese grocery store next door, and she fell in love with the exquisite hand-painted patterns. "Will these things really be used?" Xin Feng asked. "Of course, using these when making tea makes it more ceremonial," Lin Wanner said seriously. However, due to the large size of the jewelry area, the two soon got lost in the intersecting corridors. "Xin Feng, is this the place we just walked through?" Lin Wanner looked at the familiar furnishings, a little confused. Maybe." Xin Feng touched his nose. "I can't tell the direction anymore." "Aren't you the best at finding your way?" Lin Wanner teased. "This place is more complicated than a maze. Anyone who comes here will get lost." Xin Feng smiled helplessly. Just as the two were at a loss, a clerk in the jewelry section approached them enthusiastically. "Do you need any help? We have a map of the area and can provide navigation services." "Great." Lin Wanner quickly took the map and looked at it carefully. The clerk also thoughtfully recommended several specialty shops for them. "If you are interested in decorations, the lighting store in front has very unique designs that are especially suitable for the island style." "Thank you for your suggestion. We just want to take a look at the lighting," Xin Feng said. Under the guidance of the clerk, the two finally walked out of the maze and came to the recommended lighting store. The designs in the lighting store were truly unique. Each lamp looked like a work of art. Lin Wanner was captivated by a chandelier made of shells and coral, and stared at it for a long time. "Xin Feng, is this lamp suitable for hanging at the entrance of an open-air cinema?" Lin Wanner said excitedly. Xin Feng nodded. "It's really good, and it fits the style of the island very well." "Then buy it." Lin Wanner placed the order decisively and continued to select several small lamps of different styles. "After these lights are installed, our cinema will definitely become super romantic." Lin Wanner's face was full of anticipation. After choosing the lighting, the two were about to leave when Lin Wanner suddenly felt in her pocket and her face changed. "Oh no, my phone seems to be missing." No way? Xin Feng comforted her and asked, when was the last time you used your cell phone? It must have been in the ceramics shop. Lin Wanner was extremely anxious. What should I do? There are so many photos inside. Don't worry, let's go find it. Xin Feng pulled her back to the ceramic shop. The clerk saw them coming back and asked with a smile, are you two looking for this phone? Lin Wanner breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the familiar phone case. Yes, it's mine. Thank you for keeping it safe. It's okay. We found it shortly after you left and kept it for you to come back, said the clerk. Lin Wanner thanked them repeatedly with gratitude. Thank you, you are so thoughtful. After retrieving their phone, the two decided to take a break and went to a cafe in the shopping mall. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a bustling crowd, while inside was a leisurely atmosphere. Lin Wanner held a steaming latte in her hand and said with emotion, today is truly a day full of surprises and unexpected events. Getting lost while shopping, dropping your phone while lighting a lamp, this is called shopping adventure. Xin Feng said with a smile. It's a good thing you're with me, otherwise I don't know what to do. Lin Wanner looked at him, her eyes full of gratitude. As long as you are happy, none of this matters. Xin Feng said softly. The two drank coffee, recalled the interesting things that happened today, and laughed from time to time. After returning to the hotel, Lin Wanner sorted out the things she bought today and filled the entire living room with them. Xin Feng, look at these decorations. Isn't each one of them very meaningful? Lin Wanner said excitedly. It's really good. Our island will be more interesting after we go back. Xin Feng smiled slightly. By the way, next time we go shopping, we must bring a GPS. Lin Wanner said with a smile, I was exhausted after getting lost in the accessories section today. Okay, I'll definitely bring it next time. Xin Feng smiled and nodded, but today's harvest should be enough to keep you busy for a while. Of course, I can't wait to decorate our cinema. Lin Wanner looked expectant. The city was still ablaze with lights at night. Lin Wanner leaned back on the sofa, flipping through today's photos, her face full of satisfaction. Xin Feng looked at her smile, and his heart was also filled with happiness. Chapter 73, Strolling in the City at Night. After dinner, Lin Wanner stretched and looked out the window at the brilliantly lit city night scene. An idea came to her mind, Xin Feng, we can't just sit here after eating. Why don't we go for a walk in the nearby pedestrian street? Xin Feng was on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's suggestion, he looked up and smiled, are you sure? You've walked for so long today, are your legs still able to hold up? Of course. Lin Wanner stood up and patted her shoes. Walking is the best way to relax, and there must be a lot of fun things on the pedestrian street. Xin Feng smiled helplessly, okay, I'll listen to you, but don't complain about being tired later. No way. Lin Wanner excitedly took his hand, let's go, let's go. The two of them arrived at the city's most famous pedestrian street, bustling with people, lined with shops, and adorned with a dreamlike display of lights. Street performers, mobile food stalls, and handicraft stalls transformed the street into a bustling sea of activity. I haven't been to a place like this in a long time. Lin Wanner looked around as she walked. This is much more interesting than the shopping mall during the day. Indeed, the atmosphere is very good. Xin Feng said, but if you like anything, remember to tell me. The two walked to a small stall where the owner was displaying a variety of handmade earrings and bracelets. Lin Wanner was attracted by a bracelet made of colorful beads and picked it up to try. This bracelet is very beautiful. Lin Wanner looked up at Xin Feng. If you like it, buy it. Xin Feng took out the money from his pocket and handed it to the stall owner. Thank you, please pack it for me. The stall owner smiled and said, the couple has such a good relationship. I wish you happiness. Thank you. Lin Wanner responded with a smile. After walking a little further, they heard the melodious sound of a guitar. It turned out to be a street performer playing and singing. His voice was deep and charming, attracting many passers-by to stop and listen. Lin Wanner stopped and listened in fascination. Xin Feng, he sings so beautifully. Do you want to go over and join in the fun? Xin Feng suggested. As they approached, they discovered a box in front of the artist filled with tips from passers-by. Lin Wanner took out a 100 yuan bill and gently placed it in the box, earning a slight nod of thanks from the artist. At this time, the artist looked at Xin Feng and Lin Wanner and said jokingly, you two seem to have a good relationship. Would you like to order a song and I will sing it for you for free? Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. Then let's order perfect, okay? The artist smiled and said, of course, I wish you all the best. Along with the chords of the guitar, the artist's deep voice rang out. Lin Wanner leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder, humming softly with her eyes closed. Qin Feng, do you think this is romantic? Lin Wanner asked softly. It's indeed very romantic. Qin Feng held her hand, his eyes soft, but as long as you are here, everywhere is romantic. Just as the two were about to leave the pedestrian street, Lin Wanner suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of her. Qin Feng, that person seems to be Li Chuan. Lin Wanner said in a low voice. Qin Feng followed her gaze and saw that it was Li Chuan, the old friend who had visited their island not long ago. He was standing in front of a coffee shop with a middle-aged man, seemingly chatting about something. Li Chuan? Qin Feng shouted. Li Chuan turned around and saw them, and immediately showed a surprised expression. Qin Feng? Why are you here? After the three of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Li Chuan smiled and said, I met my partner here to discuss something, and I didn't expect to run into you. What a coincidence. We're just here to stroll along the pedestrian street. Qin Feng said, are you done talking? Do you want to have a cup of coffee together? Li Chuan nodded, we've just finished talking, let's go and chat together. The three of them found a quiet corner to sit down and ordered a few cups of coffee. Lin Wanner casually asked, Li Chuan, is your company busy lately? Very busy. Li Chuan said with a smile, but last time I went to your island to play around, I did relax a lot. Would you like to come again? Qin Feng said, we are planning an open-air cinema recently, and we can invite you to experience the first screening then. Open-air cinema? Sounds interesting. Li Chuan said with interest, let me know when the time comes, and I'll definitely go. During the chat, Li Chuan also shared his recent work progress, and Lin Wanner interrupted from time to time, talking about some interesting things on their island, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. After coming out of the coffee shop, Lin Wanner looked at the time and found that it was already very late. Today has been such a fulfilling day, Lin Wanner lamented. I feel even more exhausted than when I was busy on the island. But you are happy, aren't you? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Of course I'm happy. Lin Wanner said, the bustling city is indeed attractive, but I still think the tranquility of the island is more suitable for us. Qin Feng nodded, yes, I can come to the city occasionally, but my home will always be on the island. The two held hands and slowly walked back to the hotel, feeling the breeze and lights of the city at night. Chapter 74, Shopping and the Unexpected Surprise of the City Night View. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the hotel curtains. Lin Wanner stretched and opened her eyes to see Qin Feng already sitting on the sofa by the window, looking through some documents. Qin Feng, you got up so early, are you busy again? Lin Wanner walked to his side while rubbing her eyes. Qin Feng put down the documents in his hand and said with a smile, no, I just want to look at the design drawings of the open-air cinema. Where are you going today? Continue shopping or go somewhere else? Of course I'm going to keep shopping. Lin Wanner said excitedly, I saw a few places I liked yesterday that I didn't have time to go into, so I have to make up for it today. Okay, then we'll set off after breakfast. Qin Feng nodded, but you have to remember that our suitcases are almost full this time. Don't worry, I will be thrifty. Lin Wanner blinked and smiled cunningly. The two of them arrived at a boutique shopping center that primarily featured designer brands and limited edition items. Lin Wanner was captivated upon entering, completely absorbed in the dazzling array of merchandise. The first store was a clothing store with a retro style. Lin Wanner tried on a knee-length black dress and paired it with a pearl necklace. She looked elegant and confident. Qin Feng, what do you think of this dress? Lin Wanner turned around in front of the fitting mirror. Very beautiful. Qin Feng nodded and said, this style suits you very well. Then buy it. Lin Wanner said decisively. Then, she spotted a limited edition leather clutch at a handmade bag shop. The design of this bag is so unique, and there are only 5 of them, Lin Wanner said excitedly. Since there are only 5, it's even more worth having. Qin Feng said with a smile. After a morning of shopping, Lin Wanner suggested going to the food court for lunch. Here, they gathered snacks from all over the country, and the air was filled with the aroma of various foods. Qin Feng, I want to eat those octopus balls. Lin Wanner said, pointing to a stall. They look really authentic. Qin Feng ordered 2 small balls and handed them to Lin Wanner. Be careful, they're hot. Lin Wanner took a bite and her eyes lit up, it's really delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, so fragrant. Afterwards, they tried snacks from several specialty stalls such as grilled skewers, handmade ice cream, and a tofu pudding stall that looked inconspicuous, but the taste made the two of them praise it again and again. This kind of simple food is sometimes more delicious than that in high-end restaurants. Xin Feng sighed. That's right, and it's very down to earth. Lin Wanner nodded and picked up another skewer. After lunch, the two were strolling on the street when they saw a mobile gallery. The gallery consisted of several modified vans, each of which was filled with paintings of different styles. Lin Wanner was captivated by a painting full of abstract elements. The painting depicted a golden beach, paired with geometric waves, creating a unique and captivating style. This painting is so special, Lin Wanner said softly. It will definitely look great in the island's living room. Buy it if you like it. Xin Feng said. At this time, the painter's assistant came over and told them that the painting was completed by the painter himself, and there was only one copy. Lin Wanner placed the order without hesitation. When the painter learned about it, he personally came out to express his gratitude. I hope this painting can add a little warmth to your home. Thank you, it will be the most special part of our home. Lin Wanner said sincerely. In the evening, Xin Feng brought Lin Wanner to a Ferris wheel in the city center. The Ferris wheel was lit up by colorful lights, reflecting in the night sky of the city. Xin Feng, are we really going to ride the Ferris wheel? Lin Wanner was a little surprised. This is too romantic. Being romantic occasionally is also a part of life. Xin Feng said with a smile. The two of them boarded the Ferris wheel's private cabin, slowly rising high into the sky, overlooking the entire city at night. The dazzling lights adorned the entire city like a dream. Lin Wanner leaned on Xin Feng's shoulder, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Xin Feng, thank you. Lin Wanner said softly, every time I'm with you, I feel like a princess. You are a princess. Xin Feng looked at her with tenderness in his eyes, and you are my princess. After returning to the hotel, Lin Wanner began to sort out the spoils of the day. As she did so, she said with a smile, Xin Feng, did we buy too much? I feel like the yacht might not be able to accommodate it all. It's okay. At worst, we can just rent another boat. Xin Feng said casually, as long as you're happy, anything is fine. Lin Wanner smiled and sat down next to him. Returning these things to the island will definitely enrich our lives. Yes, after we go back, we can slowly realize all these ideas. Xin Feng said, by then, you will be the busiest designer. Then you have to cooperate with me. Lin Wanner said mischievously. I'll listen to whatever you say. Xin Feng replied with a smile. The city was still brightly lit at night. The two of them leaned on the sofa, chatting softly about their future plans, their hearts full of anticipation for life. Chapter 75 The Last Stop Before Returning. In the early morning, sunlight streamed across the hotel room. Lin Wanner sat on the carpet, sorting her spoils, her face brimming with satisfaction. Beside her, Xin Feng leaned back on the sofa, scrolling through his itinerary on his phone. Wanner, today is our last day back on the island. Is there any place you want to go? Xin Feng looked up and asked. Lin Wanner thought for a moment, her eyes lighting up. I want to go to the botanical garden. I heard the tropical plant exhibit there is particularly beautiful, and you can also buy some rare potted plants. Botanical garden? Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. You don't want to bring more things back to the island, do you? Of course, aren't there still a few vacant spaces on the island that haven't been decorated? They're perfect for planting some flowers. Lin Wanner said seriously. Okay, let's go to the botanical garden. Xin Feng smiled helplessly, but remember, the space on the yacht is really limited. It's okay, I can control it. Lin Wanner patted her chest and said confidently. Located on the outskirts of the city, the botanical gardens cover a vast area, divided into different themed exhibition areas. Upon entering, Lin Wanner was immediately captivated by the vast expanse of green. Xin Feng, look, these plants seem to be moved directly from the tropical rainforest. Lin Wanner said excitedly. It's really good. The design here has a very natural feel. Xin Feng nodded. The two first came to the tropical plant area, which was filled with tall palm trees and colorful tropical flowers. A stream ran through it, and several huge water lilies floated in the water. These water lily leaves look so solid. Lin Wanner squatted down and gently touched them with her hand. Is this the legendary Victoria Victoria? Yes, this kind of leaf can bear the weight of a child. Xin Feng said, but don't try to stand on it. No way. Lin Wanner stood up with a smile and pulled Xin Feng forward. Walking into the greenhouse area of the botanical garden, Lin Wanner was captivated by several unusual potted plants. Their leaves displayed a rare gradient of colors, as brilliant as a rainbow. These potted plants are so beautiful. Lin Wanner couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, what kind of plants are these?" The clerk came over and explained with a smile, "This is called rainbow cactus. It is a very rare ornamental plant. Its color changes with the light. This is so amazing." Lin Wanner looked at the potted plants with a face full of love. Xin Feng said helplessly, "Do you want to take them back to the island again?" Of course, such beautiful plants will definitely create a special atmosphere in the living room. Lin Wanner said without hesitation. "Okay, as long as you're happy." Xin Feng sighed, "But I can only pick 2 pots. The yacht is almost full." Okay, 2 pots." Lin Wanner nodded with a smile, and then picked out 2 of the most perfect potted plants. Just as she was about to leave the botanical garden, Lin Wanner discovered a small flower arrangement classroom with a sign hanging on the door, "Sign up now to experience DIY flower arrangement." "Xin Feng, let's try this?" Lin Wanner said, pointing at the sign. "DIY flower arrangement?" Xin Feng was a little confused. "Do we need to learn this?" "It's not necessary, it's for fun." Lin Wanner pulled him into the classroom. "We still have time, so let's try it out." The flower arrangement teacher was a gentle middle-aged lady. She prepared some fresh flowers for each participant and taught everyone how to make simple bouquets. Lin Wanner selected several tropical flowers, carefully trimmed and arranged them, and finally tied them into a small bouquet with ribbons. Xin Feng seemed a little clumsy, but eventually completed a simple bouquet with the help of his teacher. "Xin Feng, I want to take this bouquet of flowers back and put it on the bedside." Lin Wanner looked at his work and smiled happily. "As long as you like, you can do with my masterpiece." Xin Feng teased. After leaving the botanical garden, the sun was setting, casting golden rays across the city. They decided to visit the city's iconic landmark, the Central Square, before heading back to the hotel. In the square, the fountain constantly changes its shape with the rhythm of the music. Tourists and children gather around it, and the atmosphere is lively and warm. "Xin Feng, let's take a group photo," Lin Wanner suggested. The 2 stood by the fountain. Lin Wanner raised her phone, smiled, and pressed the shutter. In the photo, they were all smiles, with the shimmering fountain behind them. "This trip to the city is really worth it." Lin Wanner looked at the photos and sighed. "As long as you feel it's worth it, it's a successful trip," Xin Feng said. After returning to the hotel, Lin Wanner began to pack her luggage for the last time, with full shopping bags scattered all over the floor. "Xin Feng, I think we really need 2 yachts," Lin Wanner said with a smile. "No problem, I'll arrange it tomorrow." Xin Feng said, "As long as you are satisfied, no matter how many yachts there are, it doesn't matter." "Thank you very much, boss," Lin Wanner said mischievously. After packing their luggage, the 2 sat on the balcony, overlooking the city lights at night. Lin Wanner leaned on Xin Feng's shoulder and said softly, "Xin Feng, I find it really fun to visit the city occasionally, but I still prefer our island. Then let's bring the excitement of the city back to our island and make life more fulfilling." Xin Feng said softly. "Yeah." Lin Wanner nodded with a satisfied smile on her face. Chapter 76 Return to the Island. Sunlight filled the room. Lin Wanner sat on the bed, checking the last piece of luggage, holding the rainbow cactus she bought from the botanical garden. "Xin Feng, make sure these potted plants are placed firmly and don't let them get damaged on the boat," Lin Wanner warned. "Don't worry, I've made all the arrangements," Xin Feng said with a smile as he put on his coat, "but are you sure these things can really fit in?" "Of course. We've also added a small boat," Lin Wanner replied seriously. "Besides, it's all for the island's decoration, so it's worth it." Xin Feng shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll do as you say." When the 2 arrived at the hotel entrance, they found that the housekeeper and the hotel manager were already waiting. Seeing that they were carrying a lot of luggage, the manager couldn't help but sigh, "Mr. Qin, Ms. Lin, this trip is really full of rewards." "Yes, she can't stop buying," Xin Feng said with a smile, "but this is also one of the fun things about our trip." Just as they were about to get in the car, a hotel employee hurried over with a delicate little box in his hand. "Ms. Lin, did you forget this?" Lin Wanner saw that they were the earrings she had bought at the jewelry store yesterday. She immediately said gratefully, Thank you, you're so thoughtful. This is our duty. I wish you two a pleasant journey. The manager bowed slightly. Arriving at the dock, several staff members were busy loading the couple's luggage onto the yacht. Lin Warner stood nearby, directing everyone to carefully handle the fragile items and plants. Don't crush that cactus, Lin Warner reminded. Xin Feng watched her busying around and couldn't help laughing. You act like a little commander. Of course, this is a treasure I carefully selected, Lin Warner said nonchalantly. Soon, all the belongings were loaded onto the yacht, and the two men went on deck, ready to set off. I can finally go home, Lin Warner sighed as she looked at the sea in the distance. After the yacht left the dock, Lin Warner excitedly suggested, Xin Feng, let's have something to eat on the sea and take in the scenery. Okay, it's a good time to relax. Xin Feng nodded. The two sat at the table and chairs on the deck, enjoying the light meal prepared by the butler. A refreshing salad, fresh sandwiches, and a bottle of iced juice made their journey full of comfort. Xin Feng, look over there, is there a group of dolphins? Lin Warner suddenly pointed to the sea in the distance. Following her gaze, I saw several dolphins jumping out of the water, leaping happily. We are so lucky that we can actually see a group of dolphins, Xin Feng said with a smile. They seem to be welcoming us home. Lin Warner took a few photos, her face full of excitement. Just as the two were leisurely enjoying the journey, the yacht suddenly shook slightly. The captain came out and reported, Mr. Qin, we just encountered a small ocean current and have adjusted our course. Lin Warner asked nervously, is everything okay? It's okay, ocean currents are very common, and a yacht of this size can handle it. The captain comforted. It seems the sea isn't so peaceful either, Xin Feng said with a smile, but don't worry, I'm here, you don't have to worry about anything. Lin Warner nodded, held his hand, and sat back in her seat with peace of mind. As the sun gradually set, the yacht finally approached the island. From a distance, Lin Warner saw the familiar beach and coconut grove, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Xin Feng, home is still the most comfortable place, she sighed. So we go out for a walk occasionally and come back, so that we can feel home is warmer, Xin Feng said. After the yacht docked, several staff members immediately stepped forward to help unload the cargo. Lin Warner, holding Xin Feng's hand, watched as the boxes of items were moved into the manor and couldn't help but say, once these things are arranged, our island will definitely be even more beautiful. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Designer, Xin Feng said with a smile. After returning to the manor, Lin Warner immediately placed the 2 pots of rainbow cactus on the windowsill of the living room, and then hung the painting given by the street performer on the wall. How is it? Isn't it artistic? Lin Warner asked. It's really good, Xin Feng nodded, I can see that your taste is getting better and better. For dinner, Lin Warner had the chef prepare a simple yet hearty meal. The two of them sat in the restaurant, toasting their glasses. Cheers to our wonderful city trip and the happiness of returning home. Cheers, Xin Feng said with a smile. After dinner, the two sat on the terrace, enjoying the sea breeze and talking about their future plans. Xin Feng, can we start setting up the open-air cinema next? Lin Warner asked. Of course, this is also the reason why we bought so many things this time, Xin Feng said, you design, and I'll be responsible for the implementation. Then I'll start tomorrow. Lin Warner's face was full of anticipation. Take your time and don't get too tired, Xin Feng said softly, that's how life should be, enriching itself little by little. The island was quiet and beautiful at night. Lin Warner leaned on Xin Feng's shoulder, looking at the starry sky, her heart filled with satisfaction and happiness. Chapter 77, Arrangement of an Open-Air Cinema. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the living room. Lin Warner sat at the dining table, flipping through her design sketches, her whole face high and bright. Xin Feng approached with a cup of coffee. Seeing her serious expression, he couldn't help but smile and asked, why, are you busy so early today? Of course. I'm so excited about the design of the open-air cinema. Lin Warner looked up, her eyes full of anticipation. I came up with a lot of new ideas last night, and we're going to start construction today. Then where do you plan to start? Xin Feng asked. First, clear the beach area, then install the lighting and screens, Lin Warner said. Then arrange the seating and leisure areas, and finally finalize the details. Okay, you take charge of the planning, and I'll help you coordinate the manpower. Xin Feng nodded, everything is under your command. After breakfast, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng led the estate staff to the beach. This was the location Lin Wanner had chosen for her open-air cinema. Surrounded by coconut trees, the sand was soft and white, and the sea breeze carried a faint salty smell. "Let's level the sand in this area first," Lin Wanner said, pointing to the beach. "Then we'll build trails on both sides to make it easier for everyone to get in and out." Following her instructions, the crew began work. Several small excavators slowly moved forward, clearing the beach clean and tidy, while Lin Wanner, holding the blueprints, constantly adjusted the details. "Qin Feng, do you think it is better to make the trail from wood or stone?" Lin Wanner asked. "Wooden ones are more in line with the natural atmosphere of the seaside." Qin Feng replied, "and they can be paired with shell decorations, which is even more interesting." "Good idea." Lin Wanner nodded. "Then we'll use a wooden walkway." After the beach was cleared, the next step was to install the lighting and screens. Lin Wanner selected a batch of shell-shaped lights that emitted a soft, warm yellow glow. "These lights must be installed according to my drawing," Lin Wanner instructed the workers. "Only then can we create a beautiful light path." Qin Feng stood aside, watching her busy appearance, and couldn't help but say, "I find that you are quite talented as a chief commander." "Of course," Lin Wanner said with a smile, "I've put a lot of effort into this cinema." At the same time, a huge outdoor screen was slowly lifted by a crane and installed in the center of the beach. The screen was fixed with a special steel frame behind it to resist corrosion from sea breeze and salt spray. Lin Wanner watched the screen being installed and clapped her hands. The core of the cinema is now complete. In the afternoon, Lin Wanner began to design the layout of the seating area. Instead of choosing traditional chairs, she prepared a group of comfortable beach chairs and lazy sofas. "These chairs are arranged in an arc around the screen so everyone has a great view," Lin Wanner said. "Also, there are a few hammocks here for those who want to lie down and watch the movie." "Watching a movie in a hammock?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Your design is quite unique." "Of course. It's romantic and comfortable," Lin Wanner said proudly. "Also, we can lay a carpet in this area and put some pillows so everyone can sit on the floor." "Okay, I'll arrange everything you said." Qin Feng nodded. "But are these pillows and carpets moisture-proof?" "Don't worry, the materials I picked are all moisture-proof. There will be absolutely no problem." Lin Wanner was confident. After a busy day, Lin Wanner finally decided to hold her first test screening. She chose a classic romantic movie, arranged the beach chairs and lighting, and prepared popcorn and drinks. As the sun set, the lights on the beach came on, and the entire cinema seemed particularly warm and cozy. Lin Wanner pulled Qin Feng to sit on a beach chair, pressed the remote control, and the movie slowly began to play. "Qin Feng, what do you think?" Lin Wanner asked while eating popcorn. "Very good, better than I imagined." Qin Feng said, "Especially these lights, they really make the whole beach romantic." "That's good." Lin Wanner breathed a sigh of relief. This is just the first step. Once the subsequent details are perfected, the effect will be even better. After the movie ended, Lin Wanner sat on the beach, looking at the stars in the night sky with a satisfied smile on her face. "Qin Feng, this open-air cinema has truly fulfilled my dream," Lin Wanner said softly. "Thank you for your continued support." "As long as you like it." Qin Feng held her hand and said softly, "Everything we do is to make life better." Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and felt the tranquility and happiness of the moment. Chapter 78, Perfecting Details and Surprise Plans. The next morning, Lin Wanner stood on the beach, watching the rising sun shine on the screen of the open-air cinema, her face filled with a satisfied smile. Qin Feng walked over with a cup of coffee. Seeing her lost in thought, he asked, "What new ideas are you thinking of?" Lin Wanner turned around and said with a smile, "I was thinking that our cinema could add some decorations. For example, the lights could be extended to the beach entrance, and there could be a few open spaces where plants could be placed to make the whole environment more layered." "Do you mean using the potted plants we bought yesterday?" Qin Feng asked. "Yes, especially the rainbow cactus. It will definitely become a highlight if placed at the entrance." Lin Wanner said excitedly. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to help you set it up right away." Qin Feng nodded. "What other plans do you have?" Lin Wanner lowered her head in thought for a moment. "The lighting at the entrance can be designed to look like an arched passage, giving people the feeling of entering a dream. Also, there can be some small tables next to the beach chairs for drinks and snacks." "It seems you have thought it through very carefully." Qin Feng smiled. "Then let's act according to your plan today." Lin Wanner gathered the staff and began arranging the arched light passageway for the beach entrance. She selected several strings of soft, warm yellow light strips and carefully wound them around the arched structure, then placed rainbow cacti on either side of the archway. Everyone, be careful. The leaves of these cacti are very fragile. Don't damage them. Lin Wanner gave instructions while helping to adjust the position of the potted plants. Xin Feng watched her busying around and couldn't help but say, "Wanner, why don't you just change your career and become a full-time designer? That only works if you become my only client." Lin Wanner said mischievously. After finishing the lighting arrangement, Lin Wanner stood aside to admire it for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. It really feels like entering a fairy tale world. Next, Lin Wanner set up an interactive area in a corner of the beach. She divided the beach chairs into two parts, one for regular seating and the other for the children's play area, which she placed with several beach toys and a soft rug. "Xin Feng, what do you think of this interactive area?" Lin Wanner asked. "That's pretty good, very thoughtful." Xin Feng said, "But are you sure the children won't fight over the toys?" "Then let them play. The beach is a place full of joy," Lin Wanner said. "Besides, this will attract more families to participate." "Okay, then let's do as you think." Xin Feng nodded, "But do we also need to prepare some spare toys?" "That's fine," Lin Wanner said. "I'll have someone prepare it later." After the arrangements were completed, Lin Wanner suddenly had an idea. "Xin Feng, why don't we hold an opening party tonight? Invite the island residents to watch the movie together." "Party? So soon?" Xin Feng was a little surprised. "Of course. We're almost ready, and it's perfect to try it out tonight," Lin Wanner said. "Plus, this way everyone can give us some feedback and help us improve it." "Okay, then you'll be in charge of notifying everyone, and I'll prepare the food and drinks." Xin Feng smiled, "But which movie do you want to play?" Lin Wanner thought for a moment and said, "Let's just play a light-hearted cartoon, suitable for adults and children to watch together." "No problem, leave it to me." Xin Feng nodded. At dusk, the beach lights up, the arched light tunnel emits a soft glow, and the rainbow cactus at the entrance looks particularly dreamy under the lights. Island residents gradually arrive at the beach and are amazed by this dreamy scene. "Ms. Lin, this cinema is so beautiful," a resident exclaimed. "Yeah, we never thought the beach could be decorated so romantically before," another resident agreed. Lin Wanner listened to everyone's praise with a smile on her face. "Thank you for your likes. This is just the first step. We will add more interesting designs in the future." As night fell, the movie officially began. A classic cartoon played on the screen, and both adults and children on the beach chairs watched with gusto. The sound of children's laughter could be heard from the interactive area in a corner of the beach. Xin Feng came over with 2 glasses of juice and handed one to Lin Wanner. "Thank you for your hard work. Tonight's party was a success." Lin Wanner took the juice, took a sip, and said contentedly, "As long as everyone likes it, it's worth it." After the movie, Lin Wanner stood on the beach and thanked everyone. "Today is the first opening of our open-air cinema. Thank you for your support and participation. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. We will continue to improve." The residents applauded enthusiastically and expressed their love and expectations. After the party, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng sat on beach chairs, watching the waves lapping the beach, with the laughter of the residents echoing in their ears. "Xin Feng, I feel like tonight is the most fulfilling thing I've ever done," Lin Wanner said softly. "You did a great job." Xin Feng looked at her with admiration in his eyes. "This is not just a movie theater, it's also a paradise of happiness." Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and felt the peace and happiness of the moment. Chapter 79 New Ideas. The next morning, Lin Wanner had just sat down to eat breakfast in the dining room when she received a report from the housekeeper. "Ms. Lin, the residents who attended the party last night were full of praise for the open-air cinema. They also offered some small suggestions. I've compiled a list. Would you like to take a look now?" Lin Wanner excitedly put down the bread in her hand, took the list, and began to look through it. "Wow, so much feedback. It seems everyone is really serious." Xin Feng came over with coffee in hand and said with a smile, "It seems that your cinema is really popular. This feedback list is the best proof." "Of course. But some of the suggestions are quite interesting," Lin Wanner said as she looked at them. "For example, someone suggested adding a popcorn stand, and someone else suggested changing the theme every week. These suggestions are all good." Xin Feng nodded. "Do you think we should adopt them?" I think we can give it a try, Lin Wanner said, especially the idea of a themed film week, which could attract more people to participate. Then add it to the plan. Xin Feng said, I will arrange people to help you implement it. After breakfast, Lin Wanner came to the beach, gathered several staff members, and began to discuss the layout of the popcorn stall. It's best to position the booth near the entrance so everyone can smell the aroma as soon as they enter, said Lin Wanner. Also, the booth's design should fit in with the cinema's overall style. You can use shells and wooden elements for decoration. After listening to her suggestion, the staff immediately began to prepare materials and sent people to purchase a professional popcorn machine. Xin Feng, do you think we should try selling several flavors of popcorn, such as original, caramel, and cream? Lin Wanner asked. Sure, after all, everyone has different tastes, so more choices are better. Xin Feng said, but you have to try these flavors first to make sure they taste right. No problem, this is what I'm best at. Lin Wanner said confidently. After lunch, Lin Wanner began planning the details of the themed film week. Sitting in her study, she listed several possible themes on a whiteboard. 1. Classic Animation Week, show classic animations from Disney, Pixar, and other studios to attract families and children. 2. Romantic Love Week, designed specifically for couples, it features warm and romantic movies. 3. Adventure in Action Week, thrilling adventure and action blockbusters to attract young audiences. 4. Nostalgic Classic Week, play old movies to satisfy the nostalgic audiences. Xin Feng, what do you think of these topics? Lin Wanner looked up and asked. They're both good, but you have to consider the audience's preferences and arrange them according to the demographics, Xin Feng said. For example, family audiences may prefer cartoons, while young people may prefer action movies. Yes, you're right. Lin Wanner nodded. Then I'll start with Animation Week. After all, that's the easiest to attract popularity. Okay, the next step is the film schedule and publicity. Xin Feng reminded. Don't worry, I've already thought about all this. Lin Wanner said proudly. In the evening, the first batch of popcorn machines arrived at the beach, and the staff immediately began experimenting with making several different flavors. Lin Wanner stood by, excitedly watching as steaming hot popcorn popped out of the machine, its rich aroma filling the air. Xin Feng, come here and try it. Lin Wanner grabbed a handful of caramel popcorn and handed it to him. Xin Feng took a bite and nodded, saying, It tastes good, sweet but not greasy. Try the creamy one. Lin Wanner handed over another small bowl. This one has a very smooth texture. Xin Feng took a bite and showed a satisfied expression. This is not bad either, it should be very popular. Then these two flavors are settled. Lin Wanner said, we can also regularly release limited edition flavors to give everyone more surprises. After dinner, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng sat on the beach chairs and continued to discuss the details of the theme movie week. Xin Feng, I think the theme movie week can also be combined with some small activities. For example, during the Animation Week, we can organize a children's painting competition, and during the Love Week, we can hold a couple photo competition. Lin Wanner suggested. Your idea is good. It can make the activities more engaging. Xin Feng said, but someone needs to be responsible for organizing these activities. I've already thought about this. I'll find a few residents who are good at event planning to help, Lin Wanner said. We can give them some rewards to increase their enthusiasm. Okay, then follow your plan. Xin Feng nodded, but don't tire yourself out. Don't worry, I will assign the tasks. Lin Wanner said with a smile. Late at night, Lin Wanner leaned on Xin Feng's shoulder, looked at the sea in the distance, and said softly, Xin Feng, I think the cinema is no longer just a place of entertainment. It's more like a place where everyone gathers together to share happiness. Indeed, your design has made it a new landmark on the island. Xin Feng said, this place will definitely become more and more lively in the future. Thank you for always supporting me. Lin Wanner turned to look at him, her eyes full of gratitude. As long as you are happy, I will always support you. Xin Feng held her hand and said with a smile. The beach at night looked particularly peaceful under the starlight. The two snuggled together, looking forward to more excitement brought by the open-air cinema. Chapter 80 Grand Opening. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight shone on the beach. Lin Wanner stood early in the open-air cinema, checking the lighting channel and popcorn stand that had been set up last night. We need to brighten the lights a bit, Lin Wanner instructed the technicians. Also, the sea breeze is a bit strong. Secure the booth decorations so the light strips don't blow away. Xin Feng came over, holding a cup of hot coffee in his hand, and said jokingly, "Commander-in-Chief, you seem to be busier than usual today." "Of course. Today is the opening ceremony of Animation Film Week, so we have to make it perfect," Lin Warner said with a smile. "By the way, did you order the balloons yesterday? Did they arrive?" "It's already arrived and is in the warehouse," Xin Feng said. "How do you plan to use it?" "I'm going to hang them on the archway to add a festive atmosphere for the children," Lin Warner said. "Also, I can use balloon games to attract the children before the movie starts." "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to set it up." Xin Feng nodded. In the afternoon, the beach was bustling with activity. Colorful balloons decorated the arched passage, and in one corner, a little balloon kingdom was set up, where children chased and played, their laughter echoing in the sea breeze. Lin Warner stood by, taking photos of the joyful scenes with her camera, while Xin Feng held a bunch of balloons and distributed them to the children. "Thank you, Uncle." A little girl took the balloon and ran away happily. "Xin Feng, your performance today is simply the best," Lin Warner said with a smile. "As long as you're happy, I can guest star as Balloon Uncle anytime," Xin Feng joked. In the evening, a long line formed in front of the popcorn stand. Lin Warner and Xin Feng stood aside, observing everyone's reactions to the various flavors of popcorn. "Mom, I want an extra serving of cream," a little boy said happily. "The caramel flavor is really good, not too sweet, just right," a parent commented with a smile. Lin Warner listened to the feedback and nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that our popcorn plan was successful. How about trying to launch a limited flavor?" Xin Feng suggested, for example, add coconut flakes or sea salt to make the taste more special. "Good idea. We can let residents vote and choose their favorite flavor," Lin Warner said. As night fell and the lights on the beach came on, the first movie at the open-air cinema was about to begin. Lin Warner stood at the front desk, holding the microphone, and said to the gathered residents, "Welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of Animated Film Week. Today's film is Finding Nemo. I hope you will enjoy this seaside audio-visual feast with your family and friends." There was warm applause from the audience, and the children waved balloons in their hands and shouted excitedly. When the movie officially began, the colors and images on the screen made the entire beach look like a dream. The adults sat on the beach chairs, popcorn in hand, while the children gathered in the interactive area, staring at the screen intently. Lin Warner and Xin Feng sat in the corner, quietly watching this heartwarming scene. "Xin Feng, do you think this is meaningful?" Lin Warner asked softly. "Of course." Xin Feng nodded. "Not only did you realize your dream, but you also made everyone on the island happy." After the movie ended, Lin Warner walked onto the stage and said to everyone with a smile, "Thank you all for participating. To make this evening more fun, we've prepared a little treasure hunt for the children. The prizes are specially customized ocean-themed toys." The children cheered immediately after hearing this and rushed to a corner of the beach impatiently to start looking for the treasure hidden in the sand. "Ms. Lin, this activity is so interesting," a parent couldn't help but praise. "The children had a lot of fun." "Thank you all for your support," Lin Warner said. "If you have any other suggestions, please feel free to let me know. We will continue to improve." After the party, the beach returned to its tranquility. Lin Warner and Xin Feng sat on beach chairs, gazing at the stars in the sky. "It's been a busy day today, but seeing everyone so happy makes it all worth it," Lin Warner said with emotion. "You did a great job. This event not only attracted residents, but also made your open-air cinema a new focus of the island," Xin Feng said. "However, there are still many details that need improvement," Lin Warner said. "For example, the interactive area could use some more small facilities to allow the children to have more fun. Take your time. The most important thing is that you enjoy the process." Xin Feng smiled slightly. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lin Warner nodded and leaned on his shoulder. "Thank you for always supporting me, Xin Feng. As long as it's for you, I will always support you," Xin Feng said softly. Chapter 81, Theme Film Week's Hot Response. In the early morning, the sun shone through the coconut trees on the beach onto the beach chairs of the open-air cinema. Lin Warner stood in front of the cinema, carefully checking the feedback from last night's movie week. "Xin Feng, look, these feedbacks are really great. Everyone said that this event was very interesting and suggested that we add more interactive sessions," Lin Warner said excitedly as she flipped through the feedback form in her hand. Xin Feng came over with 2 glasses of juice and handed one to her. "It seems that this film week has really achieved good results. Yes, everyone especially likes the parent-child interaction and balloon games, Lin Warner said. I think we can consider adding more parent-child movies and making the activities more interesting. Xin Feng nodded. These interactive sessions can indeed increase the sense of participation. We can arrange more in the future, such as handicraft production, children's painting exhibitions, etc. Right. Lin Warner clapped her hands. And we can try holding a movie week with a different theme every month to attract more tourists and islanders. You already have a new plan. Xin Feng said with a smile. In the morning, Lin Warner convened a planning meeting with several residents and staff to discuss the theme and event arrangements for the next film week. Based on the feedback from this film week, everyone is generally interested in family activities, said Lin Warner. So, for the next film week, we can choose Superhero Film Week and incorporate parent-child interactive activities and arrange some parent-child competitions. I think we can try to set up some hero training camp projects to let children experience the feeling of being a superhero through small games, suggested a resident. That's a great idea. Lin Warner said excitedly. We can set up a small obstacle course and let the children challenge their physical abilities and eventually receive a superhero certificate. Then do we need to prepare some props? Asked another resident. Of course, masks and capes can all be customized, Lin Warner quickly made plans. Also, we can organize a superhero parade at the end, allowing the children to dress up as their favorite heroes. Everyone expressed their agreement and the atmosphere was pleasant and lively. As the new round of event planning progressed, Lin Warner and Xin Feng continued to busy themselves with arrangements at the cinema. The afternoon screenings began, this time featuring the classic Toy Story, which attracted many families and children. It's parent-child movie time again today. It's great. A parent said with a smile, holding her child. The kids all love it. This film week not only allows adults to reminisce about their childhood, but also gives children many new experiences. Another resident added, I think activities like this can enhance interaction among everyone. After the movie, the parent-child activities officially began on the beach. The children formed a circle and participated in a superhero training camp, including an obstacle course race. Parents provided guidance, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. Xin Feng, the effect of this training camp is really good. The children are having a lot of fun. Lin Warner looked at all this with a satisfied smile on her face. Yes, the interaction is strong and everyone is getting along better. Xin Feng responded with a smile. However, the time for the activity can be extended appropriately next time to let the children play for a while longer. As the event came to an end, the sunset glowed on the beach, making the atmosphere of the entire open-air cinema even warmer. Lin Warner and Xin Feng sat on the beach, the giant screen of the movie theater behind them. Scattered around them were children's toys and the laughter of their parents. Some residents were also gathering on the beach in a small group, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Xin Feng, today's event was a success. Lin Warner leaned on his shoulder and said softly, seeing everyone so happy, I think this is the best reward. You did a great job. Xin Feng replied gently, you put your heart and soul into designing every detail, which is why everyone loves it so much. Thank you for always supporting me. Lin Warner whispered, you are my biggest supporter. Xin Feng held her hand and smiled slightly, you don't need to thank me, seeing you happy is enough. After dinner, Lin Warner and Xin Feng sat on the terrace, sorting out the feedback from today's activities and planning the next improvement measures. I think next time we can design a fixed cartoon character for Film Week so that the theme of each event can be combined with this character, Lin Warner said. For example, we can make a superhero our event mascot, or a customized t-shirt, and make an appearance before each event. That's a good idea. It'll add some character to the event. Xin Feng nodded and said, do you have any other new ideas? I'm thinking if we hold a movie week with a different theme every month, it would probably attract more tourists, Lin Warner suggested. For example, Dinosaur Adventure Week or Marine Life Week would add more interactivity and enrich the island's entertainment. I think you can start preparing these plans. Xin Feng said with a smile, and the fixed cartoon image you mentioned can also become our unique brand. Okay. Let's start from Superhero Week and expand gradually. Lin Warner said excitedly. As night fell, the beach gradually became quiet. Lin Warner and Xin Feng were still sitting on the terrace, recalling today's activities. Xin Feng, although I'm very tired, seeing everyone so happy, I think this event is really worth it. Lin Warner said. Yes, thinking back, from our initial conception to our current implementation, every step has been full of challenges and fun. Xin Feng nodded, and this is just the beginning. Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder and said gently, "With you here, I believe the future will be better." The night sky was dotted with stars, the sea breeze was gentle, and the entire island seemed exceptionally peaceful and beautiful. The two sat together, their hearts filled with longing and anticipation for the future. Chapter 82, The Opening of Superhero Movie Week. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the terrace curtains. Lin Wanner rose early, eager to begin final preparations for the upcoming Superhero Movie Week. She organized the event schedule and venue layout, ensuring every detail was as perfect as possible. Qin Feng, today is the opening ceremony of the Superhero Movie Week. I still need to check the props and promotional materials. Please confirm the progress with the staff. Lin Wanner said to Qin Feng while tidying up the documents on the table. No problem, I'll go right away. Qin Feng nodded in response, then walked out of the room and began to communicate with the staff. By the way, remember to bring the superhero certificates you ordered yesterday. We will give them to the children at the end of the event. Lin Wanner reminded. Okay, don't worry. Qin Feng agreed with a smile. In the morning, the superhero training camp on the beach began. Lin Wanner and the staff set up an obstacle course and designed challenging activities suitable for the children, such as climbing a net, jumping across a river, and walking through a ring of fire. Are you all ready? Lin Wanner stood in the center of the activity area, smiling and encouraging the children. Today you are going to become real superheroes. Donning custom-made superhero capes and masks, the children were filled with excitement and anticipation. With Lin Wanner's command, the training camp officially began. One by one, the children navigating the obstacle course displayed remarkable courage and energy. Parents cheered them on, filling the beach with laughter and applause. Qin Feng stood aside, watching Lin Wanner lead the children in their interactions, a pleased smile on his face. She always makes every activity fun and meaningful, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. Look, the children are becoming more and more powerful. Lin Wanner said with a smile, encouraging a little boy who was struggling to climb over an obstacle. I want to join in too, a little girl raised her hand excitedly. I can do it, too. Good job. You are the best superhero. Lin Wanner patted the little girl on the shoulder and encouraged her to keep working hard. The climax of the event, the superhero movie screening, began. Lin Wanner specially chose Avengers, not only because it is a classic superhero movie, but also because its plot is exciting and suitable for the whole family to watch together. Are you ready? Superhero Movie Week has officially begun. Lin Wanner picked up the microphone and excitedly addressed the audience. Next, we'll step into the world of superheroes together and experience their bravery and wisdom. The children excitedly ran to the beach chairs, and the parents also found seats, grabbed popcorn, and waited for the movie to start. The beach was filled with a strong movie atmosphere. The huge screen started playing, and the exciting battle scenes made everyone completely immersed in the movie. Qin Feng sat next to Lin Wanner, looking at the surrounding residents and children, his eyes filled with pride and warmth. Seeing everyone so happy, I think this event was really worth it. Yes, everyone's smiles are the best reward, Lin Wanner said with a smile. This cinema is not just for entertainment, but also for bringing everyone closer together and enjoying shared time. After the movie, Lin Wanner and the staff prepared some small rewards for the children who completed the superhero training camp. Each child received a superhero certificate stating that they had passed the superhero challenge and become a true superhero. Come on, everyone, come get your prizes. Lin Wanner shouted. Each of you has been incredibly brave. Today, you are the best superheroes on the beach. The children ran over happily and received their certificates and small gifts, with bright smiles on everyone's faces. Qin Feng, this moment is truly meaningful. Lin Wanner looked at the children's happy faces, feeling a sense of accomplishment. These certificates are not only a recognition of the children's efforts, but also a reward for their courage. Yes, the children's growth and achievements are our greatest motivation. Qin Feng looked at this scene and felt full of warmth and satisfaction. After dinner, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng sat on the beach chairs, snuggled together, looked at the stars in the sky, and reviewed today's activities. Today's event was a huge success, and everyone loved it, Lin Wanner said softly. And the children's enthusiasm and their parents' support give me even more motivation to do more activities. You've been doing great. Qin Feng said gently, it's truly remarkable that you've considered so many details so thoughtfully. This is all thanks to everyone's support and cooperation. I'm just doing what I should do. Lin Wanner replied with a smile. Next, we can hold more interesting activities to make this island a source of happiness for everyone. You've made life on the island more and more enriching. Xin Feng held her hand and said softly, "In the future, we still have a lot to do. Of course, I will always be with you." "Thank you, Xin Feng." Lin Wanner leaned against his shoulder and whispered, "With you here, I feel all my efforts are worth it." The stars twinkled in the night sky, the sea breeze blew gently, and the tranquility and warmth of the island enveloped them. The two sat on the beach, their hearts filled with beautiful visions of the future. Chapter 83 Fresh Little Life. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed into Lin Wanner and Xin Feng's bedroom. Outside, waves lapped gently on the beach, the air was fresh, and the entire island was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Lin Wanner rose early, ready to start a new day. "Xin Feng, look, the plants on the island have been growing vigorously these days. Maybe we can consider opening a small organic farm." Lin Wanner put on her slippers and started writing down her plan for today in a notebook. Xin Feng lazily sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed his eyes. "Organic farm? Are you going to become a farmer?" "This is more than just growing vegetables," Lin Wanner said with a smile. "I want to use this method to interact more with island residents and tourists, allowing everyone to experience a natural and healthy lifestyle." "Interesting, then I support you. However, the vegetable garden is not small, you have to make a long-term plan." Xin Feng looked at her working diligently and was full of admiration. "Of course, first we need to plan the land and choose the right planting varieties, and then organize the residents to participate," Lin Wanner said. "Also, I want to set up a small community market on the island to sell fresh produce and increase income." Xin Feng nodded, "I understand. Since you have decided to do it, I will help you coordinate manpower and resources." As the plan progressed, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng began a tour of the island. The paths wound through the island, lush with greenery. The original beaches and coconut groves had been completely transformed. They reached an open area. Lin Wanner stopped, pointing around, and said, "This could be the foundation for our farm. There's a stream nearby, so there's plenty of water. This place is good." Xin Feng lowered his head to observe the terrain. "We can clean it up first and then renovate it." Lin Wanner looked at the land in front of her and nodded slightly. "Yes, this place is perfect for growing some local vegetables and fruits. Once the land is cleaned up, we can also build a small greenhouse nearby." "Well, you can write down the entire plan and I'll find someone to help you execute it," Xin Feng said, "but you have to decide on the varieties to plant first so that we can plan better." "I already have a rough idea." Lin Wanner flipped open her notebook. "For example, I want to grow some common vegetables like tomatoes, peppers, and cucumbers, and add some local tropical fruits like mangoes, papayas, and coconuts." "Sounds good," Xin Feng said with a smile, "then you can start preparing, and leave the rest to me." At noon, the islanders gathered in the central square for a community gathering initiated by Lin Wanner. This gathering was not only to discuss future improvements to the island's life, but also to discuss some daily matters, such as island sanitation and maintenance of surrounding facilities. "Hello everyone, we are gathered here today. In addition to discussing some affairs on the island, I would also like to introduce a new project, the Organic Farm Plan." Lin Wanner stood on the podium in the square and said to everyone enthusiastically. The residents nodded in support. "This project is very meaningful, everyone will definitely participate," said an elderly resident with a smile. "We plan to open a small market on the island starting next month to sell fresh vegetables and fruits," Lin Wanner continued. "I need everyone to work together to clean up the farm and the surrounding environment. If you have any questions or suggestions, please feel free to share." "I can help you clear the land," said a middle-aged man. "I have some planting experience and can help you choose seeds." "Great. This way we can divide the work and work together to get the farm started as smoothly as possible." Lin Wanner nodded with satisfaction. "Your support is very important to me." That afternoon, Lin Wanner led several residents to begin the first phase of land clearing for the farm. Xin Feng, meanwhile, inspected the island's infrastructure, considering whether new facilities, such as a recycling station and a water system, were necessary. "Xin Feng, look at these small details, they are all part of our future life." Lin Wanner wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with satisfaction as she looked at the land that had been cleared. "Yes, life on the island is not just about enjoying the sunshine and beaches, it's also about polishing the details." Xin Feng said, "If your farm plan is done well, it will not only improve the island's environment, but also increase our quality of life." "Yes, I think we can use this farm project to provide an opportunity for tourists and residents to interact more," Lin Wanner said with a smile. "Not only can everyone grow vegetables themselves, but they can also learn some agricultural knowledge. Furthermore, this method can also enhance community cohesion." Xin Feng added, look, everyone supports your plan so much, which shows that you really give them hope. In the evening, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng sat on the terrace, sipping the island's homemade fruit drinks and gazing at the sunset over the sea. Lin Wanner sighed softly, I feel like life is getting better and better now. I see new changes every day. Everything you do makes the island richer, Xin Feng said, and through these changes, our lives will become healthier and more interesting. Lin Wanner gazed at the distant sea, her eyes twinkling. I hope that through this farm, we can not only improve our lifestyle, but also encourage more people to participate and experience the joy of returning to nature. Xin Feng smiled and nodded, if you have the confidence to do it, I will fully support you. In the future, we will face every new challenge together. Lin Wanner looked at Xin Feng, her eyes full of determination. I believe our island will get better and better. As night fell, stars dotted the sea, and the island sank into tranquility again. The two snuggled together, their hearts filled with hope and beautiful expectations for the future. Chapter 84 Organic Farm. In the early morning, the sun bathed the island. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng rose early, ready for a new day of work. Today was the official start of operations at the organic farm. Lin Wanner donned her comfortable work clothes, her face brimming with anticipation and excitement. Xin Feng, we're finally going to start planting today. Lin Wanner said excitedly, do you think our farm will become a new highlight on the island? Of course they will. Xin Feng smiled and nodded, you have prepared so thoroughly, everyone will definitely support you. Lin Wanner checked the farm plan and said with satisfaction, first, let's start with soil improvement. We need to quickly clear the weeds and loosen the soil to make it more suitable for planting. I've arranged for a few people to come and help this morning, Xin Feng responded. You only need to be responsible for supervision and coordination. Lin Wanner nodded, that's great. If we all work together, we will definitely be able to finish it quickly. That morning, Lin Wanner led several residents to the farm's open space and began the first round of land improvement work. Clearing weeds, loosening the soil, and applying fertilizer, each task was carried out in an intense and orderly manner. Xin Feng, look at this piece of land. The soil is good, and it should be suitable for growing vegetables. Lin Wanner pointed to a piece of land that had been prepared and said, this side is suitable for growing tomatoes and cucumbers, and over there you can try growing some tropical fruits. Okay, let's proceed according to this plan. Xin Feng agreed, what do you need me to do? Go get some seedlings and organic fertilizer. We're planning to plant something in this area, Lin Wanner said, quickly flipping through the materials at hand. I'd also like to add some native herbs. They'll not only beautify the farm, but also increase the fertility of the soil. With everyone's hard work, the first plot of land on the farm has been cultivated. The soil is soft and suitable for planting. Lin Wanner excitedly directs everyone to start planting seedlings. These tomato seedlings need to be planted deeper, and the cucumber seedlings need to be kept at a certain distance so that they can grow healthily. Lin Wanner said as she personally demonstrated and helped everyone plant the seedlings in the soil. At noon, everyone gathered around a long table next to the farm and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Lin Wanner chatted with the residents, sharing the farm's plans and future development. Ms. Lin, this farm idea is great. I'm planning to join your project, a middle-aged male resident said with a smile. I've worked in agriculture before, so I can offer some advice. That's great. Lin Wanner responded happily. Having you join us will be a huge help to us. We're not only going to grow vegetables, we're also planning to build a small agricultural product processing zone to provide fresh organic products. I have some agricultural equipment resources that may be helpful to your farm. The resident continued, if you need it, I can contact you. Thank you for your support. Lin Wanner said gratefully. I will seriously consider your suggestions. Another young female resident also joined in, I can help take care of some herbs and plants, add more green elements, and make it look more lively. That's great. Your support has given me more confidence, Lin Wanner said with a smile. With everyone's help, our farm will surely flourish. In the afternoon, Lin Wanner returned to the farm to follow up on the progress of seedling planting and land preparation. Xin Feng and his staff began clearing out some discarded materials in preparation for setting up a stall area for the market. Xin Feng, shouldn't we also consider how to attract tourists to visit? Lin Wanner suddenly had a new idea. We could consider setting up a small exhibition area on the farm to showcase our crops and the island's unique plants. That's a good idea. Xin Feng smiled. How do you plan to do it? We can build a small sightseeing trail so visitors can walk and explore. We can also arrange a monthly farm open day and invite visitors to participate in some simple handicraft activities, such as making their own dishes. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. This will not only attract tourists, but also help everyone better understand our farm. I think this is a great idea. Xin Feng nodded. Besides, it can also create new job opportunities for the residents of the island and attract more people to participate. Lin Wanner smiled and said, I also think this will make the farm's operations more diversified, allowing everyone to enjoy the benefits of this project. In the evening, island residents and tourists gathered to celebrate the farm's opening. Lin Wanner personally presided over the celebration, and everyone danced around the bonfire, enjoying the tranquility and joy unique to the island. Tonight, we're not only celebrating the farm's opening, but also the wonderful beginning of our island life, Lin Wanner said with a smile. This farm isn't just a part of us, it represents our hopes for our future life together. The residents raised their glasses and toasted to the future of the island together with Lin Wanner and Xin Feng. Cheers to our common beautiful life. Lin Wanner raised her glass and everyone responded. As night fell, everyone gathered around the campfire to discuss future plans, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The island's night sky was ablaze with stars, and the sea breeze blew gently, giving everyone an unprecedented sense of belonging and happiness. Chapter 85, Challenges on the Farm. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Lin Wanner rose early and began preparing for the day's farm work. She put on her work clothes, picked up her notebook, and checked the progress of the farm. Xin Feng, today we're going to focus on inspecting the soil and water system, Lin Wanner said. Yesterday, some residents reported that the soil drainage in some areas wasn't good, which could affect plant growth. Okay, I've arranged for the workers to take care of it this morning. Xin Feng stood up and stretched. I'll go see their progress. Don't forget to hold a small meeting at noon to discuss the layout of the market stalls for next month. Lin Wanner reminded, we need to prepare for the small market on the farm to attract more tourists. Xin Feng nodded, no problem, I will prepare for the meeting. That morning, Lin Wanner led a team of workers to the farm's planting area and began checking the soil drainage. She noticed that several patches of soil were damp, possibly due to minor problems with the irrigation system. We need to speed up the drainage of this land to prevent excessive water from affecting crop growth, said Lin Wanner. We can add some organic compost to these areas. This will not only improve the soil structure but also promote plant growth. Okay, Ms. Lin, we will handle it immediately. A staff member replied. At the same time, Xin Feng also led the workers to check the water supply system on the farm. He noticed that some irrigation pipes were slightly blocked and needed to be cleared in time. It's not a big problem. We can solve it by cleaning the pipes, Xin Feng said. However, I think we should consider establishing a water resource management system and regularly inspect the pipes and water sources. Yes, the management system requires long-term planning. Lin Wanner nodded. We can hire some professional agronomists to help us develop scientific plans for water use and soil management. At noon, Lin Wanner convened a small meeting with several key residents and staff on the island to discuss the stall layout of the farm market and future market management strategies. We plan to open a small market selling mainly organic vegetables and local specialties, Lin Wanner said. The market will be located next to the farm, making it convenient for tourists to visit and buy products. If we want to attract more tourists, the layout of the stalls must take into account convenience and interactivity, suggested a young resident. There should be enough space between the stalls so that tourists can browse leisurely. We can also set up some activity areas, such as on-site crafts and handmade food. I agree that activity areas are very important, another resident added. We can arrange some interactive projects to get tourists involved and enhance their experience. Then, the landscape around the market area also needs to be attractive, Lin Wanner continued. We can add some small landscaping around the stalls, placing some organic potted plants and decorative plants to increase the green atmosphere. This fits the positioning of our farm very well. It's both ecological and interesting, Xin Feng said with a smile. Also, the market's food stalls could consider adding some island specialties to attract more tourists. Everyone's suggestions are great. Let's proceed in this direction. Lin Wanner's face was filled with satisfaction. Next, I'll leave the design of the market stalls to you. In the afternoon, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng decided to take a break and experience some new leisure activities to enhance the island's quality of life and tourism appeal. Xin Feng, I'm thinking we could introduce some new entertainment options, like island exploration, diving experiences, and nighttime bonfire parties, Lin Wanner suggested. These activities could increase tourists' fondness for the island and allow for more interaction between residents and tourists. Your idea is good. Xin Feng nodded. However, we have to consider the sustainability of the activities and ensure that these projects are both interesting and have no impact on the environment. I think we can leverage the island's own resources to develop these activities, Lin Wanner said. For example, we could organize island hiking adventures, add educational value by introducing the natural landscape, and incorporate some environmental awareness lectures to attract tourists. It sounds very meaningful, especially the cultivation of environmental awareness. Xin Feng said with a smile, I support your plans. The two began discussing how to better integrate the island's natural resources to further enhance visitor participation. Plans for various activities on the island gradually transitioned from abstract ideas to practical realities. In the evening, island residents and tourists gathered in an open-air square on the beach for a simple and warm community party. Everyone sat in a circle around the bonfire and enjoyed the island night. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng shared the results of the day's work with everyone, and also thanked the residents for their support and efforts in the farm project. Thank you all for your support. Every step of this farm's development is inseparable from your help, Lin Wanner said with a smile. I hope our efforts can bring everyone a better life, and I also hope that the island will become more beautiful. Everyone raised their glasses in response, cheers to a bright future for the island. Cheers to the growth of the farm, another resident also raised his glass. As the music started, everyone began dancing around the bonfire, laughter and joy filling the entire beach. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng sat opposite each other, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. Xin Feng, thank you for always being by my side and facing these challenges together. Lin Wanner whispered. I will always support you and go through every stage with you. Xin Feng responded softly. In the night sky, the stars twinkle, the island is immersed in a peaceful and beautiful night, and everyone's hearts are filled with longing for the future. Chapter 86, Busy Farm. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Lin Wanner rose early and began preparing for the new day's work. At her desk, she carefully reviewed the farm's progress plan and flipped through yesterday's work report. Xin Feng, we need to pay special attention to the farm's drainage system today. Yesterday, water flow was not smooth in some places, which may affect the growth of plants. Lin Wanner said, her eyes full of concentration. I'll arrange for workers to fix it right away. We'll also check the irrigation pipes today to make sure they're not blocked, Xin Feng replied. Also, the weather on the island is getting hotter, so we need to consider improving the farm's ventilation and water systems. Yes, we must ensure that the water source and drainage system are functioning properly. This is crucial for crop growth, Lin Wanner nodded. Also, we must expedite the preparation of the surrounding land to prepare for the upcoming planting. Xin Feng looked at Lin Wanner's focused expression and smiled slightly. Okay, I will follow today's work plan, don't worry. That morning, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng led the staff to the farm and began inspecting the drainage system and irrigation pipes. Sure enough, they found several areas with poor soil drainage that needed to be renovated, and several pipes were slightly clogged and needed to be cleared. We need to first clear these areas of accumulated water, and then build new drainage ditches, Lin Wanner said. I plan to plant some plants with strong root systems on this land to help absorb water. Understood. Xin Feng directed the staff to start clearing the accumulated water and repairing the pipes. Soon, several problems on the farm were solved. These technical details are crucial to the long-term development of the farm, Lin Wanner said with emotion as she watched the workers bustling about. Every bit of work is laying the foundation for future harvests. Yes, every piece of land on the farm needs careful care. Xin Feng said, however, now we have to speed up the process to ensure that we can smoothly welcome the next planting season. At noon, the islanders gathered again in the square next to the farm to discuss new opportunities and market plans. Lin Wanner led the discussion and shared the latest farm development plans. We've completed the initial layout of the farm. Next, we'll plant more local specialty vegetables and plan to open a small organic market, said Lin Wanner. I think we can leverage the island's natural resources and add some tourism-oriented activities to attract tourists. You're right. Since it's an organic farm, we should let visitors experience it firsthand, a resident said enthusiastically. We can hold regular farm experience days where visitors can participate in planting and picking and learn more about agriculture. In addition, we can also open a small restaurant on the farm to serve fresh agricultural products and increase revenue, Lin Wanner suggested. Tourists can not only visit the farm but also taste authentic organic food. This is a very creative idea, Xin Feng agreed. We can combine the island's natural attractions and design some day tour and farm visit packages to attract more tourists. Okay, then we'll proceed in this direction, Lin Wanner said with a smile. In the future, the farm will not only become a production base, but also a highlight of the island. In the afternoon, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng continued their tour of the farm, inspecting the greenhouse and small workshop under construction. Lin Wanner was pleased with the progress of the greenhouse, which, considering climate change, would provide better protection for the crops inside. This greenhouse is well built and can effectively control temperature and humidity, making it suitable for more tropical fruits and vegetables, said Lin Wanner. Yes, and the ecological environment in the greenhouse can help us test plant more varieties and find the most suitable crops for the island. Qin Feng nodded. I want to grow some special fruits in the greenhouse, such as tropical mangoes and strawberries, Lin Wanner suggested. These fruits will not only meet the needs of the island, but also attract tourists to buy them. That sounds great. These fruits could become the main products of the farm market, Qin Feng said with a smile. We could consider setting up a tropical fruit experience area so visitors can pick them themselves. Lin Wanner nodded. Yes, this will not only increase the tourists' sense of participation, but also increase the farm's popularity. In the evening, island residents and tourists gathered at the farm again to celebrate the initial success of the farm. Everyone sat around the campfire and shared the joy of the harvest. Today, we celebrate the first step of success for the farm. Lin Wanner stood in front of the campfire and raised her glass. Thank you all for your hard work and support. This farm is not only my dream, but also our common cause. Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers to the future of the farm. Cheers to our wonderful life. Qin Feng also raised his glass in response with a warm smile. Under the starry sky, Lin Wanner, Qin Feng, and the residents of the island celebrated the first steps of the farm's success and looked forward to more possibilities and challenges in the future. Qin Feng, the future of this farm will definitely get better and better. Lin Wanner said softly, with you here, I believe everything will go smoothly. As long as you are willing, I will always support you. Qin Feng gently held her hand, his eyes full of tenderness. Chapter 87 Initial Results. In the early morning, the sun shone on the island farm. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng set out early to inspect the farm's progress. Recently, the farm had gradually entered a normal operation phase, but there were still some minor issues that needed to be resolved. Qin Feng, let's start by checking the greenhouse and irrigation system today, Lin Wanner instructed as she sorted through her notebook. Pay special attention to the temperature and humidity control in the greenhouse, especially for tropical fruits like strawberries and mangoes. I understand. I'll go check it out. Qin Feng nodded. You go check the greenhouse first. I'll check the water source and irrigation system. Okay, we have another important task today. We need to determine the location of market stalls and the arrangement of mobile vendors for next month. Lin Wanner continued, the layout of the market should prioritize the convenience of tourists, and the distance between stalls needs to be appropriately increased. Okay, I'll discuss it with the staff. Qin Feng responded. Lin Wanner walked into the greenhouse and carefully observed the growth of each plant. The strawberry seedlings had begun to bear small fruits, and the mango trees were also thriving in the greenhouse. It looks like everything is going according to plan, Lin Wanner said with satisfaction. The fruits are growing very healthily. I think we can start picking them next month. She glanced down at the soil and noticed some areas were dry. The irrigation system here doesn't seem to be uniform. There might be a problem with the water supply, Lin Wanner murmured to herself. Ms. Lin, you are right. The soil in this area is drier than other places. We need to adjust the water flow. A staff member came over and agreed. Well, while adjusting the water flow, we also need to pay attention to humidity control. Strawberries and mangoes require a lot of water, Lin Wanner instructed. Improve the irrigation equipment to ensure an even water flow. The staff immediately began adjusting the irrigation equipment to ensure that every plant received an even supply of water. At noon, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng gathered in the farm square for a meeting about market stalls and itinerant vendors. The islanders enthusiastically participated, discussing how to improve the market layout and attract more tourists. We plan to divide the stalls into several categories: organic vegetables, tropical fruits, island specialties, and handicrafts, said Lin Wanner. Each stall must ensure the freshness and quality of the products, while also adding interactivity, such as by demonstrating the farm's planting process to attract tourists. For the design of the stalls, we can combine the natural environment of the island, use wood and natural materials, and create a natural and ecological atmosphere, suggested a resident. That's a great idea. We can also add some green plants as decoration to make the market more lively, Lin Wanner responded. Also, we should create proper walkways between the stalls so that visitors can move around leisurely. In addition, we can also set up some small entertainment areas in the market, such as handicraft making experiences or on-site farm knowledge explanations. Xin Feng added, so that tourists can not only buy things, but also understand the operation and philosophy of our farm. I agree. Lin Wanner nodded. Our goal is to make the market a comprehensive experience area where visitors can enjoy shopping, leisure, and learning. The meeting atmosphere was lively, everyone actively participated in the discussion and constantly put forward new ideas and suggestions. In the afternoon, Lin Wanner and her staff began the construction of the market stalls. She directed them to first build the stall framework and plan the circulation paths for vendors and customers. The stalls were designed to incorporate natural elements as much as possible, using environmentally friendly materials such as wood and bamboo. Each stall in this market should have its own unique character, said Lin Wanner. For example, the fruit stall could be designed to resemble a small orchard, and the vegetable stall could resemble a vegetable patch. I think we can put some organic fertilizer displays in front of each stall so that tourists can see how we grow it, suggested a resident. Great idea. Lin Wanner responded with a smile. We should not only showcase our agricultural products, but also let visitors understand our planting concepts and methods. As the stalls were gradually set up, the outline of the farm market gradually became clear. Lin Wanner discussed every detail with everyone, hoping to lay a solid foundation for the future opening of the market. In the evening, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng stood in the center of the farm, looking down at the market and greenhouse under construction, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment. Today went smoothly, but I find the market layout still needs further optimization, especially the design of tourist flow, said Lin Wanner. We need to consider how to avoid congestion during peak hours. Indeed, the smooth flow of tourists is very important. Xin Feng nodded. We can adjust the spacing between stalls and add some directional signs to ensure that tourists can easily find the stalls they want. Also, I hope to open a rest area in the market to provide a relaxing space for tourists, Lin Wanner suggested. It could be a place for a short break, or we could set up some interactive games or small activities. These are all very creative, and I think we can try to implement them. Xin Feng smiled. However, in addition to these, we also need to think about how to increase the island's brand influence and let more people know about our farm. Yes, brand building is our long-term goal, Lin Wanner said. I think we can use social media platforms to share updates about the farm and attract more tourists to come and experience it. That evening, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng enjoyed dinner on the terrace, overlooking the beautiful scenery of the farm and the island. Lin Wanner said softly, although it was a busy day, watching the farm gradually take shape, I feel that everything is moving in the ideal direction. Yes, although there are many challenges along the way, you always find a way to solve them. Xin Feng responded gently, every step you take is meaningful, and the future will definitely get better and better. Lin Wanner nodded, a resolute smile on her face. I believe that with everyone's efforts, the farm will become the most important highlight of the island. The night sky is dotted with stars and the sea breeze is blowing gently. Island life is still full of hope and infinite possibilities for the future. Chapter 88: The Farm's First Harvest. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Lin Wanner rose early, eager to prepare for the day's harvest. After months of hard work, the farm finally welcomed its first bountiful harvest. Tomatoes, cucumbers, strawberries, and other crops were ripe, and the tropical fruits in the greenhouse were also beginning to bear fruit. Xin Feng, we have to check the harvest today to see if the farm's first batch of crops has met expectations. Lin Wanner put on her work clothes and said to Xin Feng while preparing a work list. Xin Feng picked up his phone and checked the time. Okay, we still have to make some preparations for the market today and see if there are any problems with the stalls and layout. Yes, today we need to make sure everything is ready, Lin Wanner responded. We want the farm's first harvest to be something everyone looks forward to and a highlight. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng led the staff to various planting areas on the farm to inspect the mature crops. In the tomato and cucumber fields, the fruits were already red and plump, and the strawberry fruits were gradually turning a bright red. These tomatoes look really good. Lin Wanner bent down, picked a tomato, and smelled its rich aroma. These fruits don't have any chemical pesticides. They're truly natural. Yes, we have been strictly following organic farming standards from the beginning, Xin Feng said. Every crop has been carefully cared for. As workers began harvesting tomatoes, cucumbers, and strawberries, Lin Wanner walked into the greenhouse and saw mangoes and tropical fruits beginning to bear fruit. Look! The mangoes are finally ripe, she exclaimed excitedly. This fruit is even bigger than I imagined. Xinfeng said with a smile, it seems that the conditions in the greenhouse are indeed suitable for these fruits. Yes, the crops we harvested today will become a highlight of the farm market. Lin Wanner's face was full of joy. Next, we will start packaging and preparing for sale. At noon, Lin Wanner and Xinfeng headed to the market stall, ready to showcase the farm's first harvest to the island's residents and tourists. The layout of the stall was already finalized. The design was simple and natural, using environmentally friendly materials like wood and bamboo to create a warm farm atmosphere. Look, the stall layout is already quite good. Lin Wanner stood in the center of the market, looking around with satisfaction. We still need to add some branding to each stall to enhance our brand image. No problem, I'll have the staff add the island's logo and the farm's slogan. Xinfeng nodded in response. That way, tourists can not only see the fresh produce, but also recognize our brand at a glance. In addition, we could put up organic certified signs on each stall to let everyone know that these products have undergone rigorous certification, Lin Wanner suggested. This would increase tourists' trust. That's a great suggestion, Xinfeng said. Brand building starts with these details to leave a deep impression on tourists. In the afternoon, the farm's market officially opened, with stalls filled with fresh vegetables and fruits, attracting island residents and tourists alike. Lin Wanner stood by the stall, enthusiastically introducing the farm's products and growing methods to each visitor. Hello everyone, welcome to our farm market. Lin Wanner said with a smile. Today we offer the freshest organic vegetables and fruits. Every product comes from our carefully tended farm, completely free of any chemical additives. Tourists showed great interest in these fresh agricultural products and bought some to try. These tomatoes look really good, can I try some? Asked a tourist. Of course, you can try our tomatoes. Lin Wanner handed him a fresh tomato. This is the first harvest from our farm. It tastes very delicious. The tourist took a bite of the tomato and showed a satisfied expression. It's delicious. It tastes completely natural, different from the ones bought in the supermarket. Our vegetables and fruits are grown completely according to organic standards, without any chemicals, Lin Wanner said proudly. If you're interested, you're welcome to buy some and take them home. With the active participation of tourists, the atmosphere of the market became more lively, and Lin Wanner was full of confidence in the future of the farm. In the evening, the first day of the farm market ended. Lin Wanner and Xinfeng stood in the center of the farm, looking at the beautiful scenery around them, feeling the sense of accomplishment of the whole day. The market opened today and the response has been fantastic. Everyone loves our produce, Lin Wanner said with a smile. This harvest not only demonstrates the farm's success, but also allows everyone to see our hard work. Indeed, today's harvest is better than I expected. Xinfeng also expressed satisfaction. From planting to sales, we have taken every step forward. Although the process was a bit difficult, the result is worth it. Yes, although today's launch was a success, we still need to consider how to make our brand known to more tourists, Lin Wanner said. We need to promote and publicize our unique farms on the islands so that more people will yearn for them. I've already arranged promotion on social media platforms and will produce some promotional materials later, Xinfeng responded. But we also have to ensure the quality of our farm and continuously improve the quality of our products. Yes, quality is the foundation. Lin Wanner nodded. What we need to do is not just sell products, but also provide everyone with a healthy and natural lifestyle. At night, under a picturesque starry sky and a gentle island breeze, Lin Wanner and Xinfeng sat on the terrace, sipping the island's own juice and discussing future farm plans. Xinfeng, do you think we can develop this farm into a highlight of the island to attract more tourists? Lin Wanner asked. Of course. Xinfeng replied with a smile, we can turn the farm into a multifunctional ecological park, combining agriculture, tourism, environmental protection and other elements to attract more people's attention. I also think this will increase the value of the farm, said Lin Wanner. We must not only ensure the quality of our products, but also incorporate the concept of sustainable development to make more people aware of the importance of ecological agriculture. I believe that with you here, the future of this farm will be even brighter. Xinfeng looked at her gently, I will always support you and face every new challenge with you. Under the night sky, the stars twinkled, the sea breeze blew gently, and the island night was filled with tranquility and beauty. The two snuggled together, looking forward to a better farm and island life in the future. Chapter 89: The Prosperity of the Farm. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Lin Wanner and Xinfeng rose early, ready for the day's work. The successful start of the farm gave them both a sense of accomplishment, but they knew that more challenges and opportunities awaited them in the future. Xin Feng, today we need to start developing the next phase of our farm development plan, Lin Wanner said as she sorted through her work notes. Not only do we need to expand our production scale, but we also need to consider how to increase visitor engagement and enhance the sustainability of the farm. Xin Feng nodded. I think we should strengthen cooperation with the outside world to attract more resources and investment to make the farm more influential. In addition, we can also add some new activities, such as personal picking experiences and farm festivals. Yes, personally participating in activities will make visitors feel more involved. Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled. Next, we want to transform the farm into a multifunctional base focusing on education and entertainment to attract family tourists. We can also organize customized farm activities for companies, such as inviting companies to visit for team building activities or schools, Xin Feng added. This will not only increase the number of tourists, but also bring more business opportunities to the farm. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. Yes, we still need to further enhance the brand's influence so that more people will know about our farm and our philosophy. That morning, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng held a small meeting with several island residents and partners to discuss the farm's next expansion plans and resource integration. Everyone actively discussed the matter and proposed many feasible solutions. We can try to expand our product range and add more organic foods and local specialties, such as the island's own spices, honey from bee farms, etc., suggested a resident. Yes, this will enhance the diversity of the farm and better meet the different needs of tourists, Lin Wanner responded. We can also consider packaging these specialty products into gift boxes and selling them as souvenirs. Xin Feng continued, in order to increase the popularity of the farm, we need to conduct more extensive publicity externally. I have already contacted several travel companies and plan to include our farm in their tour itineraries. This is great, Lin Wanner said. Through these collaborations, we can not only increase the flow of tourists, but also inject new funds into the continued operation of the farm. Also, we can consider incorporating the local culture of the island into farm activities and hold some agricultural cultural festivals to increase cultural penetration, suggested another resident. Well, the combination of culture and farms will not only attract tourists, but also enhance the sense of belonging of island residents. Lin Wanner said, this is part of our future development. At noon, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng led the staff to inspect other areas of the farm, especially considering how the expanded farm could effectively utilize existing land resources. We're planning to expand our farmland, but we must pay attention to the sustainability of the land, Lin Wanner said. Some lands require a period of fallow to restore soil fertility. Okay, we'll ensure crop rotation and fallow periods are arranged to avoid overuse of the land, a farm manager responded. Also, I suggest we set up dedicated growing areas for certain specialty crops, such as herbs and tea. Lin Wanner thought for a moment. That's a great idea. Herbal plants and tea trees both have a strong market, especially with the growing popularity of healthy living. We can use these crops to develop new product lines. Then let's develop in this direction, Xin Feng said. Also, the construction of farm facilities must also be carried out simultaneously. Things like more storage facilities, processing workshops, and visitor reception centers all need to be planned in advance. Lin Wanner nodded. Yes, we also need to add some environmental protection facilities to ensure the treatment and recycling of waste. In the afternoon, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng held talks with several external partners to discuss future investment and collaborations. These collaborations not only covered the expansion of the farm, but also included the export and marketing of agricultural products. We plan to expand sales channels through online platforms so that more people can enjoy our farm's organic products, Lin Wanner mentioned during the negotiations. At the same time, we also plan to launch a series of farm-themed tourism products, such as farm experience tours and ecological hikes. We are very optimistic about the potential of this project, said a partner. Especially with the continuous improvement of green consumption and environmental awareness, projects like the farm have huge market potential. Xin Feng also added, we also hope to use your resources to expand brand publicity and increase brand awareness. The partners agreed and pledged to provide the farm with resources and financial support in the coming months to help it expand rapidly. This cooperation is very important to the farm, Lin Wanner said to Xin Feng. It not only provides us with financial support, but also expands the influence of our brand. In the evening, island residents and tourists gathered at the farm again to celebrate its prosperity and new opportunities. Sitting around the campfire, everyone shared their thoughts and stories in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Today, we not only welcomed more tourists to the market, but also witnessed the farm enter a new stage of development. Lin Wanner said to everyone while standing by the campfire, "Thank you for your support and hard work. Our farm will grow even stronger in the future." "We will definitely support you, Ms. Lin," said one resident. "You've made our island more and more vibrant, and we hope to contribute to the farm." "Thank you all for your hard work," Lin Wanner responded with a smile. "The future of the farm belongs to us and to everyone who has contributed to this project." As night fell, the campfire remained warm as everyone gathered around it, discussing their plans and hopes for the future. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng sat side by side, their hearts filled with confidence and anticipation for the farm's future development. Chapter 90 New Plan. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed into Lin Wanner's room. She sat up from her bed and picked up her phone to check some emails and messages. Suddenly, her eyes were caught by a travel plan. "Qin Feng, take a look at this email," Lin Wanner said excitedly. "This is the exotic tourism project I've been following. They propose organizing a global exotic tour that combines unique tourism projects from multiple countries. We can participate as partners and even make the island a stop." Qin Feng raised his head and looked at her with interest. "Sounds good. What are you going to do?" "We can promote the ecological features of the farm and the island as a highlight of our itinerary," said Lin Wanner. "Tourists can not only experience the island's natural landscape and organic farm, but also participate in a global travel experience. This kind of project can bring more exposure to our island and help build an international brand," Qin Feng responded. "Furthermore, cross-border cooperation will bring in a lot of financial and resource support." "That's right." Lin Wanner nodded. "I plan to contact them first to discuss the details of the cooperation. If they join, our island will become more than just a farm in the future, it will become a part of international tourism." That morning, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng traveled to the city for a business meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss new international collaboration opportunities, particularly those related to tourism and environmental projects. Lin Wanner presented the potential of the island farm and environmental projects, and proposed joining a global tourism initiative. "Our island farm project not only focuses on sustainable agricultural development but also seamlessly integrates with the natural ecosystem," Lin Wanner confidently explained. "We believe such a project will attract tourists from around the world, especially those with a strong sense of environmental protection." A representative from an overseas travel company said, "Your concept fits perfectly with current tourism market trends. We have been looking for destinations that combine ecotourism and agricultural experiences. Our island's unique features are not limited to farms," Qin Feng added. "We can also offer a variety of activities such as extreme sports, diving adventures, and island leisure, allowing visitors to experience nature while also enjoying relaxation and excitement." "That sounds like a perfect fit for our needs," the representative nodded. "I think we can further explore the details of our collaboration. I'll have my team meet with you to discuss specific marketing and cooperation options." Lin Wanner and Qin Feng smiled at each other. It was obvious that their cooperation plan had taken an important step forward. Just as they were about to return to the island, they received an emergency call. Some buildings on the island were damaged by the storm, especially the roof of a recreation area next to the farm, which was blown off, and the surrounding facilities were also damaged. "Qin Feng, we must return to the island immediately and inspect the situation." Lin Wanner quickly adjusted her schedule. "We need to deal with this as soon as possible." "No problem. I've already contacted the maintenance team and the architects. They'll rush to the island as soon as possible." Qin Feng said calmly, "This storm came very suddenly. We must strengthen our precautions and make emergency plans in the future." Lin Wanner nodded. "We need to help the residents minimize their losses and restore the farm to normal operations. At the same time, we need to consider the safety of tourists and ensure that the recreation area does not encounter a similar situation again." In the evening, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng returned to the island to deal with the aftermath of the storm. Although the damage was minor, repairs and reconstruction would still take time. Meanwhile, the weather on the island gradually warmed up, and other projects were progressing smoothly. "It seems we need to focus not only on farm construction but also on strengthening the island's emergency response capabilities," Lin Wanner said with emotion. "We've learned a lot from this storm." At this moment, a tourist named Anna contacted Lin Wanner. She was a well-known ecotourism blogger who was looking for a collaboration opportunity to integrate her ecotourism plan into the future development of the island. "Hello, Lin Wanner, I'm Anna. I learned about your island through a friend and heard that your farm and ecotourism are very attractive. I have an idea for a collaboration. Can I talk to you about it?" The message Anna sent through the social platform made Lynn Warner very interested. Lynn Warner immediately replied, "I'm glad you contacted me. Our island is planning to expand its ecotourism program. We can discuss further details on our collaboration." Soon after, Anna met with Lynn Warner and Chin Fong and proposed her cooperation plan. She hoped to transform the island into an international ecotourism destination, offering not only farm experiences but also programs integrating water sports, hiking, and ecological conservation. "Your island is blessed with unique natural resources and an excellent ecological environment. We hope to work together to promote a new ecotourism revolution," Anna said. "At the same time, I can use my platform to promote the island and attract more international tourists." Lynn Warner expressed great interest in this cooperation proposal. "If this collaboration is successful, the island's visibility will be greatly enhanced. We can not only boost the island's economy, but also enhance environmental awareness and the concept of sustainable development." Chin Fong added, "From a business perspective, this cooperation is not only about expanding the tourism industry, but also an opportunity to enhance the island's brand. We can quickly promote the island's reputation through Anna's online platform." At night, Lynn Warner and Chin Fong sat on the terrace, gazing at the starry sky and thinking about their next development plan. "Chin Fong, this cooperation opportunity is truly a godsend," Lynn Warner said softly. "With Anna's help, we can bring the island's tourism and environmental protection concepts to a wider market." Yes, cross-border cooperation can not only bring in funds and resources, but also allow us to stand on the stage of the global tourism industry. Chin Fong said, "We must seize this opportunity. In the future, I hope the island can become an ideal ecotourism demonstration area, not only attracting tourists but also spreading the concept of green living to the world," said Lynn Warner, her eyes full of determination. Chin Fong looked at her and responded gently, "No matter what, I will accompany you. In the night sky, stars twinkle, and the future of the island is full of infinite possibilities." Chapter 91, Global Vision and New Vision of Islands. As the morning sun bathed the island, Lynn Warner sat in her office, clutching a detailed proposal for global ecotourism. Yesterday's meeting with Anna had given her hope for the island's future, but she knew that international collaboration wasn't easy. "Chin Fong, we must quickly develop a specific cooperation plan and clarify our resources and goals." Lynn Warner looked up at him. "This opportunity is hard one. We must impress Anna's team with our best plan. I've contacted several designers and project consultants and will meet with them today to discuss the island's overall planning," Chin Fong said as he looked through the materials. "At the same time, we also need to consider how to get the island's residents involved to increase their income and motivation." "That's right. Only when the island residents feel the benefits can this project truly develop sustainably." Lynn Warner nodded. "I also want to add some elements of island culture, such as local handicrafts and musical performances. These can give tourists a deeper experience." Chin Fong smiled and said, "It seems that you have already come up with a complete idea. Then let's get started. Today is destined to be another busy day." In the morning, Lynn Warner and Chin Fong assembled a professional team, including ecotourism experts, architectural designers and marketing consultants, to brainstorm on the future development of the island. "Our current goal is to transform the island into a comprehensive tourist destination that combines natural ecology, cultural characteristics, and leisure and entertainment." Lynn Warner turned on a projector to display a map of the island and existing facilities. "But we need more detailed planning, especially to find a balance between ecological protection and tourist experience." An ecological expert said, "Your island is rich in natural resources. We can design some low-impact tourism activities, such as hiking, birdwatching, and night stargazing. These can both attract tourists and protect the ecological environment." The architects also offered suggestions. "In terms of architectural design, we can use lightweight structures and environmentally friendly materials to blend in with the natural landscape of the island. For example, the visitor reception center could be built as a viewing platform overlooking the bay, while also being supported by solar energy and rainwater collection systems. As for marketing, we can use social media platforms to create a unique brand image for the island," a marketing consultant added. "Combined with Anna's influence, we can let more people around the world know about this place." Lynn Warner carefully noted down every suggestion and concluded, "We want to ensure that visitors can experience the unique charm of the island every moment, whether it is natural, cultural, or leisure." In the afternoon, Lynn Warner and Chin Fong organized a symposium for the island residents to introduce the upcoming ecotourism project and solicit their opinions. "Hello everyone, the purpose of this meeting is to share information about the island's future plans," Lynn Warner said. Our goal is to develop the island into an international ecotourism destination, and we hope everyone will benefit from it. A resident stood up and asked, Ms. Lin, if more and more tourists come, will it affect our lives? For example, environmental pollution or rising living costs? That's a good question, and we've already considered it, Lin Wanner replied with a smile. Our project will prioritize ecological protection and adopt low-carbon and environmentally friendly construction methods. We will also set tourist flow limits to avoid excessive disruption to residents' lives. Another resident asked, can we participate in this project? For example, by providing local specialty products or services? Of course. Xinfeng nodded and said, we really hope that everyone can participate, such as opening handicraft stalls, family hotels or catering services. This will not only increase income, but also allow tourists to experience the real island culture. After listening to the two people's explanation, the residents expressed their support and offered many constructive suggestions. Lin Wanner was very pleased. With everyone's support, I believe this project will be a success. In the evening, after a busy day, Lin Wanner and Xinfeng suddenly received an email from Anna's team. The email not only detailed their specific suggestions for the cooperation project, but also included a promotional video about the island. Lin Wanner clicked on the video, which revealed the island's beautiful scenery, azure waters, lush forests, a beach bathed in the sunset, and the bustling scene of a farm. Through its concise and clear narrative, the video vividly captures the island's natural charm. Anna's team is so efficient. This video is fantastic. Lin Wanner exclaimed. It will be the best material for us to promote the island. Xinfeng nodded, not only is it good material, it's also a great inspiration. We can make more similar videos to let more people understand the charm of this island. That's right. Visual communication is far more effective than text and photos, Lin Wanner said. Next, we can arrange for a professional team to shoot a series of videos about island life and travel experiences. At night, Lin Wanner and Xinfeng sat on the island's beach, enjoying the sea breeze and pondering their next plan. The sky was dotted with stars, the waves gently lapped the shore, and the whole world seemed to have quieted down. Xinfeng, I feel like we've taken a very important step forward, Lin Wanner said softly, but there's still a long way to go. We need to work even harder. Yes, but I believe that as long as we persist, this island will become better and better. Xinfeng held her hand with a firm tone. Thank you for always being by my side, Lin Wanner said with a smile. I feel reassured knowing you're facing these challenges together. Because you made me understand that all these efforts are worth it. Xinfeng looked at her gently. The two leaned against each other quietly, looking at the stars in the night sky, their hearts full of expectations and longings for the future. Chapter 92, Pastoral Leisure. In the early morning, the island's sunlight gently shone on the windowsill. Accompanied by the chirping of seabirds, Lin Wanner lazily climbed out of bed. She walked to the balcony, took a deep breath, and looked at the azure sea in the distance. She felt particularly relaxed. Xinfeng, do you have any plans for today? Lin Wanner said as she walked towards the dining table and picked up a piece of bread. Xinfeng was drinking coffee with his head down when he looked up and said with a smile, I originally wanted to take you to the farm to see the newly planted flowers, but I heard that the coconut trees on the beach dropped a lot of coconuts yesterday. Should we go pick up some? Picking coconuts? Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment, then smiled. You're an island owner, yet you're still thinking about picking coconuts. How down to earth. This isn't called picking coconuts, it's called getting close to nature, Xinfeng said seriously. And you can get some exercise at the same time, how great. Okay, then let's go experience the nature journey. Lin Wanner laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and her heart was full of anticipation for today's plan. The sea breeze on the beach was gentle and refreshing. Lin Wanner and Xinfeng walked along the shore. Not far away, they saw fruits scattered on the ground under several coconut trees. Wow, there are so many coconuts. Lin Wanner ran over excitedly, squatted down, and picked up a coconut. This coconut looks so fresh. I can make coconut milk when I get home. Let me see. Xinfeng walked over, picked up a larger coconut, patted it and said, this one probably has a lot of water in it, you can drink it directly. The two chatted back and forth, unknowingly picking up more than a dozen coconuts. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Wanner suddenly had an idea. Why don't we open a temporary coconut stand here and offer free coconut water to passers-by? That's a good idea. Xinfeng nodded. Let's use local materials and add your smiling face. It will definitely attract a lot of people. So, the two of them neatly placed the coconuts they had picked up on the beach, opened a few of them with a knife they carried with them, and invited passers-by to taste them. Sure enough, the sweet coconut water immediately attracted many people. "Thank you. This coconut water is so delicious," said a child passing by happily. "If everyone likes it, we can organize a coconut tasting festival next time." Lin Wanner responded with a smile, feeling full of a sense of accomplishment. At noon, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng returned to the farm and were about to have lunch when the farm manager suddenly ran over and said, "Ms. Lin, Mr. Qin, our new sunflowers are blooming. They are so beautiful." "Really?" Lin Wanner stood up excitedly. "Then let's go check it out now." The two walked into the sunflower field and saw a large field of golden sunflowers swaying in the wind, with the flowers facing the sun, looking particularly brilliant. So beautiful. Lin Wanner couldn't help but take out her phone to take pictures. "This patch of sunflowers is truly a great balm for my mood. How about we hold a sunflower afternoon tea event here?" Qin Feng suggested, "Put out some tables and chairs so tourists can drink tea and enjoy the flowers." How pleasant it would be. "You're really good at coming up with ideas." Lin Wanner smiled. "This is a great idea, though. We can give it a try." In the evening, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng organized a small bonfire party, inviting island residents and tourists to join in. A warm fire lit up on the beach, and everyone gathered around it, sharing their own anecdotes. "Once, my lunch was almost stolen by a naughty monkey," said a tourist with a smile, causing everyone to laugh. "Did you know? Sea turtles have recently started nesting on the beach," said another resident. "These little creatures are so cute. We should all work together to protect them." "Yes, this is also our responsibility." Lin Wanner nodded and said, "We must not only enjoy the beauty of this island, but also protect its ecological environment." The atmosphere of the party was warm and cheerful. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng sat aside, looking at everyone's smiling faces, feeling extremely satisfied. It was late at night. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng sat on the beach. The waves gently lapped against the shore, and the stars in the sky twinkled. "Today was truly fulfilling," Lin Wanner said softly. "Even though they were just some everyday little things, I felt incredibly happy. Life is made up of these little things." Qin Feng looked at her and said gently, "We worked hard to build this island, isn't it so that we and everyone else can enjoy this simple happiness?" "Yes, I think this kind of life is the real luxury." Lin Wanner smiled and leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder. "Thank you for always being with me. As long as you are happy, I am willing to stay with you forever." Qin Feng gently held her hand, his eyes full of tenderness. The night sea breeze blew by, and the two sat quietly on the beach, looking at the stars in the night sky, their hearts full of expectations for the future. Chapter 93: An unexpected surprise on a sunny afternoon. In the early morning, the sun bathed the beach, and the air was filled with the scent of salty sea breeze. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng woke up early, changed into light sportswear, and prepared for a morning exercise challenge. "What's the plan for today?" Lin Wanner asked, tying her hair into a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. Qin Feng picked up a volleyball and said with a smile, "Since the beach on the island is so great, let's have a beach volleyball game and get some exercise at the same time." "A competition? Just the two of us?" Lin Wanner raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Then I won't show any mercy." "Don't worry, I'm not afraid." Qin Feng said confidently, "The loser will buy lunch, how about that?" "Deal." Lin Wanner clapped her hands, eager to try. The two of them arrived at the beach, set up a simple volleyball court, and began the game. Although it was just for fun, both of them gave it their all. Lin Wanner's speed and Qin Feng's strength made the game full of fun. Onlookers also joined in, cheering for the two. "Wanner, come on. Just one ball left," a tourist shouted excitedly. "Qin Feng, don't let her win." Another tourist also joined the battle. In the end, Lin Wanner won the competition with a slight advantage and said proudly, "Qin Feng, I want to order the most expensive lunch today." "All right, I admit defeat." Qin Feng spread his hands helplessly, "Who made you so powerful?" After lunch, Lin Wanner pulled Qin Feng aside and said mysteriously, "Now that we're full, it's time to go exploring." "Exploration?" Qin Feng looked puzzled. "What mysterious activity are you planning to do?" "There's a sea cave just over there on the island. I heard from the locals that there are some really beautiful natural rocks hidden inside. Let's go check it out." Lin Wanner said excitedly, "Maybe we'll find some treasures." "Okay, that sounds interesting." Feng smiled helplessly. I hope it's not a trap. After walking along the path for about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the sea cave the locals had mentioned. The entrance to the cave wasn't very large, but a faint blue light could be seen inside, making it seem particularly mysterious. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Wanner walked in first, and Feng followed closely behind. The scenery inside the cave was indeed as beautiful as the rumors said. The surrounding rock walls were covered with naturally formed crystals that sparkled in the sunlight, and many strangely shaped stones could be seen on the ground. This is like a fairy tale world. Lin Wanner exclaimed. These crystals and stones are so beautiful. It's really rare. Feng couldn't help but pick up a stone shaped like a star. If these things were exhibited outside, they would definitely cause a sensation. Lin Wanner squatted down and found a translucent pool. The water in the pool was crystal clear and reflected the light of the rock wall, making the whole cave look even more dreamy. Feng, come and look at this. Lin Wanner shouted, the water is so clear, we can try soaking our feet here. The two took off their shoes and put their feet into the pool, feeling the coolness of the water and the tranquility of the cave. Everything seemed so beautiful. Back at the farm, Lin Wanner and Feng prepared a small bonfire party, inviting residents and tourists alike. The theme was the beauty of nature, and Lin Wanner planned to show everyone some special stones she had brought back from the sea cave. Everyone, look! This is the natural treasure we discovered in the sea cave today. Lin Wanner picked up a crystal stone and said to everyone with a smile, these stones are not only unique in shape, but also have a natural luster. They are truly masterpieces of nature. This rock is so beautiful, a tourist exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen such a magical rock. Yes, every corner of the island hides surprises. Lin Wanner smiled, so, I hope everyone can explore more and experience the charm of nature. As the bonfire was lit, the party atmosphere reached its climax. Everyone sang and danced around the bonfire, and their laughter echoed throughout the night sky. After the party, Lin Wanner and Feng returned to the beach and quietly gazed at the starry sky. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but their hearts felt particularly warm. Feng, what do you think of our adventure today? Lin Wanner leaned on his shoulder and asked softly. It's very special. It's like finding the carefree days of my childhood again. Feng replied with a smile, sometimes, it's enough to not have to think about too many complicated things and just enjoy these simple beauties. Yes, I think this kind of life is the most real. Lin Wanner looked at the starry sky, her eyes full of longing. Perhaps, in the future, we can let more people experience this simple happiness. Don't worry, with you here, everything will get better and better. Feng gently held her hand, his tone gentle but firm. The night sky is dotted with stars, the sound of waves is accompanied by the breeze, and the whole world seems to be quiet. Only the heartbeats of the two people seem so real and warm at this moment. Chapter 94, Gifts from Nature. The morning sun shone on the beach. Lin Wanner leaned on the terrace railing, a cup of hot tea in her hand, her eyes drifting away. Last night's exploration of the sea caves had given her newfound hope for the island's natural resources. Feng, I'm thinking that there must be many places like sea caves on the island that have not been discovered. Can we organize an island-wide exploration activity? Lin Wanner suddenly turned around and said to Feng, who was preparing breakfast. Feng put down the toast in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Exploring the entire island? Sounds good, but how will it be organized? Are you going to go treasure hunting alone again? Lin Wanner smiled and shook her head. Of course not. I want the island's residents and tourists to get involved. We can explore in groups to see if there are any hidden natural wonders in the island's forests, mountains, and bays. This way, not only will everyone's understanding of the island increase, but they'll also experience the joy of exploration. Feng nodded in agreement. However, we must first survey the route to ensure safety. No problem, I'll make a plan right away and try to start it this weekend. After saying that, Lin Wanner excitedly ran back to her room and began to design the activity plan. In the morning, Lin Wanner and Feng gathered some island residents and guides to discuss arrangements for an island-wide exploration. Everyone was very interested in the idea and offered their own suggestions. Ms. Lin, I know there is a tropical rainforest in the north of the island that few people go to. There are many kinds of plants there. You might be able to find some rare species there, said an elderly guide. There is also a small hill to the south. I heard that the stones on the hill have strange patterns, which may be relics left over from ancient times, added another resident. Okay, then we'll divide into groups according to these directions. Lin Warner marked several key areas on the map. Each group will be accompanied by a guide, who will be responsible for leading the team and ensuring safety. Each group will also need to bring some photography equipment to record the exploration process. Xin Feng added, also, to encourage participation, we can set up some small rewards. For example, the team that discovers the most interesting attractions or items can receive a mysterious gift. When they heard that there were rewards, everyone became more enthusiastic and expressed their anticipation for the event to begin. Before the exploration activity officially began, Lin Warner also specially arranged a nature class in which several old residents and guides on the island explained the natural knowledge of the island to the participants. Look, this plant is called calla lily. Its leaves are very large and can be used as a natural umbrella on rainy days. An old resident pointed to a tall plant and explained to everyone. Is this true? A child asked curiously. Of course it's real, the old resident said with a smile. When we were little and didn't have umbrellas, we used these leaves to hold over our heads. They were very effective in keeping out the rain. Another guide took out a stone with peculiar patterns and showed it to everyone. The patterns on this stone are naturally formed, but it looks like a flying bird, which is very interesting. Lin Warner and Xin Feng stood aside, watching the residents enthusiastically share their experiences, feeling immensely satisfied. This kind of interaction not only enriched everyone's knowledge but also made the atmosphere on the entire island more welcoming. In the evening, Lin Warner and Xin Feng decided to conduct a preliminary exploration to ensure the smooth progress of the next day's activities. They chose a nearby rainforest as their target area and brought some simple equipment. The rainforest is full of vitality, with birds singing incessantly and sunlight shining through the dense treetops onto the ground, creating a mysterious and quiet atmosphere. Listen, what's that sound? Lin Warner suddenly stopped and pointed at the bushes in front. Xin Feng pricked up his ears and listened carefully. It seems to be the sound of running water. There may be a stream ahead. The two followed the sound and found a clear stream. The stream gurgled through the rocks, and the roots of the trees next to it intertwined together, forming a natural arch. This place is so beautiful. Lin Warner exclaimed. We can design it into a viewing spot. Tourists will definitely like it. Yes, not only is the scenery here beautiful, but the air is also very fresh. Xin Feng said, however, we need to set up some signs here to remind tourists to pay attention to safety. The two were busy taking photos and recording, preparing to include this place in the next day's exploration route. After returning to the farm, Lin Warner and Xin Feng organized a small campfire sharing party, inviting residents and tourists to participate and make final preparations for the next day's exploration activities. Today, we've already visited a few places and discovered quite a few interesting natural sights, Lin Warner said to everyone. I hope everyone will actively participate in tomorrow's exploration and discover the island's beauty with their own eyes. Will we also encounter magical places like sea caves? A child asked excitedly. It's very possible, Lin Warner replied with a smile. Everywhere on the island could be hiding a surprise. It just depends on whether you can find them. The light of the bonfire illuminated everyone's face, and everyone was looking forward to the next day's activities. After the bonfire died down, Lin Warner and Xin Feng sat on the terrace, looking at the sea in the distance and talking about their experiences during the day. Xin Feng, what do you think of our exploration today? Lin Warner asked. It's great. Not only did I discover such a beautiful stream, but it also made me feel closer to nature, Xin Feng said. I think this event will definitely make more people fall in love with this island. Yes, I hope that through such activities, not only can everyone feel the charm of nature, but also understand the importance of protecting the environment. Lin Warner's voice was soft, but full of determination. Don't worry, with you here, this island will definitely get better and better. Xin Feng held her hand, his eyes full of tenderness. The night sea breeze blew gently, and the two smiled at each other, their hearts full of anticipation for tomorrow's exploration activities. Chapter 95, Surprises and Joys of Island Exploration. In the early morning, the sun bathed the beach as island residents and tourists arrived at the gathering point. Lin Warner, dressed in a light adventure outfit and holding an activity map, greeted the crowd. Are you all here? Today's exploration is officially underway. The crowd was filled with excitement. Children were holding their parents' hands, looking around, and tourists were packing their adventure gear. Xin Feng walked over and said with a smile, your exploration activity has really got the whole island moving. Everyone seems very interested. Isn't this exactly the effect I wanted? Lin Warner smiled mischievously. Today's mission is to let everyone discover the beauty of the island. Everyone has the opportunity to find their own surprise. According to the plan, everyone was divided into several groups, each led by a guide, and headed to different exploration areas, including the rainforest in the north, the small hills in the south, and the tidal area near the coastline. Lynn Warner led a group to the northern rainforest. Entering the rainforest, they were surrounded by lush trees, sunlight filtering through the branches and leaves onto the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of moist earth. Everyone, watch your step. The ground in the rainforest can be slippery, Lynn Warner warned. If you find anything unusual, remember to tell me. After a while, a little boy shouted excitedly, "Miss Lynn, there is a big butterfly here." Everyone quickly gathered around and saw a brilliantly colored butterfly perched on a leaf, its wings seemingly painted with intricate patterns. Lynn Warner exclaimed, "It's a blue-banded morpho, a very rare rainforest butterfly. I didn't expect to see it here." The little boy said proudly, "I found it. Does this count as a reward?" "Of course." Lynn Warner smiled and patted his head. "You're the first one of us to find a surprise today." Continuing forward, the team discovered several plants with strange shapes by a small pond. The guide told everyone the roots of these plants can store water, making them the natural reservoir of the rainforest. Lynn Warner took a few photos and decided to record these discoveries as information for exploring the island. At the same time, another team led by Chin Fong was exploring along the coastline. They came to a tidal area and discovered many natural caves and rocks washed out by the sea. These caves seem quite deep. "Should we go in and take a look?" suggested a tourist. Chin Fong nodded, "Okay, but everyone be careful, don't go too deep, ensure safety." As they entered the cave, they discovered moss and shells growing on the walls. They could also hear the sound of waves in the distance. Suddenly, a little girl found a few small conchs in a crevice in the rocks and happily showed them to Chin Fong. "These conches look like little stars," said the little girl. Chin Fong took it with a smile. "This may be a starfish snail, which is very common in tidal areas, but their shape is indeed very special." The team continued to explore and found a large rock with a strange shape, like a giant whale with its mouth open. Everyone took photos to commemorate the moment. On a small hill to the south, the third team discovered some stones engraved with strange patterns. The guide explained, "These patterns may have been left by ancient islanders to guide directions or record certain events." "Is this the legendary stone on the island?" a tourist asked excitedly. "It's very likely," the guide said. Legend has it that these stones on the island mark some important place, such as a hidden water source or food storage point. Everyone gathered around the stones for a long time, studying them, taking numerous photos, and trying to decipher the meaning of the patterns. Although no definitive answer was found, the discovery filled the entire team with curiosity and a spirit of adventure. In the evening, the teams returned to the gathering point one after another. Everyone gathered around the bonfire on the beach and shared their day's discoveries. Everyone brought back different trophies, including unique plants, uniquely shaped stones, and precious photos. "Today's exploration activity was so fun," a child said happily. "I learned a lot about the rainforest and the ocean." "Yes, it's really a pleasure to be so close to nature." A tourist sighed. Lynn Warner stood up and said to everyone, "Thank you all for participating. Today's event has made me even more convinced that countless surprises are hidden in every corner of the island. These discoveries not only bring us joy, but also remind us to cherish and protect the nature here." Lynn Warner and Chin Fong then presented each team with small prizes, encouraging them to continue exploring and discovering. Finally, everyone gathered around the campfire, singing and chatting in a warm and joyful atmosphere. At night, Lynn Warner and Chin Fong sat on the beach, watching the firelight gradually fade away and listening to the sound of waves in the distance. Lynn Warner said softly, "Seeing everyone so happy today, I think this event is really meaningful. Yes, this is not only an adventure, but also an intimate contact between humans and nature." Chin Fong said, "I think we can hold this event regularly to get more people involved." Lynn Warner nodded. "Okay, next time we can add some new routes, such as the waterfalls on the island and deeper forests. Maybe we can find more treasures." Chin Fong smiled and said, "No matter how it changes, with you here, the island will definitely become more and more interesting." The night breeze blew gently, and the two looked at the starry sky, their hearts full of anticipation for the future. Chapter 96, Nature's Gift. In the early morning, as the sky above the island began to lighten, Lynn Warner and Chin Fong rose early, ready to greet the new day. Today, they planned to explore the other side of the island and check on the progress of a new ecotourism project. "Chin Fong, the weather is so nice today. It's a perfect day for adventure." Lin Wanner stood on the terrace, facing the morning breeze, looking relaxed. Xin Feng put down the coffee cup in his hand, nodded and said, "Indeed, the sunshine today is mild, which should be a good time to take a walk along the coast and see if there are any new changes in the scenery over there." "You're right. The natural scenery on the island has become increasingly stunning lately." Lin Wanner smiled. "I think we can organize an island photography contest so that tourists can capture this natural beauty." Xin Feng's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. We can use these photos to make some souvenirs to increase the influence of the island." "Yes, with everyone's help, our island can become more charming," Lin Wanner said, and she already had more plans in her mind. That morning, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng, along with several residents and a guide, began a new exploration journey along the island's coastline. This coastline was surrounded by flowers and green trees, with a gentle sea breeze, fresh air, and picturesque scenery. "Look, that rock is shaped like a lying lion," a tourist said, pointing to the rock in front. Everyone stopped and raised their cameras to take pictures. The rocks shimmered with a strange luster in the sunlight, as if they had a long history. Lin Wanner exclaimed, "These rocks are so interesting, they seem to tell a story of time." Continuing on, they discovered a quiet little bay with mirror-like, shimmering waters. It seemed to be a hidden corner of the island, away from the hustle and bustle, perfect for quiet relaxation. "This place is so beautiful. I think it must be the ocean's secret garden," Lin Wanner exclaimed. "That's part of the island's charm, it's always full of surprises." One tourist couldn't help but say, "If we could organize a diving activity here, it would definitely be more popular." Xin Feng nodded. "Diving is indeed a good idea. We can consider setting up diving routes in this sea area to lead tourists to explore more of the underwater world." At noon, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng had a simple lunch at a small restaurant on the island. The restaurant's open-air seating provided a superb view overlooking the bay and the mountains in the distance, and the air was filled with the aroma of sea salt and charcoal grilling. As they were chatting casually, an unexpected guest walked into the restaurant. He was a man dressed simply and didn't look like a regular on the island. When the man saw Lin Wanner, he smiled slightly and walked over. "Ms. Lin, what a coincidence," the man said with a smile. "I've been looking for your island, and I've finally arrived today." Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment, then stood up and responded politely, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "My name is Li Hao, and I'm the head of an ecotourism company," Li Hao said. "We're looking for partners to launch a series of eco-resort projects, and your island has always been one of our targets. I've heard that the island has made great achievements in ecological protection and tourism in recent years, so I wanted to come and learn about it in person." Lin Wanner's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately realized this might be a new opportunity. "I see, our island is indeed gradually developing ecotourism. We welcome you to visit. If you're interested in collaborating, we'd love to discuss more." "Thank you." Li Hao smiled. "I just visited several areas on the island and found that the environment here is indeed unique, especially those hidden coves and rainforests. If we can incorporate these attractions into our plan, it will definitely attract more tourists." Lin Wanner and Xin Feng exchanged glances, and they already had some preliminary ideas in their minds. In the evening, Li Hao, Lin Wanner, and Xin Feng walked to an observation deck on the island and looked down at the beautiful scenery of the entire island. As the sun set, a golden light appeared on the sea, and the whole world was surrounded by a soft orange. "The scenery here is truly peaceful and relaxing," Li Hao said. "If we could develop some holiday activities in this area, combined with ecotourism, it would definitely attract a large number of tourists." Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. "Our goal is to provide a holiday experience that is in harmony with nature and allows visitors to experience the unique charm of the island." Xin Feng continued, "If we work together, we can integrate the island's natural resources and tourism facilities to provide tourists with one-stop vacation services, and also allow the island's ecological protection and tourism development to complement each other." Li Hao nodded in agreement. "This is exactly the kind of cooperation model I want. I believe we can achieve a win-win situation." After a discussion, the few of them reached a preliminary intention for cooperation and agreed to detail the specific plan during their next meeting. At night, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng sat on the beach again, looking at the moonlight on the sea and the starry sky in the distance. The starry sky was particularly bright tonight, and the waves gently lapping against the beach seemed to play a peaceful lullaby. "Xin Feng, I've encountered a new opportunity today," Lin Wanner said softly. "Li Hao's company offers a brand new direction for cooperation, which may bring in more resources. I think we can help the island develop better through this kind of cooperation." Xin Feng looked at her, his eyes gleaming with determination. But no matter how we cooperate, we must always put the island's ecology and culture first. Yes, I've always believed that only by protecting nature can island tourism truly last. Lynn Warner smiled gently. In the future, we will make the island even more beautiful and bring more surprises to everyone. The two snuggled together, looking at the starry sky in the distance, their hearts filled with hope and expectation for the future. Chapter 97: The Magic of the Island. In the morning, the island air was filled with fresh air, and sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the ground. Lynn Warner rose early and, as usual, went to the terrace to breathe in the fresh sea breeze. Today, she had decided to organize a special event, a nature class, to allow island visitors and residents to experience the charm of nature together. Chin Fong, are you ready? Lynn Warner excitedly turned to Chin Fong, who was organizing the equipment. I'm quite prepared. I wonder how many surprises I'll get from today's classroom, Chin Fong replied with a smile. However, I'm really looking forward to seeing more people personally participate in the island's nature conservation. That's exactly the effect I want, Lynn Warner said with a smile. We not only want to lead people to discover the beauty of nature, but also let them understand the importance of protecting the environment. As the event began, Lynn Warner brought a group of tourists to the island's tropical rainforest, ready to explain some little knowledge about plants and animals to everyone. The rainforest air was moist, and the trees and vines intertwined around us, creating an enchanting green world. Lynn Warner led everyone along the path, introducing the island's unique flora and ecosystem. Look, this plant is called larch. Its bark is very thick, effectively resistant to strong winds, Lynn Warner said, pointing to a tall tree. Its root system is deep, allowing it to absorb water even during dry seasons. It's a vital member of the rainforest. It's amazing that plants can have such strong adaptability. A tourist exclaimed. Yes, every tree and every leaf on the island is working in perfect harmony with nature, Lynn Warner said with a smile. These plants are not only beautiful, they are also key to ecological balance. Ms. Lynn, do you think the protection measures for these plants will affect other developments on the island? A tourist asked cautiously. Lynn Warner nodded. That's exactly the challenge we face. While ecological protection is crucial, we also need to strike a balance between development and environmental protection. Through planned development, we can protect nature while gradually moving the island towards a better future. At noon, everyone came to the island beach, and Lynn Warner arranged a seaside adventure, including looking for shells, observing the tides, and participating in simple beach games. Let's all work together and see how many different kinds of shells we can find, Lynn Warner said, pointing to the sand dunes on the beach. These shells are gifts from nature. Collecting them not only allows us to appreciate their beauty, but also allows us to learn a lot about the ocean. Tourists began to get busy on the beach. Some squatted down to pick up colorful shells, while others used shovels in their hands to dig the sand, trying to find small creatures buried in the sand. Look! I found a really big shell, a little boy shouted excitedly, holding up the shell in his hand. This is my biggest discovery today. Excellent! Lynn Warner walked over and praised with a smile, this is a rare conch, the shape is so perfect. Everyone was laughing and talking happily on the beach. Chin Fong suggested, since everyone is so active, why not have a beach volleyball game to get everyone moving around? The beach volleyball game started. Although it was just for fun, everyone was fully engaged, and laughter and cheers echoed in the air. In the evening, Lynn Warner and Chin Fong organized a bonfire party on the beach. Everyone sat in a circle around the fire, enjoying barbecue and hot drinks and chatting about each other's stories. The starry sky is so beautiful tonight. It's a great time to relax, a tourist exclaimed, looking up at the night sky above his head. Yes, the nights on the island are always so peaceful and romantic. Another tourist followed suit. Have you heard of the island's legends? An elderly resident suddenly spoke up. Our island is home to many beautiful natural wonders. It's said these wonders are related to the island's patron saint. Everyone quieted down and listened attentively to the stories of the old residents. The patron saint of the island is the goddess of the sea. Her power can make the island's nature prosper forever. Every year there is a special tide in the sea, which is considered to be the holy water of the goddess of the sea and can bring good luck. The old resident's voice is low and magnetic, as if telling a mysterious legend. Lynn Warner and Chin Fong smiled at each other, their hearts filled with awe and gratitude for this land. The island's natural beauty not only enchanted them, but also strengthened their resolve to protect this land. After the party, everyone returned to their respective residences, while Lynn Warner and Chin Fong stayed on the beach, sitting quietly together, watching the moonlight on the sea reflected on the sparkling water. Jean Fong, today's event was so enjoyable. Seeing everyone happy makes me very satisfied. Lin Wanner said with a smile, a gentle light flashing in her eyes. Yes, this feeling of being close to nature is truly irreplaceable. Jean Fong looked at her and spoke softly, every time I see these tourists and residents finding their own happiness here, I feel that it's all worth it. Yes, every inch of the island is so precious, we must cherish it, Lin Wanner said. In the future, I hope this place can become a spiritual home for more people. Jean Fong gently held her hand, with you here, the island will become more beautiful. The night sky is full of stars and the sea breeze is blowing gently. The two souls find resonance in this land where nature and tranquility are intertwined. Chapter 98, Discovery Under the Starry Sky. In the morning, Lin Wanner was awakened by a gentle sea breeze. The sunlight from the window shone through the gauze curtains onto the bedside, and the sound of the waves was like natural music. Just after she finished washing up, she received a message from Jean Fong. Wanner, I heard that a strange light appeared in the valley on the west side of the island last night. The residents said it was a sight they had never seen before. Let's go take a look today. Lin Wanner immediately became excited. This mysterious event undoubtedly piqued her interest in exploration. She quickly changed into her adventure outfit and replied, Great. Maybe we'll discover something new and exciting. After a simple breakfast, Lin Wanner and Jean Fong packed their gear and headed westward with a small group of island residents. It was a relatively untouched area of the island, surrounded by dense forests and offering a somewhat complex terrain. The air here is so good, purer than the places we usually go. Lin Wanner took a deep breath and said with emotion. Yes, perhaps it is precisely because it is so uninhabited that the ecological environment here has been preserved intact. Jean Fong held the map and carefully observed his surroundings. We are almost reaching the bright area. Watch your step. As the team continued to move forward, they came to an open valley with soft moss on the ground and towering cliffs all around. The sunlight shining from the top of the valley created a dreamlike picture. Was there really a strange light here last night? Lin Wanner looked around in confusion. Some say it's the reflection of light, while others speculate it's the activity of some nocturnal creature, Jean Fong replied. But no matter what it is, we have to look carefully. Just as everyone dispersed to search, a resident suddenly shouted, There's something here. Lin Wanner and Jean Fong walked over quickly and saw the locals pointing to a rock in the center of the valley. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding light. Most peculiarly, a circle of strange plants grew around the rock, their leaves glowing faintly in the sunlight, as if they were naturally fluorescent. I've never seen these plants before. Lin Wanner squatted down and observed them carefully. Their leaves look like some kind of transparent membrane. They might be special structures that absorb and reflect light. Perhaps this is the source of the light last night. Jean Fong said, these plants may emit fluorescence at night. This phenomenon is rare. We need to take some samples back for research. Lin Wanner stood up, her face full of excitement. This is simply a miracle of nature. Everyone carefully collected some plant samples and took many photos, preparing to take them back for further research. On the way back, the team accidentally discovered a stream. The water was so clear that you could see the bottom. The sunlight shone through the leaves onto the water, reflecting colorful light. This stream is so beautiful. Lin Wanner exclaimed. The rocks at the bottom of the water look like they're coated in a rainbow. This effect may be due to the high mineral content in the water, coupled with the refraction of light, Jean Fong analyzed. We can mark this place as a new tourist attraction so that tourists can also appreciate this natural wonder. Everyone took a short rest by the stream. Lin Wanner took off her shoes and put her feet in the cool stream water, feeling the tenderness of nature. This feeling is truly wonderful, Lin Wanner sighed, closing her eyes. Every time I come into contact with nature, I feel as if my soul has been cleansed. Jean Fong smiled and said, This is the magic of nature. Perhaps we should organize more adventure activities like this to let more people experience this pure happiness. After returning to the farm, Lin Wanner and Jean Fong organized a sharing session to showcase the wonders of the fluorescent plants and streams they had discovered in the valley to residents and tourists. Everyone was fascinated by these discoveries and expressed their eagerness to see them for themselves. These fluorescent plants are truly amazing, said one resident. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen anything like this. Perhaps we can develop the valley into a new exploration route, Lin Wanner suggested. Tourists can enjoy the natural beauty during the day and admire the fluorescent plants from a safe distance at night. Jean Fong nodded. I agree. Such unique landscapes will definitely attract more people to visit the island. We need to formulate a protection plan as soon as possible to ensure that no damage is caused to the plants and the environment. After some discussion, everyone decided to close off the area for protection first, and also plan to introduce some ecological tours to allow tourists to visit under professional guidance. At night, Lin Wanner and Sheen Fong came to the beach again. The sea breeze blew, and the two sat side by side on the beach chairs, looking at the starry sky. Today's discovery truly shocked me, Lin Wanner said softly. Nature always surprises us unexpectedly. Yes, every time I explore, I feel more in awe of this land. Sheen Fong looked at the sea in the distance, his eyes gleaming with a deep light. Also, every time I see you smile because of these discoveries, I feel that all the efforts are worth it. Lin Wanner was slightly startled, then turned to look at Sheen Fong with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Thank you for always staying by my side and protecting this island with me. I will always be with you. No matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, we will face them together. Sheen Fong gently held her hand with a firm tone. The stars in the night sky twinkled, as if witnessing the tacit understanding and commitment between the two. Chapter 99, Mysterious Visitor. As the morning sun shone on the island's beach, Lin Wanner and Sheen Fong examined the fluorescent plant samples they had brought back from the valley yesterday. She carefully placed the plants in specialized glass containers, recording every observation. The leaves of these plants do glow slightly under light, but the fluorescence is stronger at night, which means that their growth environment may require specific conditions. Lin Wanner said as she recorded. Perhaps this is a characteristic that plants have evolved to attract certain insects for pollination, Sheen Fong analyzed. We can ask professional botanists to study it. Perhaps we can unlock more secrets about it. Just then, the sound of a car engine rang out. Lin Wanner looked up and saw an SUV parked at the farm's entrance. A middle-aged man in casual clothes stepped out. He wore black-framed glasses and held a folder, looking exceptionally capable. Ms. Lin, Mr. Sheen, I've long heard of you. The man stepped forward and extended his hand. I'm Professor Wang from the Biological Research Association. I heard you discovered a unique fluorescent plant on the island, so I came all the way here to take a look. Professor Wang, welcome to our island. Lin Wanner immediately shook his hand and said with a smile, we have indeed discovered some interesting plants and are conducting preliminary observations and research. Sheen Fong also greeted him politely. Professor Wang, your arrival is a great help to us. I hope you can provide us with some professional advice. It's my honor, Professor Wang said with a smile. I've heard this island has rich ecological resources. I've always wanted to come and see it. I didn't expect that I'd finally have the chance this time. Professor Wang was taken to the laboratory and carefully examined the fluorescent plant samples. He used a microscope to observe the structure of the leaves and tested the fluorescent properties of the plants. These plants are truly unique, said Professor Wang. Their leaves contain a special fluorescent protein that fluoresces when stimulated by a specific light. This protein is usually only found in certain deep-sea organisms, but we were surprised to see it on land plants as well. What does this mean? Lin Wanner asked curiously. This suggests that these plants may be associated with certain special ecosystems, such as soils with high concentrations of minerals or unique climatic conditions, Professor Wang explained. If we further study this, we may be able to find applications, such as developing environmentally friendly fluorescent materials. Lin Wanner and Sheen Fong exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Wanner said, if we can promote the development of environmental protection technology through research on these plants, that would be a very meaningful thing. However, the premise of this research is to protect the environment in which these plants grow, Professor Wang cautioned. The ecosystems of these plants are likely to be fragile, and any damage could lead to their disappearance. We will, Sheen Fong said firmly. We will ensure the protection of these plants and find the most suitable research methods. That afternoon, Professor Wang expressed his desire to personally visit the valley to observe the growth environment of the fluorescent plants. Lin Wanner and Sheen Fong immediately took him on a journey to the mysterious valley. The valley is still as quiet and beautiful as yesterday. The smooth rocks, clear streams, and the faintly glowing plants together form a dreamy picture. This valley itself is a miracle, Professor Wang exclaimed. The ecosystem here is remarkably intact, virtually unaffected by human activity. You've done a great job protecting it. After carefully observing the distribution of plants, Professor Wang suddenly noticed a rock wall on one side of the valley. He walked over, pointed at some patterns on the rock wall, and said, "Look, do these patterns look like some kind of ancient symbols?" Lin Wanner and Qin Feng walked over to take a closer look and saw some shallow scratches on the rock wall, which indeed looked like some kind of symbols. Is this, left behind by the ancient islanders? Lin Wanner asked. It's very possible, Professor Wang nodded. These symbols may record some information, such as the special significance of this area or the use of plants. If these symbols can be deciphered, maybe we can learn more about the history of fluorescent plants. Qin Feng said. That is right, we need to take pictures of these symbols and invite archaeologists to study them further, Professor Wang suggested. In the evening, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng organized another bonfire party, inviting residents and tourists on the island to participate. They also introduced the discovery of fluorescent plants and valley symbols to everyone. We're honored to have Professor Wang here today. He's provided invaluable advice for our botanical research, Lin Wanner said to the group. Next, we'll intensify our efforts to protect this valley while also working diligently to decipher those ancient symbols. At the same time, we also hope that everyone can participate in protecting the island's ecology, Qin Feng added. Every piece of land here is worth cherishing. Let us work together to protect this beautiful home. Residents and tourists nodded in support, and the atmosphere around the bonfire became particularly warm. After the party, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng brought Professor Wang to the beach. The three of them sat on beach chairs, looking at the waves and starry sky in the distance. Mr. Qin, Ms. Lin, I must say that the potential of this island far exceeds my expectations, Professor Wang said. If we can systematically study the ecological resources here, I believe we will find even more amazing discoveries. This is what we've been working towards, Lin Wanner said with a smile. In the future, we hope this place will not only be a model for ecological protection, but also a model for harmonious coexistence between humans and nature. It's wonderful that you have such an ideal, Professor Wang said with emotion. I will do my best to help you and encourage more scientists to pay attention to this island. Qin Feng nodded and said, Thank you for your support. With your help, we will achieve our goals faster. The night breeze was blowing gently, and the three of them looked at the night sky quietly, their hearts filled with infinite expectations for the future. Chapter 100, Guardian of Nature. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the window of Lin Wanner's room, bringing a fresh breeze. The tranquility and beauty of the island captivated her again. Today, the island was about to usher in a new and important moment. After weeks of preparation, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng had decided to officially launch the first phase of the Island Ecological Protection and Tourism Development Plan. Qin Feng, today is an important day. We can finally start. Lin Wanner looked at Qin Feng, who was sorting out the materials, her tone full of anticipation. Qin Feng nodded, his eyes firm. Yes, today we will officially showcase our efforts and achievements to the outside world. Professor Wang's participation is of great significance to us, and the subsequent research and protection work will enter a new stage. Lin Wanner took a deep breath and said with a smile, Everything is moving in the direction we want. As long as we remain steadfast in our faith, the island's future will surely improve. The press conference on the island officially began that morning. To promote the island's ecological conservation achievements and upcoming tourism projects, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng invited reporters from surrounding cities and some partners to introduce the island's new projects. Lin Wanner, dressed simply yet elegantly, stood at the podium in a tropical garden and addressed the guests with a smile. Thank you all for coming. Today, we will open a new chapter in island ecological protection and sustainable tourism. This is not just a step forward for our island, but an effort to contribute to the world. Through these projects, we hope not only to boost the local economy, but also to raise awareness of the importance of ecological protection. She paused, her eyes firm. The island is blessed with unique natural resources, and we will do our utmost to protect them while ensuring that every visitor can experience the wonder of living in harmony with nature. Following Lin Wanner's speech, Qin Feng added, Our goal is to transform this island into a world-renowned ecotourism destination, while maintaining its pristine natural beauty. We invite everyone who loves nature to come and experience the island's charm. The atmosphere at the press conference was lively, with reporters asking questions one after another. Everyone showed great interest and attention to this new ecotourism plan. In the afternoon, Lin Wanner, Qin Feng, and Professor Wang led media reporters and partners on a tour of the island's ecological reserve. Walking through winding paths and into lush forests, they witnessed the island's fluorescent plants, unique wetland ecosystems, and well-preserved natural landscapes. We've discovered many rare plants in this wetland. In the future, we'll collaborate with research institutions to conduct long-term ecological monitoring of these plants, Professor Wang said, walking ahead. Through this research, we can better understand these ecosystems and develop effective conservation measures. Reporters took their cameras and captured the beautiful scene, saying that this unspoiled natural paradise was amazing. After the visit, Lynn Warner signed a formal cooperation agreement with several partners, including some environmental protection organizations, travel companies, and scientific research institutions, to jointly promote the development of ecotourism on the island in the future. This collaboration is not only a commercial success, but more importantly, it allows us to combine ecological protection and tourism development, Lynn Warner said with emotion. This is our shared responsibility and mission. In the evening, a celebratory dinner was held at a seaside resort. To celebrate the successful launch of the island's ecological project, Lynn Warner, Chin Fong, and their partners enjoyed a warm dinner together. Everyone gathered around and discussed future plans and goals. Today's press conference received a very positive response. It seems we're on the right track, a partner said with a smile. We will provide more support to help the island become an internationally renowned ecotourism brand. Lynn Warner responded with a smile, "Thank you for your support. We will work harder in the future and hope that everyone will pay attention to and participate in the ecological protection of the island. We will continue to collaborate with major research institutions to continuously improve the island's ecological quality," Chin Fong added. At the same time, we will also adjust and optimize our tourism activities based on visitor feedback to ensure that visitors can respect the island's ecological environment while enjoying the beautiful scenery. As night falls, the stars twinkle in the sky, the sea breeze blows gently, everyone raises their glasses to celebrate, and the atmosphere is warm and joyful. After the dinner, Lynn Warner and Chin Fong came to the beach again, quietly looking at the sea level in the distance. The waves hit the shore, and the gentle breeze carried the salty smell of the sea and a hint of coolness. "Chin Fong, everything today is perfect," Lynn Warner said softly, a satisfied smile on her face. "I'm truly grateful to have come this far with you, to see this island become better step by step." Chin Fong held her hand tightly, his eyes gentle. "Warner, all of this is the result of our joint efforts. Your dream also gives me great motivation. No matter what we face in the future, I am willing to always be with you." Lynn Warner looked up at the starry sky, her eyes gleaming with determination. "In the future, we will make this island the most beautiful and harmonious place in the world, a paradise that everyone longs for." Chin Fong looked at her and responded softly, "Yes, we will definitely do it." Chapter 101, Unexpected Guests. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into Lynn Warner and Chin Feng's room. The island was still bathed in a tranquil sea breeze and soft light. Today, they planned to continue promoting the island's ecotourism project while also welcoming a special guest, Dr. James, a representative from an international environmental organization. "Chin Fong, we have a meeting with Dr. James today. We need to prepare well." Lynn Warner sat at the table, flipping through the meeting materials, a relaxed smile on her face. "I heard that Dr. James is a very interesting person. He is not only an expert, but also has an extraordinary sense of humor." "Oh? Will his visit today bring us any surprises?" Chin Fong joked while sorting out the documents. "I hope so." Lynn Warner smiled. "If he can really bring us new ideas, that would be great." In the morning, Dr. James arrived at the island as scheduled. He was wearing a casual t-shirt and had a pair of bright eyes behind his glasses. He did not look like a serious environmental expert, but rather full of energy. "Ms. Lin, Mr. Chin, it's a pleasure to be on your beautiful island." Dr. James shook hands warmly upon entering the conference room. "You've done an excellent job protecting the island's ecology, especially those unique fluorescent plants. I couldn't believe I could actually see them with my own eyes." "Thank you, Dr. James. We're thrilled to have you visit us in person," Lynn Warner replied with a smile. "We're also looking forward to further collaboration with your team." But just as the conversation was getting on track, Dr. James suddenly made a request that caught everyone off guard. "However, before we begin, I have a small challenge for you." "Challenge?" Chin Fong raised his eyebrows. "What kind of challenge?" Dr. James smiled mysteriously. "Well, I heard there's a legendary mysterious forest on the island. It's said that there are some special plants there that can help increase the diversity of the ecosystem. I bet you haven't fully explored it." Lynn Warner was stunned for a moment. "Mysterious forest? We know there are several forest areas on the island, but that mysterious forest, we've never heard of it." "Ha, this looks like an interesting challenge," Dr. James said with a laugh. "So, do you dare to join me in exploring this mysterious forest and see if you can find this special plant? If you do, you could win a Green Star Award." Green Star Award? Xin Feng was stunned. Yes, the Green Star Award is a special award from our Environmental Protection Organization for the most innovative ecological protection projects. I believe you can find this plant, Dr. James said mischievously. Of course, the challenge may be a bit difficult. Are you ready? Lin Wanner and Xin Feng looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement and a hint of challenge. All right, we accept the challenge. Lin Wanner said without hesitation, no matter what plant it is, we'll find it. After a brief lunch, Lin Wanner, Xin Feng, and Dr. James set out together, their destination being the island's mysterious forest. Located in the southeast corner of the island, this forest, rarely visited, shrouded in mystery. The path was winding and difficult to navigate, and the surrounding trees were tall and dense, their branches and leaves intertwined to form a dense canopy. This forest is very old. The islanders say it was once the island's sacred place, Dr. James said as he walked. But it also holds many unsolved mysteries. No one can fully understand the species of plants and animals here. Lin Wanner was a little curious. It sounds like this place is really full of unknowns. Yes, that's exactly its charm. Dr. James smiled. However, today's challenge is not easy. We need to carefully observe every leaf and every branch. They walked into the woods, the light around them dimmed, and the air was filled with a damp smell. The roots of the trees were tangled together, and dense vines hung down from the trees, like a natural web. These vines are truly bizarre. Lin Wanner grabbed a vine and took a closer look. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Look, there are some unusual petals here. Everyone stopped and looked in the direction Lin Wanner pointed, only to see a flower growing at the root of the tree. The petals glowed slightly, presenting a dreamy blue-purple color. This is the special plant I was talking about, Dr. James said excitedly. It's the only plant on the island that can grow in the shade. It can usually only grow in a moist and stable ecological environment. It's indeed different from the plants we've discovered before. Xin Feng observed it carefully and couldn't help but sigh. This must be an important part of the ecosystem. After the expedition, everyone returned with plant samples for further research. In the evening, Lin Wanner, Xin Feng, and Dr. James gathered around a campfire to share their findings. You're truly amazing, having successfully found this plant, Dr. James said as he sipped his hot drink. This isn't just a simple plant, it can help maintain the island's ecological balance. You've truly made a significant contribution. This is just the beginning, Lin Wanner said with a smile. Our goal is to make more people understand and respect nature, and in this way achieve a win-win situation for conservation and development. Well said, Dr. James nodded. Today's challenge has made me realize that you not only have abundant ecological resources, but also a dedication and passion for protecting nature. This Green Star Award is a testament to your recognition. Thank you, we will continue to work hard. Xin Feng responded with a smile. The night sky was dotted with stars and the flames of the bonfire were dancing. The three of them sat on the beach, their hearts full of hope and expectation for the future. Chapter 102, Fusion of Nature and Technology. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the island's soil, and the air carried the salty smell of the sea breeze and the fresh fragrance of the earth. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng stood on the farm's balcony, the sea in the distance shimmering in the morning light. The weather is really nice today, perfect for going out. Lin Wanner looked at the sky in the distance, feeling particularly happy. Yes, we just happened to be checking on the fruit trees we recently planted. Xin Feng responded, but I heard there were new discoveries in the valley yesterday, so it seems our plans for today might need some changes. New discovery? What is it? Lin Wanner asked curiously. It seems that nearby fishermen discovered a marine creature they had never seen before. They brought it back for research. It might be related to the fluorescent plants we recently discovered. Xin Feng said, should we go take a look first? Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. That sounds very interesting. Let's go check out this new discovery today. They came to the research center on the island and saw a transparent marine creature placed in an aquarium. The creature's body was a soft blue, like a little star floating in the water, and its smooth surface was slightly sparkling. Is this the mysterious creature you were talking about? Lin Wanner approached the aquarium and observed it carefully. Yes, this creature is something we've never seen before, the researcher explained. Its transparent shell fits perfectly with the ecology of our island, and its glow is very similar to the fluorescent plants we've discovered. Xin Feng said with interest, there may be some connection between them. Perhaps we can find a new research direction through this creature. We are conducting preliminary genetic analysis to see if it has some unique bioluminescent capabilities, the researcher added. This is truly a significant discovery, Lynn Warner mused. If we can apply the properties of this creature to ecotourism and conservation projects, perhaps we can bring new breakthroughs to the island. As the research deepened, the island's ecological protection project gradually entered a new stage. Lynn Warner and Sheen Fong decided to invite some high-tech companies to participate in the cooperation, using advanced technology to help the island better protect the environment and enhance the ecotourism experience. In a spacious and bright conference room, representatives from several technology companies have arrived. They have brought various modern equipment and technologies, ready to cooperate with the island's ecological protection projects. Ms. Lin, Mr. Chin, thank you for your invitation, a representative from a technology company said with a smile. Our company has always been committed to technological innovation in the field of ecological protection. Today, we are very happy to discuss with you how to integrate technology with nature to promote the sustainable development of the island. Thank you for your support, Lynn Warner responded. Our island has always focused on harmonious coexistence with nature. We now hope to further enhance ecological protection and the quality of the visitor experience through high-tech means. Next, everyone began discussing the specifics of the collaboration. One technology company proposed using an intelligent monitoring system to monitor the island's ecological changes in real time, promptly identifying and responding to any potential environmental threats. Another company showcased its virtual reality technology, aiming to showcase the island's unique natural landscape and attract more tourists. We can also use drone technology to conduct remote sensing monitoring of island vegetation, which will enable us to efficiently track changes in the island's ecology, said an engineer excitedly. These technologies can indeed support our ecological protection and tourism projects. Sheen Fong nodded, especially the use of data monitoring and virtual reality technology, which can allow tourists to better understand the island's ecosystem while protecting the environment. Lynn Warner smiled and said, "This is exactly what we hope to achieve. Through the help of technology, we can not only better protect the island's ecological environment, but also allow tourists to benefit from it and experience the charm of close contact with nature." After several rounds of discussion, the island's ecotourism plan gradually matured. That evening, Lynn Warner and Sheen Fong held a small celebration ceremony in the core area of the island, announcing the official launch of the new ecotourism project. Hello everyone. Today we are very pleased to announce the official launch of the island's Eco Amusement Park project, Lynn Warner said with a smile on stage. This project will combine natural landscapes, environmentally friendly technologies, and interactive experiences, allowing every visitor to experience the charm of nature while learning how to protect the environment. At the event, people were taking photos and discussing the event, their faces filled with excitement. Sheen Fong, on the side, showed visitors the new environmental protection facilities that would soon be put into use, including a water recycling system, solar power generation equipment, and a vegetation ecological restoration area. Our goal is to make the island a model for the harmonious coexistence of ecology and technology, Sheen Fong said. Through these innovations, we can not only protect natural resources but also provide tourists with a richer travel experience. Then, several tourists entered the experience area of the ecological amusement park and began to use virtual reality technology to view the natural scenery of the island and experience different ecological activities. This experience is so shocking. A tourist walked out of the experience area with an excited expression. I felt like I had entered a real tropical rainforest and felt the power of primitive nature. This is part of our future tourism. Lynn Warner smiled as she watched the tourists' reactions, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Through technology, we can not only let tourists experience the beauty of nature, but also make them realize the importance of protecting it. As night falls, a bonfire party is held on the island's beach. Tourists and island residents gather together to enjoy food, chat, and celebrate the launch of new projects. Starlight shines on the sea, and the light of the bonfire dances in the night sky. Sheen Fong, everything went smoothly today. Lynn Warner leaned against him and said softly, I sincerely feel that we have laid a solid foundation for the future of the island. Yes, we will encounter many challenges on the road ahead, but I believe we can do better. Sheen Fong responded gently, today is a new beginning. Every step we take together will make this island a better place. The two snuggled together, gazing at the starry sky above the sea, their hearts filled with hope and dreams for the future. Chapter 103: An Unexpected Encounter on the Ecological Island. In the early morning, sunlight bathed every corner of the island. Lynn Warner stood on the balcony, watching from afar as visitors and staff bustled about the farm. The newly opened Eco Amusement Park had attracted many visitors, and the atmosphere on the island was filled with energy and joy. Chin Fong, the amusement park activities today are really lively. Lin Wanner held a cup of hot tea and looked into the distance with a smile. Chin Fong walked over and leaned lazily on the balcony railing. Yes, this is the effect we want. But I heard that there is a new group of tourists who came on short notice today, so it might be a little special. Special? How special? Lin Wanner turned her head and asked curiously. Chin Fong smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you see it. I can only say that today may be full of surprises. That morning, Lin Wanner finally understood what Chin Fong meant by special. A small team of internationally renowned outdoor adventurers arrived at the amusement park. Each of them, fully equipped and dressed in professional expedition gear, looked like explorers from a movie. Hello, Miss Lin, I'm Jack, the leader of this expedition. Jack stepped forward and warmly shook Lin Wanner's hand. Our team has always been committed to exploring the unknowns of nature. We heard that your island has rich ecological resources, so we came here specially. Welcome to our island, Lin Wanner said with a smile. There are indeed many unexplored areas here. I believe you will like them. Not only do we enjoy it, we also hope to provide assistance for your ecological research, Jack said. If necessary, we can assist you in exploring those unexplored areas. Chin Fong smiled and said, That sounds good, but we also want you to experience our ecological amusement park today. No problem. Jack said excitedly, but if there's an opportunity to explore, please call us. Lin Wanner and Chin Fong accompanied the expedition team on a tour of the amusement park. The team members were filled with curiosity about everything there. Whether it was the virtual reality rainforest experience or the hands-on plant cultivation classes, these experienced explorers were delighted with their experiences. This is an incredible place, Jack exclaimed. You not only protect nature, but also make it more attractive. Thank you. That's exactly our goal, Lin Wanner responded. To allow tourists to learn to cherish nature while enjoying it. Then, everyone participated in an interactive game using clues to find the environmental protection star hidden in the amusement park within a limited time. Every time a sign was found, they would receive a special gift. Look, there seems to be something in the bushes over there, a team member shouted excitedly. Let's act separately, it will be more efficient. Jack immediately commanded the team to take action. This group of explorers was extremely devoted to the game. In the end, they not only completed the game but also won applause from the audience. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, a researcher came running over, looking a little nervous. Ms. Lin, Mr. Chin, we just discovered some anomalies near the valley. Abnormal situation? What exactly is it? Lin Wanner asked immediately. Several injured animals have been found around the valley. We suspect the recent heavy rains have caused changes in the terrain, and the animals may have been injured, the researcher explained. We need to immediately organize a team to investigate. We'll be there right away. Chin Fong said without hesitation, Mr. Jack, do you want to come with us? Of course. We have experience in this kind of thing and can help. Jack agreed immediately. So, the group took the necessary equipment and quickly rushed to the valley. In the valley, several deer-like animals were huddled among the rocks, clearly injured by the landslide. Upon seeing this, Lin Wanner immediately organized a rescue operation. We need to approach carefully and try not to scare them. Lin Wanner reminded in a low voice. Don't worry, we will be careful. Jack nodded and slowly approached with his team, gently guiding the injured animal to a safe place. Chin Fong assisted the researchers in examining the changes in the terrain and determining whether reinforcement was needed. It seems that the recent heavy rains have indeed affected the terrain here. We need to repair it as soon as possible to avoid further accidents. After more than an hour's effort, the injured animals were finally safely transferred to the protected area, and the dangerous situation in the valley was initially brought under control. Thanks to your help, this rescue was so smooth. Lin Wanner said gratefully. It's our honor to be able to participate in such an operation, Jack said with a smile. This is not only a rescue operation, but also an intimate contact with nature. In the evening, to thank the expedition team for their help, Lin Wanner and Chin Fong held a small bonfire party for them on the beach. At the party, everyone sat around the bonfire and shared their gains and insights from the day. Today I truly felt your love for and commitment to protecting nature, Jack said, raising his glass. I hope your island becomes even more beautiful, and I also hope our team will have the opportunity to return and explore more with you. Thank you for your support. Lin Wanner smiled. We will keep working hard and look forward to seeing you again. As the night deepened, the light from the bonfire shone on everyone's faces, creating a warm and beautiful atmosphere. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng smiled at each other, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 104 Mysterious Night. After a night of rest, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng headed back to the island's research center. While the rescue operation in the valley was successful yesterday, the cause of the animal's injuries had drawn the team's attention. Qin Feng, I always feel like this matter isn't that simple, Lin Wanner said with a frown. The changes in the valley's terrain could certainly be due to the heavy rain, but if it were simply natural causes, why were only those few animals injured? Qin Feng nodded in agreement. I find it strange too. Perhaps we need to survey the valley again to find the real reason. Yesterday's expedition team is still on the island. They might be interested in joining us, Lin Wanner suggested. Their experience might help us find more clues. After some preparation, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng led their expedition team back to the valley. The morning sun shone through the trees, casting a tranquil and mysterious light on the ground. Jack led his team in a careful observation of the surrounding valley. The terrain here is indeed a bit unusual. Jack squatted on the edge of a landslide and scraped the dirt off the rocks with his fingers. Look, the patterns in the dirt are a bit strange, as if they were pushed away by some force. Some kind of power? Lin Wanner asked in surprise. Could it be caused by an accident during the migration of animals? That possibility can't be ruled out, but it's more likely to be underground activity causing the soil to loosen, Jack said, like groundwater surges or a small earthquake. Upon hearing the small earthquake, Qin Feng immediately pulled out his tablet computer and looked up the latest geological data. Sure enough, he discovered that minor seismic activity had been recorded near the island a few days prior. That explains the sudden change in the terrain. Qin Feng nodded and said, but if there really is a problem underground, we must confirm it as soon as possible to avoid greater risks. Just as everyone was surveying the terrain, an explorer suddenly ran over from the other side of the valley, holding a small detector in his hand and looking a little nervous. Captain, my detector detected a faint metal reaction in this area. The team member said, although it is very slight, it does exist. Metal reaction? Lin Wanner was stunned. How could there be metal here? It's very likely a natural metal mineral, or it could be a human relic, Jack said, a hint of excitement in his expression. If it's the latter, then we might have a new discovery. Everyone quickly gathered at the inspection point and, after digging a shallow layer of soil, they found some scattered metal fragments. These fragments seemed to be very old, and the surface was already rusted, but some traces of human intervention could still be vaguely seen. What could these metal fragments be part of? Lin Wanner asked curiously. It could be some kind of tool, or it could be a relic of ancient islanders. Qin Feng said, we need to bring them back to the research center for further analysis. This is an amazing discovery. Jack said excitedly. Perhaps your island not only has rich natural resources, but also hides some undiscovered history. Back at the research center, the team began a detailed analysis of the metal fragments. Lin Wanner stood in front of a microscope, carefully observing the metal surface structure. The composition of these metals is very special, said the researcher. They are mainly composed of copper and iron, but the processing technology is obviously handmade. Preliminary judgment is that they may be hundreds of years old. Hundreds of years ago? Lin Wanner became even more interested. Could it be left behind by the early inhabitants of the island? Very likely, the researcher nodded. These fragments might be part of some kind of tool, perhaps used for agriculture or rituals. If we can find more clues, maybe we can uncover a forgotten memory in the island's history. Qin Feng said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. In the evening, an elder from the island suddenly came to the research center, holding a yellowed hand-drawn map and looking a little solemn. Ms. Lin, I heard you found metal fragments in the valley, the elder said. I think these things may be related to a legend on the island. Legend? Lin Wanner asked curiously, can you tell me more about it? The elder unfolded the map, pointed to an area, and said, long ago, this valley was a sacred place on the island. Legend has it that something called the Eternal Vessel is buried here. It's said to be a sacred object used by ancient islanders to communicate with nature. Eternal Vessel? Qin Feng listened intently. This sounds like some kind of ritual item. That's true, but no one knows its true purpose, as that period of history is hazy. The elder sighed, if you can find more clues, perhaps you can uncover the truth of this legend. Lin Wanner nodded and said, thank you for the information you provided. We will continue our investigation and hope to restore this historical record. At night, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng led the expedition team to sit on the beach and discuss the next plan around the campfire. If the Elder's legend is true, then we may have discovered an important relic in the island's history, Jack said excitedly. This is not only a glory for you, but also a precious treasure for all mankind. But we must also carefully protect these ruins, Lin Wanner said. We can't destroy their original appearance out of curiosity. Yes, protection is the most important thing. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Next, we need to develop a detailed survey plan and invite more experts to participate. It's going to be an exciting journey anyway, Jack said with a smile. We can't wait to continue exploring. Chapter 105, Valley Legend. Early in the morning, the island was bustling with activity. At the research center, Lin Wanner, Qin Feng, and the expedition team were holding a brief meeting to discuss how to continue their exploration of the valley. After yesterday's discovery, everyone's interest in the valley was at an all-time high. Based on the Elder's description last night, the legend of the eternal artifact may have some credibility, Lin Wanner said, pointing to the hand-drawn map. This area may be our next key exploration point. If such an instrument really existed, it would not only tell us about the history of the island but could also become an important cultural symbol, Jack said. However, the topography of this valley is complex, so we need to plan carefully. Yes, safety always comes first. Qin Feng nodded and said, we will arrange several groups of personnel to explore different directions to ensure that nothing is missed. After the discussion, everyone divided into 3 groups and headed towards the valley with detection equipment, survey tools, and emergency equipment. Inside the valley, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, and the air was filled with a moist scent. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng led a team responsible for the center of the valley. Jack's team was responsible for exploring the rock face on the north side, and another group of researchers conducted geological analysis in the southern part of the valley. The terrain here is truly bizarre. Lin Wanner observed her surroundings as she walked. These rocks look like they were carved by some external force. You're right, I noticed that too. Qin Feng stopped and touched the lines on the rock wall with his fingers. These lines are very regular. They don't look like they were formed naturally, but more like they were carved by humans. Lin Wanner took a closer look and nodded. Could it be a symbol used by ancient islanders to record certain information? It's very likely. Qin Feng said, we need to record it and then hand it over to experts for analysis. Meanwhile, Jack's team made a surprising discovery on the north face, a patch of loose ground beneath a large rock that appeared to lead to a hidden entrance. Everyone, be careful. There might be an underground space here. Jack excitedly called out to the team members, carefully clean off the surface soil and see what's underneath. After some effort, the entrance was completely cleared. It was a narrow tunnel with some stone structures vaguely visible inside. This is definitely man-made. Jack exclaimed, it seems we are really close to the legendary secret. He immediately contacted Lin Wanner and Qin Feng, and the two rushed to the scene with equipment. This entrance looks like a passage leading to an underground temple. Lin Wanner looked at the entrance, her eyes full of surprise, but it could also be some kind of hiding place. Whatever it is, let's go down and take a look first. Qin Feng said, and at the same time arranged for the team members to set up lighting equipment and safety ropes at the entrance. Several people entered the tunnel cautiously. The air in the tunnel was slightly humid, and the walls were engraved with complex patterns, some of which looked like plants, and some looked like some strange symbols. These patterns seemed to be telling a story, Lin Wanner noted as she walked. Look here, it looks like a ritual scene, with several people praying around some kind of instrument. This might be the legendary eternal artifact, Jack said. It seems we are getting closer to the truth. After walking for about 20 minutes, a stone door appeared at the end of the tunnel. Carved with intricate patterns and some ancient characters, it seemed like some kind of warning. There must be something important behind this door. Qin Feng whispered, but how do I open it? Lin Wanner pointed at the words on the stone door and said, these words might be some kind of code. If we can decipher it, we can open the door. After studying the stone gate for a long time, they finally discovered some patterns. The characters seemed to be based on a plant species unique to the island, and each plant symbol corresponded to a specific meaning. If we touch the symbols on the stone gate according to the order in which these plants are arranged, perhaps the door will open. Lin Wanner analyzed. Okay, let's try it. Qin Feng nodded. Lin Wanner touched several symbols in order. As the last symbol was touched, the stone door uttered a low rumble and slowly opened. Behind the door was a stone chamber, in the center of which stood a strangely shaped vessel. It was round in shape, its surface inlaid with many glittering gemstones, and it emitted a faint light. "Is this the eternal artifact?" Lynn Warner whispered, her eyes filled with shock. "It seems so," Jack said, "but what exactly is its purpose? We need further research." After returning to the research center on the island, Lin Warner and Qin Feng immediately organized a small sharing session to showcase today's discoveries to residents and researchers. The Eternal Relic is not only a symbol of the island's history, but also a symbol of our harmonious coexistence with nature, said Lin Warner. Next, we will conduct further research on these discoveries while ensuring the safety of the relics. At the same time, we will invite more experts to participate to ensure that the research and protection of the relics can be done to the best possible extent, Qin Feng added. There was warm applause at the scene, and everyone felt extremely proud of today's discovery. At night, Lin Warner and Qin Feng sat on the beach, looking at the starry sky in the distance, feeling particularly relaxed. "Today's discovery is truly shocking," Lin Warner said softly. "I never imagined the island's history would be so rich." "Yes, this is not only a historical excavation, but also a cultural return," Qin Feng said. "In the future, we will let more people know the story here and make this land a true miracle." Chapter 106: The Mystery in the Ruins. In the early morning, sunlight streamed down the island's research center. Lin Warner and Qin Feng, leading their team, gathered once again before the Eternal Instrument. This unique instrument lay quietly beneath its protective shield, flickering faintly. The material of this instrument itself is amazing, like a mixture of several metals, but its manufacturing process far exceeds our current understanding, Professor Wang said excitedly. He had been studying the surface texture of the Eternal Instrument all night. "These gems don't seem to be just decorative," Lin Warner said, pointing to several embedded crystals on the instrument. "I noticed they seem to reflect light. They might be some kind of functional component." "It's possible they're ritual objects," Qin Feng added. The island's legends mention that the Eternal Vessel was the medium through which the ancient islanders communicated with nature. These gems might be used to absorb natural energy. "But there's still a problem," Professor Wang said, pushing up his glasses. "There are several grooves on this instrument. They seem to be used to hold something, but they're empty now. Only by finding all of these things can we fully unlock its secrets." Lin Warner pondered. "Then we may need to continue exploring the valley and other areas of the island to find items that complement the eternal artifact." In the morning, Lin Warner and Qin Feng held a short meeting and made a detailed plan for the next exploration. "Based on the current clues, we need to conduct a comprehensive search around the valley and other possible ruins areas." Lin Warner marked several areas on the map. "These places may contain extensions of the ruins. We can divide people into two groups. One group will be responsible for continuing to dig deeper into the valley, and the other group will go to the cave area in the east of the island. The geological features there look very much like they were artificially excavated," Qin Feng added. "No problem, our team is on standby at all times," Jack said with a smile. "However, I must warn you that these places don't look easy to access, and the difficulty of exploration may increase." "Don't worry, we are ready," Lin Warner said firmly. So the team acted quickly, carrying detection equipment and emergency tools, and headed to different exploration areas. Lin Warner led a team back into the valley, exploring deeper along the previous tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, they discovered a hidden stone door, engraved with even more complex symbols. "These symbols look like a map," Lin Warner said, pointing at the stone gate. "They might be guiding us somewhere. But the terrain here is too complex. We need to find a way to unlock the area behind this door," said a researcher. "Try using the previous method and arrange the symbols of the plants according to their arrangement. Maybe you can open it," Qin Feng suggested. Lin Warner once again followed the pattern of the plant symbols, touching the patterns on the stone door one by one. Sure enough, the stone door uttered a low rumble and slowly opened. Behind the door was a larger stone chamber, with a large stone slab placed on the floor in the middle. "This stone tablet seems to record something." Lin Warner walked forward and carefully examined the inscription on the stone tablet. "It looks like an ancient script, but I can't fully decipher it. You can take pictures and take them back for research," Qin Feng said, and at the same time noticed that there were several uniquely shaped objects hanging on the walls of the stone chamber, which looked like some kind of ritual tools. "These ritual tools may be accessories for the Eternal Vessel," Lin Warner speculated. "Their shapes perfectly match the grooves of the Eternal Vessel." Everyone carefully removed these items, put them into protective boxes, and prepared to take them back to the research center. At the same time, another team exploring the caves on the eastern side of the island made a surprising discovery. Deep within the cave, they discovered a stone wall covered in symbols, the arrangement of which was strikingly similar to that of the eternal vessel in the valley. These symbols may be some kind of guidance, Jack said, but the strangest thing is that there seems to be some kind of magnetic field reaction here, and our detection equipment is being disturbed. This may be related to the eternal artifact, an agent speculated. These symbols may be another code that can guide us to more relics. Record it first, then bring it back to the research center, Jack instructed. We'll need more specialized equipment to decipher the meaning of these symbols. In the evening, all teams returned to the research center, bringing with them their findings from the day. The atmosphere inside the center was filled with tension and anticipation. Today's discovery once again proves that this island is not only a natural treasure, but also a treasure trove of culture and history, Lynn Warner said to the crowd, standing in front of the large screen. The ritual tools we found are likely part of the eternal vessel, but their specific purpose requires further study. The symbols in the eastern cave may be the key to unlocking the ultimate secret of the eternal artifact. Xin Feng added, we need to decipher these symbols while continuing to explore other areas of the island. We need to be even more cautious in our next steps, Professor Wang said. The protection of the ruins is equally important. We cannot destroy their original appearance through excessive exploration. Tomorrow we'll bring more specialized equipment to conduct a detailed interpretation of the text on the stone slab and the symbols in the cave, Lin Warner concluded. I believe we'll soon uncover the truth behind the eternal artifact. At night, Lin Warner and Xin Feng came to the beach alone, relaxing after a day of tension. The sea sparkled in the distance, and the night sky was dotted with stars. Xin Feng, do you think that the eternal artifact may not only contain the history of the island, but also some kind of power? Lin Warner said softly. That's indeed the feeling. Xin Feng nodded. Both its material and the symbols are beyond our current understanding. At this moment, a strange light suddenly appeared on the sea level, like an aurora borealis, gorgeous and mysterious. What is that? Lin Warner asked in surprise. It might be related to the island's geomagnetic activity. Xin Feng said, but a sense of unease rose in his heart. Or, it might be related to the eternal artifact. Chapter 107 The Secret Behind the Strange Light. Early that morning, at the research center, Lin Warner, Xin Feng, and their team gathered to discuss the strange light that had appeared above the sea level the previous night. Everyone was curious about the phenomenon, but also a little nervous. Last night's light was completely different from any previous phenomenon on the island, Professor Wang said, standing in front of a large screen, showing footage captured by surveillance equipment. It lasted about 10 minutes, rising from the sea surface before gradually dissipating. Could it be related to the island's geomagnetic activity? Lin Warner asked. We've also sensed some magnetic field anomalies in the valleys and caves before. That's certainly a possibility, but we can't rule out a connection to the eternal artifact, Professor Wang said, pointing to the image. The light appears in the sea southeast of the island, an area we haven't thoroughly explored before. Xin Feng nodded. If the eternal artifact is related to natural forces, then this sea area is likely to hide more clues. We must head to that area today to see if we can find anything. In order to explore the mysterious sea area, the team deployed a small exploration ship, equipped with diving equipment and underwater detection instruments, and headed in the direction where the light appeared. Normally, few people approach this area of the sea because the currents are complex, the captain of the boat said. But today's currents are relatively calm, so we can get closer. The boat slowly sailed into the sea. Lin Warner stood on the deck and vaguely saw some strange reflections on the seabed through the clear seawater. What's that over there? She asked, pointing underwater. It seems to be the reflection of some metal material. Xin Feng picked up the telescope and observed carefully. It is likely some kind of shipwreck or man-made ruins. The team quickly lowered the underwater detector, and real-time monitoring footage revealed an unusual area on the seafloor. It was covered in irregular metal fragments, and in the center, a circular structure with what appeared to be intricate patterns carved into it could be seen. This is very similar to the symbol of the eternal vessel. Lin Warner said excitedly. After confirming the area, Lin Warner and Xin Feng decided to go underwater themselves. After donning their diving gear, they followed the divers into the water. The underwater world was quiet and mysterious. Light penetrated the water, reflecting on the metal fragments, making them appear particularly eerie. As she approached the circular structure, Lin Wanner discovered that it was not only engraved with symbols but also surrounded by stone pillars resembling ancient altars. The symbols carved on these stone pillars are very similar to those on the stone slabs in the valley, Lin Wanner said through the communicator. This is likely the remains of an ancient altar. Xin Feng observed the circular structure and said, "This altar's design looks like it's specifically designed to gather some kind of energy. Perhaps the light last night came from here." The two approached the circular structure cautiously and found several grooves on it. The shapes of the grooves were exactly the same as those of the eternal vessel. Could it be that this is the core of the eternal artifact? Lin Wanner guessed. Maybe. Xin Feng said, but to fully unravel this secret, we still need to find more clues. As they continued their investigation, the monitoring equipment of the diving equipment suddenly sounded an alarm. The magnetic field fluctuates abnormally, and the equipment may malfunction temporarily. The research center staff reminded through the communicator. Sure enough, the underwater detection equipment began to interfere, and the images became intermittent. At the same time, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng felt a slight vibration, as if some changes were taking place on the seabed. "Come up quickly," the researcher shouted urgently. The two quickly collected some metal fragments and video records and returned to the surface with the team. As soon as he boarded the boat, Xin Feng looked back at the sea and saw strange ripples on the water. "There's definitely something hidden in that area." Xin Feng whispered, "We can't give up." After returning to the research center, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng began analyzing the metal fragments and symbolic records collected underwater. After preliminary testing, Professor Wang found that the composition of the metal fragments was exactly the same as that of the eternal vessel. "These fragments may be even older than the remains in the valley," Professor Wang said. This suggests that ancient civilizations on islands were not limited to land, they may have also operated in the ocean. The underwater altar may be the core of the entire civilization system, Lin Wanner analyzed. If we can decipher these symbols, perhaps we can discover the true purpose of the eternal vessel. But last night's light suggests that this altar may still be in operation. Xin Feng said, "We need more professional equipment to continue exploring the seabed, otherwise it will be difficult to go deeper." In the evening, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng gathered the team to formulate the next exploration plan. "The magnetic field interference from the underwater altar is our biggest challenge," Lin Wanner said. "We need more advanced anti-interference equipment, and we also need to bring a submersible robot to ensure we can collect more data. We still need to continue studying the symbols in the valley and caves," Professor Wang added. "These symbols may be the key to unlocking the altar's secrets. No matter what, we've come this far. We can't give up easily," Xin Feng said firmly. "This is not just an exploration, but also an excavation of the island's history and natural mysteries." At night, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng came to the beach again, looking at the mysterious sea in the distance. "Xin Feng, do you think we will find the answer this time?" Lin Wanner asked softly. "The answer must be there, it just takes time to uncover it." Xin Feng responded gently, "Every piece of land and sea on this island is telling its story, and we are the ones who listen." Stars twinkled in the night sky, and waves gently lapped against the beach. Everything seemed peaceful, but Lin Wanner and Xin Feng's hearts were filled with anticipation and curiosity about the future. Chapter 108, The Mystery of the Deep Sea Altar. That morning, the island's research center was bustling with activity. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng led the team in inspecting newly arrived equipment. To further explore the underwater altar, the team had borrowed an advanced anti-interference submersible robot and a brand new geomagnetic detector from a partner institution. "With these devices this time, we will definitely be able to gain a deeper understanding of the secrets of the underwater altar," Lin Wanner said as she checked the equipment. "Yes, but we must also be extra careful. Yesterday's magnetic field interference may not be a coincidence." Xin Feng reminded, "Perhaps the underwater altar itself has some kind of power that we cannot explain." Professor Wang walked over, holding the analysis report in his hand. "After last night's analysis, we confirmed that the symbols on the altar are related to the contents of the Valley Stone Tablet. The stone tablet mentioned a key, which seems to be the only one that can fully activate the eternal device. The key?" Lin Wanner asked doubtfully, "Does this mean we need to search for more ruins to find the complete clue?" "Yes, the underwater altar may be only part of the entire civilization," Professor Wang said, "and this key may be hidden even deeper." After a morning of preparation, the team set out again, heading for the area where the underwater altar was located. The atmosphere on the ship was more tense than ever, as everyone knew the significance of this exploration mission. Everyone, remember, our goal this time is to thoroughly survey the altar area and identify any hidden clues. Lin Wanner assigned tasks to the team. The submersible robots will enter the depths, while our manpower will primarily be responsible for inspecting the outer areas. After arriving at the target area, the team quickly entered the water. The submersible robot was the first to reach the seabed, transmitting real-time footage. The screen showed the terrain surrounding the altar still brimming with mysterious patterns, and the metal fragments shimmered with a strange light as the sunlight refracted. The magnetic field here seems to be stronger than yesterday, said an engineer operating the submersible robot, but the equipment can still work normally for the time being. Xin Feng and Lin Wanner also dived underwater again, following the robot's exploration. They discovered a concave circular platform in the center of the altar, seemingly used to place something. This may be the final resting place of the eternal artifact. Xin Feng said through the communicator, but we still need to find the missing parts. Look, there are more symbols here. Lin Wanner pointed to the stone pillars at the edge of the altar and said, these symbols seem to be guiding us somewhere. After careful observation, she found that these symbols were similar to the stone slabs in the valley, but the arrangement was more complex. She immediately recorded them with an underwater camera and prepared to take them back to interpret them. Just as the team was concentrating on the survey, a slight vibration suddenly came from the seabed, accompanied by a strong magnetic field fluctuation, and the screens of all devices began to interfere. The magnetic field intensity is increasing rapidly. Everyone evacuate. The technician at the research center shouted urgently through the communicator. But before the team could completely leave, a faint blue light slowly rose from the center of the altar. The light gradually expanded, as if some energy had been activated, and the entire altar became even more mysterious under the blue light. What is this? Lin Wanner couldn't help but exclaim, it seems like some mechanism on the altar has been triggered. Collect data quickly, we can't miss this opportunity. Xin Feng quickly adjusted the equipment to capture the fluctuation data of blue light. With the appearance of the blue light, the diving robot detected that the terrain near the altar had changed, and it seemed that a new passage was opening. Over there! There's a new entrance, a team member shouted excitedly. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng exchanged a glance and decided to risk approaching the passage. Cautiously, they swam over and discovered the walls were covered in symbols, more complex than those on the altar and even possessing some luminous properties. These symbols might represent some kind of language, Lin Wanner said. But their luminescence is very strange, as if they contain some kind of energy. We can't go deeper now. The magnetic field here is too unstable. Xin Feng reminded, record it first and continue exploring after the magnetic field returns to stability. Due to the magnetic field interference, the team had to evacuate temporarily. After returning to the ship, everyone was discussing their recent discovery. The mysterious blue light in the new passage made everyone excited. This is our most important discovery to date, Professor Wang said, looking at the recorded data. The energy fluctuations of that blue light suggested could be a completely unknown natural phenomenon, or even some kind of technology from an ancient civilization. But what does this new passage mean? Lin Wanner asked. Will it lead to the key? It's very likely, Professor Wang nodded. But we need more data to confirm what's at the end of the tunnel. We must bring stronger equipment tomorrow and develop more detailed safety measures. Xin Feng said, this passage may be the core part of the entire ruins, but we can't act rashly. In the evening, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng returned to the beach. The distant sea shone silvery in the moonlight. Everything seemed calm, but their hearts were filled with anticipation for the next adventure. Xin Feng, do you think that blue light is a natural phenomenon, or is it related to the eternal artifact? Lin Wanner asked softly. It's hard to say at this point, but my intuition tells me that it has some connection to the eternal artifact, Xin Feng said. Perhaps, this altar itself is an energy device, and the eternal artifact is its control core. If that's true, then we might uncover a shocking secret next. Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with excitement. No matter what the truth is, we will find the answer. Xin Feng held her hand with a firm tone. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the waves gently lapped the beach. In the distant sea, the blue light seemed to still flicker faintly, as if waiting for their arrival again. Chapter 109, The Ancient Secret at the End of the Tunnel. That morning, a tense and excited atmosphere permeated the research center. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng gathered their team to discuss how to more safely access the newly discovered passage to the underwater altar. We need a more careful plan. We can't let the magnetic field interference disrupt our rhythm this time. Lin Wanner said seriously as she stood in front of the map. Last night, the team conducted a preliminary analysis of the blue light data and discovered a pattern in its fluctuations, Professor Wang said as he presented a chart. The blue light appears to release energy every 6 hours. This could be the altar's self-repair mechanism. A 6-hour cycle? Qin Feng pondered. Then we can enter during the gaps in energy release to avoid interference at its peak. That's right. Professor Wang nodded. Also, this time we'll use anti-interference equipment, and submersible robots will explore the path ahead to ensure safety within the passage. Lin Wanner concluded, okay, let's proceed according to this plan. Everyone, prepare your equipment and try to find more clues today. That morning, the team boarded the exploration vessel and arrived at the underwater altar area again. This time, their equipment was more complete and everyone was full of confidence. The diving robot will go into the water first to conduct preliminary detection. Qin Feng commanded. The submersible robot slowly entered the tunnel, transmitting clear, real-time images. The symbols and stone pillars inside the tunnel were denser, and there were glowing crystals on the walls, making it look like part of an altar. The architectural style here is consistent with the ruins in the valley, but on a much larger scale. Lin Wanner observed the scene and took notes. Also, these glowing crystals are likely the source of energy. Let's follow, Qin Feng said, and then led the team into the water. The water flow in the channel was smoother than expected, but the surrounding magnetic field fluctuations still gave people a sense of pressure. Lin Wanner approached a stone pillar and found some very complex symbols engraved on it. These symbols seem to be some kind of ancient language. Lin Wanner photographed them with an underwater camera, but we can't decipher them yet. Let's move deeper into the passage first. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling the team to continue. After 20 minutes of slow progress, the team finally reached the end of the passage. A massive stone chamber appeared before them, and in its center stood a device similar in shape to the Eternal Vessel, though more complex than any previously discovered. What is this? Lin Wanner asked in shock. It looks like an upgraded version of the Eternal Artifact. The device is surrounded by 4 huge stone pillars, with glowing crystals hanging on the top of the pillars. The entire stone chamber is shrouded in a soft blue light, appearing mysterious and solemn. The light from these crystals matches the blue light on the altar, Professor Wang said after observing through the robot's camera. This may be the core of the altar's energy. Qin Feng approached the device and found that there were several grooves on its surface, which matched the ritual tools they had found before. This is where the key is placed. Qin Feng said excitedly, if we put the ritual tools into the groove, maybe we can activate this device. But we still need to confirm whether it's safe to do so, Lin Wanner reminded. If this is an energy device, activating it could have a huge impact. Just as the team was preparing to conduct further research, the blue light in the stone chamber suddenly began to become brighter, and the magnetic field fluctuations in the entire space became more violent. The energy release cycle has been advanced. Professor Wang shouted nervously, everyone, please be careful. The intensity of the blue light gradually increased, and the floor of the stone chamber began to vibrate slightly. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the top of the device, pointing directly at the ceiling of the stone chamber. Is this a positioning signal? Lin Wanner looked up and exclaimed, it seems to be pointing in a certain direction. Qin Feng quickly used the device to record the angle and direction of the light beam, and at the same time noticed that more symbols appeared on the surface of the device, which perfectly corresponded to the words on the stone slabs in the valley. We must evacuate immediately, Qin Feng ordered decisively, the energy here is getting out of control. The team quickly evacuated the chamber and brought all collected data and video footage back to the ship. After returning to the research center, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng immediately began analyzing the data. After calculations, they discovered that the beam was pointing to an undeveloped area in the northwest of the island. This direction. Lin Wanner marked on the map, there's an ancient forest here that we've never really explored. Perhaps the true secret of the eternal artifact is hidden in that forest, Professor Wang said. The point where the beam is pointing may very well be the ultimate goal of the entire ruins. But we need more preparations, Qin Feng said. The forest environment may be more complex than the valley and the seabed. We can't act rashly. I agree. Lin Wanner nodded and said, we need to integrate the existing clues and invite more experts to participate. At night, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng stood on the terrace of the research center, looking far away at the northwest direction marked on the map. Qin Feng, what do you think this beam of light will guide us to find? Lin Wanner asked softly. Perhaps it's a bigger secret, or even the core of the island's civilization. Qin looked at the starry sky with a firm gaze. But no matter what it is, I believe we will find the answer. Yes, this island is full of wonders and unknowns. Lin Wanner said with a smile, we will definitely protect it and uncover its secrets. Under the night sky, the two were full of anticipation, ready to embrace the next unknown exploration. Chapter 110 Heading to the Northwest Forest. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the island, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. At the research center, Lin Wanner, Qin and their team were frantically preparing for today's operation, exploring the Northwest Forest area where the beam was pointed. According to our analysis last night, this forest is the oldest and least visited part of the island, Professor Wang said, pointing to a map. Although we don't know much about this area, we're certain it may hold more clues to the ruins. This forest has complex terrain and a wide variety of flora and fauna, so we must be fully prepared, said Lin Wanner. The team needs to be divided into several groups, each carrying detection equipment, emergency supplies, and communication tools to ensure safety. At the same time, we also need to pay attention to time. Qin added, the place where the light beam is pointing may be an entrance, and the state of the entrance may be affected by the altar's energy release cycle. We must act quickly. After all the equipment was ready, the team set out for the Northwest Forest, which is located on the edge of the island and surrounded by tall mountains. The road leading to it is extremely rugged. The trees here are denser than other places, and they look like they have hundreds of years of history. Lin Wanner exclaimed, pushing aside a cluster of vines. This environment is ideal for hiding relics, Professor Wang said. Ancient islanders likely built important sites in such areas to avoid external interference. After walking for about 2 hours, the team finally reached the approximate location of the beam. It was a flat, open space, with strange plants growing in the center. Each plant's leaves shone with a faint light, very similar to the blue light of the underwater altar. These plants must be related to the ruins. Lin Wanner squatted down and observed carefully. They may be a medium for transmitting energy. But there doesn't seem to be an obvious entrance here. Qin looked around, maybe the entrance is hidden underground. As Lin Wanner and her team carefully searched, one of them accidentally stepped on a protruding rock. Suddenly, the plants in the center of the clearing began to tremble slightly, and a thin blue light rose from the ground, gradually converging into a huge halo. Everyone be careful. It seems like some mechanism has been triggered here. Qin immediately reminded everyone to stay alert. As the blue light spread, the ground slowly cracked, revealing a staircase leading underground. The staircase was surrounded by complex symbols and carvings, resembling the remains of some kind of ritual. This is the entrance. Lin Wanner said excitedly, the place where the beam of light is pointing to really hides a secret. But we must be cautious, Professor Wang warned. This mechanism may be intended to protect the ruins, but it may also pose a threat to those who enter without permission. The team carefully entered the stairs and walked down the winding passage. The air in the passage was slightly damp, and the walls were engraved with ancient symbols. Glowing crystals were embedded at intervals, providing a faint light for the entire passage. These symbols are very similar to those on the underwater altar. Lin Wanner said as she took notes. It seems there's a close connection between this ruin and the altar. These luminescent crystals may be the ruin's energy system, Professor Wang said, using a portable instrument to measure the crystal's energy fluctuations. Their energy output is very stable, suggesting this ruin may have existed for hundreds of years, or even longer. After about 10 minutes of walking, the team arrived at a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a tall stone platform, on which was placed a device similar to the Eternal Device, but more complex than the ones previously discovered. This is the core ruins. Lin Wanner said excitedly, its structure is clearly more complete than the previous ones. This may be the control center of the entire island ruins system. Qin said, but we must figure out how it works. Lin Wanner walked forward and found that there were also several grooves on the stone platform, which were exactly the same as the ritual tools they had found before. Try putting ritual tools into these grooves, Professor Wang suggested. Qin nodded and placed the ritual tools into the grooves one by one. As the last tool was placed in, the entire hall began to emit a low humming sound. The device on the stone platform slowly lit up, and the blue light spread to every corner of the hall. It started working! Lin Wanner exclaimed. At the same time, a huge three-dimensional image appeared on the wall of the hall, showing a prosperous ancient civilization, tall stone towers, wide squares, and people performing rituals in front of the altar. This is a historical record of island civilization. Professor Wang exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. These images show that the island was once a center of a highly developed civilization. But this is just a record. What is its real function? Qin Feng frowned and asked, are there any other functions that have not been unlocked? As the team was studying the images, the light on the stone platform suddenly became unstable, the blue light began to flicker rapidly, and the magnetic field of the entire hall became chaotic. Oh no! The energy in the device seems to be out of balance. Professor Wang said nervously. Maybe the order of the ritual tools is incorrect. Evacuate quickly. Qin Feng gave the order decisively. The team quickly evacuated the hall, but before leaving, Lin Wana noticed that the last set of symbols that appeared in the image were exactly the same as the words on the underwater altar. That set of symbols must be the key. Lin Wana muttered to herself, quickly took a picture and left. After returning to the research center, the team summarized their findings. Although the device was not completely unlocked, the video records provided them with important clues. That set of symbols might be the correct sequence to activate the device, Lin Wana said. If we can decipher it, we can completely unlock the secrets of the ruins. But the device's loss of control also means we must be more cautious in our operations, Qin Feng warned. Any mistake could cause irreversible damage to the ruins. Next, we need to conduct a comprehensive study of the symbols and prepare to re-enter the ruins, Professor Wang said. Time is running out, and we can't waste a single minute. At night, Lin Wana and Qin Feng sat on a bench outside the research center, looking at the dark forest in the distance. Qin Feng, how far do you think we are from the truth? Lin Wana asked softly. It's very close, but every step is full of unknowns. Qin Feng replied, perhaps the secret of the island is not only about the past, but will also affect the future. Lin Wana nodded, a determined light flashing in her eyes. No matter what, we will definitely solve it. Chapter 111, The Mystery of Symbols and Re-entering the Ruins. In the early morning hours, the atmosphere in the research center's conference room was particularly solemn. Lin Wana and Qin Feng led their team, intently studying symbols captured from the ruins' images. These symbols might hold the key to unlocking the ruins' secrets. These symbols look like a variant of an ancient language, Professor Wang said, pointing to the projection screen. Their arrangement is very complex and may contain some kind of code. We found some overlap between these symbols and those found on the underwater altar and the stone slabs in the valley, Lin Wana added. But this time, the arrangement seems more logical, likely representing the steps required to activate the device. If these symbols are really a code, then we must decipher it before we can fully activate the relic device. Qin Feng said, could it be some kind of numerical or sequential clue? The team began to work together, analyzing the symbols' meanings and patterns one by one. While reviewing the records, Lin Wana compared the symbols with the patterns on the underwater altar, trying to find a connection between them. Look! Lin Wana suddenly pointed at the screen. The arrangement of these symbols is exactly the same as the direction of the light beams from the underwater altar. Professor Wang nodded. This shows that they are indeed closely connected. Perhaps these symbols are the core that controls the energy system of the entire relic. Since we have mastered part of the rules, let's hurry up and crack the complete code. Qin Feng said. After several hours of focused research, the team finally discovered a pattern in the symbols' arrangement. The order of the symbols seemed to correspond to different ruins on the island, with each symbol representing a specific energy node. These nodes may be the key to the entire relic system, Lin Wana speculated. If we can input these symbols into the relic device in the correct order, we can activate the entire system. But we still need to verify this theory, Wang said. If the sequence is wrong, the device could go haywire again. There's no time to hesitate. Qin Feng said decisively, we are ready to set off now and return to the ruins of the Northwest Forest. Armed with new equipment and symbol interpretation results, the team once again embarked on a journey to the Northwest Forest. This time, their goal was to completely unlock the relic device. After arriving at the ruins, the team found that the previous mechanism was still open and the blue light on the ground was still flickering faintly. This means the device is still in the startup state, but not fully operational, Lin Wana said. Our task now is to input the correct symbols and activate the device's core functions. After entering the underground hall, Lin Wana and Qin Feng walked towards the stone platform again. The grooves on the stone platform still emitted a faint light, as if waiting for some kind of instruction. According to our interpretation, these symbols should be entered from left to right in sequence, Professor Wang instructed through the communicator. Lin Wanner took a deep breath and entered the symbols in order. With each ritual tool she placed, the light on the stone platform grew brighter. When the last tool was placed into the groove, the entire hall was instantly shrouded in dazzling blue light, and the air seemed to be filled with a slight vibration. It started, Xin Feng said in surprise. As the device fully activated, a three-dimensional light and shadow rose from the center of the stone platform. This time, the image was clearer than before, revealing a scene never before seen. In the picture, an ancient civilization is in its heyday, towering stone towers, huge squares, and neatly arranged altars, and people perform rituals around a device similar to the eternal vessel. These images show that the eternal device may not only be some kind of energy device, but also the spiritual core of this civilization. Lin Wanner analyzed. The image also shows symbols that appear to describe a pattern of energy flow, while the final portion of the image shows a set of coordinates pointing to another area of the island. This set of coordinates seems to be the eastern waters of the island. Xin Feng said, looking carefully at the image, "We haven't explored that area before." "Perhaps that's the end of the entire ruins system," Professor Wang said, "but it could also be a much bigger mystery." Just as the team was immersed in the excitement of their discovery, the stone platform suddenly emitted a low humming sound, and the light in the hall became unstable. "Oh no! The energy of the device seems to be overloaded," Professor Wang reminded nervously. "Evacuate quickly." Xin Feng immediately commanded the team to evacuate the hall. During the evacuation, Lin Wanner took the final photos of the images and symbols. The moment they left the hall, a powerful blue light emanated from the stone platform, and the entire ruins began to vibrate. "The device is restoring its balance on its own," Professor Wang observed through the monitoring equipment. "But we have already obtained the most important information." In the evening, the team returned to the research center to review their findings. Although the core device of the ruins had briefly lost control, they had successfully acquired video footage and new coordinates. "This discovery is of great significance," said Professor Wang. "The energy flow pattern shown in the image may be the key to our understanding of the eternal object. But more importantly, these coordinates point to the eastern waters of the island," Lin Wanner said. "We must head there as soon as possible to find more clues. We must be more careful this time." Xin Feng warned, "The eastern sea may be more dangerous than the northwestern forest. We need to bring more advanced equipment." At night, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng sat on the terrace outside the research center, gazing out at the distant eastern sea. It was pitch dark there, but they knew the secrets hidden beneath the waters could alter their entire understanding of the island. "Xin Feng, I always feel that the secrets of this island are completely different from what we imagined," Lin Wanner said softly. "Its civilization seems to be beyond our current understanding." "Yes, perhaps it is more than just the remains of an ancient civilization." Xin Feng nodded. "Perhaps there is some kind of power that transcends time buried here. No matter what, we will find the answer." Lin Wanner's eyes were filled with determination, for the island, and for the truth behind these ruins. As the night breeze blew by, the two of them quietly looked at the sea level in the distance, their hearts full of anticipation and unknown excitement. Chapter 112, Setting Off for the Eastern Sea. The early morning sunlight shone through the leaves onto the windowsill of the research center. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng were making final preparations for the upcoming exploration of the Eastern Sea area. "The environment in the Eastern Seas is more complex than our previous exploration sites," Lin Wanner said, looking at the map. "There are deep-sea canyons, strong ocean currents, and many undocumented ecosystems. And this time the coordinates point to a very precise location." Xin Feng pointed to the mark on the map and said, "We need to ensure the stability of the equipment, otherwise we might miss an important discovery. This time we'll be bringing more advanced deep-sea diving robots and exploration instruments," Professor Wang said as he approached. "These devices can provide real-time images in deep-sea environments and are also resistant to magnetic field interference." The team immediately began intensive preparations, everyone knowing that this exploration could be a key step in uncovering the ultimate secret of the eternal device. The team boarded a fully equipped exploration vessel and headed for the eastern waters. The atmosphere on board was filled with anticipation and a touch of tension as everyone prepared for the next move. The underwater terrain in this sea area is very complex, especially the influence of ocean currents, which may hinder the operation of the submersible, the captain reminded while controlling the ship. "But fortunately, our equipment this time is more advanced than before." Lin Wanner inspected the submersible robot. "They can adapt to changes in ocean currents by adjusting their posture in real time. I hope everything goes well." Xin Feng looked at the sea level in the distance, his eyes full of determination. After more than 2 hours of sailing, the ship finally arrived at the designated location. It was a seemingly calm sea, but the deep sea below hid unknown secrets. Put the diving robot into the water and conduct preliminary detection, Qin Feng commanded. The submersible robot slowly descended to the seabed, transmitting real-time footage. The underwater scene gradually became clearer: deep canyons, bizarre coral reefs, and some never-before-seen marine life. The ecosystem here is very rich, but it seems different from the underwater altar area we saw earlier. Lin Wanner observed the screen. The terrain here is more open, like some kind of natural deep-sea platform. Keep moving closer to the coordinates, Professor Wang warned. If my guess is correct, there might be an entrance hidden at the coordinates, just like the ruins in the northwest forest. As the submersible robot approached the coordinate point, some unusual lights appeared on the screen. The lights were blue-green and seemed to come from some kind of luminescent mineral. These ores match the colors of the ruin symbols, Lin Wanner said excitedly. They might be the source of the ruin's energy. Get closer and see if you can find the entrance, Qin Feng said. After further exploration, the submersible robot discovered a crack in a huge underwater rock wall. The crack was surrounded by complex symbols that looked like some kind of ancient decoration. This gap should be a hidden entrance, Professor Wang said, but its opening may require us to decipher symbols or trigger some kind of mechanism. Take pictures of these symbols and we'll go back and analyze them. Lin Wanner immediately instructed the diving robot to record all the details on the rock wall. At the same time, the team also found that the gap was surrounded by glowing crystals, which seemed to be guiding the direction of some kind of energy flow. These crystals are likely the activation devices for the entrance. Qin Feng speculated, if we can find their triggering mechanism, we can open this gap. As the team focused on studying the entrance, the magnetic field on the seabed suddenly fluctuated. The submersible robot's image began to show interference, and even the signal was briefly interrupted. Magnetic field fluctuations are intensifying. The equipment may fail, the technician said nervously. Everyone, stay calm, Qin Feng commanded calmly. Temporarily withdraw the robots and ensure the safety of the equipment. Just as the diving robot slowly surfaced, the symbols on the rock wall began to glow faintly, and the blue-green light spread to the entire crevice. It seems, it has been activated by itself, Lin Wanner exclaimed. As the light grew, a crack in the rock wall gradually opened, revealing a passage leading deeper into the cave. From within the passage came a low humming sound, as if beckoning something. The entrance is open, Qin Feng said excitedly, but this might be a trap. We can't rush in. Taking into account the impact of magnetic field fluctuations, the team decided to temporarily evacuate the sea area and bring back all the imaging records and data. We've confirmed the location of the entrance, but further preparations are needed, Professor Wang said. Especially the environment inside the tunnel, which is still completely unknown. We need stronger anti-interference equipment and sufficient emergency supplies, Lin Wanner said. This is a very important exploration, and we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. That's right, Qin Feng nodded. Once the equipment and plan are complete, we will return here and completely uncover the secrets of this ruin. In the evening, the team returned to the research center, where everyone was busy sorting out the day's findings. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng once again compiled the data and formulated their next plan. The symbols at the entrance clearly correlate with those found in the previous ruins, Lin Wanner analyzed. This suggests the entire ruin system may be a complete network, and we've only uncovered a portion of it. But this discovery has proved that we are getting closer and closer to the truth. Qin Feng said, the next operation may be the moment to unravel the whole mystery. No matter what, we will succeed, Lin Wanner said firmly. The secrets of this ruin are worth every effort. At night, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng stood on the terrace, gazing at the distant sea. The waters appeared calm and mysterious under the moonlight, but they knew that secrets hidden beneath the sea were quietly waiting to be discovered. Qin Feng, what do you think the secret behind these ruins is? Lin Wanner asked softly. Perhaps it's the origin of island civilization, or perhaps it's some power beyond our comprehension. Qin Feng replied, but no matter what it is, I believe it will shock us. Lin Wanner nodded, her eyes determined. No matter what, we will find the answer. Chapter 113: The Secret of the Passage. Early that morning, at the research center, the team gathered to plan and deploy detailed plans for further exploration of the ruins' entrance in the Eastern Sea. Lin Wanner stood before a large screen, showing everyone the images and symbols she had recorded yesterday. Through preliminary analysis of these symbols, we've discovered that their arrangement is exactly the same as the symbols in the valley and the underwater altar, Lynn Warner said, pointing to the screen.
But the symbols here are more like a command system.
That is, this relic may not be a single structure, but part of an entire island relic system, Professor Wang added. These symbols may be telling us how to enter the passage correctly.
Yesterday's magnetic field fluctuations have proven that the environment of this channel is extremely unstable. Xin Feng reminded, we must prepare more advanced anti-interference equipment and arrange a backup plan.
After discussion, the team finally decided to split into two groups. One group would stay on the ship to monitor and provide support, and the other group would enter the channel in person for in-depth exploration.
Safety is paramount in this operation, Lin Warner warned. If the situation gets out of control at any time, retreat immediately.
After a morning of preparations, the exploration ship set out again for the eastern waters. This time, it carried more high-tech equipment, including a new anti-interference diving robot and an energy stabilization detector. This equipment can better cope with the complex environment inside the ruins, Professor Wang said, but everyone must also be mentally prepared for unexpected situations. Lin Warner and Xin Feng stood on the deck, looking at the gradually approaching target sea area, feeling both nervous and expectant.
We must succeed this time,
Lin Warner said softly.
We will.
Xin Feng answered firmly, no matter what is hidden inside the ruins, we will find the answer. After arriving at the target sea area, the team quickly took action. The submersible robot was lowered into the water again and first entered the channel, transmitting real-time images from inside. The interior of the passage was still filled with complex symbols and glowing crystals, but this time, the robot captured deeper details. At the end of the passage, a huge stone door appeared, carved with even more complex patterns. This stone door should be the entrance to the core of the ruins, Lin Warner said, but its opening method seems more complicated than the previous mechanism. Let's try to decipher the symbols on the stone gate first, Professor Wang commanded through the communicator. Lin Warner and Xin Feng, equipped with diving equipment, entered the passage themselves and approached the stone door for a detailed observation. The symbols on the stone door were arranged in a circular pattern, with a distinct groove in the center, seemingly intended for the placement of some object. The shape of this groove is very similar to the eternal vessel, Lin Warner said.
Will I need to use it as a key to open it?
It's very likely. Xin Feng nodded, but the eternal artifact we have seems incomplete and may not be able to unlock it directly. As the team observed the stone gate, the light within the passage suddenly shifted. The glowing crystals began to tremble slightly, their light gradually turning a deep blue and converging towards the stone gate. The energy seems to be concentrating, Xin Feng said vigilantly, maybe some mechanism has been triggered. As the light grew, the symbols on the stone door began to illuminate. A deep voice rang out from the depths of the passage, as if speaking in some ancient language.
Is this an automatic reaction of the ruins?
Lin Warner stared at the stone gate in surprise.
Could it be that our proximity has triggered some kind of protective mechanism? Everyone be careful.
Xin Feng immediately ordered, don't touch the stone gate rashly. After some observation, the team discovered that the symbols on the stone gate began to gradually change in a regular pattern, as if some kind of code was automatically reorganizing. At the same time, the magnetic field fluctuations in the passage became more intense. We need to record the changing patterns of these symbols, Professor Wang reminded through the communicator.
These may be the key to unlocking the stone door.
Lin Warner quickly used the camera to record every frame change of the symbol, and at the same time noticed that a sparkling crystal could be vaguely seen in a small groove above the stone gate. That crystal might be the stone gate's energy core, Lin Warner said. If we can decipher the patterns in these symbols, perhaps we can directly open the stone gate through this core. But now the magnetic field is getting stronger and stronger, we must evacuate first.
Xin Feng gave the order decisively.
The team quickly evacuated the channel and brought all recorded data back to the ship. After returning to the ship, Lin Warner and Xin Feng immediately began analyzing the changing patterns of the symbols on the stone gate. By analyzing the video frame by frame, the team discovered that the arrangement of these symbols corresponded to the stone tablets inscribed on the ruins in the valley. The arrangement of these symbols seems to simulate the flow of energy, Professor Wang analyzed. If we can understand this law, we can find the correct way to unlock it.
But the patterns here are extremely complex, Lin Warner frowned.
It will take more time and resources to fully decipher them.
It's okay, we've made important progress.
Xin Feng comforted him, at least we know the true location of the entrance and the direction to unlock it.
By evening, the fleet had returned to the research center.
Although this operation hadn't completely solved the mystery of the stone gate, the team had already grasped a number of key clues. The next task is to thoroughly decipher the patterns of the symbols, while preparing a more complete eternal artifact to ensure we can unlock the stone gate, Lin Wanner concluded. At the same time, we need to study how to control the magnetic field fluctuations within the channel, Professor Wang added.
Only by doing so can we conduct exploration in a more stable environment.
Xin Feng nodded. All this will take time, but I believe we will be able to uncover the secrets of the ruins in the end. At night, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng stood on the terrace of the research center, gazing at the distant sea. Even under the moonlight, the sea still seemed mysterious and profound.
Xin Feng, what do you think this relic will bring us? Lin Wanner asked softly.
Perhaps it's the true secret of this island, or perhaps it's a discovery beyond our imagination. Xin Feng said, but no matter what it is, we will persevere to the end.
Lin Wanner nodded, her eyes determined. The secret of this relic will definitely change our understanding.
The night breeze blew gently as the two stood on the terrace, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future and excitement about the unknown.
Chapter 114, Stone Gate Password in Core Unlock.
Early in the morning, in the research center, Lin Wanner, Xin Feng, Professor Wang and team members sat around the conference table. The symbol patterns and magnetic field data of the stone gate had been projected onto the big screen. According to last night's analysis, the changes in the symbols on the stone gate are not random. They follow a pattern of energy flow, Professor Wang said, pointing to the screen. This pattern exactly matches the symbols on the stone slabs in the valley, but it is more complex. These symbols aren't just an order of arrangement, they're more like a guide for some kind of energy input, Lin Wanner added. If we can decipher this pattern, we can activate the core of the stone gate and open the next passage to the ruins.
But there's a problem.
Xin Feng frowned and said, the magnetic field fluctuations in the channel yesterday were very unstable. If it gets out of control again during the unlocking process, it may cause the entire ruin structure to collapse. We can try bringing in an energy balancer, Professor Wang suggested. It could help stabilize the magnetic field inside the ruins and give us more time. The team quickly reached a consensus and decided to take the energy balancer and unlocking equipment and head to the underwater ruins again. The exploration ship once again sailed towards the eastern sea, and everyone on the team was filled with tension and anticipation. This time, their goal was to unlock the stone door and find the core secret of the ruins.
All equipment has been inspected, Lin Wanner reported.
We've also prepared a set of backup energy balancers in case of any unexpected events.
Very good.
Xin Feng nodded and said, this operation must be foolproof. Everyone must remain vigilant. After arriving at the target sea area, the diving robot entered the channel first. After confirming that the environment in the channel was stable, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng led the team to dive to the seabed and head straight for the location of the stone gate. After arriving at the stone gate, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng installed energy balancers at key locations within the passage to ensure that magnetic field fluctuations remained within a stable range. Then, Lin Wanner began to input commands into the symbol arrangement on the stone gate, following the patterns she had deciphered. The first set of symbols has been input successfully, Lin Wanner said, and part of the light on the stone gate gradually became brighter. The second set of symbols was also successful. Xin Feng observed the stone gate and noticed that the light in the groove began to increase. When the third set of symbols was entered, the blue light in the center of the stone gate suddenly became extremely strong, and a low humming sound was heard throughout the entire passage.
Is this normal? Xin Feng asked.
Perhaps the stone gate is gathering energy, preparing to open.
Professor Wang responded through the communicator, continue to maintain stability.
Lin Wanner took a deep breath and continued to input the fourth set of symbols. As the last symbol was activated, the stone door emitted a low rumble and slowly opened to both sides.
Success!
Lin Wanner said excitedly, the stone gate is open. After passing through the stone gate, the team entered a vast underwater hall. In the center stood a towering structure, similar in shape to the Eternal Vessel, though even more complex. Surrounding it were 6 massive stone pillars, each inlaid with glowing crystals.
This is the core of the ruins. Lin Wanner exclaimed in shock. It's more complex than any device we've discovered before.
The energy fluctuations of these crystals are very strong. Xin Feng scanned the stone pillars with a detector. They may be the power source of the entire ruin system. But this isn't the most important thing, Professor Wang said, pointing to the device in the center of the hall.
There's a clear groove on its top. That might be the final location for the eternal artifact. Lin Wanner nodded. This shows that our previous eternal artifact is only a part of the ruins.
It must be combined with the device here to show its true function. To verify the device's functionality, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng decided to try to activate it. They placed the ritual tools they had found into the device's grooves one by one and observed its reaction. When the last ritual tool was placed in, the entire hall was instantly enveloped in blue light. The crystals of the 6 stone pillars began to glow synchronously, and energy seemed to flow along the stone pillars to the central device. "It starts working," Qin Feng said excitedly. At the same time, a huge 3-dimensional image appeared on the wall of the hall, showing a prosperous civilization scene, tall buildings, complex rituals, and people performing some kind of ritual around the eternal vessel. These images reveal the high level of sophistication of the island civilization, Professor Wang said. The eternal artifact was clearly at the heart of their culture and technology. However, as the device was operating, the magnetic field fluctuations in the hall began to increase again, and the light became unstable.
"Oh no! The device seems to have exceeded its energy load," Lin Wanner exclaimed.
"Stop the operation immediately and prepare to evacuate."
Qin Feng gave the order decisively.
The team quickly shut down the device, recorded all images and data, and evacuated the hall. After returning to the research center, the team immediately conducted a detailed analysis of the images and data. From the footage, we can see that the core device of this ruins has not been fully activated. Lin Wanner said, "We still need to find the true eternal artifact to unlock the entire ruins. But more importantly, we have to address the issue of energy overload," Professor Wang said. "If the device cannot withstand the energy of full activation, it may lead to uncontrollable consequences.
The next plan is, first, to improve the energy balance device, second, to find the complete eternal artifact."
Qin Feng concluded, "Only in this way can we safely unlock the secrets of the ruins." At night, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng once again stood on the terrace of the research center, gazing at the distant starry sky. Although today's exploration was filled with tension and risk, their hearts were still filled with anticipation.
"Qin Feng, I always feel that we are getting closer to the truth,"
Lin Wanner said softly. "Yes, the secret of this relic may completely change our understanding of this island," Qin Feng said, "but at the same time, we must also be more cautious.
No matter what, we will persevere." Lin Wanner's eyes were firm, to uncover the true veil of this civilization.
The night breeze blew gently as the two stood on the terrace, their hearts filled with anticipation and confidence for the future.
Chapter 115, Finding Clues to the Complete Eternal Instrument.
In the morning, in the research center's laboratory, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng were analyzing the images and data they had brought back yesterday. These images not only demonstrated the island's advanced civilization but also hinted at more information about the eternal artifact.
"Look, this footage shows another device similar to the eternal device," Lin Wanner said, pointing at the screen.
"It's much larger than the one we have, and it's topped with a glowing crystal."
"This crystal may be the key," Professor Wang said.
"It seems to be the core of the entire device's operation, similar to an energy converter."
Qin Feng looked at the image in the video and said thoughtfully, "But the question is, where is this complete eternal artifact now?"
"The device we discovered earlier was only a part, and it obviously cannot activate the full function of the ruins. Based on the coordinates in the image, we can infer that the device was placed in another ruin on the island," Professor Wang said. "Combined with the map shown in the ruins, the highlands in the southwest of the island may contain new clues."
"The Southwest Highlands?" Lin Wanner frowned.
"The terrain there is steep and has always been the most difficult area to access on the island.
We have never explored it. If the eternal artifact is really there, we must find it,"
Qin Feng said in a firm tone. After confirming their target, the team immediately began preparing for their exploration of the Southwest Highlands. This area has complex terrain and a changeable climate, requiring thorough preparation.
"This mission may be even more dangerous than before," Lin Wanner said at the meeting.
"The southwestern highlands not only have steep mountain roads, but also a host of unknown flora and fauna.
We need to be careful.
This time we will bring terrain survey equipment and drones," Qin Feng added, "and prepare sufficient supplies and emergency tools to ensure we are completely safe." The team quickly divided the work and methodically loaded the equipment, preparing to depart. Lin Wanner and Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the research center, their eyes determined.
"No matter what lies ahead, we must find the answer," Lin Wanner said.
"Yes, this is not only about the secrets of the ruins, but also about the future of the island."
Qin Feng nodded.
After several hours' drive, the team finally arrived at the edge of the Southwest Highlands. The terrain here is steep and rugged, and the mountains in the distance are hidden in the clouds, exuding a mysterious atmosphere.
The drone will conduct a survey first to ensure we choose the safest route. Qin Feng commanded. The drone took off and quickly sent back high-definition footage.
The footage revealed irregular stone pillars and architectural remains hidden deep within the plateau, resembling some ancient altar.
That might be our target, Lin Wanner said, but the surrounding environment doesn't look very friendly. The mountain road is covered with vines and gravel.
Walking is the only option, Qin Feng said.
We must proceed carefully and try to avoid damaging the environment.
The team began their hike to the highlands, the scenery along the way both magnificent and fraught with danger. The steep mountain path made each step particularly difficult, and the occasional calls of unidentified animals could be heard through the dense vegetation.
The ecosystem here is even more complex than we imagined. Lin Wanner took notes as she walked.
Perhaps it is precisely this complexity that makes this area a hidden gem of civilization. After several hours of arduous trekking, the team finally reached the ruins area captured by the drone, an open area covered with trees and vines, with a huge stone platform in the center, surrounded by 6 tall stone pillars.
This is the core of the ruins.
Lin Wanner said excitedly, the symbols on these stone pillars are exactly the same as those in the previous ruins.
But this place is even older than the ruins on the seabed.
Qin Feng observed the surface of the stone pillar and found that it was covered with traces of time.
Obviously, this is an earlier building of civilization.
The team carefully cleared away the vines covering the stone platform and discovered a huge groove in the center of the platform, the shape of which was exactly the same as the complete eternal vessel that appeared in the image. The grooves here indicate that the complete eternal artifact once rested here, Professor Wang said.
But now it's gone. Could it have been moved to another place? Lin Wanner guessed.
That's possible, Qin Feng said, but we need more clues to confirm it. While the team was cleaning the stone platform, one of the team members found a stone tablet near the pillar that was covered with symbols. The contents of the stone tablet looked like some kind of map, marking various locations on the island.
This stone tablet could be a map of civilization,
Lin Wanner said excitedly.
It marks the locations of several ruins, and perhaps it can even lead us to the complete eternal artifact.
Look, this location, Qin Feng said, pointing to a mark on the stone slab.
This is most likely where the complete eternal artifact is stored. This location seems to be in the center of the island, Professor Wang said, observing the map.
It's a dense forest there, and we haven't explored it in depth before. It seems our exploration is far from over, Lin Wanner said, but this discovery is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough. After recording all the clues, the team returned to the research center with the stone tablet and related data. Although they did not find the complete eternal artifact this time, the new clues brought them one step closer to the truth. Based on the map on the stone slab, we can infer that the ruins on the island form a complete network, Lin Wanner summarized at the meeting. Each relic plays a different role, and the eternal artifact is their core. Next, we need to focus our efforts on exploring the central area indicated by the stone tablet. Qin Feng said, that may be the true center of the entire ruins network. Professor Wang nodded and said, if we can find the complete eternal artifact there, we can completely unlock the secrets of this civilization. At night, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng sat on the terrace of the research center, gazing at the starry sky in the distance. Although today's exploration was full of hardships, their expectations for the future were even more resolute.
Qin Feng, what do you think the true function of the eternal artifact is? Lin Wanner asked softly.
Perhaps it's more than just an energy device, Qin Feng said. It could be the soul of this civilization, or a bridge for them to communicate with nature.
No matter what it is, we will find the answer. Lin Wanner looked determined.
The night breeze blew as the two sat quietly under the starry sky, waiting for a new exploration to begin.
Chapter 116, Setting Foot in the Central Area.
The morning sun streamed through the windows of the research center, and the entire team busily prepared for a new round of exploration. According to the map markings on the stone slabs in the Southwest Highlands ruins, the target location was located in the center of the island, a dense, unexplored forest. The central area is the island's most pristine ecological reserve, and we've never set foot there before, Lin Wanner said as she sorted through the information.
Not only is the terrain complex, but there may also be many unknown ecological environments.
We must be fully prepared this time. Qin Feng checked his equipment and added, drones and terrain detectors are essential.
In addition, we need emergency equipment in case we get lost or encounter danger in the dense forest.
According to the map, There seems to be a ring-like structure in the center, Professor Wang said, pointing to the image. If the information on the stone tablet is accurate, this should be the core location of the entire ruin system. We have to reach our destination before dark to ensure we have enough time for preparation and exploration, said Lin Wanner. After a 2-hour drive-by off-road vehicle, the team arrived at the edge of the central area. Before them lay a dense primeval forest, its thick canopy nearly blocking out the sunlight, creating a mysterious and oppressive feeling. The ecosystem here is like a separate world, Lin Wanner exclaimed. The height and density of the trees far exceed those of ordinary forests, and there's a strange fragrance in the air. The pristine state of this forest indicates that there are almost no signs of human activity. Xin Feng said as he used a machete to clear the vegetation in front of him. Perhaps this is why this place was chosen as the core area of the ruins. Following the instructions on the map, the team carefully entered the dense forest. A drone conducted aerial reconnaissance, transmitting real-time topographical data. The terrain ahead is starting to change. There's an open area, the drone operator reported. But we need to go around some steep slopes and wetlands. That open area is likely our target, Lin Wanner said. Everyone proceed with caution. While traversing the wetlands, the team encountered some unexpected difficulties. The mud was incredibly soft, and if one wasn't careful, one could easily sink into it. Even more surprising, the surrounding vegetation teemed with creatures they had never seen before. What is that? Lin Wanner said, pointing at a creature that resembled a giant lizard. It looks a bit like a species from ancient times. These organisms may be unique to the dense forest, Professor Wang said. Their existence once again demonstrates the high ecological independence of this area. Despite the complex environment, the team eventually managed to bypass the wetland and continue towards their destination. After crossing the wetlands, the team finally reached the target area marked on the map. Before them lay a vast expanse of grass, with a massive, circular group of stone pillars standing in the center. Each pillar was covered in ancient symbols and intricate carvings, clearly a meticulously designed ruin. This is the circular structure mentioned on the stone tablet. Lin Wanner said excitedly, its scale is even greater than we imagined. These stone pillars may be the central nodes of the entire ruin's energy network. Professor Wang used instruments to measure the energy fluctuations of the stone pillars and found that their magnetic fields were abnormally strong. Look, there's a groove-like device in the center of the stone ring, Xin Feng said, pointing to the center. The shape of this device perfectly matches the complete eternal artifact. If this is really the final resting place of the eternal artifact, then we are very close to the truth. Lin Wanner said. The team began a detailed investigation of the stone ring and the central mechanism, and discovered that the symbols on the pillars were arranged in an unusual pattern, seemingly indicating a method of operation. These symbols may be a code to activate the device, Professor Wang said, but we haven't been able to fully decipher them yet. At the same time, Xin Feng noticed that there were some metal fragments scattered around the device in the center of the stone ring. These fragments look like the remains of some kind of ritual tools. These fragments may be part of the eternal artifact. Xin Feng picked up a fragment and said, but they have obviously been destroyed. Could it be that some kind of accident occurred here? Lin Wanner speculated. Perhaps that's why the complete eternal artifact was moved. No matter what, we must find its whereabouts. Xin Feng said, it is the last piece of the puzzle to unlock the secrets of the entire ruins. As the team continued their investigation, the stone ring's central device suddenly emitted a low humming sound, and the entire area began to vibrate slightly. Oh no! The device seems to have been triggered by our actions. Lin Wanner exclaimed. Everyone evacuate to a safe distance. Xin Feng gave the order decisively. As the vibration intensified, the symbols on the stone ring began to glow one by one, and the blue light extended from the stone pillar to the central device, forming a huge energy halo. This might be some kind of automatic defense mechanism, Professor Wang said nervously. We can't act rashly. The team observed all this from a safe distance. The vibrations lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding, and the light from the central device dissipated. It seems we haven't unlocked all of its functions yet, Lin Wanner said with a sigh of relief, but the phenomenon just now proves that this device is still functioning. In the evening, the team returned to the research center with all the records and fragments. On the way, everyone was thinking about today's discovery and the secret of the device. From what we see today, the eternal artifact is clearly the core of the ruins operation, Professor Wang said. But the current fragments are insufficient to fully restore its functionality. We must find the complete eternal artifact to unlock the secrets of the entire ruins. Xin Feng said, otherwise, all our efforts may be in vain. Next, we need to focus on deciphering the symbols on the stone pillars and analyzing the composition of these fragments, Lin Wanner said.
Perhaps these fragments can lead us to the complete device. Chapter 117: The Secret of the Fragments. In the early morning hours, the research center's laboratory was bustling with activity. Lin Wanner and Professor Wang were absorbed in analyzing metal fragments brought back from the stone ring ruins. These fragments might be part of a complete eternal artifact.
The material of these fragments is very special, Professor Wang said as he observed them through a microscope. Their main component is a metal similar to titanium alloy, but they are also mixed with an unknown mineral element.
Unknown mineral? Lin Wanner frowned. Could this mineral be the source of the ruins' core energy?
It's very likely, Professor Wang nodded. There are tiny symbols engraved on the surface of this metal fragment, very similar to the symbols we saw in the ruins before. These symbols might be markings for some kind of energy transmission, Lin Wanner speculated, or they might be an ancient language used to guide the functions of the eternal vessel. At the same time, Xin Feng and other team members studied the video records on the stone ring and found that the operation of the stone ring was closely related to the energy characteristics of the metal fragments. These metal fragments are like the energy contacts of the device. Xin Feng said, if we can find all the fragments, perhaps we can reassemble the complete eternal device. The team decided to try to piece together the fragments to see if they could restore the complete structure. Lin Wanner and Professor Wang used 3D printing technology to simulate the shape of the missing parts and tried to put the fragments together. The shape of this fragment matches the groove in the ruins very well, Professor Wang said as he adjusted it.
But we're still missing a core component to connect these fragments. Could the core component be the luminous crystal mentioned in the video? Lin Wanner asked.
It's very likely. Xin Feng said, the crystal is not only the source of energy, but also the control core of the device's operation. After several hours of work, the team pieced together a rudimentary structure.
Although incomplete, its shape was recognizable as some kind of ritual device.
This is just the beginning, Lin Wanner said, but it's already a huge breakthrough. While the team was busy, a member came over with a new discovery. While searching for documents in the research center's warehouse, he stumbled upon a metal fragment with a similar symbol. This fragment was collected in the waters east of the island before, but it was not taken seriously at the time, the team member said.
It is very similar to the fragment we have now.
Lin Wanner took the fragment and examined it carefully before exclaiming in surprise, the material and symbol of this fragment are exactly the same. It could very well be part of the complete eternal vessel.
The Eastern Sea.
Xin Feng pondered for a moment, we discovered the underwater altar there before.
Could there be more fragments scattered there?
If there are really more debris hidden in the eastern waters, we must act immediately, said Lin Wanner. The team quickly gathered their equipment and headed to the Eastern Sea again, this time searching for possible ruins and clues to the luminous crystals.
This sea area has undergone many geological changes,
the captain said as he steered the ship. It is very likely that there are still some undiscovered relics buried in the deep sea. After arriving at the target area, the team deployed the submersible robot and began a comprehensive scan of the seafloor, gradually expanding its search area outward from the previous underwater altar area. There's an energy reaction, the operator shouted excitedly. We've detected faint energy fluctuations in the rock formations south of the altar.
Get closer immediately and see what it is, Xin Feng said.
After the submersible robot approached the rock formation, it discovered a metal structure covered in mud and sand. After clearing the surface sediment, the team confirmed that it was a metal fragment with relic symbols. Its size and shape are larger than the previous fragments, Lin Wanner observed through the screen, and the arrangement of symbols is more complex, it seems to have more functions.
Bring it back to the boat immediately, Xin Feng ordered.
At the same time, the robot also discovered several scattered crystal fragments nearby. Although these crystals were broken, they still emitted a faint light. These crystals may be the core of the relic's energy, Professor Wang said. Even in the deep sea, their energy has not completely dissipated. Hurry up and take these crystals with you, we need to do further analysis,
Lin Wanner said.
After returning to the research center, the team conducted a preliminary analysis of the newly discovered fragments and crystals. The results showed that the energy intensity of these crystals far exceeded that of ordinary minerals, and they may indeed be the core material of the relic device. This explains why the relic device needed crystals as a power source, Professor Wang said.
But the intact crystals may have been moved or destroyed long ago.
We now have most of the fragments and clues, Xin Feng concluded. Next, we must find the true source of the crystals, or try to reconstruct them using the existing materials.
The ruins core device must be hiding even more secrets, Lin Wanner said.
We're very close, but we still need to explore deeper.
Chapter 118: The Origin of Crystals.
Early in the morning, in the conference room of the research center, Lin Wanner, Xin Feng, Professor Wang and core team members gathered together to plan the next steps. The crystals and metal fragments we brought back from the Eastern Sea yesterday have given us a deeper understanding of the eternal artifact, Lin Wanner said, standing in front of the screen, pointing to the crystal energy analysis report. Although these crystals are shattered, their energy fluctuations remain extremely stable. From these fragments, we can infer that the complete eternal vessel may have been an energy conversion device, Professor Wang added. It not only stores energy but also converts it into some function, perhaps holding the key to the operation of the entire ruin system. But we still haven't found the true origin of the crystals, Xin Feng said. They could be natural minerals, or they could be some kind of artificially synthesized material. When I was studying the crystals, I discovered that their energy fluctuation frequency was very similar to that in the valley area in the northwest of the island, Professor Wang said, pointing to the map. There might be more clues there, or even the source of the complete crystals. In that case, our next target is the Northwest Valley, Lin Wanner said decisively. If there truly is a crystal vein there, we can repair the eternal vessel. To ensure the safety and efficiency of this operation, the team invested a lot of time preparing equipment and supplies. The Northwest Valley region has complex terrain and changeable climate, making the operation potentially challenging. The terrain in the valley is mainly high slopes and rock walls, so drone surveying will be our core tool, Xin Feng said as he inspected the equipment. We'll also need to bring a geological detector to detect the location of crystal veins. Also, there may be rare plants and animals in the valley, so we must try our best to avoid disturbing the ecological environment.
Lin Wanner added, this operation must focus on detection, minimizing direct contact.
After all the equipment was ready, the team took an off-road vehicle and headed towards the Northwest Valley. Along the way, everyone's emotions were very high, because everyone knew that this operation might be a key step in unlocking the secrets of the ruins. After more than 2 hours of bumpy ride, the team finally arrived at the entrance to the Northwest Valley. The scenery in this area was completely different from the rest of the island. The steep rock walls were covered with strange patterns, and the valley floor was covered with dense vegetation, appearing deep and mysterious. The air here is very humid and filled with the scent of minerals, Lin Wanner said after taking a deep breath.
This environment is very suitable for the formation of crystal veins. The drone will conduct reconnaissance first and lock onto possible target areas, Xin Feng commanded. After the drone took off, it quickly transmitted images of the valley floor. Deep within the valley lay a massive natural cave, its entrance littered with shimmering crystal fragments. This is the place we are looking for, Lin Wanner said excitedly. But the terrain in the valley is very dangerous. Xin Feng frowned as he looked at the picture and said, we need to find a safe route to enter the cave. The team followed the route guided by the drone and carefully entered the valley. Along the way, they encountered many difficulties, steep mountain roads, loose rocks, and various unknown creatures hidden in the vegetation. Everyone be careful, there is a cliff road ahead, and we need the help of climbing equipment to pass through. Xin Feng stopped and signaled to the team members. The environment here is even harsher than we expected, Lin Wanner said as she adjusted her equipment. But the distribution of these crystals indicates that we're getting closer to our target. After several hours of trekking, the team finally arrived at the target cave. A large number of crystal fragments were scattered at the entrance of the cave, emitting a faint glow in the sunlight, as if welcoming the explorers. After entering the cave, the team discovered that the walls were covered with crystal veins. These crystals showed a blue-green glow and were exactly the same as those found in the ruins. The crystals here are very densely distributed, Professor Wang said after scanning with a geological detector. These veins may be the energy source of the entire ruin system. Look, there are symbols engraved on the surface of these crystals, Lin Wanner said, pointing to a crystal in the vein. They seem to have been artificially processed. This shows that this mineral vein was developed a long time ago. Xin Feng said, these symbols may have been used by ancient civilizations to mark the location of the mineral vein. The team continued to explore the cave and discovered a huge cavity at the deepest part. In the center of the cavity stood a complete crystal column, nearly 2 meters tall, with a dazzling light on its surface. This is the complete energy crystal. Lin Wanner said excitedly, it could be the true core component of the eternal artifact. But there are obvious protective devices around the crystal column. Xin Feng noticed that the crystal column was surrounded by several stone pillars engraved with symbols. These stone pillars may be some kind of energy barrier. As the team approached the crystal pillar, a low humming sound suddenly emanated from the surrounding stone pillars. Blue energy beams extended from between the stone pillars, forming a protective barrier. Oh no! This is the automatic protection mechanism of the ruins. Lin Wanner exclaimed. Don't get close rashly. We need to find a way to close the barrier. Xin Feng gave the order decisively. The team began analyzing the symbols on the pillars and discovered that their arrangement was very similar to symbols previously seen in the ruins. Professor Wang speculated that the code to close the barrier might be hidden in these symbols. We need time to decipher these symbols while ensuring the stability of the barrier, said Professor Wang. Okay, everyone stay alert and don't be negligent, Xin Feng said. As the sky darkened, the light in the cave grew dimmer, but the light from the crystal pillars still illuminated the entire space. The team decided to temporarily retreat to the cave entrance to organize the data and formulate a plan for the next step. Today's discovery is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough, Lin Wanner said at the closing meeting. This crystal pillar may be the key to unlocking the secrets of the eternal artifact. But we must unlock the barrier before we can remove the crystal pillar. Xin Feng said, the next task is to decipher the symbols on the stone pillar and be prepared for the possibility of the barrier going out of control. Chapter 119, Unlocking the Barrier. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the dense forest, shrouding the caves in the northwest valley. Lin Wanner and Xin Feng led their team deeper into the caves, continuing their research on how to unlock the crystal pillar's energy barrier. Yesterday's analysis results showed that the symbols on the stone pillars are not arranged randomly. They seem to contain some kind of operating instructions, Professor Wang said as he sorted out the symbol records. But the arrangement of these symbols is very complex. It looks like a multi-layered code. Lin Wanner said, perhaps these symbols are somehow connected to the symbols in the previous ruins. No matter what, we must decipher these symbols. The barrier is the only way to enter the crystal column. Xin Feng said, today's goal is to find a way to close the barrier. The team projected the symbols recorded on the stone pillars onto equipment for analysis one by one. After comparison, they found that the arrangement of these symbols had clear similarities with the symbols in the valley ruins and the underwater altar. These symbols seem to represent some kind of energy flow path, Professor Wang said, pointing a laser pointer at the screen. If we input the symbols one by one along this path, the barrier might respond. But the arrangement of symbols is very complicated. If you input it incorrectly, it is very likely to cause the barrier to completely lose control. Lin Wanner reminded. To avoid risks, we can first use a drone to simulate the order in which these symbols are entered, Xin Feng suggested. That way, even if it fails, it won't endanger our safety. The team agreed to Xin Feng's proposal and immediately began simulating symbol input using a drone. The drone activated the light points on the stone pillars one by one, following the symbolic path, and the barrier's energy began to fluctuate slightly. Success! Lin Wanner exclaimed in surprise, the barrier seems to have responded to the input commands. Just when the team thought everything was going well, the barrier's energy suddenly became unstable, the blue light between the stone pillars rapidly intensified, and the magnetic field throughout the cave began to fluctuate violently. Oh no! The barrier is strengthening in the reverse direction. Professor Wang shouted nervously. Stop the operation immediately. Xin Feng ordered decisively. The team withdrew the drone and urgently adjusted the equipment to try to stabilize the magnetic field within the cave. Lin Wanner discovered that the symbols on the stone pillars began to rearrange at a strange speed, as if automatically adjusting the input rules. The barrier seems to have a self-protection mechanism, Lin Wanner said. If we can't find its core principles, we won't be able to completely unlock it. It seems that we have to take the risk of manual operation. Xin Feng said, the drone simulation may not be able to trigger the actual unlocking process. With the team's support, Lin Wanner and Xin Feng decided to personally enter the stone pillar ring and try to manually input the symbols. Wearing protective gear, they approached the crystal pillars cautiously. According to previous analysis, the order of symbol input should start from the southeast direction and be activated in a clockwise direction. Professor Wang instructed through the communicator. Lin Wanner took a deep breath and, following the instructions, tapped the first set of symbols. The blue light on the stone pillar began to stabilize.
Qin Feng followed suit, activating the second set of symbols. The energy fluctuations are weakening, the operation is correct. Professor Wang shouted excitedly. As each set of symbols was activated in turn, the light of the barrier gradually weakened, and finally condensed into a thin band of light that surrounded the surface of the crystal column.
We succeeded,
Lin Wanner said excitedly. Once the barrier was completely removed, the crystal pillar appeared before the team. Its surface shone with a soft blue-green glow, and was engraved with intricate symbols and patterns, as if narrating the splendor of ancient civilization. This is the core component of the eternal device,
Professor Wang exclaimed.
In its complete state, it is even more magnificent than we imagined. Qin Feng carefully approached the crystal column and found that there was a groove on its base, which was consistent with the shape of the device in the previous ruins. This crystal column is not only the energy core, but also the control center of the entire ruins system. Qin Feng said, if it is installed in the ruins device, perhaps the eternal artifact can be fully activated. But the crystal column is very heavy and large, so we need special equipment to transport it out of the cave, said Lin Wanner. The team immediately began preparing a transportation plan and took detailed notes on the energy properties of the crystal column. By evening, the team had finally completed preliminary testing and safe packaging of the crystal column.
To ensure its safe transportation, they decided to return to the research center overnight.
This crystal column will be the key to unlocking the eternal artifact, Qin Feng said at the summary meeting.
The next task is to combine it with the relic device to verify its function.
But we can't let our guard down, Lin Wanner warned.
The energy of the crystal column is extremely powerful. If handled improperly, it could lead to uncontrollable consequences.
We will formulate the most comprehensive plan to ensure that every step is carried out safely, said Professor Wang. At night, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng sat at the rear of the convoy, watching the stars twinkle in the sky.
The discovery of the crystal column thrilled them, and they were also filled with anticipation for the next exploration. Qin Feng, I feel like we are very close to the truth,
Lin Wanner said softly. Yes, this crystal column will be the key to the entire ruins network, Qin Feng said, but the truth may be more complicated than we imagined.
No matter what, we will definitely solve this mystery,
Lin Wanner said firmly. Under the starry sky, the two men silently clenched their fists, preparing for the next challenge.
Chapter 120 Transporting Crystal Columns. In the early morning, the research center was bustling with activity as the team made final preparations for the transportation of the crystal column.
This transportation mission was more complex than ever before, as the crystal column was not only enormous in size but also emitted continuous energy fluctuations. According to last night's energy detection, the energy field of the crystal column is very stable, but once it is impacted by external forces, it may cause uncontrollable fluctuations, Professor Wang said, pointing to the energy analysis chart.
We've prepared a fully enclosed, earthquake-resistant transport box, Lin Wanner explained. This box is equipped with shock absorbers and can also shield against energy leakage, ensuring the crystal column won't be disturbed during transportation. In addition, the transportation route also requires special planning.
Qin Feng added, the terrain of the Northwest Valley is complex, and we must choose the safest route. The team had a clear division of labor, and the transportation equipment, vehicle scheduling, and route planning were all in good order.
Everyone understood that this transportation mission was of paramount importance.
In a tense yet orderly atmosphere, the crystal column was carefully loaded into a shipping box. The team used lifting equipment to secure it to the core of the fleet and conducted multiple inspections of the surrounding environment to ensure there would be no unexpected problems.
The transport vehicle shouldn't go too fast. Keep it under 20 km per hour, Lin Wanner reminded.
Also, the convoy must maintain open communications and be prepared for any potential dangers.
Understood, everything is ready.
Qin Feng waved his hand and the transport vehicle started slowly.
The convoy followed the planned route to the research center.
The road passed through dense forests and valleys, and the terrain was undulating, but the stability of the transport vehicles made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The energy fluctuations in the crystal column have been very stable, Professor Wang said, monitoring the instrument. It seems our device is working.
This is just the beginning, Qin Feng reminded. The most difficult part is installing the crystal column into the relic device.
Just as the convoy reached a steep hillside, an alarm suddenly sounded from the transport truck. The driver reported over the intercom, there's a huge rock blocking the road ahead.
Urgent action is needed. Everyone remain calm. Qin Feng immediately ordered, the engineering team will go and clear the road, and the transport vehicles will remain in place and on standby.
Several team members quickly got out of the car and began to clear the boulders with the tools they carried. But during the cleaning process, the ground suddenly shook slightly, which seemed to be caused by some geological activity.
"Oh no, there may be a risk of landslide here," Lin Wanner said nervously. "Speed up and clear the boulders."
Qin Feng gave the order decisively, and at the same time asked other vehicles to retreat just in case. After more than 10 minutes of emergency treatment, the boulders were finally cleared and the convoy was able to continue moving forward. The geological activity also gradually subsided, and there was no further danger. "This is a dangerous reminder," Professor Wang said.
"It seems the island's geological activity may be related to the ruins' energy system."
"This further proves the importance of the crystal column," Lin Wanner said.
"We must complete its installation as soon as possible."
After a morning of arduous journey, the convoy finally arrived at the research center. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the next task was even more important: combining the crystal column with the relic device.
Everything went smoothly during the transportation process.
Qin Feng concluded, "Next, we need to ensure the safety of the installation process." "The grooves in the crystal column perfectly match the shape of the relic device," Professor Wang said. "But we need to run simulations before activating it to ensure energy stability."
"Okay, start preparing immediately," Lin Wanner said.
In the laboratory, the team built a simulation environment to test the integration of the crystal column with the relic device. They initially matched the device fragments previously brought back from the ruins with the crystal column to observe their energy response. As soon as the crystal column touched the device, energy flow began immediately. Lin Wanner exclaimed, "It seems to be automatically adapting to the structure of the device." "The energy flow is very smooth," Professor Wang observed the data. "This shows that the crystal column and the device are highly compatible." To further verify, they adjusted the energy input of the simulated environment to the highest level and found that the crystal column could withstand high-intensity energy operation without losing control.
"This proves that we can install the crystal column directly into the relic device,"
Qin Feng said. "The next step is the final activation process." In the evening, the team made final arrangements in the conference room.
Activating the relic device required extremely precise operation. Any mistake could cause the entire device to lose control. "Tomorrow's mission will be the linchpin of our entire plan," Lin Wanner said at the summary meeting. "Everyone must execute according to the plan. There cannot be any mistakes." "We are ready," Qin Feng said. "No matter what difficulties we encounter, we will not back down."
"The energy of the crystal pillars can change the operation of the entire ruins system," Professor Wang added.
"This may be the final step in unlocking the ruins' secrets."
At night, Lin Wanner and Qin Feng stood on the rooftop of the research center, and the sea in the distance shimmered in the moonlight.
"Qin Feng, what do you think will happen after the ruins are activated?" Lin Wanner asked softly.
"Perhaps it will reveal all the secrets of the island civilization, or perhaps it will lead to consequences we haven't anticipated," Qin Feng said, "but no matter what, we must give it a try. Yes, this is not only an exploration of the past, but also for the future."
Lin Wanner looked firm.
Under the starry sky, the two stood silently, their hearts filled with anticipation and awe for tomorrow.
Chapter 121: The eve of the activation of the relic device.
Inside the lab, the team was conducting final adjustments on the crystal column and the relic device.
An invisible tension permeated the air.
The entire research center was bustling yet silent, with only the low hum of instruments and the gentle tapping of keyboards as data was analyzed. The energy fluctuations in the crystal column are very stable, and the compatibility with the device has reached 95%.
Lin Wanner reported to the team while checking the data. "As long as the energy input process goes smoothly, we should be able to successfully activate it. However, we must be prepared for both scenarios." Professor Wang pushed up his glasses.
"If energy goes out of control during activation, we need to shut down the entire system within 5 seconds. Qin Feng looked around and saw that everyone was preparing with all their might. He pursed his lips, walked over to Lin Wanner, and whispered, "This step is not only about uncovering the truth about the ruins, but also the ultimate test for our team.
We can't let up even a little bit. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed."
Lin Wanner looked up at Qin Feng, her eyes full of confidence. That evening, the team held a final discussion before the activation in the conference room. A simulation of the activation process was projected on the big screen, and Professor Wang was giving his final explanation. "According to our analysis, the activation process requires 3 steps. The first is to activate the core module of the crystal column, allowing it to begin docking with the relic device. The second is to gradually increase the energy input to allow the crystal column to reach a resonant state. The third is to activate the main control console of the relic device, completing the integration of the entire system. The biggest risk lies in the balance of energy input, Lynn Warner added. Once the resonance is unbalanced, it could cause the crystal column to collapse and even affect the structure of the entire ruins.
So everyone must do their job.
Xin Feng glanced at everyone. No matter what happens, everyone must remain calm. The team members nodded, their eyes filled with nervousness and excitement. After all, unlocking the secrets of the ruins had always been their goal. After the discussion, Xin Feng went to the terrace of the research center alone and looked down at the entire base. He held the railing with one hand and tapped it lightly with the other, his mind constantly recalling every detail of the activation.
Standing here alone is not your style.
Lin Warner's voice came from behind. Xin Feng turned around and looked at her, smiling. I just want to confirm whether I have missed anything.
You don't need to shoulder so much responsibility. Lin Warner approached him. This is the effort of the entire team, not just your battle alone. I know. Xin Feng's tone softened.
But every time we get closer to the truth, I always feel the burden on my shoulders gets heavier.
If something goes wrong, I'm worried that it will drag everyone down.
No, Lin Warner said firmly, we've come this far thanks to everyone's wisdom and hard work. You've done well enough, so there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. Xin Feng was silent for a moment, then nodded, thank you. The two stood side by side on the terrace, the sky gradually darkening in the distance, and the stars began to adorn the night sky. At this moment, their hearts were filled with anticipation, but also with a hint of uncertainty and tension. Just as the team was preparing to rest, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the laboratory. Xin Feng and Lin Warner immediately rushed to the control room and saw on the screen that the energy fluctuations of the crystal column were abnormal.
Why did the energy fluctuations suddenly get out of control?
Xin Feng asked with a frown. Perhaps the fluctuations in the surrounding magnetic field are affecting the stability of the crystal column, Professor Wang said, quickly analyzing the data.
But the good news is that the fluctuations are still within controllable limits.
Activate the shielding device and try to isolate external interference.
Lin Warner gave the order calmly.
After the shielding device was activated, the fluctuations of the crystal column gradually returned to normal, but the nerves of the entire team remained tense.
This may be a warning.
Xin Feng said, the device in the ruins has not been operating for too long. Any slight change may cause bigger problems. We will be more careful, Lin Warner said.
Our goal tonight is to ensure the crystal column remains absolutely stable before activation.
As the night deepened, the research center returned to silence, but no one dared to relax. Everyone remained at their posts, monitoring the status of the crystal column.
Lin Warner sat at the control console, carefully checking every data point. You won't sleep tonight, will you?
Xin Feng walked to her and asked softly.
I can't sleep. Lin Warner shook her head. I have to make sure everything is perfect. Then I'll accompany you.
Xin Feng pulled over a chair and sat next to her. The two of them sat there silently, watching the data on the screen update bit by bit, feeling both nervous and expectant.
Tomorrow is a crucial day.
Xin Feng said in a low voice.
Yes.
Lin Warner nodded gently, all we can do is give it our all. The starry sky outside the window is still bright, as if silently witnessing their efforts.
Chapter 122 Activation Ceremony.
The atmosphere at the research center was particularly solemn early in the morning. All team members were already in place, making final checks for today's activation ceremony. Inside the control room, screens displayed various indicators, and everything appeared to be within stable ranges. The energy fluctuations of the crystal column have returned to normal, but today's activation process must be strictly controlled. Professor Wang stared at the screen and said, any mistake will have disastrous consequences.
Everyone's tasks have been assigned.
Lin Warner confirmed with the team as she reviewed the documents. Xin Feng will be responsible for operating the main console, Professor Wang will be responsible for monitoring energy input, and the others will ensure the normal operation of external equipment and systems. Xin Feng stood in the center, his eyes sweeping across everyone with determination. Remember, this isn't a one-man battle, it's the joint efforts of all of us.
No matter what happens, you must remain calm.
Everyone nodded in response, the atmosphere filled with tension and anticipation.
On the other side of the control room, Lin Wanner and several technicians were conducting a final check on the interface between the crystal column and the relic device.
She held the instrument in her hand, carefully measuring the balance of energy flow. The energy transmission through the interface is normal, but we need to continuously monitor fluctuations during activation, Lin Wanner told her assistant. Especially when the input energy reaches the resonance point, there's a high probability of brief instability.
Understood, we will remain vigilant. The assistant nodded.
Meanwhile, Qin Feng performed multiple simulations at the console to ensure that every instruction was accurate. On the screen, a model of the relic device slowly rotated, displaying the operating status of each module. The activation process is now completely clear, Qin Feng said, but the last step, the activation of the relic device, is likely to trigger unknown changes. Lin Wanner walked over to him and said softly, "Don't worry, you've done well.
Next, we'll see what answers the ruins will bring us." At 10 o'clock in the morning, the activation ceremony officially began. Everyone took their positions, staring at their screens, waiting for Qin Feng's instructions. The first step is to start the crystal column core module.
Qin Feng issued an order.
Lin Wanner quickly operated the device.
The crystal column emitted a faint blue light, and energy began to flow slowly, transferring to the various modules of the relic device. The symbols on the device gradually illuminated, forming a faint halo. The energy input is stable, proceed to the next step.
Professor Wang reported.
The second step is to increase energy input and enter the resonance state. Qin Feng continued to command. The crystal column's light gradually intensified, and the entire relic device emitted a low humming sound, as if slowly awakening. The halo began to rotate, and the symbols flashed in a regular pattern. The resonance point has reached the preset value, everything is normal. Lin Wanner stared at the screen nervously, ready to respond to possible changes at any time. When the energy input reached its peak, the relic device suddenly emitted a piercing audio wave, followed by a burst of blue light that shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire research center.
The data on the screen showed that the energy had completely covered every module of the device. This is the full activation of the relic device.
Professor Wang shouted excitedly. At the same time, a stereoscopic image rose from the center of the device, revealing a complex three-dimensional map.
The map clearly marked the various ruins of the island, even some areas that had never been discovered before. This is a complete network of ruins. Lin Wanner exclaimed.
They are closely connected.
Each ruin point is like an energy node. And these nodes seem to converge into a larger center.
Qin Feng pointed to the very center of the image and said, "That may be the ultimate secret of the entire island civilization." Just as the team was immersed in excitement, the relic device suddenly vibrated violently, and the light began to flicker erratically. The data on the screen showed that the energy fluctuation exceeded the preset range.
"Oh no, the device's energy is overloaded,"
Professor Wang shouted nervously.
"Immediately slow down the energy input and control the fluctuation range." Qin Feng gave the order quickly.
Lin Wanner manipulated the equipment, attempting to reduce the energy intensity, but the relic device seemed out of control, vibrating more and more violently. Lights throughout the research center began to flicker, and a strange energy filled the air.
"The device is activating its defense mechanism,"
Lin Wanner speculated. "We must find a way to balance the energy flow as soon as possible." Qin Feng made a quick decision, manually shut down some modules to reduce energy transmission. Lin Wanner immediately cooperated, shutting down several non-critical modules. As the energy input decreased, the vibrations gradually weakened, but the light continued to flicker.
"It seems to be trying to convey some kind of information," Professor Wang analyzed. "Perhaps it's about the core secrets of the ruins network."
"We must record all the data and must not miss any details," said Qin Feng. The team increased the speed of data recording while continuing to attempt to stabilize the device. After several minutes of intense manipulation, the device's light finally stabilized and the stereoscopic images gradually became clearer. When the tremors completely subsided, the image showed a written record of an ancient civilization, followed by a more detailed map. This map had clear coordinates that seemed to point to an area outside the island.
"These coordinates,"
Lin Wanner said after carefully examining them.
"They're not within the island, but point to the sea further away. Could it be that the island is just a part of this civilization?"
Qin Feng frowned and said.
"It's very possible."
Professor Wang nodded. "This coordinate may be the entrance to a larger ruin, or it may hold the ultimate secret of ancient civilization." After the activation ceremony, the team backed up all data and conducted a comprehensive inspection of the device.
Although the process was fraught with danger, the final result exceeded everyone's expectations. We have taken a crucial step.
Xin Feng said to the team. Next, we need to find the secret of the coordinates. This discovery proves that our understanding of this civilization is only the tip of the iceberg, Lin Wanner said with emotion.
Future exploration may be even more shocking. Chapter 123, Seeking the Truth Beyond the Ruins. After the successful activation of the relic device, the team's research entered a new phase.
The coordinates pointing to the island beyond filled everyone with anticipation, yet also with the pressure of the unknown. According to the 3D map of the ruins, this coordinate is southeast of the island, about 200 nautical miles away, Professor Wang said, pointing to the projection. Based on its geographical location, it may be located in an area of the sea that has not been thoroughly mapped.
Could that sea area also be part of the ruins? Lin Wanner asked. Perhaps it's an extension of the entire island civilization network.
That's possible, Professor Wang nodded.
But the environment there is complex and changeable, and it's likely untouched by humans. This means we are entering completely unknown territory.
Xin Feng's tone was low, but his eyes were firm.
No matter what lies ahead, we must explore it.
With their objectives clearly defined, the team quickly began preparing for the voyage.
The research center's supplies were restocked, and the ship underwent a comprehensive maintenance. Since this voyage would traverse uncharted waters, various contingencies had to be considered.
The ship's equipment needs to be equipped with more powerful detection radars and more emergency supplies, Xin Feng said.
We also need to ensure sufficient energy reserves to avoid power outages during navigation. In addition, we need to bring sufficient diving equipment, Lin Wanner added.
If the coordinates point to an underwater area, we must be prepared for a deep dive. I've arranged a backup fleet that can provide support at any time, Professor Wang said.
This will reduce the risk of operating alone.
The team was very efficient, and everything was ready in less than a day. Xin Feng stood at the dock, looking at the ship ready to go, his heart filled with anticipation. At night, the day before departure, Lin Wanner found Xin Feng. The two stood on the terrace of the research center and looked out at the sea in the distance together.
Xin Feng, what do you think this exploration will bring? Lin Wanner asked softly.
Perhaps it's the truth about civilization as a whole, or perhaps it's something we've never imagined. Xin Feng's eyes were profound.
But no matter what it is, I believe we're ready.
Sometimes I wonder what the meaning of pursuing these relics over the years is.
Lin Wanner smiled, looking down. Perhaps it's to prove that ancient civilizations were far more glorious than we imagined.
Or maybe it's to make ourselves stronger. Xin Feng said softly, no matter what the answer is, we are on the right path. The two smiled at each other, and the tension in their hearts dissipated. At this moment, they became more determined in their inner beliefs. The next morning, the fleet set sail from the dock. Several well-equipped research vessels slowly made their way out to sea, with islands increasingly visible behind them. The cool sea breeze invigorated everyone on the team. According to the radar, the weather conditions in the sea ahead are good, but we must always pay attention to changes in ocean currents, the captain reported. Keep the detector on to ensure we can capture changes in the seabed topography in real time, Lin Wanner commanded.
As the fleet sailed southeast, the surrounding scenery gradually became unfamiliar.
The closer they got to their target area, the darker the water became, and the air seemed to take on a more mysterious air. When it was 50 nautical miles away from the target coordinates, the detector suddenly sent back a set of abnormal data.
Captain, there seems to be a huge canyon on the seabed ahead, the technician said nervously.
The canyon is over 2,000 meters deep, and the surrounding magnetic field is extremely chaotic.
This canyon may be directly connected to the ruins, Professor Wang said. We need to get closer and get more data.
Xin Feng decisively ordered, sail carefully and try to avoid entering the center of the canyon, but all data must be recorded. As the fleet gradually approached the canyon area, the underwater detector captured some amazing pictures. The rock walls on both sides of the canyon were covered with strange carvings, the shapes of which were very similar to the symbols of the island ruins. These carvings show that this place was once part of an ancient civilization, Lin Wanner said excitedly.
Perhaps this sea area holds greater secrets than we can imagine.
As the fleet continued to approach the target coordinates, the surrounding environment became even more bizarre. The waves on the sea surface grew larger and larger, and the sky was gradually covered by dark clouds, giving people a sense of oppression. The magnetic field here fluctuates strongly, the technician reported. The radar signal is intermittent, which may affect our precise positioning of the coordinates.
Reduce the speed and maintain stability.
Xin Feng said, the target is right in front of us.
We can't take any risks.
Finally, the fleet arrived at the target coordinate area. It was a calm sea, with nothing unusual on the surface, but the seabed hid countless mysteries.
We've prepared our deep diving equipment, Lin Wanner said. The target might be deep under the sea. Everyone check the equipment and make sure everything is normal. Xin Feng gave the order.
At night, the fleet anchored near the coordinate area, and team members gathered in the conference room to discuss the next exploration plan. Based on the detection data, there may be some kind of structure hidden deep in the canyon on the seabed, said Professor Wang.
This may be the core area of the entire relic system.
But we must take into account the interference of the magnetic field, Lin Wanner said. Operating the submersible will be extremely difficult.
This is our final step towards the truth.
Xin Feng said firmly, no matter how difficult it is, we must complete it.
Everyone nodded, their eyes revealing determination and expectation. Chapter 124 Deep Dive Exploration.
In the morning, the sea was still calm, but there was a sense of unease in the air. The fleet had been stationed at the target coordinates overnight, and everyone was making final preparations for today's deep-sea dive mission. All submersible equipment has been inspected, the oxygen supply is sufficient, and the communication system has completed the anti-magnetic interference upgrade.
Lin Wanner said to the instrument screen. Okay, everyone check your personal equipment.
Xin Feng looked around to make sure everyone was ready. This exploration mission will be carried out simultaneously by two teams. One group will operate a submersible to collect data at the edge of the submarine canyon. The other group, led by Xin Feng and Lin Wanner, will personally dive to the seabed to find the true entrance to the ruins.
If the submarine canyons do hide ruins, we're likely to find clues that are more complete than what we'd find on the islands, Wang speculated. This exploration will determine our understanding of the entire civilization. That's right, let's go.
Xin Feng adjusted the diving equipment and jumped into the sea. As Xin Feng and Lin Wanner slowly descended, the water around them gradually grew darker.
Even with the searchlight illuminating the front, it still couldn't dispel the nervousness of venturing deeper into the unknown. Depth 100 meters, everything is normal.
Lin Wanner reported through the communicator. As they continued to delve deeper, the outline of the underwater canyon gradually became clearer. The rock walls, engraved with symbols, were even larger than they had imagined, like a palace that had slept for thousands of years. The carvings on the rock walls here are more complex than those on the island. Xin Feng observed the symbols on the rock wall.
These symbols look like some kind of ancient records. We must find the real entrance. Lin Wanner adjusted the direction while filming.
Just then, their detector suddenly sounded an alarm. Abnormal energy fluctuations were detected 200 meters ahead.
Professor Wang in the control room immediately reported.
Xin Feng and Lin Wanner exchanged a glance, excitement welling up in their hearts. They quickly swam towards the target area and finally saw a huge stone gate hidden deep in the seabed. The stone gate stood about 10 meters tall, its surface covered in symbols similar to those found on the island's ruins. Under the searchlight, the patterns on the gate shimmered with a faint blue light, as if responding to their arrival.
This is the real entrance to the ruins. Lin Wanner's voice was filled with excitement. But the question is, how to open it?
Xin Feng approached the stone door and carefully observed the arrangement of the symbols. As they approached, the symbols on the stone gate suddenly began to glow faintly, as if sensing their presence. This door seems to have some kind of energy sensing mechanism, Lin Wanner analyzed. It doesn't look like an ordinary mechanism, but more like a biometric recognition device. Xin Feng reached out and gently touched the symbol on the door. Instantly, a ray of light spread from the center of the stone door, and the entire door began to vibrate slowly, as if responding to something.
It's responding. Keep going.
Professor Wang shouted into the communicator. However, just as the door was about to open, a strong energy wave suddenly hit, and the surrounding water flow violently churned, almost dragging Xin Feng and Lin Wanner into the deep sea.
Something's wrong.
There's strong energy interference, the technician in the control room shouted. Xin Feng gritted his teeth, trying to steady himself and resist the invisible force. But Lin Wanner was swept deeper into the canyon by the sudden rise of the water.
Lin Wanner. Xin Feng's eyes tightened and he immediately swam towards her.
Lin Wanner struggled hard, but the strong current made it impossible for her to control her direction. Just as she was about to hit the rock wall, Qin Feng suddenly accelerated, grabbed her wrist, and held her steady.
Hold on to me,
Qin Feng said, gritting his teeth. The two used their thrusters to adjust their direction, striving to escape the strong current. Meanwhile, the stone door on the seabed slowly closed, as if the energy fluctuation had only briefly signaled its opening.
This door will not open completely unless we find the right way,
Lin Wanner said breathlessly. We must go back to the ship to organize the data and then make the next plan, Qin Feng said decisively. The two quickly floated upwards and eventually returned to the submarine safely, and were taken back to the research vessel by the crew. After returning to the ship, everyone immediately entered meeting mode and began to analyze what had just happened. The stone gate's reaction proves that it is indeed the entrance to the ruins, Professor Wang said, pointing to the image and analyzing it. But the method of opening it may be more complicated than we imagined. It's not a simple mechanism, but more like a combination lock, Lin Wanner said. We need to decipher the arrangement of the symbols on the door and find the true way to open it.
But the biggest problem is that strong energy fluctuation. Qin Feng frowned. If we don't have adequate protection, the next time we enter, it may be even more dangerous.
So we need two things, Professor Wang said.
First, find the source of the energy fluctuation and make sure we can resist it.
Second, decipher the arrangement of the symbols and find the correct way to open it. The team immediately took action. The data analysis team began to interpret the symbols on the stone gate, while the technical team studied how to create protective devices to withstand the energy impact of the seabed. At night, the atmosphere on the ship was still tense. Everyone was working intensively to uncover the secrets of the ruins. Qin Feng stood on the deck, looking at the calm sea, but his heart was full of waves.
The secret of this relic is far deeper than we imagined.
Lin Wanner walked up to him and said softly.
Yes, but we have come this far. Qin Feng smiled. No matter what, I will not stop.
Me too. Lin Wanner nodded, her eyes firm. Under the starry sky, the two stood side by side on the deck, their hearts full of anticipation for the future. Chapter 125, Deciphering the Undersea Stone Gate. Night fell over the sea, but the lights in the ship's laboratory remained brightly lit, and everyone was busy analyzing data.
Qin Feng and Lin Wanner stood in front of the screen, watching the images just brought back from the seabed.
The arrangement of the symbols on the stone gate isn't random, Lin Wanner said, pointing to the high-definition image on the screen. Their layout is very similar to the energy flow paths we saw in the ruins on the island. But if these symbols are truly related to energy transmission, then we need to find a corresponding activation method. Professor Wang frowned, otherwise, we might trigger another energy shock. Qin Feng looked at the image, pondered for a moment, and then said, if this door is the true entrance to the ruins, it won't close out of thin air. Perhaps we need to use some kind of medium to trigger the correct way to open it.
Lin Wanner pondered, you mean, the fragments of the eternal artifact in our hands?
It's very likely.
Qin Feng nodded.
We previously discovered in the island ruins that the eternal artifact can resonate with the ruins devices. Perhaps its core crystal can produce a similar reaction with the stone gate. The next morning, the team decided to conduct a simulation experiment. They placed the core crystal of the eternal artifact brought back from the island ruins in a special energy device to simulate the environment of the underwater stone gate. If our speculation is correct, the crystal should have some influence on the sign, said Professor Wang. Lin Wanner activated the device and observed the changes in the data on the instrument. After a few seconds, the crystal began to glow faintly, and the symbols on the screen also showed faint energy fluctuations.
It's responding,
Lin Wanner said excitedly. This proves that the symbol on the stone gate can indeed be activated by a specific energy. But energy fluctuations alone aren't enough, Qin Feng analyzed calmly.
We need to find the exact activation sequence.
Otherwise, even if we bring the crystal down with us, we still won't be able to open the stone door. The team immediately began studying the arrangement of symbols, comparing the symbols on the underwater stone gate with the symbols on the island ruins. Look, these symbols are exactly the same as the ones we saw on the ruins on the island before, Lin Wanner said, pointing at the image.
And the arrangement is very regular. In other words, these symbols themselves are a kind of code.
Professor Wang nodded.
If we activate them in the correct order, we should be able to open the stone door. Now that we have an idea, let's act quickly,
Qin Feng said decisively.
After adjusting their equipment, Qin Feng and Lin Wanner re-entered the submersible for their second exploration.
Carrying the adjusted eternal artifact crystal, they gradually approached the underwater stone gate with remote assistance from the control room.
The depth is 200 meters, everything is normal. Lin Wanner reported the situation.
As they approached the stone gate, the mysterious symbols reappeared under the light, as if waiting for some kind of instructions. According to the research data, we need to use crystals to activate these symbols sequentially. Qin Feng took out the equipment and approached the stone gate cautiously. When the crystal approached the first set of symbols, the symbols indeed emitted a faint light, as if responding to their actions.
It works,
Lin Wanner said excitedly. Qin Feng followed the order his team had deduced, tapping each symbol on the stone gate. As each symbol lit up, the energy fluctuations on the gate became more pronounced, and the entire stone gate seemed to wake up. When the last symbol was lit, a complex energy pattern suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone gate. Then, the entire gate slowly opened to both sides, revealing a deep passage.
Success!
An excited voice rang out in the control room. Qin Feng and Lin Wanner looked at each other, took a deep breath, and slowly swam into the passage. The walls inside the passage are covered with carvings similar to temple murals, each depicting scenes of life in ancient civilizations and their use of the eternal vessel. These carvings are historical records of ancient civilization.
Lin Wanner exclaimed.
If these murals are real, it proves that this relic is not just part of the energy system, but the core of the entire civilization.
Qin Feng said in a low voice.
At the end of the passage, a door made of unknown metal stood quietly. In the center of the door was an obvious groove, the shape of which was exactly the same as the eternal artifact crystal in their hands.
It seems that we must put the eternal artifact here to unlock the final secret,
Lin Wanner said softly. Just as the two were preparing to proceed to the next step, a low vibration sound suddenly came from inside the passage, and the seawater began to tremble slightly, as if the entire ruins were gradually waking up.
Oh no! The energy inside the ruins is beginning to fluctuate. Professor Wang warned from the control room. Your oxygen supply is limited.
You must make a decision quickly.
Keep going,
Qin Feng said without hesitation. We have come this far, we can't stop.
Lin Wanner nodded and carefully placed the core crystal of the eternal artifact into the groove of the metal door.
As soon as the crystal made contact, the symbols throughout the ruins instantly lit up, and a strong light poured out from the crack in the door, illuminating the entire passage. The metal door began to rise slowly, revealing a huge underwater palace behind it, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere.
This is the true core of the ruins? Lin Wanner looked at the scene in disbelief. We finally found it.
Qin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement and awe.
Chapter 126, Entering the Core of the Ruins.
When the metal door fully opened, the sight before them made Qin Feng and Lin Wanner hold their breath.
A magnificent underwater palace came into view.
The main structure of the palace was constructed of unknown metals and stones, and its surface was covered with shimmering runes, as if carrying 1,000-year-old energy.
This scale is much larger than the ruins on the island, Lin Wanner said in disbelief. This might be the core building of the ancient civilization. It's more like an energy center.
Qin Feng observed the surroundings of the palace. The runes were constantly glowing, as if responding to their arrival. The two swam slowly into the palace and found that it was not as dark as they had imagined. The crystal lamps on the wall emitted a soft blue-green light, immersing the entire palace in a mysterious atmosphere.
They can actually still glow. Lin Wanner approached the crystals in amazement.
This means the energy system here is still functioning.
This relic isn't completely dormant.
Qin Feng's tone was filled with awe.
Perhaps it has been waiting for some kind of triggering condition.
The walls of the palace were covered in relief carvings that seemed to tell some ancient story.
Qin Feng and Lin Wanner examined them one by one and were soon captivated by one of them. What are these people surrounding? Lin Wanner said, pointing at the mural.
The relief depicts a group of ancient people surrounding a radiant sphere, seemingly performing some kind of ritual. In the center of the sphere, one can vaguely discern the shape of the eternal vessel.
Could it be that the eternal vessel is not just a carrier of energy, but the core symbol of the entire civilization?
Qin Feng frowned slightly. Judging from the content of the relief, it may not just be a technological device, but may also have some kind of ritual or faith significance, Lin Wanner analyzed. These people seem to be worshipping it, or using it to carry out some kind of activity.
Perhaps its function is far more powerful than we imagined.
Qin Feng's tone became solemn. The two continued deeper into the palace, soon arriving at a hall resembling a control center. The floor was engraved with complex runes, and in the center stood a metal platform with a groove inlaid on it, the shape of which perfectly matched the fragment of the eternal vessel in their hands.
It looks like we have to do another key unlocking, but
Qin Feng said with a wry smile. But this might be the final unlock.
Lin Wanner took a deep breath. Are you ready?
Qin Feng nodded and carefully placed the core crystal of the eternal artifact into the groove. Instantly, the entire hall began to vibrate slightly, runes slowly lit up, and a three-dimensional image appeared in the air. In the video, a man in ancient costume spoke slowly. Although the language was unfamiliar, under the influence of the energy of the eternal artifact, Qin Feng and Lin Wanner were able to understand what he meant. I am the guardian of the Valen clan, and I extend my greetings to our future successors, the man in the image said slowly. If you can set foot here, it proves that our civilization has not been forgotten.
The Waylan clan? Lin Wanner repeated in a low voice, is this the name of an ancient civilization? The image continued to play and the man began to tell the history of the ruins. Our world once experienced a catastrophe.
Natural disasters swept across the land, and the ocean swallowed up cities.
To continue civilization, our ancestors built the eternal vessel.
It is not only a source of energy, but also the crystallization of civilization's wisdom. Qin Feng and Lin Wanner were stunned.
So the real function of the eternal artifact is to preserve the core information of civilization?
Qin Feng muttered to himself. The man in the image continued, if you can unlock this place, it means you are ready to access our wisdom. However, only by passing the final trial can you obtain the full inheritance. As he finished speaking, the lights inside the entire palace suddenly became brighter, and the runes on the console began to rearrange themselves, forming a new path leading to the depths of the palace.
Qin Feng and Lin Wanner looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes.
It seems that our journey is not over yet.
Lin Wanner smiled slightly.
Yes, we must complete this trial.
Qin Feng took a deep breath, otherwise, the secret of the eternal artifact will never be revealed.
The two of them walked slowly towards the depths of the palace, and what awaited them was a real test. Chapter 127, The Gate of Trial opens. When the runes on the console were arranged, the stone door deep within the palace slowly opened, revealing a passageway to an unknown place. The walls on either side of the passageway were inlaid with a row of glowing crystals, each gleaming with a different light, like a reflection of the galaxy.
This road is the beginning of the trial,
Lin Wanner said softly, with a hint of nervousness in her eyes.
We have no choice.
Qin Feng took a firm step and walked into the passage. The passage was unusually quiet, with only the sound of their breathing and the gentle hum of the equipment. As the two slowly moved forward, the air around them became increasingly strange, and an invisible sense of oppression gradually enveloped them.
Do you feel it? Lin Wanner frowned.
The magnetic field here is changing.
Yes, and it's getting stronger.
Qin Feng observed the detector in his hand. The data on the screen was constantly fluctuating.
We have to be careful.
At the end of the passage, a massive stone gate stood before them. Intricate runes were carved into the stone gate, and in the center, two handprint grooves appeared. It seems we need to press it at the same time.
Lin Wanner looked at Qin Feng. Are you ready?
Qin Feng asked.
Lin Wanner took a deep breath and nodded.
They both pressed their palms into the grooves simultaneously. Instantly, a soft light emanated from the crack in the door, and then the entire space began to vibrate violently. The ground in front of the stone gate suddenly sank, revealing a bottomless crack, and a set of huge pumice steps slowly descended above the head.
What's going on? Lin Wanner exclaimed.
It should be a test of our balance. Qin Feng quickly judged, we must step on these floating stones to move forward. If we fall, we may not be able to get out. The floating stones slowly spun in the air, unstable and prone to falling if not handled with care.
The farthest floating stone led to the next door in the trial.
We must be careful. Qin Feng's eyes were firm.
Jump forward piece by piece.
Lin Wanner nodded, adjusted her breathing, and then leaped gently, landing steadily on the first floating stone. Qin Feng followed closely behind, both of them walking cautiously, not daring to be careless. However, just as they were about to reach the last pumice stone, a low humming sound suddenly rang out throughout the room, and the pumice stone's rotation speed suddenly increased.
Not good. It's accelerating. Lin Wanner screamed. Hurry up.
Qin Feng was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Lin Wanner's arm and jumped suddenly. The two of them landed dangerously on the last floating stone, and the stone steps behind them collapsed instantly and disappeared into the abyss. The stone door slowly opened, and they successfully passed the first test. After passing through the stone door, they entered a room resembling a hall of mirrors. The walls were smooth as mirrors, reflecting their own images. However, strangely, their images were not completely synchronized, each performing a different movement. Lin Wanner's eyes narrowed slightly. These mirror images are not simple reflections. They are testing our reaction ability. Xin Feng quickly analyzed, we must find the correct image, otherwise we will probably be trapped here. As they watched, a beam of light descended from the ceiling, illuminating the ground directly in front of them. The light formed a series of ancient symbols, like a guide. Is this the Weilon text? Lin Wanner carefully deciphered it. It probably means, truth is the key, falsehood is the trap. That is to say, we must find the only true image. Xin Feng looked around, but how do we tell it? After pondering for a moment, Lin Wanner walked to one of the mirrors, gently stretched out her hand, and found that the person in the mirror did not make the same movement. This is fake. Lin Wanner confirmed. Xin Feng tried to touch the other mirror, and this time, his reflection made exactly the same movement. This is the truth. Xin Feng nodded. Following this pattern, the two checked the mirror images one by one, and finally found the only true door. When they stood in front of the correct mirror, the runes on the wall slowly lit up, and a new passage appeared before them. After passing through the Hall of Mirrors, they arrived at an empty hall. In the center of the hall, a brilliant crystal ball was suspended, emitting a soft glow. This is... Lin Wanner held her breath. The core of the eternal artifact? Xin Feng guessed. However, just as they approached the crystal ball, the energy in the room suddenly began to fluctuate violently. A blurry image emerged from within the crystal ball. The figure in the image was none other than the guardian of the Weilon clan they had previously seen in the ruins footage. The final stage of the trial is not a test of wisdom, nor a test of strength, but a test of faith. The man in the image spoke slowly. Faith? Lin Wanner frowned. Only those who truly understand the meaning of the eternal vessel can gain its recognition, the man continued. Are you willing to undertake this mission? Xin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes determined, if the secret of the eternal artifact can bring a deeper understanding to the world, then I am willing. Lin Wanner also nodded, we are not doing this for power or profit, but to protect the truth of history. The crystal ball suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the entire room seemed to be enveloped by warm energy. The two felt a strong spiritual resonance, a kind of identification that transcended time and space. Finally, the crystal ball slowly descended and landed steadily in front of the two people, symbolizing that they had passed the trial. The moment the two men picked up the crystal ball, the runes throughout the palace instantly extinguished, as if fulfilling their purpose. The stone door automatically opened, revealing a path back home. We succeeded. Lin Wanner said softly, her eyes full of excitement. But this is just the beginning. Xin Feng looked at the crystal ball in his hand. We still need to continue to uncover the true secret of the eternal artifact. The two men walked out of the palace and embarked on a new journey, carrying the legacy of civilization.